At the moment of his rebirth, he comprehended that he had been transported to a planet where advanced technology and civilization were intricately intertwined, where scientists possessed the capabilities to create artificial superhumans, exoskeletal armor, and perform genetic modifications on various organisms, alongside the ability to implant martial arts chips within the brain. Embracing his new reality, he resolved to provide his family with a prosperous life. As time elapsed, his close friends, Fatty and Leizi, were inspired by him and sought to delve into the martial arts. Subsequently, they journeyed to Country S for clandestine training, only to encounter an invasion of Beastmen. Amidst the ensuing carnage, a biologist lurking beneath the Dragon Sea enhanced the destructive power of the Beastmen, leading to their rapid proliferation across the globe, with even the Dragon Kingdom falling victim. Upon learning of their homeland's plight, the three brothers returned to assist their nation in hunting down the Beastmen. Together, they ventured to the Dragon Sea to put an end to this crisis for their country, their people, and humanity as a whole. Believing the crisis had been resolved, they were taken aback when countless Beastmen souls soon coalesced into a colossal undead overlord, enveloped in a shroud of deathly energy, leaving in its wake desolate cities. Chapter 1. Wang Tung's Beauty Pageant. In the opulent presidential suite of the Fan Emperor's lavish hotel, a remarkably affluent young man reclined on a gem-encrusted lounge chair, squinting as he selected a beauty. Beside the affluent young man stood an elderly gentleman with snow-white hair, who had reached the venerable age of 90 and was a martial artist of the 8th level of innate prowess. The elder did not regard the beauties before him, but instead focused intently on the affluent young man. With each wave of his hand, the elder dismissed one beauty after another. Before him stood women from all over the world, each meticulously chosen by the hotel. However, none of the 129 beauties met the young man's satisfaction. "All of you be gone." The general manager was taken aback by the young man's bluntness. It appeared he was quite dissatisfied with the beauties arranged by the Fan Emperor's extravagant hotel. The general manager, while forcing a smile, ushered the 129 beauties out of the presidential suite. "Yuan Bo, please arrange for someone to investigate the beauties from prestigious universities. I require a detailed list within 3 days." "Understood, young master." "Mr. Li, who was that person in the presidential suite? He did not even select our beauties, so why did you still put on a smiling face?" "With your wealth, Mr. Li, there's no need for such subservience. You are truly short-sighted, despite your long hair." Mr. Li displayed no sign of anger. Instead, he brazenly caressed one of the beauty's delicate waist and continued, "That young master is no ordinary individual. He is Wang Tung, the young heir of the Tung Ha AI group, favored by the leader. It is rumored that he is likely to be the future successor." The beauties were astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief upon realizing he was a member of an affluent family. One of them vaguely recalled a social media influencer discussing the Tung Ha AI group, which ranked 13th in financial power within the Dragon Kingdom and 34th globally. It was said that the enigmatic Wang Tung possessed a SS-class purple-wing butterfly aircraft valued at billions. "Mr. Li, does young Master Wang Tung truly own an extraordinary purple-wing butterfly aircraft? Our top floor has a helipad. Why hasn't he flown it here? You little flirt, what are you plotting? Can't you see that he is a luxurious noble? How would I, general manager with a mere few hundred million, know his intentions? If I were him, I would have at least chosen 10 beauties. What a pity he didn't, ha ha ha. Mr. Li, you are quite detestable and a rogue. How dare you touch my backside? You are doomed. What can you do? Just look around. Is there anyone else here besides you and me? If you know what's good for you, I, Lu San, shall treat you more gently. Otherwise, I possess some rather crude methods." Lu San flashed a devilish smile, his hands reaching towards her sensitive areas. "You're seeking death." Zhao Xuer's exquisite countenance darkened. She had initially intended to merely teach this rogue a lesson, but now, unless she incapacitated him, her anger would not be appeased. Quickly, too quickly, Lu San thought, barely registering how the stunning beauty before him had struck. He flew backward as if a kite severed from its string. A sweet taste filled his mouth, and he spat out blood. His mind raced, realizing he might have provoked a cyborg or a martial artist. "Spare me, please, spare me. Let me go. It was my mistake to not recognize your greatness." Zhao Xuer's anger had dissipated by half, but asking her to relent was a fanciful notion. Unless the other party was also a practitioner of ancient martial arts and possessed a higher level of strength, he would not be able to keep his arms intact. "You think that saying, 'spare me,' will suffice? How naive of you." With that, she delivered a powerful kick. Lucen intended to dodge, but it was too late, and he cried out in pain, "My left hand." Before he could react, Zhao Xuer kicked his other hand with equal ferocity, and the sound of bones snapping echoed. "On my right hand." Lu San's face turned ashen, cold sweat pouring down his brow. He never expected the woman before him to be so ruthless so swiftly incapacitating both of his arms. Please spare me. I will never dare to offend you again. I should not have trifled with you. I beg you, spare me. Liu San continued to plead, truly frightened this time. He regretted his earlier foolishness. Had he brought along 2 accomplices, he would not have been so easily subdued. I can spare you, he thought, his face brightening, only to have it fall again as he heard the wailing of police sirens. You call the police? Indeed. For scum like you, only strict punishment will serve as a lesson. The police car arrived swiftly, and 2 energetic officers stepped out, their rugged features exuding masculinity. Ma'am, did you report this incident? Yes, this rogue just molested me. While I was distracted by my phone, he forcefully grabbed my left buttock from behind. When I warned him, he ignored me and continued to harass me, his repulsive hands reaching for me with a lewd expression. In a bid to protect myself, I had no choice but to incapacitate his arms. That is essentially how it transpired. Zhao Shuer recounted the entire event to the 2 officers, her demeanor unflustered. The young officers' faces flushed upon hearing the account, realizing that the rogue on the ground had met not merely a beautiful woman, but rather a tigress. Hey, lift your head so I can see you. Why play dumb? Lift your head. Having committed a crime, do you fear our police knowing? Weren't you quite bold just now? Liu San stubbornly refused to raise his head, prompting one officer with a fiery temperament to yank his hair, eliciting a triumphant grin from the officer. This fellow is one of the suspects in the recent nighttime molestation incidents. Liu San, you are finished. Prepare to face imprisonment. Without regard for his severed hands, the officer dragged him towards the police car. Liu San cast a venomous glare at Zhao Shuer, attributing all his misfortunes to her. He silently vowed that once he emerged from this predicament, he would gather a dozen accomplices to ruthlessly torment this bespectacled woman. Young lady, your testimony has already been recorded on the enforcement recording device. Please provide a means of contact, as we may require your cooperation in the future. No problem. I am at your service whenever needed. Thank you for your cooperation. Yuzi chimed in. When will you introduce us to your first love, my dear friend? The bespectacled chubby boy, Ma Di, chuckled merrily. You brat, you're not harboring feelings for my girlfriend, are you? Chen Yu feigned innocence upon hearing this. Come on, such words should not be uttered. I, Ma Di, am certainly not that kind of person. Just ask Leizi. Away with you. You were the one who used a spy on your female classmates while bathing with that wretched telescope, so it's hard to say, came the retort. Leizi, you've gone too far. Lady seemed reluctant to let him off the hook, continuing to tease. In these times, even good brothers must be watched, especially those chubby ones who sneak glances at their junior sisters. I'll pummel you, Leizi. How dare you jeopardize the pure and unblemished brotherhood I share with Yuzi. We have weathered countless storms together in university, as everyone can attest. Quickly raise your backside, so that the chubby master can deliver a few kicks to ease the tension, or else, haha, get lost, you're dreaming. Why not suggest something more tangible? Since we have no classes tonight, treat us to a barbecue at Fat Ant's Barbecue City. Let's indulge a bit, and I'll put today's events to rest. All right, you've won. Barbecue it is. Chubby, don't pay attention to Leizi's nonsense about barbecues. Can't you tell he's being deliberate? Upon hearing this, the chubby boy burst into hearty laughter. What's a barbecue to me? It's on me, don't worry. However, I'm too worn out to run anymore. I'll head back to shower and change clothes. You two wait for me at the school gate. Let's not lose sight of each other. Oh, I was just joking. Really, there's no need to treat us. You might as well stay and continue your run. Every time you run half a lap, you give up. With that belly of yours, when will you ever slim down? I, Lady, have grown weary of mentioning it. Tonight I'll feast, and tomorrow I shall diet. It's no different, ha ha ha. The chubby boy laughed heartily, not glancing back as he ambled back to the dormitory. Observing this, Chinyu shook his head, at a loss for words. In this university, Leizi and the chubby boy were his closest friends, the brothers he cherished. In the future, when he achieved success, he would surely host a grand banquet for these two brothers at a 5-star hotel. Meanwhile, another person, traversing an alternate world, was being struck down by a colossal palm unleashed from the upper realm after seizing a heavenly treasure. Chapter 2. 1,000 Rebirths. Reborn as a human. Where am I? My head is throbbing. Slowly opening my eyes, I gaze at the sky. I truly have not perished. The powers of the upper realm are not so formidable after all. What can they do to me? Why can I not utter a sound? What is that enormous shadow beside me? It seems to carry a scent reminiscent of swine. Struggling to rise, I survey my surroundings and realize I am in a pigsty. A sow is lying down, nursing a dozen piglets. Something feels amiss. Why is my line of sight so low, and the angle all wrong? Could it be that I have transformed into a pig? Surely not. Lost in such thoughts, I spot a water trough and hop over to it. Peering into the water, my heart races with shock. Good heavens! How dare you turn me into a pig? I am the sole disciple of the Taoist saint. That little piglet is rather peculiar. Let us dispose of it and let it fend for itself." The man nearby remarked, nodding in agreement. Having raised pigs for many years, he had never encountered a piglet that refused to drink from its mother or did not fit in. The sooner they disposed of it, the less trouble it would be. With that, the man gently placed the piglet into a bamboo basket and carried it to the edge of a cliff. The piglet, sensing danger, thought to itself, "Surely he will not throw me off this cliff. Good heavens, is this some cruel joke? You granted me a second chance at life. Yet I am reborn as a pig. If being a pig was not enough, I must also repeat my past mistakes and be cast off a cliff once more." However, the man did not act as expected. Upon reaching his destination, he set the bamboo basket down, cradled the piglet in his arms, and spoke tenderly to it. "From now on, you must live well." After that, he released the piglet, patted its rear, and walked away without a backward glance. Suddenly, the piglet recalled something. "Wait, that is not right. He should have thrown me off the cliff. In my previous life, that was how I obtained supreme fortune." No longer pondering, I hurriedly scampered after him. The fact that I could remember my past life proved that my memories remained intact. Perhaps wanting him to cast me down the cliff was a futile endeavor. Perhaps I'm simply desperate. The man felt something approaching and turned to glance back. It was the little piglet, following closely behind. This little creature, so perceptive, realized I intended to abandon it and, seeing me walk away, hastily pursued me. Snapping off a twig, he aimed it at the little creature, intending to frighten it away. Yet, no matter how many times he tried to chase it off, the piglet would return, biting at his straw sandals. After several attempts of hitting it and running away, he finally lost his temper and, with a swift kick, sent the little creature flying. The piglet squealed in distress, colliding with a rock before rolling down the cliff, awakening a wolf that had not eaten in days. Moments later, it became the wolf's meal. For the first time, Reborn perished beneath the brilliant sunlight. The incessant chirping of cicadas filled the air. Though somewhat grating, it held a unique charm. A group of children, wielding nets, caught several loud cicadas. Among them was the protagonist in his new incarnation. Due to its particularly loud call, it became the center of attention for the children, who boasted of their catch. In less than 3 days, it had participated in countless contests, resulting in its vocal cords being damaged and ultimately losing to another cicada. A childish dismissal, useless creature. You gave in so quickly, led to the cicada being discarded and crushed underfoot, despite having won hundreds of times for them. For the second time, Reborn perished. As the years slipped by, the protagonist, through countless rebirths, experienced a myriad of lives, each possessing a distinct significance. This time, after 999 rebirths, each instance brought forth a new understanding. Within the sea of consciousness, the supreme Tao scripture was being grasped as his rebirths transformed quantitative changes into qualitative ones. With the divine awareness within his soul growing ever stronger, although he had yet to cultivate into a human, he lived out his natural lifespan. Meanwhile, above Province G of Blue Star, a tempest raged, a cacophony of thunder and torrential rain poured down, washing over several cities, rendering the streets nearly deserted. Yet high above, various advanced aircraft glided through the storm unperturbed. Among them, one aircraft stood out, resembling a butterfly, known as the purple-winged butterfly plane. Its exorbitant price meant that its owners were exceedingly rare. "Yaki, are you satisfied with my arrangements? I did not deceive you, did I? Watching the lightning from the sky is exceptionally beautiful and thrilling. Isn't it? Yes, thank you for providing Yaki with an unforgettable birthday. I believe I shall remember it for a lifetime." At her words, Wang Tung smirked charmingly, feeling assured. Tonight, she was destined to be his. Beautiful little Chi-Chi. As long as you are happy, it matters not. Yet, I do harbor a tinge of regret. Yaki, taken aback, wondered what a wealthy young master could possibly regret, but her curiosity compelled her to inquire, "I won't believe it unless you tell me." Wang Tung, inwardly reveling at her response, seized Yaki's delicate hand and pressed it against his chest. Startled by his boldness, she instinctively tried to withdraw, but found herself firmly held. "Little Chi-Chi, it feels as if my heart has died." "I don't believe it. If the heart dies, one dies. Feel for yourself." "How vexatious. It is clearly still beating. You are so bad." "Oh, then there's only one possibility. My heart beats solely for you. Little Chi-Chi, will you be my girlfriend?" "I, Wang Tung, promise to love you for a lifetime, granting you a life of glory, making you the most radiant princess." Yaki gasped instinctively, taken aback by Wang Tung's sudden confession. She was aware that Wang Tung liked her and anticipated his declaration that evening. But she had expected him to kneel with roses and dazzling gifts. After a brief pause, she softly murmured in agreement, leaning into his embrace. Wang Teng grinned devilishly, wrapping his arms tightly around Yaki. She truly was stunning, especially in his embrace, her faint fragrance intoxicating him. How annoying. I can hardly breathe. Let go. What if the pilot sees us? That would be dreadful. Though she felt bashful, her rationality remained. She was unaccustomed to being watched by others. Wang Teng laughed heartily. His little Chi-Chi was both beautiful and adorable. Did she not realize this aircraft was controlled by a top-tier intelligence system? They had ample time tonight. It was essential to enlighten his precious little darling. Little Chi-Chi, do not worry. Aside from you and me, there will be no one else. To secure the girl before him, he had not even brought his companion, fearing Yaki would feel uncomfortable. This purple-winged butterfly plane is entirely controlled by a top-tier intelligence system, valued at a staggering 100 billion Earth dollars. I need not elaborate on what that signifies in terms of status. Pausing for effect, a smug smile crept onto his lips as he continued. This young master possesses this aircraft due to being a direct heir of my family. Commonwealthy heirs could only dream of it. Yaki, having never witnessed such grandeur, was momentarily speechless, astonished by Wang Teng's revelations. He was far more extraordinary than she had imagined. A direct heir. His simple words made her forget her first love from high school, relieved that she had remained virtuous all along. In the next moment, her sparkling eyes grew soft and dreamy. Her long, delicate hand unconsciously rested on Wang Teng's shoulder, her graceful neck leaning in closer. At this moment, Chun Yu stood beneath a great tree, indifferent to the rain that drenched him, lamenting to the heavens. Am I at fault for being impoverished? Jai, why can't you grant me a little more time? Once I graduate from university, I promise to achieve great success, to provide you with a grand villa, to seat you in luxury vehicles, and to let you live a life of affluence. My heart is truly aching, so painfully. Why can't you wait for me? What does 3 years of companionship amount to? Today, on your birthday, you do not come and meet me. I had ordered your most cherished swan cake. And you, how cruel you are, sending only a few cold words. Let us break up. You will meet someone better. After a long silence, I murmured to myself, it is I who am inadequate. In the age when I most wished to protect you, I found myself powerless. Meanwhile, aboard the purple-winged butterfly aircraft, a card game was unfolding. You played one card, he played another. The master, high in the sky, observed a man beneath a tree, heartbroken and at risk of being struck by lightning. Should we shield him from the impending strike? On the luxurious sofa, the man did not pause, merely raise his hand, and the intelligent brain fell silent, playing a piece of soothing and ambiguous instrumental music. With a crack of thunder, the sky reverberated, and in an instant, a lightning bolt descended. Time passed, and at 4 a.m, a sanitation worker stumbled upon a charred corpse. Gathering courage, the worker approached and gently touched it, discovering it was already stiff. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved his phone and called the police. Half an hour later, the family of the deceased received a call from the local police. Upon hearing the news, the family was instantly wide awake, rushing to confirm the tragic reality. The grieving father, disregarding the officer's objections, cradled his son and took him home. My son, do not frighten your father. Please wake up. The heavens are unjust, so unjust. Why do they always envy the talented? The mother fainted from grief, supported by her 8-year-old daughter to the sofa. The little girl then ran to her stiff brother, shaking his arm. Through her tears, she pleaded, Stinky brother, please wake up and play with Yao Yao, okay? How noisy it was. Who is crying? Who is calling? Whose voice echoes in this sorrowful lament? Stinky boy, get up, do you hear me? Father commands you to rise. You are not allowed to die. Unable to contain himself any longer, the father began to weep. Stinky brother, please wake up. If you don't, Yao Yao won't love you anymore. It was indeed noisy. Who is crying? Whose voice is this, so familiar? Ah, I cannot endure this any longer. I must open my eyes to see who is crying. At that moment, within the realm of the soul, which was once shrouded in darkness, the supreme Tao scripture sensed its master's will and instantly radiated with golden light, piercing through the darkness, illuminating the entire space. The rigid body slowly softened, the eyes gradually opened, revealing a middle-aged man and a small girl, both weeping profusely. What are you crying about? The youth lying in bed suddenly spoke. My son is dead. How can I not cry? The little girl reacted faster than her father, exclaiming, Daddy, look, brother has awakened. Brother is awake. A new consciousness is indeed efficient. Moments ago they were in tears, and now they were smiling through their tears. Upon hearing this, Chen's father gasped in astonishment, thinking he was hallucinating. Upon making eye contact, he finally believed his daughter. Indeed, his son was alive. Ha ha! My son is blessed with great fortune. He has traversed the gates of hell and returned. He is back. Chen was also taken aback. In every rebirth throughout the universe, he had longed to see his parents' faces, yet each time it had eluded him. Each rebirth bore a visage unlike any human, yet he could never forget the countenance of his parents. However, he immediately noticed that his father no longer sported long hair tied back, but instead wore it short, dressed in a simple short-sleeved outfit rather than a long robe. Chen Yu's mind raced, absorbing the information about this body. Moments later, he understood that this original self was also named Chen Yu, currently a third-year university student and an exemplary scholar. In high school, he had a first love, the school beauty Yiqi, whose figure and appearance were beyond compare, belonging to the highest echelon of beauty. She drew countless suitors, yet ultimately chose the ordinary Chen Yu. Just yesterday, on the occasion of her birthday, they had broken up, and in a foul mood, he had lamented under the tree, only to be struck dead by lightning at the age of 19 in the year 3696. This fellow, for the sake of a woman, why the hardship? Fortunately, it was not I. But then again, he could be deemed a love-struck fool. 3 years of pure affection, merely holding hands. How he managed to endure that. Chapter 3. A long-awaited reunion. Yao Yao, quickly go tell mommy that Yu has awakened. Oh, mommy. Brother is awake. Brother is fine. Yao Yao excitedly dashed from the bedroom to find her mother. Chen's father tightly grasped his son's hand, feeling the warmth return, no longer cold and stiff, which eased his heart significantly. You little rascal, get up and let your father see if your limbs are all right, Chen's father asked with concern. Chen Yu stared blankly at this father, who bore an unmistakable resemblance to the one from the God-Dragon continent, and could no longer restrain himself, embracing his father tightly while exclaiming, "Father, it has been too long. I have missed you." Chen's father was taken aback. This little rascal truly seemed dazed. Had they not just seen each other last week? Gently patting his son's back, he reassured, "It's all right now. Everything is past. With father here, do not fear. Mommy, wake up. Brother has awakened." Yao Yao pinched her mother's acupoint, calling out, "Father, is mother all right? I will go check." "All right. I was so caught up in my happiness. Yao Yao is still a child. Your mother has fainted from excessive grief. I will fetch some glucose solution to help her recover." Chen Yu accompanied his father outside, just in time to see Yao Yao pinching her mother's acupoint. After a few moments, their mother awakened, tears still glistening on her face as she murmured, "My poor Yu. Mommy, brother is fine. Look who is behind Yao Yao." Yao Yao comforted her mother, understandingly stepping aside. "Mother, I am well." Chen Yu gazed at his mother, whose face was etched with sorrow, recalling their old home in the southern part of the God-Dragon continent, where he had been pushed off a cliff in his youth. Years later, having achieved success, he returned from the cliff to find his mother, and she had looked just as sorrowful. Chen Yu stepped forward and embraced his mother tightly. "Yu is fine." At this moment, Chen's father approached with a glucose solution. This little rascal has become remarkably considerate, comforting others. Perhaps being struck by lightning wasn't such a bad thing after all. My precious son is truly fine. Let me see. Coming back to her senses. The mother gently stroked her son's face, feeling the warmth of her living child, and her sorrowful expression transformed into a radiant smile. "Yao Yao, you were overly distressed earlier. Quickly drink the glucose solution to replenish your strength," Chen's father said softly. "Mother, please drink the glucose solution." Chen Yu learned from this body that the glucose solution replenished vitality, akin to the nourishing pills or spiritual herbal liquids from his previous life in the cultivation realm. "All right, I will heed my precious son's advice. Mother will drink it now. Yay, our family can be together again." Yao Yao clapped her hands joyfully. "Brother, Yao Yao want a hug too." Hearing this, Chen Yu, filled with affection, slightly bent down, preparing to embrace his little sister. Upon witnessing this, Yao Yao spread her arms and lightly leaped, with Chen Yu effortlessly catching his younger sister. "My dear Yao Yao, you've grown taller again. Have you been studying well this week?" he inquired. "Yes, my teacher praised me, saying I ranked first in the entire grade. How will you reward me, brother?" The 8-year-old Yao Yao is currently a 5th grade student at Renxin Elementary School. In this world, children exhibit intelligence far earlier than in his previous one. They begin their studies shortly after learning to walk. "What would you like to eat?" "I'll buy it for you," he offered. "You rascal, don't spoil your sister. Aside from chocolate and sweets, what else could she possibly want?" retorted their father, feigning sternness. "But brother, Dad is exaggerating. I don't have all my teeth rotten. I only have 2 cavities." Yao Yao protested, promptly opening her mouth wide for her brother to inspect. "All right, let me see if you have any cavities," Chen Yu replied, pretending to examine her seriously. Indeed, you do have cavities, but fortunately they're not too severe. I can pull them out right now." "No way. That would hurt," she exclaimed. "It won't hurt, trust me. I'll show you." Their parents observed the sibling duo, who, despite a 10-year age gap, shared an unchanging bond since childhood. They exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Dad, Mom, brother is bullying me. He wants to pull out my teeth. He's so mean. Yao Yao complained. Hearing this, their father smiled gently. All right then, if you finish your lunch, you can have both chicken legs and leave none for your brother. How about that? That won't do. One chicken leg must be saved for brother. He only comes home once a week from school, and I want to fight him for it. Oh, I almost forgot about the chicken legs. I haven't even gone grocery shopping yet. My memory is getting worse. Are you all hungry? Since it's already past lunchtime. Dear, why don't you steam some buns for the kids while I head to the market for fresh meat and vegetables? I'll prepare a sumptuous lunch for them. All right, just be careful on the road. There's a lot of traffic. Their mother replied, and they both busily went about their tasks. Brother, I've noticed you seem different ever since you were struck by lightning, Yao Yao remarked. Could it be that she has noticed something? Yu pondered quickly. Really? What do you mean? How am I different? Well, usually at this time, you would say, Yao Yao, come down and play by yourself. My arms are getting tired. But today, you've held me for quite a while without saying that. Yu laughed heartily, realizing his arms were indeed slightly sore. In his previous life, before reaching the age of 15, he possessed immense strength, easily overpowering ordinary beasts. However, he reminded himself that this world was different, and without any cultivation methods to strengthen his body, it was only natural for his current form to be weaker. From this day forth, he resolved to diligently enhance his abilities to protect his family in this realm. This world appeared to lack cultivators, yet it was filled with peculiar phenomena of considerable power. Moreover, having been born into an ordinary family, he knew little about global powers aside from his studies, making it challenging to acquire useful information. Brother, you're daydreaming again. Quickly put me down, Yao Yao urged. Yu snapped back to reality, chuckling softly. Steaming hot buns are ready. Yao Yao, come eat. Their father called from the kitchen. The siblings responded in unison. Okay. Yu grabbed 2 buns, handed one to Yao Yao, and then passed the other to their father. He then took another for himself, savoring its delightful taste, reminiscent of the buns his mother used to make in his previous life. Presumably, these were made by their mother in this world, and he couldn't resist indulging in a few more. Brother, eat slowly. Drink some milk to wash it down, Yao Yao suggested, offering him a glass of fresh milk. Thank you. Yao Yao, I'm fine. It's just that I haven't had my mother-ass cooking in a long time, and I'm a bit nostalgic. He gulped down the milk in one go, finding the taste delightful, and he quite enjoyed it. Their father observed Yu with some concern, despite his lively demeanor. As a father, he couldn't shake off his worries about potential aftereffects from the lightning strike, as one could never be certain. About 40 minutes later, their mother returned, burdened with heavy groceries. Their father promptly assisted her, organizing the items. The siblings, meanwhile, engaged in a game of Jenga in the living room, with Yao Yao's voice ringing out intermittently. Brother, are you cheating? Why do you keep winning today? Ha. It was because I let you win in the past. Did you really think I would lose every time? Yu teased. Yao Yao, unconvinced of her brother's prowess, insisted that she must have been distracted earlier, declaring that this round didn't count. Yao Yao, look at these 2 kids. They're at it again. But having this lively atmosphere at home is quite delightful, their father remarked gently to his busy wife. Yet, as a mother, she couldn't help but worry, poking her head out. Be gentle with your sister. Don't let it escalate. All right, mother. I'm just teasing Yao Yao, Yu replied. Having experienced countless rebirths, he now truly relished the joy of being alive, savoring the warmth of family. Within an hour, the family joyfully sat down to a delicious meal. Yu, feeling as though he had been starved, consumed more than double his usual portion, even while trying to control himself. It was crucial to note that his powerful spirit and consciousness required a significant amount of energy to sustain themselves. Slow down, you little rascal. Don't choke. I could tell you were hungry when I saw you eating the buns, so I made extra food, their father said with a fatherly smile. Eat slowly. Don't choke. If you need more, your mother can cook more. Don't rush, their mother similarly advised. Mother, I'm fine. There's no need to worry about me, Yu replied awkwardly. Having been reborn, he felt somewhat embarrassed by his earlier eating habits, but it wasn't entirely his fault. Their parents' cooking was simply too delicious. Brother, I'll give you my chicken leg too. Thank you, Yao Yao, but you should keep it for yourself. No, brother. You must eat. Do it for Yao Yao's sake. I don't like chicken legs. You should keep it. Come on, eat it. Seeing this, their parents couldn't help but laugh, recognizing that brotherly affection was not in vain. Their daughter was also considerate of her brother. Heaven had been kind to the couple, blessing them with understanding children. In this life, they asked for nothing more than their children's safety and well-being. Though the meal was simple, the family relished the happiness of being together, and the morning's sorrow had long since faded away. Chapter 4. Jalwa University. After lunch, Yao Yao suggested a trip to the park, and since the family's mountain goods shop was closed for the day, they donned casual attire and set out for a stroll in the park, enjoying the fresh air among the trees. You little rascal, I suppose your allowance from college has run out, hasn't it? Not at all, father. I have enough money, he replied. In truth, he was nearly broke yesterday. Being the birthday of the original body's first love, he had spent all his savings from the past year, along with 300 from his roommate, on a swan-shaped cake and a lavish private room. Now he had not a single coin to spare. Here, I have some secret funds. Take this, his father offered. My dear father, truly, there is no need for that. You may as well save it to enjoy a modest drink. Each day, you toil tirelessly at the mountain goods shop, and the earnings are hardly substantial. Over these years, you have endured considerable hardships for the sake of us siblings. Take it. Stop your fussing. You rascal. Today you seem particularly peculiar. Both of you are our cherished children. What you say is indeed correct. You should accept it. Observing my father, who is not yet 40 but bears the faint traces of weariness from years of providing for the family, I cannot help but feel a pang of sorrow. In this age of advanced technology, the average lifespan extends to at least 120 or 30 years. Those who take proper care of themselves can appear as youthful as a young adult, even in their 70s or 80s, a fact hardly surprising in this world. However, for those who are not cultivators in the realm of spiritual cultivation, such longevity is unattainable. I silently vow that since I've been reborn in this world, I shall endeavor to improve our family's fortunes and relieve my parents from the burdens of daily life. In less than 5 years, I will ensure that you and mother, as well as my sister, reside in a grand villa, travel in flying cars, and no longer struggle for a living. We will even board a piloted aircraft as spacious as a villa and embark on a journey around the globe as a family. I share my aspirations with my father, for this is among the foremost desires I hold dear after my rebirth. Ah, my ambitious little rascal, I believe in you. This is the spirit of my good son. He replies. As the hour grows late, he urges me to bid farewell to my mother and sister, advising me to return to school early and rest well to maintain my vigor for studying. In response, I nod in agreement. Mother, Yao Yao, I'm heading back to school now. I will visit again next week. Be safe, you. The weather is unpredictable. Take care and avoid running beneath the large tree. She cautions. I understand, mother. I will take care of myself. I want to hug, brother. All right, let me hug you, Yao Yao. Be careful, brother. Come back to see me early next week. Don't forget. Yes, I will. As I exchange farewells, I board the hovering train to Jalwa University. The train accelerates to a staggering speed of 3,000 kilometers per hour, and the scenery rushes by in a blur. This era truly is remarkable, regardless of one's background. As long as one can purchase a ticket, one can ride. The elongated metallic train can accommodate many passengers, and despite its remarkable speed, there is not a trace of spiritual energy or array fluctuations, gliding forth like a dragon. Each carriage is staffed with attractive medical and security personnel to ensure safety. Sitting in my seat, I find that while I have absorbed the thoughts of the original owner of this body, some experiences can only be understood through direct sensation. In less than an hour, I arrive at Jalwa University, a distance of over 2,000 kilometers, far swifter than the soared flight of the transcendent beings of my past life. The train heading from City C in Province G to City D in Province H is about to arrive at Jalwa University Station. Please prepare to disembark. Passengers for this train, please collect your belongings and exit. As the train doors glide open, I step out alongside the crowd, noticing numerous students from Jalwa University. Upon exiting the station, I am greeted by towering skyscrapers and an array of luxurious unmanned vehicles navigating the 8-lane thoroughfare. Occasionally, various biomimetic aircraft soar above the city of D. Half an hour later, the magnificent and stately Jalwa University comes into view. The minimum admission score for this institution is 690 points. Over the past century, the enrollment has consistently exceeded 30,000 students, peaking at 50,000. The campus is indeed brimming with talent, including many scions of prominent families. Jalwa University was established over 200 years ago by the educational institutions of the Dragon Kingdom's government, prioritizing genuine talent and knowledge over background. No matter your lineage, do not expect to gain unfair advantages. The founder of Jalwa University sought to create a sanctuary for scholars in this world. Anyone who dares to undermine this institution becomes an enemy of the Dragon Kingdom. Violators face public condemnation and are permanently barred from employment in the educational sector. Those who remain will have a permanent stain on their personal records. The facial recognition system swiftly identifies each student and any imposter is immediately highlighted in the air, sending a notification to the security personnel's specialized glasses, enabling them to swiftly apprehend the impersonator, unless, of course, their abilities surpass those of the security staff. Upon entering the university, I am greeted by the sight of students clad in standardized uniforms, particularly the girls, who wear blue and white outfits adorned with delicate lace at the chest, reminiscent of a young maiden's dress. Their knee-length pleated skirts, complemented by blue bows dotted with white, and knee-high white socks paired with platform shoes, accentuate their long legs, exuding a vibrant and lively aura. The essence of youth envelopes me, and the fashion of this world is indeed audacious and avant-garde. In terms of attire and lifestyle, the inhabitants of this realm appear to live in a state of luxury and refinement far surpassing my previous life. A first-year female student, sensing someone observing her from behind, glances back to find a strikingly handsome young man standing at an impressive height of over 6 feet. The male uniform fits him perfectly, seemingly tailored for his physique. And paired with sneakers, he radiates vitality even in the setting sun. He is certainly her type. She turns and says, "Senior, would you like to join me for badminton tonight?" Hearing this, I awkwardly smile, wave my hand, and quicken my pace to escape. With only a backpack in hand, I make my way towards Dormitory B, room 5118. Meanwhile, a bespectacled boy is peeking from a balcony at a girl across the way. Wow, that girl is truly something. I absolutely adore her. If only I could get a lower angle, he mutters to himself while watching. Hey, chubby brother, is this the high-tech glasses you specially customized just to spy on women? Is it reliable? What if the teachers find out and make you run naked around the playground 300 times? A muscular boy doing one-handed push-ups teases. Shut it, Rady. Focus on your muscles, and don't distract me from watching the girl. Hey, I'm in the principal's office right now to report you for peeping. Do it, I dare you. Just as the bespectacled boy is about to give Rady the finger, he notices me walking in. Oh, isn't this our dorm's handsome Yuzi? Why are you back early today? Not spending more time with your first love? Upon hearing my name, Rady stands up and says, Yuzi, you're back. Cool, me. Sit down and tell us how the swan cake was. What is there to ask about food? You should be asking where Yuzi spent the night with his first love. The chubby boy grins mischievously. I can only chuckle at my 2 friends and roommates, reminiscing about the chubby guy from my past life who was equally talkative. I brought a few bottles of your favorite beer. Let us sit down and chat. Now you're speaking my language, Yuzi. I just happen to have some sunflower seeds and peanuts in the drawer. They make the perfect pair. I set down my backpack and extract several bottles of beer, while the bespectacled boy retrieves the snacks. Rady expertly pops open a bottle, the cap flying off with a satisfying pop, and with a few deft flicks, the top of the bottle foams with carbonated bubbles. We share a knowing smile and clink our bottles together. I take a sip. The taste is not as potent as liquor, infused with a subtle malty flavor that is refreshing and pleasant, reminiscent of the fruit wine I enjoyed in the Divine Dragon continent. Leizi, I shall repay you the 300 yuan as soon as possible. Oh, do not take it to heart. Between the 3 of us, who owes whom? Both Fatty and I are rather extravagant with our spending. In times of financial straits, it was you who treated us to late-night snacks, so the matter of money holds no weight for me. What truly matters is your character, Yuzi. Now, regarding the matter of money, I am more curious to know if you ever spent the night at a hotel with your first love. Chapter 5. Transforming heartbreak into an insatiable appetite. Leizi, too, was quite earnest, his ears perked up in attentive anticipation. Fearful of missing any detail, perhaps this was the essence of conversation among men. She broke up with me, stating that I would find someone better, Qingyu said slowly. The bespectacled fatty, having just taken a sip of beer, spluttered it out, momentarily believing he had misheard. Yet, upon reflection, it dawned on him that Yuzi was not one to jest, and he felt a pang of regret for having broached the subject. No wonder Yuzi left for school early. Even before dusk fell. Yuzi, it's all right. You still have us brothers. Tonight, we shall drink until we are inebriated, Fatty reassured, adjusting his glasses. Indeed, Fatty is correct. We're here for you. Do not be disheartened, for there are countless admirable women in the world. With your looks, how could you lack for attention? It is merely a first love. If it is lost, so be it. Leizi, unsure of how to console him, resorted to his own manner of comfort. Fatti, Reisi. Fine. The 2 exchanged glances, swiftly communicating with their eyes. It was clear Yuzi was not unscathed by the breakup. Yuzi, you are commendable. As the saying goes, she forsook you. Thus, she lacks fortune. Indeed, Leizi affirmed. Fatty then shifted the conversation, saying, Yuzi, I shall have a friend inquire about the reason for your breakup. I recall you mentioned that you and your first love applied to the same school. but she did not pass the entrance exam and thus remained in C City at Shenzhen University. Coincidentally, I have a friend studying there. I can ask him to find out. All right. If you acquire reliable information, do let me know. Cough, cough. Leizi feigned a cough, signaling Fatty to change the subject and avoid dwelling on this matter. To your health. Yuzi, Leizi declared, tilting his head back to down half a bottle of beer in one go. I'll join you, Fatty echoed. Very well, I shall accompany you both. After finishing half a bottle, Leizi proceeded to grab the remaining 3 bottles of beer. With a swift motion, the caps flew off with a satisfying pop, arching perfectly through the air. Come, let us continue. The two burst into laughter and clinked their bottles together before indulging in their drinks. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the single bed, and the alarm clock blared obnoxiously. Fatty rubbed his eyes and turned the alarm off, retreating back into slumber. Meanwhile, Qingyu had already completed his morning routine and approached Fatty, giving him a gentle nudge. Now, Qingyu was famished after skipping breakfast. His physical constitution was not particularly robust, and his body struggled to keep up with the demands of his spirit and consciousness. Fatty, with bleary eyes, lazily said, Yuzi, go ahead and save me a seat. I'll be there shortly. Make haste, then. Yuzi and I eat far quicker than you brush your teeth and wash your face. Leizi chimed in with a laugh. You two are always at each other's throats, as if you were sworn brothers in a past life. I concur. Leizi was my brother in a previous life. And I, Fatty, was his elder. Let us go, Yuzi, it's time to feast. I can't be bothered to argue with this fellow. Yuzi, after breakfast. Would you be interested in jogging a couple of laps around the track? Sure, sounds perfect. The breakfast at Jala University was truly splendid, featuring a plethora of pastries and a variety of nutritious beverages, alongside an array of porridge options, such as seafood porridge, 8 treasure porridge, pork rib porridge, and various noodle soups. Leaving the Reborn Qingyu utterly astonished and dazzled. This world had taken gastronomy to an extraordinary level, an ineffable zenith. Yuzi, what are you dawdling for? Quickly choose a few items, eat up, and then let us go for a run. At that moment, Leizi held a large plate brimming with high-protein foods, eggs, milk, and a dozen delectable items. I'm overwhelmed with choices. I'm unsure what to eat, Qingyu confessed sheepishly. What are you joking about? You used to devour breakfast without hesitation. Why the sudden indecision today? Hearing this, Leizi chuckled, suspecting a misunderstanding of Qingyu's words, which was perhaps for the best, sparing him from the need for explanation. Before long, Qingyu's plate was piled high, resembling a small mountain as he turned to navigate toward an empty seat. Nearby students gaped in astonishment. Which class is this student from? Such an astonishing appetite. How come I've never seen him before? I'm not sure, but he looks somewhat familiar. There are just so many handsome boys in this school that it's hard to keep track, one girl chimed in. ISNT, that Qingyu from the 3rd year 9th class? Did he take the wrong medicine today? Can he really finish all that food? If not, he'll face a 10-fold penalty, lamented a concerned middle-aged teacher. Leizi, witnessing the scene, was equally taken aback. Yuzi, you need to go to such lengths over your heartbreak. True, the food here is free, but remember, if you don't finish it, there's a 10-fold penalty, right? It's fine, I can manage. I'm growing and have a large appetite these days, he retorted, recalling how in his previous life he could devour an entire roasted goat and still feel only moderately full. Leizi merely smiled in response, choosing to remain silent. If Yuzi was heartbroken, let him be. At worst, he would help him settle any fines later on. Just then, Fatty arrived and was met with the sight of Qingyu's massive tray, piled high with food, leaving him utterly astounded. What's going on? It seems Yuzi is deeply affected by his first love, transforming heartbreak into an insatiable appetite. Well, I suppose I can manage to eat a little less. If Yuzi can't finish, I'll help him out to avoid a penalty. With that, he grabbed an egg and a cup of high-protein milk and made his way over. What else with you, Fatty? I can understand Yuzi, but what else your game? Reis insured, puzlet. Open your eyes. Look at that mountain of food in front of Yuzi. If he can't finish it, I have to help him out. After 3 years of brotherhood, do you think I'd just stand by? Aside from hitting the gym, what else can you do? I can't help but feel you're rather clueless, Fatty replied, exasperated. At this, Qingyu interjected, Fatty, there's no need for that. You should grab more food yourself. Lest you find yourself wanting later. Don't say I didn't warn you. Leizi chuckled at this, huh? Fatty, I say you've outsmarted yourself this time. Leizi, are you up for a wager? I am. What do you have in mind? Let us bet on how much Yuzi can eat. All right, if I lose, I'll cover your late-night snacks for the month. If I lose, I'll take care of your beer and snacks for the semester, Leizi declared. Upon hearing this, Qingyu paused his eating and looked up. What if neither of you is correct? If I finish everything, do I get both of your rewards? Hey, Yuzi, That sounds a bit provocative. There's no need for that. If you can't finish, we 1T ridicule you. Fatty agreed. Reizi is right. Your health is paramount. If you can't finish, you still get a reward. Didn't Tiwi just say that regardless of who wins, you still have something? You two are quite considerate. Enough of this banter. I shall officially commence my eating mode. In less than 15 minutes, under the witness of the two, Chinyu devoured a mountain of food with astonishing efficiency. The chubby boy and Rady, witnessing the spectacle, were rendered speechless, and, simultaneously, they lifted Yuzai's shirt to feel his belly, only to discover a slight bulge. The sheer volume of food, dozens of pounds, had seemingly left no impact on his physique. It was truly impressive. Doubtful at first, they scanned the ground for any remnants, but finding none, they finally conceded. Incredible. Yuzai, you are remarkable. Have you perhaps become possessed by a gluttonous spirit? Would you be interested in live-streaming your eating? Chinyu chuckled heartily in response. If I were possessed by such a spirit, the entire cafeteria's provisions would scarcely suffice for my appetite. All right, we concede. It appears my worries were unfounded. I'm still left hungry, the chubby boy lamented, his hands raised in exasperation. Yuzai, I warned you and you did not heed my advice. Whose fault is that? Rady couldn't resist teasing. Chapter 6. History Teacher, Zhao Shuer. Come on, Yuzai. Let us head to the playground for a few laps, shall we? A trivial matter. How about 3 additional laps? Chinyu encouraged, casting a glance at Rady. What is up with you today, Yuzai? Not only is your appetite astounding, but now you also want to outrun me? Traditionally, our trio has been led by me, with you forever the second place. Haha, we'll see who comes out on top, Chinyu replied with confidence. Fine then, I'll skip this morning's class. Today Rady will accompany you until my brother is satisfied. Rady, you're going to make me laugh to death with your melodrama. If you can't keep up, just pause and rest. There's no need for theatrics, Chinyu joked. At the starting line, they counted down, and with a burst of energy, Rady shot ahead. Within 3 minutes, Chinyu found himself lagging by a third of a lap, while Rady swiftly completed 1 lap. His natural physical condition was rather average, and his usual exercise routine was merely moderate, as he had primarily focused on academics, never pushing himself to his physical limits. As he ran, he began to feel his body and muttered to himself. Just after starting the 2nd lap, Rady, who had completed his 3rd lap, caught up with him. Yuzai, at this rate, you 1T win. You need to pick up the pace. Chinyu maintained a steady mindset, feeling the energy from breakfast coursing through his limbs. He attempted to activate the Xuanwu Dragon Elephant technique to enhance his physical conditioning. With each passing lap, his strength gradually increased, and the ground beneath his feet felt lighter, allowing him to run faster. By the 6th lap, he reached a frightening speed of 50 kilometers per hour. Rady, upon completing 6 laps, was astonished. He had noticed something unusual about Yuzai's pace since the 4th lap. Yuzai's speed was increasingly matching his own. By the 5th lap, he had clearly caught up. As Rady finished his 6th lap and paused to observe, he was stunned to see Yuzai's speed had doubled, with his speedometer indicating a velocity of 50 kilometers per hour. This is insane. What is going on with Yuzai? I believe that Heartbreak can unlock one's potential, but this seems a bit excessive. Yuzai is just an ordinary person, not some enhanced being. Rady's incredulous expression did not go unnoticed by Chinyu, who decided to ease off the acceleration, wary of appearing as if he were a superhuman. After completing 6 laps, Chinyu came to a halt, and Rady handed him a bottle of water. You're acting strangely today. Not only is your appetite astonishing, but your running speed is equally remarkable. If the chubby boy were here, he wouldn't believe it. Chinyu laughed heartily. If I recall correctly, our school S-track coach can run at over 60 kilometers per hour. That is true, but there are rumors that the coach took some kind of bone-strengthening potion to achieve half the speed of a cheetah. The reality is uncertain. From this day forward, I will relinquish my title of first place to you. You've outdone yourself. Rady playfully punched Chinyu's shoulder. Today was merely a fluke. Perhaps it was the extra food this morning that fueled my unexpected speed, Chinyu chuckled. By the way, do you plan to return to the dorm or head to class? Rady inquired. I want to be going to class. I've already finished the material the teacher is covering. However, I must attend the history class in the afternoon, as I've heard the new teacher will be taking attendance. All right, so will you continue running? If not, let us head back to the dorm together. Rady asked once more. No, I have some personal matters to attend to. You go ahead. Okay, if anything comes up, let us know, Rady replied. I appreciate your concern. Rest assured, I won't be in despair, Chinyu reassured him. That's good to hear. Tonight, the chubby boy and I will treat you to beer and barbecue. Don't forget. Before departing, Rady cast a cryptic glance at Chinyu and turned to leave. What was that look? Chinyu mused, shaking his head and chuckling as he made his way to a seldom visited rooftop. This place is quite suitable. I shall practice here for the time being. Once I have the means, I will rent a top-floor apartment. In this world, streets and alleys were laden with surveillance, and the school was no exception. Caution was paramount in the pursuit of cultivation. Should one be discovered, the consequences could be dire, especially before one's growth. All training must be conducted discreetly. It was regrettable that he had been careless in seizing that heavenly artifact. Otherwise, he would not have drawn the ire of that detestable, eternal celestial sovereign, who, without a word, unleashed a formidable attack that left even him, who could burrow through the earth, unable to escape annihilation. Fortunately, in that critical moment, the supreme Tao scripture shielded his soul and consciousness. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. He wondered if the divine beast, Little White, was alive or dead. Having been reincarnated as a human, what had become of Little White? It was concerning. He pondered whether his doppelganger had sought it out, though he possessed its soul blood. The vastness of cosmic power made it nearly impossible to sense Little White, as he was separated by countless planets. Thus, he resolved to diligently cultivate, aspiring to one day transcend the shackles of the universe and reunite with his family, brothers, and Little White on the divine dragon continent, along with her. Settling into a meditative posture, he activated the supreme Tao scripture, refining his limbs, organs, and meridians. At that moment, he found himself somewhat distracted. As a university student, finding a swift means to earn money was of utmost importance. After all, many industries had been supplanted by high-tech robots, and the ordinary jobs that still employed humans offered meager returns, which was not what he desired. To cultivate properly using the treasures within him without attracting attention, he saw only the option of an apartment as feasible. Given his current physical condition, it was impractical to traverse between school and remote wilderness. Money is indeed a daunting adversary. He shook his head, refocusing his mind to refine his being, as the supreme Tao scripture within his consciousness operated layer upon layer, continuously nourishing his body. Unbeknownst to him, afternoon had arrived. Time spent in cultivation was the least valuable. In a state of forgetfulness, it was not unusual for years to pass, whether one or several decades. With the history class about to commence, he decided to report in, lest he leave a poor impression on the new teacher. Inside the classroom, most students had gathered, and there was an empty seat by the window that stood out conspicuously. Beside her stood a girl adorned in a blue and white pleated miniskirt, her sun-kissed skin radiating health. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, and her face bore a faint blush, suggesting she was around 17 or 18 years of age. As the seating arrangement was not fixed, she scanned the room repeatedly but failed to spot her crush, Chinyu, seemingly unperturbed by the absence. She had maintained a platonic camaraderie with him from her freshman to junior years. It was not that she was reluctant to confess her feelings. Rather, she was aware that he was already in a relationship before they met, leaving her with no choice but to employ this strategy. With only 2 minutes remaining until history class commenced, the absence of Chinyu had her anxiously tapping her foot. Just as she began to despair that he might not show up, he appeared at the last moment. Upon seeing him, her frustration transformed into joy, and she waved enthusiastically. Chinyu, upon noticing her, recalled details about the girl. Luling, female, 18 years old, from a well-to-do family. Throughout their university years, she had always presented herself as a close friend, often feigning difficulty with problems just to solicit his assistance. With his thoughts racing, Chinyu approached her with a smile and took a seat. "What's going on, buddy? You seem a bit late today." "You never used to be tardy," Luling remarked, a hint of annoyance in her tone. Chinyu chuckled sheepishly in response. "My apologies, Luling. I was held up with something, but I promised to arrive earlier next time." At that moment, a stunning beauty entered the classroom, her skin as fair as snow. She wore a fitted top and a mini skirt, her long legs adorned with black stockings and high heels. Approximately in her early 20s, she possessed a slender figure with pronounced curves, and her large eyes were framed by a pair of ultralight titanium glasses. Standing at about 1.75 meters, her hair flowed like dark clouds behind her. Chapter 7. History Teacher, Zhao Shui'er. "Wow, the new history teacher is a real beauty. This is just perfect," one student exclaimed. "Indeed, today is truly a splendid day." Another chimed in. "I knew it. Not everyone could attend class today, but thankfully I was suspicious enough to come." In an instant, the boys in the classroom were spellbound, their previous crushes overshadowed by the radiant presence of Teacher Zhao. A few boys, overwhelmed by the heat, even found themselves with nosebleeds, much to the amusement of their peers. Some girls scoffed, "These silly boys are nothing but visual creatures." As the protagonist, Chinyu couldn't help but steal a glance at the alluring figure. Her looks and physique were indeed remarkable. yet he quickly diverted his gaze. Exquisite. Luling observed Chen Yu's reaction and felt quite satisfied. However, she couldn't resist commenting, such beauty deserve a longer gaze. It would be a shame not to admire her. Luling, I'm currently uninterested in women. My studies take precedence, Chen Yu replied earnestly. What do you mean, uninterested? Come on, are you abandoning your girlfriend? I might just tell your future wife that your orientation has changed, Luling teased, her disbelief evident as she ribbed him. Unfortunately for her, she never got the chance to inform him, as his first love had bid farewell to what he called a close friendship. Everyone, please allow me to introduce myself. The enchanting beauty at the front announced, her voice soft yet resonant throughout the classroom. The students fell silent, their gazes fixed on the stunning figure before them. Hello, everyone. I am your new history teacher, Zhao Schwerer. What a lovely name. Teacher Zhao, do you have a boyfriend? A bold voice called out from the crowd. Lin, who is amazing. I stand in support of you. A group of boys echoed, eager to know the answer. Zhao Schwerer smiled slightly and replied, I am honored to receive such concern from my students. Thank you. Adjusting her glasses, she continued, I am currently single, but whether anyone can win my heart depends on your efforts. Wow, Teacher Zhao is so straightforward. I really like that, exclaimed a boy with slick back hair, attempting to appear mature. Incredible, Lu Zihan, you're quite bold. Half the class reacted with shock, giving him thumbs up in admiration. Do you think I have a chance with Teacher Zhao? A classmate asked, only to be met with laughter. Dream on. With that mindset, you might as well pursue a junior. It's far more realistic. Too young. I prefer someone like Teacher Zhao. At that moment, the classroom buzzed with excitement, reminiscent of a group high on magic mushrooms. All right, everyone, it's time for class. Personal matters can be discussed after. From now on, anyone who disrupts the lesson will be asked to leave, Zhao Schwerer declared, her demeanor shifting to one of icy authority, sending a chill through the students. The room quickly quieted down. Chen Yu sensed a hint of martial prowess emanating from Teacher Zhao. It seemed his instincts were correct. She was indeed a practitioner of martial arts. The specifics of her rank would require further exploration of the martial arts hierarchy in this world. Now, let us begin our lesson, Zhao Schwerer instructed. Inputting commands at the smart podium. A beam of light illuminated the backdrop, showcasing the technological era of Earth, accompanied by the text, The World One. 500 years ago, states and families. Classmates, who can share examples of the living conditions of the common people? Zhao Xuya prompted. I know. A student eagerly raised his hand. You there, please stand and share. Let us see if your classmates agree with your points. During that time, the standard of living for citizens in larger nations was quite decent, with technology at a moderate level. They had access to planes, cars, and smartphones, and an increasing number of people received higher education. In contrast, smaller nations were still in the nascent stages of development, with many citizens struggling to meet basic needs and often suffering from the ravages of war, leading to frequent educational disruptions. Well articulated. Let us give you a round of applause, Zhao Schwerer commended. Is there anyone else who would like to add? I would like to contribute. A girl with golden hair interjected. Zhao Schwerer nodded. All right, let us hear from this student. Everyone, please encourage her. The students applauded in support. In that era, there were 9 powerful nations with military and technological capabilities that represented the pinnacle of Earth standards. Each nation possessed its own formidable weapons, leaving the hundreds of smaller nations in awe and subjugation. Some of these larger nations would occasionally incite the smaller ones to wage war against each other, ultimately leading to their annexation and the strengthening of their own power. Over the course of 300 years, the number of small nations dwindled from hundreds to just over 100, resulting in nearly half of them disappearing, leaving their citizens either exterminated or displaced. The most notable examples of extinction included the Kingdom of Qi, the Kingdom of Wei, the Kingdom of Shaoran, the Kingdom of Hu, and the Kingdom of Xi, all of which vanished without a trace from the earth. Let us give a round of applause, for this student has spoken excellently, Zhao Schwerer acknowledged. Are there any other contributions from fellow classmates? Zhiling's comments were commendable, yet I have a few points to add. A bespectacled boy said as he adjusted his glasses and stood up. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ding Dasheng, and I shall now elaborate on Zhiling's historical perspective. A round of applause ensued. What a splendid name. We have high hopes for you. Zhao Schwerer gently pressed her delicate hand to signal for silence. Indeed, there are 9 powerful nations, and it is true that they incite smaller nations to engage in conflicts with others. However, there exists one great nation that, from the very beginning, has not incited its subordinate smaller nations to attack another great nation. Rather, it has intermittently provided aid to these subordinate nations. That nation is the illustrious Dragon Country. Our homeland, which has consistently labored diligently and selflessly for the welfare of its people, allowing the descendants of the Dragon Country to live serenely under the sun. The Dragon Country is majestic, a veritable deity in existence. I love you, Dragon Country. Oh, Ding Dashung, you are impressive. I love you. What you said was phenomenal. From this day forth, you shall be my comrade, Zhao Wushan. Zhao Laoshi. May I also share my thoughts? Certainly, please proceed. Cough, ordering takeout, eating barbecued food, hot pot, watching videos, playing games, raising pets, and tightening screws, poetry and distant horizons. The students erupted into laughter, and after the laughter subsided, applause filled the room. Noticing the dwindling time, Zhao Shuer adjusted her glasses and looked at her classmates with satisfaction. Meanwhile, the boy by the window remained composed and unresponsive since her entrance. After a brief pause, she softly remarked, "There are merely 10 seconds remaining until the end of class." Zhao Laoshi hopes that for the next history lesson, everyone will be as eager to participate as today. But remember, do not deliberately disrupt, or else Zhao Laoshi will kindly ask you to step outside and enjoy the scenery and fresh air. Zhao Laoshi, I love you. We shall always be your loyal fans, and we will attend your classes. Zhao Shuer smiled sweetly and replied, "You all are such playful spirits. That will be all for today. Class is dismissed. Until next time, goodbye, teacher. Why are you so unresponsive? She's a stunningly beautiful teacher." Lu Ling teased. "What did you say? I couldn't hear you." I need to use the restroom," he replied, his voice trailing off as he dashed away. "Qinyu, you rascal." Chapter 8. The Dark Empire, the Dragon Demon Sea. Following the history class, the subjects of economics and psychology commenced, which Qinyu found rather dull. He had no intention of becoming wealthy through these disciplines. He merely intended to absorb more knowledge, having already paid the tuition fees to broaden his employment prospects in the future. Occasionally, the thoughts of the original owner of this body would surface. Reborn, Qinyu felt unperturbed. He decided to familiarize himself with this world. At long last, the afternoon courses concluded, and as he stepped out of the teaching building, intending to head to the cafeteria for a meal, his nanophone ring suddenly projected an image of a chubby figure. "Yuzi, you haven't gone to the cafeteria yet, have you? I and Lady are waiting for you at Aunt Fat's Barbecue City. This super tech fusion with Earth is truly astonishing. It's even more useful than my communication talisman." Qinyu mused. "Master, would you like Xiaoing to respond to Maddie?" "Yes, tell him. I won't return until I'm drunk." "Understood, Master. Should you require assistance, simply call for Xiao Ying or double-tap the surface of the ring. Xiao Ying is always here, eager to serve you." "All right," Yuzi replied, sending back, "I won't return until I'm drunk." "Leizi, let us indulge ourselves at Aunt Fat's Barbecue City and feast on some hearty dishes." The chubby boy grinned from a driverless car, facing Lady. "In our prime, we must make the most of our vitality. Indulging too much could lead to excessive bleeding." Lady retorted with bravado, "You're just boasting. Who was it that almost lost to Yuzi during morning runs? Have you forgotten so soon? I won't fall for your tricks. Last night, you didn't secretly deplete your stamina, did you?" Lady laughed heartily. "Cough, cough, cough, I fatty am formidable indeed. That was merely a jest. I don't require any supplements. Oh no, I don't need any hearty dishes." Upon exiting the university gate, Qinyu intended to summon a driverless car using his intelligent Xiao Ying, but suddenly recalled the allowance his father had given him and decided to conserve it. "Xiao Ying, navigate to Aunt Fat's Barbecue City." "Certainly, Master. Please run alongside Xiao Ying to Aunt Fat's Barbecue City." A beautiful AI female projection materialized on the ground. "Are you ready, Master?" "Yes, I am prepared." Let's set forth with Xiao Ying. Qinyu was somewhat astonished. This world was truly extraordinary. A small phone ring could possess such incredible capabilities, almost as if it had its own life. From the information he gathered, this advanced phone ring was a gift from Lady Lu Ling under the pretense of celebrating his birthday, which he had initially declined due to its preciousness. In their standoff, her reasoning was, "Do you look down upon me, your comrade? I can understand if you don't accept gifts on other occasions, but for your birthday, you must accept my present. Do you hear me? Otherwise, we can no longer be friends. If you feel uncomfortable about it when my birthday comes around, you must also give me a gift, preferably one that you have made yourself." After some soft persuasion, Qinyu reluctantly accepted the gift, vowing to remember this significant gesture. He resolved that once he earned money in the future, he would repay her this considerable favor, which is why he would never argue with Lu Ling. As he didn't want to upset her, returning his thoughts to the present, he began running alongside Xiao Ying. Though this body had only been nourished for a few hours by the Supreme Tao Scripture and Xuanwu Dragon Elephant Technique, a distance of several kilometers posed no challenge for Qinyu. It wasn't long before he arrived at Aunt Fat's Barbecue City. From afar, he spotted the bespectacled, chubby boy and lady seated by the seaside, enjoying the ocean breeze while watching the passing beauties. Lady, with his keen sight, noticed Chinyu jogging towards them and waved. Chinyu smiled and approached, taking a seat and sipping a glass of lemonade. Yuzi, why didn't you take a car? Are you out of money? I still have some pocket change. I can transfer a bit to your phone. Upon hearing this, Chinyu smiled and replied, No need, fatty. I still have some allowance. I just wanted to strengthen my physique so that I can contribute to the dragon country in the future. Oh no, oh no. Yuzi's heartbreak has taken a toll on him. Leizi, you must think of a way. See if you know any miracle doctors who can help him. What nonsense, fatty. Yuzi is merely striving to become an ambitious youth. I think he is perfectly normal. Unlike you, fatty, who only cares about eating and ogling beauties, doing nothing else. You two are quite amusing, Chinyu couldn't help but tease. Damn lady. Let us see whose true colors emerge in our drinking contest. Several handsome students from Jalo University. Aunt Fat announced, your beloved barbecue dishes are ready. Grilled eel, grilled prawns, grilled chicken feet, grilled wings, grilled pork belly, grilled pig trotters, grilled snowflake beef. Enjoy while it's hot, and if there's not enough, just let Aunt Fat know. Aunt Fat, could you please bring me 2 dozen chill beers? The chubby Maddie politely requested. Aunt Fat understood. My daughter will bring them out shortly. Aunt Fat truly knows me. Unlike certain individuals, he sighed. A girl, around 15 or 16 years old, with delicate hands carrying chilled beers, approached them, her laughter resonating as she walked in. Dressed in a vibrant red sports outfit today, she appeared both charming and lively, exuding warmth. Hello, big brothers, you're back again. Sweet sister, you got a sweet tongue. How's your 3rd-year curriculum going? Brother Ma, I shan't speak with you any longer. I must assist my mother, she declared, swiftly darting into the store. Ha ha, you truly are something else, fatty. Look at how you frightened that girl away, Lady chuckled. What do you know? Perhaps her studies aren't going well, and I struck a nerve, he replied with a smirk. Alas, let this be a lesson for me, the overweight one, who has upset our dear sister Tian Sweet. I shall self-impose a bottle of mouthwash as punishment. Nonsense, don't bother with that. Let us all indulge in the fine wine and delectable dishes together. How could I allow you to keep it all to yourself? Our mission tonight is to ensure Yuzi's happiness. Indeed, that is the true objective. I, the fatty, shall self-impose 3 cups as a show of respect. The trio exchanged knowing glances, laughter echoing as none were willing to yield in the face of barbecue and light beer. Meanwhile, beneath the turbulent depths of the Dragon Sea and the Dark Empire, a colossal mobile fortress known as the Castle of the Sea lay hidden. This entire structure was crafted from rare materials procured from Uranus, including the latest glass technology also derived from that distant planet. In its presence, even graphene could not leave a scratch, a testament to its unparalleled strength and resilience. This moving fortress was impervious to the tumult of the Dragon Sea, volcanic eruptions, and even nuclear weaponry posed no threat to it. Its only drawback was the arduous process of refinement. In the integration of super technology with Earth, it stood as an exceptionally rare top-tier defensive material. Apart from a select few high-ranking military officials and scientists from the 6 major nations, no merchant or tycoon was deemed worthy of knowing the extraction methods and specific applications of this innovative material. The intentions behind the Dark Empire's decision to squander such a vital strategic resource in the Dragon Sea were all too evident. Inside the castle, biologists clad in pristine white lab coats scrutinized data flowing in from various laboratories on a massive screen, occasionally engaging in discussions. In some labs, beastified humans were battling ferociously with various ferocious birds, all under comprehensive 360-degree surveillance, with observing biologists nodding in approval at their promising results. Do-sang. How was the extraction from the genes of the prehistoric Tyrannosaurus rex and mammoth progressing? Are we able to inject it into humans to enhance the combat abilities of ninjas? Report to you, Lord Nichido, the experiments are nearing completion. I believe it won't be long before we can apply it to ninjas. At that point, we can infiltrate various nations and incite urban chaos. And when they are preoccupied with their own troubles, the great Dark Empire shall reclaim its place atop the world. Indeed, you speak true. We shall penetrate even more major cities, seizing vast territories and diverse resources for the propagation of our magnificent Dark Empire. Lord Nichido's ambition is boundless, and we hold deep admiration. When the time comes, Nichido, shall ensure that each of you is duly honored. At that time, wealth and prosperity, along with beautiful maidens, shall be yours. The white-coated biologists burst into laughter at this proclamation. Yuzi, try the specially made honey-glazed eel. It is truly delightful. You two need not fuss over me. Tonight there are no protagonists, just brothers. Let us eat and drink as we please. The primary aim tonight is joy. The group exchanged glances, erupting into hearty laughter as they raised their glasses for another toast. Unbeknownst to them, Reborn Chun Yu had seamlessly integrated with these two brothers. Tion Sweet, please fetch 2 more cases of beer for Ma and the others. And let them know that tonight's chilled beer is in limited supply. Once it's gone, they should return to school early. Yes, mother. With that, she carried 2 cases of chilled beer to the older boys. My mother says there are only 2 cases left of the chilled beer. Please drink up and return to school for some rest. Tion Sweet, tonight we 3 brothers must drink until we can't stand. 2 cases will not suffice. The fatty, showing no signs of inebriation, chuckled. That's not my concern. Tonight you will have only 4 cases of chilled beer. Nothing more. Tion Sweet, please inform your mother that we are well aware, Chun Yu said gently. That's more like it. Drink slowly, and let me know if you need more food. All right, Tion Sweet, you go on and attend to your tasks. If we require anything, we'll call for you. Tion Sweet responded. Chapter 9. Emergency Meeting. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, the 3 friends enjoyed a delightful meal from 6 o'clock until past 8. After bidding farewell to Aunt Fatty and settling the bill, they boarded an autonomous vehicle back to school. Chun Yu excused himself, claiming that Lu Ling needed him for something. But in reality, he ascended to a rooftop terrace to train. On June 28, 3696, the 3rd day of Chun Yu's rebirth, shortly after 3 o'clock in the morning, the leader of Japan scrutinized a segment of footage, furrowing his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to convene an emergency meeting of the major nations. On the moon, a colossal palace spanning 3 million square meters stood resplendently, its plaque inscribed with powerful Chinese characters, Guanghan Moon Palace. The palace was surrounded both inside and out by anti-gravity moon trees, their blossoms unfolding beautifully, petals as white as snow wafting a delicate fragrance. Were it not for the ancestors' resolution of the anti-gravity issue, the Guanghan Moon Palace would not have existed. Subsequently, waves of scientists and military personnel boarded spacecraft bound for the moon. The fragrance of the moon tree invigorated the senses. In a corner of the Eastern Palace, several elderly gentlemen sat in a pavilion, sipping on their hometowns de Hong Pao tea, discussing matters of state. Just then, a middle-aged steward hurried in, saluting the elders. Elders Wang, Chun, and Long. What is it, Xiaolu? Elder Long inquired nonchalantly. The elders have received an invitation from the leader of Japan for an emergency meeting. Oh, such urgency suggests that the matter is serious. Elder Wang remarked. Let us go. We will soon learn the details. The steward led the elders to an open area of the palace, where a spacecraft above emitted a beam of light, lifting the 4 of them aboard. The steward instructed the spacecraft's advanced intelligence, destination, Lunar Command Center Strategic Base. The spacecraft intelligence promptly received the command and, with a swift whoosh, covered thousands of kilometers in mere moments, reaching the Lunar Command Center Strategic Base in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Though it could not compare to the Monkey King's somersault cloud, achieving a speed of 161 Mach was already remarkable on Earth. Upon landing, the steward guided the 3 elders into a colossal warship weighing millions of tons. This titanic vessel was equipped with a super-intelligent mainframe and countless subordinate brains operating in unison. The existence of the mainframe and subordinate brains was self-evident. They were the soul of the massive warship, rendering it invincible. Should the mainframe and subordinate brains be utterly destroyed, the ship would become nothing more than a lifeless hulk. Within the warship lay all manner of top-tier combat equipment, including the 37th generation God-slaying weapon and the 61st generation demon-slaying weapon, among others. The warship itself was crafted from rare metals sourced from Uranus, providing not only unparalleled defensive capabilities but also stealth features. As long as it remained stationary, no extraordinary detection device could perceive its existence. Its sole weakness emerged only while in motion, producing a faint airflow. Yet under its formidable defenses, this flaw became negligible, unless one possessed the power to obliterate a planet. Navigating through numerous layers of protection, nearly 20 minutes later, they arrived at the high-level meeting center, which could simultaneously simulate various terrains and conference rooms. Any carbon-based life form from Earth entering this space would be monitored in real time, and any sign of disturbance would be swiftly subdued or addressed by advanced technological measures. Before long, the large screen illuminated, revealing the high-ranking officials from nations C, B, J, S, and E. Greetings were exchanged among the attendees, facilitated by the simultaneous translation provided by the AI, enabling seamless communication across languages. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, each nation settled into their respective roles. awaiting the address from Nation J, as this urgent meeting had been convened at their behest. James Jabba cleared his throat and promptly delved into the matter at hand. We, Nation J, have unearthed a sinister plot orchestrated by the Dark Empire. They are clandestinely developing orc creatures in a certain maritime region, poised to unleash chaos upon the major cities of various nations once the time is ripe. Oh, how did you come to this discovery? Do you possess any evidence? Inquired Singh from Nation S. In response, Nation J unveiled a video recording depicting orcs engaging in hand-to-hand combat against a school of sharks in the aforementioned maritime area. Though the footage quickly faded from view, within mere seconds, several sharks met their demise, leaving the representatives from the other 5 nations in shock. If this were indeed true, the repercussions would be dire for the innocent populace. The emergence of a multitude of orcs within urban centers would spell catastrophe, especially in this era of advanced technology that could potentially conjure all manner of monstrosities. Once infiltrated among the masses, the death toll would be staggering. Unless nations resorted to indiscriminately employing advanced weaponry, a course of action few would dare undertake given the weight of public opinion. Observing the varied expressions among the attendees, James Jabba continued, I wonder if any nations have viable solutions for addressing the orcs that the Dark Empire intends to unleash. Presently, we lack a sound strategy. If they blend into dense crowds, we cannot afford to disregard the lives of innocents. This requires careful deliberation. Very well. Does anyone have any good suggestions? Proposed Emperor wrote from Nation E. The orcs pose a risk of frenzy. Once they infiltrate civilian populations, the variables become too numerous, necessitating their swift extermination. We may need to deploy a substantial number of high-intelligence combat robots and modified humans for rescue operations, capable of swiftly neutralizing the orc threat. I believe this is a commendable idea. Does anyone else have a better approach? Asked James Jabba, as his team had also contemplated this strategy. The locations of the orc appearances are uncertain. Even if we dispatch elite combat units, time will be of the essence, and if the orcs begin a massacre, the unfortunate victims will be the citizens. In that moment, the leaders and officials from the various nations fell into deep contemplation. The emergency meeting concluded without yielding the most rational or effective plan. After the meeting, the spokesperson relayed a series of classified commands to the AI, which confirmed their accuracy and began establishing a connection with the commanders of the 5 major military theaters on Earth. Moments later, the faces of the commanders from the 5 theaters appeared on the screen, as if they were physically present in the conference room. Having just received intelligence from Nation J regarding the emergence of formidable orc creatures in the maritime area controlled by the Dark Empire, it was speculated that significant actions were imminent, with the primary targets likely being the ordinary citizens. This is the situation at hand. I have summoned you all at this early hour to discuss how we can preemptively fortify our defenses, minimizing potential harm, and ideally quashing this threat in its infancy, stated the spokesperson. The attendees were the backbone of Nation Dragon, and they were instructed to observe the images of the orcs on the screen, with the meeting set to commence in 2 minutes. The generals nodded in acknowledgement, gazing at the footage that startled them. Damn the Dark Empire. They have actually succeeded in creating orcs, exclaimed General Yang with a note of concern. Indeed, if the Dark Empire were not concealing a cache of viral weapons for self-preservation, I, Old Lee, would truly consider unleashing some devastating atomic bombs to teach those wretches a lesson, echoed the sentiments of the other commanders. The desire to eradicate the malignant presence of the Dark Empire had long been a priority for all nations. In a moment of fury, the generals quickly shifted their focus towards devising strategies, each offering their insights. To the right of the spokesperson sat a striking figure with a well-groomed appearance, a short white beard, and piercing eyes that exuded a sense of lethal intent, reminiscent of Zhao Zilong, radiating an imposing aura. This individual was General Hongwu, aged 55, a martial artist of innate 9th rank, who had trained under a renowned master of ancient martial arts. Due to General Hongwu's chronic ailment, he had largely retired, delegating command of the Southern Military District to his son, while overseeing the defense and security of provinces G, H, F, and M. Hongwu, having engaged in over 100 confrontations with the Dark Empire, you are undoubtedly familiar with their tactics, the spokesperson remarked. General Hongwu immediately stood and saluted, responding, based on my extensive combat experience with them, the fact that Nation J managed to capture footage of experimental orcs hunting sharks in a maritime area indicates they have produced a substantial quantity of orcs or orc-enhancing agents. Otherwise, those half-beast creatures would not have surfaced. Furthermore, their vaunted ninjas may very well be the covert operatives behind this, for inciting chaos and panic among nations cannot solely rely on mere orcs. The initial batch of orcs they have created will undoubtedly possess limited intelligence. If I were in their position, I would synergize both forces to maximize combat efficiency while advancing their subsequent plans. Lastly, it is likely that the core forces of the Dark Empire have been lying in wait, ready to implement a policy of slaughter against nations struck hard by the orcs, swiftly taking control of those territories. That concludes my report. I await your directives. Excellent points, Hongwu. The path forward is now clearer. From this moment, let us not withhold our precious resources. Bring forth everything to practice. Deploy the ace superhumans, modified combat troops, and innate martial artists, and release a contingent to land, sea, and air, particularly along border areas, allowing them to engage with the Dark Empire's ninjas and orcs. Only through life-and-death confrontations can we unlock their combat potential, while simultaneously conveying to the Dark Empire that Nation Dragon is not to be trifled with. Until this situation is resolved, our forces at sea, land, air, and borders must be fortified and prepared for any adversary, ensuring they return empty-handed. The foundation of our people is essential for the nation to endure. As guardians of the populace, we must be resolute and lead from the front lines. All present must retain this sense of crisis and instill this mindset throughout our military. We shall remain steadfast in our mission, ready to sacrifice for Nation Dragon. Chapter 10. Just when I was worried about finances, money arrives. At Joa University. Aside from the bustling cafeteria in the morning, there was another vibrant location, the bulletin board. It was currently teeming with students, engaged in animated discussions over the announcement displayed prominently. The notice, adorned with encouraging words, proclaimed, "Studying is the future of our nation. Maintaining physical health is also crucial for our nation's future." And a plethora of similar motivational statements aimed at inspiring the students of Jala University towards a fitness craze. The university has decided to host a round-the-island running challenge on July 3rd at 6 a.m., covering a total distance of 80 kilometers. The first place will receive a prize of 100,000 yuan, the second place 60,000 yuan, and the third place 30,000 yuan. The 4th to 10th places will each receive a prize of 5,000 yuan. All participants who complete the race will be awarded a set of running gear valued at 2,000 yuan. The announcement will be displayed for 5 days. Students are encouraged to spread the word, and all are welcome to participate, with even non-participants invited to attend and watch. After finishing breakfast, 3 students emerged and noticed a crowd gathered around the bulletin board, animatedly discussing the announcement. Farais casually grabbed a nearby student and inquired, "Hey, what is happening over there?" They seemed quite excited. "Is it possible that a beautiful new teacher is joining us?" "No, it's about a running challenge." "A running challenge? Is it really worth all this excitement?" Farais remarked, somewhat bemused. "My dear bespectacled classmate, your assertion is misguided. This is not merely an ordinary running challenge. As your fellow student, it is my duty to enlighten you about the athletic spirit of our esteemed Jalawa University." "Oh, perhaps it is unnecessary, for I merely inquired casually." "You need not take it to heart, my dear classmate. Are you not due for your early reading class? Off you go. We have matters to attend to." The rotund one hastily diverted the conversation. He shot a knowing glance at the others, but both Lady and Shinyu were unwilling to comply, stating, "We have nothing pressing at the moment. Please elaborate, dear classmate." The rotund one rolled his eyes, exasperated by their unreliability, and with a chuckle, he said, "Apologies. My fellow student, I did not sleep well last night and got a bit mixed up. Dear classmates, this running challenge is in response to the national fitness craze. A sound body begets a promising future. Moreover, this challenge is notably different from previous ones, as the school administration has generously introduced cash prizes, 100,000 for the first place, 60,000 for the second, and 30,000 for the third." Upon hearing the prize for first place, Chinyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, as he had been pondering ways to earn some money. "Could you kindly repeat that? How much is the prize for first place?" "Ah, my four-eyed classmate, I did not expect your vision to falter alongside your hearing. As your classmate, I'll lament your misfortune. I shall reiterate the prizes. Four-eyed one, do listen attentively." "Understood, understood. Please proceed, I the four-eyed one. Oh no, I'm Maddie, am all ears." "Excellente attitude. Pay heed. The prize for first place is 100,000, 5 zeros, 1 E. Is that clear, four-eyed classmate?" 100,000. My goodness, how much barbecue could that buy? If each meal costs 1,000. He began to calculate mentally, as though first place were already within his grasp. "All right, as long as you comprehend. Let's discuss the second prize." "Wow, this is splendid. Leizi, you run daily. Your opportunity has arrived." The rotund one exclaimed with delight. Classmate, may I inquire how many kilometers we are to run and within what time frame to be eligible for rewards? Lady asked pointedly. You have hit the nail on the head. The course is the Seagull Island, a total of 80 kilometers, with live drone coverage ensuring no one can cheat. As for the time, there are no specific regulations. Only the rankings and distances are mentioned. Thank you for your clarification, my classmate. I appreciate your effort. We are all classmates. You are too courteous. I must return to class now. Should you have further queries, you may refer to the bulletin board. Thank you, classmate. Once I claim my prize, I shall treat you to barbecue, the four-eyed one chuckled. Leizi, I believe you have a shot. If you maintain your pace from yesterday, first place may very well be yours, Lady remarked earnestly. Chinyu smiled warmly. I shall give it my all, especially since I am in need of funds at the moment. With 5 days remaining, let's practice. Lady, do you not believe I, Maddie, can also achieve this? Ha ha! Lady laughed heartily, choosing to remain silent and allowing the rotund one to experience it for himself. Leizi, you are too much. I, the rotund one, will show you my perseverance. With that declaration, he boldly strode toward the track. Chinyu and Lady exchanged knowing glances, pleased to see this fellow student actively participating in running. Upon arriving at the track, they were taken aback by the unusually large number of participants. While there were always many early risers, never had they seen so many on this day. Indeed, many were eager to seize the opportunity, but would they have enough time? Soon, it appeared that dark horses were emerging. With two students reaching speeds of 30 to 40 kilometers per hour, the onlookers divided into two factions, cheering exuberantly, occasionally shouting, Li Shige is amazing. So handsome. Zhou Munin. Go. I love you. The two boys became increasingly animated, competing against each other, unafraid of anyone except their track coach. Youth may lack wealth, but it must never lack passion. Run, run, run. Several of the participants sang as they raced. Leizi, Lady, should we sing a song to bolster our trio's spirit? No. That would be too much. I prefer to remain low-key. Chinyu began to teach him some breathing techniques for running, and the rotund one eagerly tried them out. By the 5th day, the rotund one had begun to appreciate the joys of running. Leizi, your breathing technique is truly effective. The more I run, the more comfortable it becomes. On the first day, I managed to run 10 kilometers, and today, I feel capable of 40. If you persist, your physical condition will improve remarkably. This breathing technique is the 50 turbo running method. For Chinyu, the breathing technique was nothing extraordinary in the realm of cultivation. Even ordinary martial artists would utilize such methods to enhance their lung capacity and limb coordination. Everyone, make sure to get to bed early tonight. Tomorrow, let us each strive for a top 3 finish, Lady encouraged before bed. At 6 in the morning, Jiao University buzzed with activity as students, under the guidance of their teachers, orderly boarded the driverless buses, heading en masse to Seagull Island. In just 20 minutes, they arrived at their destination. Students gathered on the track, where supply stations had been set up along the way for the runners' convenience. The route was equipped with over 20 ambulances and 10 helicopters to ensure the safety of Jiao University students throughout the 80-kilometer challenge. Goodness, Jiao University certainly has the means and resources to execute this event splendidly, some spectators remarked, having risen early to witness the overwhelming live projections. Simultaneously, many parents watched their children warming up on the track and could not help but cheer, "My child is the best." Non-participating students vied for the best vantage points, eager to witness the challengers' impressive strides. "My dear friend Chinyu, you must do your best," Lu Ling said, having adorned herself beautifully for the occasion. Chinyu nodded, continuing to feign stretching exercises. As the clock struck 6, the starting gun fired, igniting the fervor of the thousands of participants as they began their run. Before long, the number of competitors who could keep pace dwindled significantly. By the halfway mark, fewer than 600 remained. Upon reaching the 60-kilometer mark, a clear demarcation emerged, with no more than 10 runners still in the race, while others slowed down, merely hoping to finish. I can't go on. It feels as though it will take my life. At this moment, a group of supportive girls on the sidelines offered energy drinks to passing runners. The rotund one swiftly seized a drink from one of the girls, not forgetting to flash her a heart sign. After downing the drink, he continued his dash toward the finish line. To our viewers at home, the current frontrunners are 8 in number, including Li Jun, Zhou Munin, Chinyu, and Lady. Notably, Lady appears to be in a subtle competition with Zhou Munin. Our audience is captivated, cheering for them. The tense and exhilarating moment had arrived. Dear family members, do not stray from your screens. I wonder if anyone has noticed a striking young man who has maintained a leading position from the outset. Who could he be? Surely, you all know. Haha, Do you think I will reveal his name? If you are curious, double tap 666. Wow, 3 others are hot on his heels. With less than 5 kilometers to the finish. Who will claim the top 3 positions? We await the outcome with bated breath. Wow, that handsome young man has suddenly accelerated. There is no doubt now. He has secured first place, pulling a staggering 3-kilometer lead over the second-place runner. Let us applaud and celebrate him. Next in line is brotherly Jean, with the third place being a nail-biting affair, as Letty narrowly crossed the finish line just a second ahead. Wow! The contest for third place was even more thrilling than that for the first and second, eliciting a resounding applause from the audience. The commentator animatedly narrated the event, capturing the excitement in the air. By the end of the day, a total of 582 participants persevered to complete the entire course, while others gradually withdrew from the competition, turning into spectators instead, under the watchful eyes of students and live-stream viewers. The top 10 took to the podium to receive their respective prizes, while those who completed the full course were awarded corresponding athletic gear. Mom and Dad, look quickly. The University of Jalawa is live-streaming the Seagull Island Running Challenge today, and it seems my brother has secured the first place. On her way home from school, Yao Yao overheard discussions about the Jalawa University live broadcast and rushed home to turn on her computer, eagerly informing her parents. Indeed, it's you. This child is becoming more accomplished, having clinched the first place. The family erupted into cheers. Chapter 11. The Housing Predicament. At this moment, the microphone of the school leaders came alive. Dear students of Jalawa University, I announce that the 80-kilometer island challenge has concluded splendidly. You may now board the buses back to campus in an orderly fashion, class by class. Teachers, please ensure you account for everyone before we depart. Truly, Jalawa University manages everything with remarkable organization. Even the return trip to school, remarked Fan A live-stream viewer. Mom, I've made my decision. I want to apply to Jalawa University in the future. I realized how wonderful their school is, and the teachers are great too. That's wonderful, my dear daughter. You must study diligently. Once you are admitted to Jalawa University, both your grandparents will be thrilled for you, her mother replied. Upon returning to their dormitory, 2 of the 3 immediately collapsed onto their beds, motionless. Yuzi, Letty, I can hardly believe I succeeded in my challenge today. You both made it into the top 3. Remember to treat me to barbecue to soothe my little heart, said one of them. Oh my, I nearly fell apart. You definitely owe me some barbecue. But you'll have to wait a few days. I'm not feeling great either. I nearly exhausted my legs for that top 3 finish. Winning by a mere millisecond against Zhou Yunan. What a close call. Whoever gets up first, I'll help you stretch your muscles. What? I must have misheard. Yuzi, you can do that too. I met an old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner who taught me some bone-setting techniques. You both can give it a try and let me know what you think. Then I'll go first. Letty, volunteer to be Yuzi's first guinea pig. Sit up straight on the chair, and then relax your entire body. No slouching allowed. All right, Yuzi, those instructions have the essence of traditional Chinese medicine. They sound reassuring. Letty, it seems you're a bit scared. Just earlier, I was secretly giving you a thumbs up. If Yuzi fails, I'll make a quick escape. Did you hear that, Yuzi? This chubby guy clearly doesn't trust your skills. Hurry up and show us what you can do. I can hardly wait. Calm down. Neither of you is escaping. Hee, Chinyu said with a mischievous smile. I feel something is off. Can I take back what I just said? Chinyu laughed heartily. Too late. Stand up and see if your whole body feels relaxed. What? So soon? How come I didn't feel you adjusting my bones? While we were chatting, I quickly tapped a few corresponding acupoints on your back. Naturally, you wouldn't notice that I was realigning your bones. Letty, half convinced, stood up, stretched his arms, raised his head, lifted his legs, and indeed felt quite comfortable. He then proceeded to do a dozen push-ups without a hint of fatigue. Wow, this is incredible. I feel completely rejuvenated. Yuzi, I've experienced bone setting and massage before, but your technique surpasses even those. I wonder if that old practitioner is still accepting apprentices. I also want to learn and open a bone setting clinic in the future. Imagine the profits. Oh please, Letty, I advise against it. I'm not going to be your guinea pig, lest I end up with side effects. Chubby, are you looking down on me, Letty? As for that barbecue I mentioned, I'm reconsidering whether to treat you. Between barbecue and my life, I choose life, the chubby one teased. All right, Chubby, get up and try moving your body freely. Hey, this is incredible. My body, which felt like it was about to fall apart, is now perfectly fine. Yuzi, your acupoint tapping skill is truly remarkable. However, Letty's earlier comment sparked an idea. My tapping technique could be monetized. Chubby, did you notice? Letty, might just be of great use. One insightful remark can awaken a slumbering dreamer. I believe it won't be long before our dormitory produces a wealthy individual. Chinyu burst into laughter upon hearing this. Your flattery is quite pleasant. On a serious note, I plan to use the 100,000 yuan prize for entrepreneurship. Renting a place outside, establishing a small storefront, and operating at night when the school won't notice. What do you think? That is a brilliant idea. The nightlife and consumer power in D-City are unparalleled in H province. I see great potential. Indeed, it's an excellent concept. This acupoint tapping therapy would be beneficial for those in high-pressure jobs. I believe it will gain popularity swiftly. All right, let us proceed with that plan. Leizi, take these 30,000 yuan. Renting a space will be the biggest expense. Okay, I want to hold back. You, Letty, will have a share in the profits. Leizi, I, the chubby one, am quite generous. Next month, my parents will give me my allowance, and I'll invest too. For now, I can contribute my presence. My words are worth a fortune. Ensuring you won't have to worry about business. Don't worry, chubby. Even if you don't say a word, I'll drag you into this venture. We need someone with good communication skills to attract customers. Over the weekend, you two should scout for a venue. It shouldn't be too expensive or in a prime location, or we'll lose our funds before we even open. Understood, Leizi. Leave it to us. We'll have it sorted within a week. The young trio finalized their entrepreneurial plan in just a few minutes. Soon, the weekend arrived, and they each set off on their respective tasks. On the weekend, Chinyu called home to inform his family and exchanged pleasantries for a while before hanging up, then went alone to a real estate agency. As it was the weekend, the agency was bustling with activity. The staff treated him with utmost respect, leading him to a VIP room, as if catering to royalty, fearful of jeopardizing the deal. They ignored those merely browsing for apartments, occasionally rolling their eyes. Chinyu, taking in the surroundings, was at the agency for the first time as a reincarnated individual. He appeared somewhat naive, and the staff seemed to look down upon him, muttering about a poor student who should focus on his studies rather than seeking romantic escapades. Though their voices were low, he caught their words, shook his head, and continued to browse the apartment listings. Upon seeing a two-bedroom apartment on the top floor of Tianrui Apartments, measuring 50 square meters with a monthly rent of 5,000, he pondered for a moment. The price and location were acceptable, so he made up his mind without hesitation. He beckoned a female staff member. Hello, I'd like to rent this apartment. Could you please register me? Ideally, I'd like to move in tomorrow. Sir, you truly have an eye for detail. Although it's on the top floor, it's peaceful, well-lit, and offers a splendid view. Please hold on while I prepare the contract. Darling, I've set my sights on this top floor apartment. Shall we rent this one? ISNT a bit small. How can a two-bedroom, one living room space suffice for my precious little one? Remarked a stout man adorned with a gold chain. I am quite fond of this penthouse apartment. Living alone here brings me a sense of tranquility. It's spacious, yet it can feel rather daunting at night. Very well, I shall comply with my dear's wishes. Excuse me, could you come over here? We have decided to rent this penthouse apartment. The young woman, who had just brought over the contract, interjected apologetically. I'm sorry, but this apartment has just been rented out. The male staff member who had been summoned quickly smiled and said, Mr. Lin, I didn't notice you were here to view the apartment earlier due to the crowd. Would you like to consider a larger unit? Our colleague is currently preparing to finalize the contract for this one. Absolutely not. I, Lin AO, have set my sights on this apartment. I am willing to increase the rent to 10,000 a month. You wouldn't turn down more money, would you? Mr. Lin, you jest. Allow me to handle this. Please enjoy some tea in our VIP room. Li Fong, you need not sign with that insufferable student. How does a commission of 3,000 sound? Just look at him. In less than 3 months, he won't even be able to pay rent, the man bluntly stated in front of the youth. All right, brother, you better keep your word, or I won't let this slide. The woman suddenly changed her demeanor, her previous politeness evaporating upon hearing the offered commission. Sir, unfortunately, this penthouse has been rented. Perhaps you could explore other options? Are you deaf? I was the first to express interest and to propose signing the contract. Yet here you are, fabricating excuses for the sake of money. Regardless, it is no longer available. You are welcome to select from our other listings or seek another agency. I won't impede your choice, the woman retorted coldly. You insolent poor student. Your shoes alone scream lack of funds. I was being accommodating earlier. Keep this up, and I'll have you thrown out, believe it or not. The man spat angrily. I don't believe you. Go ahead and try. At this point, Chinyu was also incensed. Having been reborn into this world, he could tolerate much, but this was beyond the pale. For the first time, the man encountered someone daring to stand up to him on his own turf, igniting his fury. Get over here, brothers. We have a troublemaker to deal with. Beat him to a pulp and toss him out. As he spoke, he swung his fist toward the impoverished student. With a sharp crack, he was met with a resounding slap. I can tolerate insults, but I will not stand for your vile greetings. The The man staggered back, spitting blood and 2 teeth. His face aflame with pain. "You will regret this. How dare you strike me?" At that moment, several other men arrived, brandishing chairs to strike Chunyu, showing no regard for his well-being. Without a glance, Chunyu executed a swift kick, shattering 3 chairs into pieces. With a flurry of punches and kicks, he swiftly dispatched the attackers. The 3 men lay groaning on the ground, but their resolve to continue fighting remained. Li Fang called the police. Within moments, the police arrived at the scene. "Officer, it was him. Not only did he cause a disturbance, but he also assaulted our staff at Tian Agency." "Yes, I can attest to that. In a law-abiding society, this student is far too arrogant." The injured and the assailants were all instructed to accompany the officers to the police station to provide statements. Chapter 12. I ask, you answer. After taking several photographs of the scene, the officers escorted the individuals into the police vehicle, swiftly returning to the station. Upon arrival, they were separated for questioning. Chunyu remained calm, observing his surroundings with an air of nonchalance, as if he were a seasoned visitor to the precinct. Outside the interrogation room, a tall, fit policewoman with shoulder-length hair, dressed in camouflage, addressed a male officer. "You will be questioning this one along with Officer Lee." With that, she nonchalantly picked up a panda mug and began sipping jasmine tea. "Understood, Captain Lee." In routine matters like this, Li Mingyu preferred to allow newcomers some practical experience, only stepping in for major cases. Lu Ming entered the office to find Li Shiwei diligently reviewing case files, learning from her predecessors. "Shiwei, Captain Lee has asked you to assist me in questioning a brawl case. Please prepare. We will begin in 5 minutes." "Got it, Lu Gu. I'll be right there." "Hello, I am Officer Lee, responsible for handling the case regarding the altercation at Tian Agency. You reported this incident, correct?" "Yes, beautiful officer, we did report it. That little brat was apprehended by you, and I hope you want to go easy on him. Ideally, he should be locked up for 1.5 years. How we handle this is not for you to dictate. From now on, I will ask the questions, and you'll provide the answers. Is that clear?" "Of course, beautiful officer. As victims and complainants, we will be completely forthcoming." Officer Lee sternly inquired, "Name?" At this, the man replied, "Kai Ji." "Which Ji?" "The auspicious one. Next time, please speak clearly in Mandarin." Li Shiwei replied with a hint of sternness. "I didn't choose this. That brat knocked out my teeth, see?" Kai Ji said, looking pitiful. Hearing this, Li Shiwei stifled a laugh, realizing her oversight, and continued, "Gender?" Kai Ji, growing impatient, retorted, "Come on, beautiful officer, can't you see I'm a man? Is that really necessary?" With those words, her temper flared. If she didn't teach this kid a lesson, how could she aspire to handle major cases? Her dream was to follow in Captain Lee's footsteps, tackling serious crimes. She composed herself, her expression turning slightly stern. "Please keep your emotions in check. This is standard procedure. Kindly cooperate." Kai Ji immediately deflated, responding obediently, male. After a series of inquiries, Li Shiwei began to delve into the heart of the matter. "Now, please provide a detailed account of what transpired." "Well, that brat came to view the apartment, wandering around, and expressed interest in a unit. Our female colleague checked the computer and found that it had just been rented. She informed him, suggesting he consider other options. Yet, for some reason, he went berserk, insisting on that particular apartment. As a man, I felt compelled to intervene and mediate. Should anything arise, I would be able to step in, right? I approached him politely, saying, "Sir, this apartment is no longer available. Please select from our other listings." But upon hearing this, he became furious, accusing us of deceit, declaring that unless he received an explanation today, no one would have it easy. I realized then that trouble was brewing, so I quickly summoned a few colleagues, hoping to escort him out amicably. After all, it was the weekend, and with so many clients, we needed to maintain our business. When we attempted to kindly ask him to leave, none of us expected him to strike first. He slapped me twice, knocking out my teeth, and the 3 colleagues who came to assist were also attacked, while we refrained from retaliating, fearing that it might escalate dangerously. Li Shiwei nodded in understanding. "Once both parties have finished their statements, please visit a hospital for a checkup and provide us with a medical report." "Thank you, beautiful officer. I do need a thorough examination. At present, I feel dizzy and suspect I may have a concussion. My 3 colleagues are also in discomfort. We came together to avoid any misrepresentation from that brat. Indeed, Kai Ji speaks the truth. We 3 can vouch for him. Your statements have been duly noted by Officer Liu. We have prepared some pain relief medication for you to help alleviate your discomfort." "Thank you, beautiful officer. How will he be dealt with, and can we leave now?" "Rest assured, we will handle this matter promptly. Once I have interrogated the perpetrator, you will be able to proceed to the hospital. If what you say is true, I will ensure he bears the corresponding legal consequences." Upon hearing this, Kai Ji was overjoyed. All right, beautiful officer, then we'll wait a bit longer. After concluding this conversation, Lu Ming and Li Shiwei enjoyed a cup of tea when Qinyu was brought in. Li Shiwei once again imitated her senior's demeanor. You are the one who caused the disturbance at Tian Agency today, are you not? Qinyu nodded in acknowledgement. Officer Li thought to herself. This kid showed no remorse for having assaulted someone, and is still putting on a facade of indifference. Let us see how composed he remains after I show him who is in charge. She then stated firmly, from this moment on, you will answer my questions clearly. Understood? Qinyu, perhaps intentionally, merely responded with a curt, Officer Li's temper flared instantly. He was undoubtedly doing this on purpose. Containing her anger, she said, please mind your attitude. Quickly realizing that she might be exerting her authority too heavily, she suppressed her irritation and asked, Name? Qinyu. Gender? Male. Which university do you attend, and what year? Gaoro University, 3rd year. After this exchange, Officer Li found this lad to be quite manageable, which pleased Li Shiwei immensely. Very well, I hope you continue to cooperate. Now, did you assault the 4 staff members of Tian Agency? As she spoke, she tapped on her computer, and the images of the 4 individuals appeared on the screen in a flash. I did strike them. Excellent, that is all I need to hear. Their complaints could keep you occupied for a year and a half. Qinyu scoffed internally at the notion. Those individuals who had turned the tables on him truly underestimated him. With a hint of displeasure, he retorted, why should I be confined for a year and a half? Why? You just admitted to attacking them, didn't you? That is the reason. Officer, I did strike them, but they initiated the altercation. I was merely defending myself. I don't know how you questioned them, but is there a third-party witness to corroborate their claims? Qinyu seemed to have realized something. This line of questioning was absurd. He wasn't a masochist, and if this continued, he would be treated as a criminal despite being innocent. Enough was enough. He decided to reveal the truth. All right, I'll cooperate fully, and you need not question him again. As a law-abiding citizen, I can help save your manpower before I struck them. I recorded the incident on my ring phone. I will now upload it to your computer, and you will see for yourself. Li Shiwei's expression darkened. This boy was infuriating, having wasted her time on a futile interrogation. Why hadn't he presented the evidence sooner? She mentally berated him. Qinyu addressed his ring phone, Little Shadow. Please send a video from Tian Agency to the officer's computer. Understood, master. In no time, a beam of light shot from the ring phone into Officer Li's computer. Outside the interrogation room, Li Mingyu observed everything with interest. This young man was not only composed but also had a sly edge to him. Such finesse was not typical of an ordinary university student. This warranted further investigation. Li Shiwei quickly opened a video, with Lu Ming leaning in closer, growing increasingly furious as he watched. The Tian Agency had distorted the truth entirely. Thankfully, this lad was quite capable. Otherwise, he might have lost half his life in that scuffle. Li Shiwei could vividly imagine the scene of him being brutally beaten by several individuals. Officer, you've seen the video. Can I be released now? Not yet. Please provide the phone number of your homeroom teacher or guardian. You can leave once they arrive. Please. Officers, it's the weekend. Everyone is busy. Can we skip that? Let them call your parents. They will undoubtedly worry and may even jump to conclusions. Moreover, having your parents travel all the way from G Province, C City, is something I prefer to avoid. At that moment, the door swung open, and before the person entered, their voice was heard, have him sign and let him go. It was Li Mingyu, her camouflage outfit accentuating her figure beautifully, and her shoulder-length hair giving her an elegant yet fierce appearance. All right, team leader Li. Upon hearing this, Qinyu turned to the speaker, intrigued. Her words felt refreshing, a breath of fresh air. As their eyes met, each had their thoughts. Qinyu, while internally grateful, also perceived her prowess, an innate warrior of the 5th stage, with 4 of the 8 extraordinary meridians already opened. Meanwhile, Li Mingyu felt puzzled, unable to sense any martial aura. But her intuition told her there was something different about him, though she could not pinpoint what it was at that moment. After signing the document, Qinyu exited the police station without a backward glance. The individuals from Tian Agency, having distorted the truth, were detained for 15 days and fined 5,000 each. Chapter 13. The world still has good people. Emerging from the police station, affected by the rental incident, it was already past 1 in the afternoon, and his stomach was growling. While other matters could wait, dining took precedence. After all, one must prioritize sustenance. To borrow a modern phrase, man is iron, and food is steel. Missing a meal leaves one famished. He hopped into a driverless car, hastening toward the South City food street. The ride was swift and stable, stopping at a seafood noodle shop run by grandmother, a place Qinyu frequented during his lifetime. It was both delicious and reasonably priced, making it one of his go-to spots for late-night snacks. Dear Mr. Chun, you have arrived at Grandma's seafood noodle shop. There is no one around, so you can feel free to alight. As the car door opened automatically, Chun Yu stepped out, now accustomed to the driverless vehicle experience. He walked into the shop, which, despite being past meal hours, still had a fair number of patrons. The owner, having just finished the last few orders, caught a glimpse of Chun Yu entering. Young man, why are you not home on this weekend? Yes, Uncle Feng, I had some matters to attend to, Chun Yu replied. You can sit anywhere you like. The usual seafood noodles, right? The owner inquired. Yes, but this time I'll take 10 servings. 10 servings? Young man, do you think I don't know how much you eat here? Don't joke around. Chun Yu laughed awkwardly. Uncle Feng, I'm serious. My appetite has increased lately. Just bring them out. All right, coming right up. Uncle Feng, while lacking in other skills, was renowned for his seafood noodles. With swift motions, he tossed 5 portions of noodles into the boiling broth. His hands flew expertly as he prepared the 5 bowls with condiments. Swiftly rinsed the noodles in ice water for that perfect chewy texture, added them to the bowls, topped them with large shrimp, crabs, and squid, and poured in the broth. All 5 bowls completed seamlessly, like poetry in motion. Since it wasn't too busy past mealtime, Uncle Feng personally served the seafood noodles to Chun Yu. Here are 5 bowls. Start with these, and I'll prepare more once you're done. Thank you, Uncle Feng. With that, Chun Yu devoured the noodles as if he hadn't eaten in 3 days. In under 20 minutes, all 5 bowls were polished off. Uncle Feng watched in amusement, surprised that this boy could truly eat 5 bowls. Previously, he had only seen him manage 3 when he was particularly hungry. Uncle Feng quickly prepared another 5 servings, and soon they were placed on the table. Young man, take your time. Eating too quickly isn't good for your stomach. Uncle Feng, fine. I've eaten like this often before. When I'm really hungry, I can eat like a bull without hesitation. The child has learned to boast, has he? Uncle Feng remains unperturbed. It is quite natural for young people to experience fluctuations in appetite. Having assisted his grandmother in managing a noodle shop from a young age, he has encountered a myriad of individuals. Consuming 10 bowls of seafood noodles was nothing short of authentic, fulfilling, and utterly delightful. This seafood noodle shop is truly remarkable. Both the noodles and the seafood are beyond reproach. Effortlessly, he scanned the payment code with his Ring phone, transferring 500 with ease, and was just about to depart when Uncle Feng called out to him. Young man, leaving right after a hearty meal? Is there something urgent you need to attend to? Feel free to confide in Uncle Feng. I possess some influence here on the South City Food Street. It's nothing major, Uncle Feng. I can handle myself. You, my boy, when venturing out, who hasn't encountered difficulties. As a student, you lack societal experience. Why not share it with me? I can help you analyze the situation. Since Uncle Feng was curious, the lad decided to be candid. I intend to rent an apartment. Ideally, it should be on the top floor, with 2 bedrooms and a living room, though a studio would suffice. At this, Uncle Feng chuckled heartily. I thought it was something more serious. Young man, while I may not be able to assist you with other matters, securing an apartment is a matter of mere words. My sister has a property in East City. It's a 3-bedroom apartment on the top floor, situated in a pleasant environment. I saw her post a rental notice on social media last night, so it should still be available. Please wait a moment. I'll make a call. Before long, a melodic ringtone echoed from his phone. Hello, little sister. Is your top-floor apartment still available? What's up, big brother? It is still available, but I can't guarantee for long. There are several groups scheduled to view it at 3:30 this afternoon. Don't say another word. Hold it for me. The next time I visit, I'll personally cook seafood noodles for you. Big brother, you better not go back on your word. If you trick me, I'll record it and tell mom and dad. Young man, I've secured the apartment for you. I'll provide you with the address and contact information so you can visit and decide if you wish to stay. Thank you, Uncle Feng. I'll head over shortly to pay the rent and deposit. Ha ha ha, no need for thanks. My sister will owe me gratitude for finding such a fine tenant. Well then, I shall take my leave. I'll return to the noodle shop for another meal on another day. Sure thing, travel safely. Upon entering the car, Chun Yu felt a smile creep across his face. Indeed, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. The morning and afternoon had been a stark contrast. East City is quite pleasant, just over half an hour's drive from Jalo University. He wondered how Fatty and Lady were faring in their search for a shop. After all, finding a storefront is not a task that can be accomplished in a day or two. If their shop is also located near East City, that would be even better. As one ponders deeply, time often seems to pass more swiftly. Before long, the self-driving car announced, Dear Mr. Chun, you have arrived at Churn Apartment. You may safely alight. There is no one around. With that, the car doors opened slowly. Looking up at Churn Apartment, a 20-plus story building with a decent environment and ample natural light. He closed his eyes for a moment to appreciate the tranquility. It seemed that the overall quality of the tenants here was commendable. Located approximately 30 kilometers south of East City's center and 13 kilometers from a park. Chunyu quickly analyzed his surroundings. It was a habit of his. He dialed the number Uncle Feng had provided. Soon, a gentle voice came through. Who is this? Hello, Aunt Churin. I was referred by Uncle Feng to rent an apartment. Are you at the property? Yes, young man, just head up to the top floor. I'll provide you with a key. In a short while, he took the elevator to the 22nd floor, where he was greeted by a woman in her late 30s, dressed in a designer's suit, exuding elegance and warmth. You must be Aunt Churin. E.M. Chen Igriku. I want to bother looking at the room. Let us sign the contract directly, as I trust you and Uncle Feng. Young man, I believe you are a good kid. There is no need for a contract. Just take the key. As for the deposit, it isn't necessary. The rent is 1,000 per month. Aunt Churin, that seems rather inappropriate. To be honest, when I checked with the agency this morning, a 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment costs 5,000 a month. Your price is too low, considering the pleasant surroundings. A 3-bedroom, 1 living room unit typically starts at 7,000. It's better to have someone living here than to leave it vacant. This 3-bedroom unit was originally for my daughter, but she has been throwing tantrums and hasn't returned for 2 months, so I've decided to rent it out. If you feel guilty, just visit Uncle Feng's seafood noodle shop more often. Thank you, Aunt Churin. If I continue this discussion, I would be overstepping my bounds. That's the spirit. Here, the key. After transferring the rent, they exchanged a few pleasantries before Aunt Churin departed with a smile. Placing the electronic key against the sensor door, it beeped, and he pushed the door open, slightly taken aback by the interior decor, which was on par with a modest luxury. The style leaned towards feminine aesthetics. This 3-bedroom unit was indeed likely prepared for her daughter. Entering the master bedroom, it was warmly decorated with a cute plush toy resting on the bed, and the wardrobe and vanity were impeccably organized and spotless. He shook his head. This room would not do. It felt too feminine, and he wouldn't sleep soundly here. No good. The 2nd bedroom appeared more suitable. While he couldn't be bothered to inspect the remaining room and decided to settle for this one. With ample time on his hands, Chunyu resolved to practice for a few hours before returning to school. He could always visit the supermarket tomorrow to acquire some daily necessities. Clearing his mind, he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate using the Supreme Tao Sutra, absorbing the thin spiritual energy emanating from the Park's lake, refining himself in the process. Chapter 14. A return to the police station. It's you again. Meanwhile, in North City South Commercial Street, the bespectacled Fatty and Lady were diligently searching for a suitable storefront. After breakfast, the two mounted shared electric scooters, inspecting various shopfronts one by one. They agreed to reconvene and discuss pricing if they found any promising locations. Fatty first arrived at a shop in a prime location, though the rent was exorbitantly high. The owner, a balding middle-aged man, arrogantly stated, "This is a prime area. Naturally, the rent is not cheap." "No, that is too high. I'll keep looking. Thanks for your time," Fatty replied as he moved on to the next location. The second shop was slightly off the beaten path, but the rent was more reasonable. The owner, an enthusiastic older woman, chatted incessantly with Fatty. "Young man, we seem to have a connection. To be honest, while this shop isn't in the busiest area, there are plenty of residents nearby, so business will surely be good." Fatty quickly assessed. While the price was indeed low and daytime foot traffic appeared decent, nighttime traffic was uncertain. After all, their business thrived in the evening, barring weekends. Haha, thank you, but I need to discuss it with my partner first. If it seems suitable, I'll give you a call. With that, he hopped back on his beloved electric scooter and sped off to the next shop. From morning until afternoon, Fatty surveyed around 10 storefronts, each either too expensive or poorly located. Some owners were aloof, while others were excessively eager. Having grown up in a business family, he was unfazed by either enthusiasm or indifference. His focus remained on suitability and pricing. Meanwhile, Lady was faring no better on the other side of the commercial street, surveying shops from different angles, inquiring about prices when he found something suitable, and moving on if it didn't meet his standards. "Hello, Mr. Lee. This is Mr. Lee. Are you inquiring about a storefront, or is there something else you need?" Mr. Lee spoke in a somewhat non-standard Mandarin. "Yes, I'm looking for shop space. I am currently at No. XXX on North Street and would like to inquire about the rental price for this shop. I can tell from your accent that you are from out of town. If you genuinely desire this location, I must express my sincere intent. It's 40,000 a month, payable in full for a year, and I might even reduce the subletting fee a tad." "What? Are you trying to rob me?" Without waiting for a response, he immediately hung up. "What kind of nonsense is this? A tiny shop dares to demand such an outrageous price, thinking I, Lady, am ignorant of the market." Thus, the two of them found themselves watching the sunset over the western hills, having scoured countless vacant shops throughout North City, yet still came up empty-handed. "Lady, where are you?" Have you found any suitable shop? It's been ages since you last called. What are you so anxious about? North City is a disaster. Every landlord is a piece of work. The moment they open their mouths, I feel like my venture is doomed before it even begins. I suggest we check out South or East City tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the plump one burst into laughter. It's getting late. Let us meet at Wong Dafu Fried Chicken and fill our stomachs before heading back. All right, order me a burger, fried chicken, fries, and cola. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Time for cultivation always slips by in a hurry, and when he opened his eyes again, it was already 8 in the evening. Master, there are 2 voice messages from Maddie and Leizi. Would you like to check them immediately? Understood, Master. Yuzi, how is the situation on your end? The shop spaces on North Street are indeed unsuitable. I'm currently having dinner with Leizi and expect to return to school around 8. We can discuss tomorrow's search for shop spaces then. The plump one's projection appeared first. Yuzi, this is Leizi. The North Street shops are really lacking, but Wong Dafu Fried Chicken is quite good. I'll order a few portions for you to try. He promptly returned the call. Plump one, Leizi, you two should be back at the dorm by now, right? I just finished my errands and didn't notice your messages. I expect to arrive by 9. I knew something must have delayed him. Otherwise, he wouldn't take so long to return the call. All right, let us wait for him. Descending the stairs and boarding the private vehicle, he gazed at the nightscape of East City, which was truly a splendid place. Today could be considered a blessing in disguise. Just as he continued to admire the scenery, a sudden bout of catcalling echoed from a nearby alley. Hey there, where are you headed? Need a big brother to accompany you? A swaggering thug with yellow hair blocked the girl's path, leering at her in a suggestive tone. The girl, merely 16 or 17, turned pale with fear. I'm telling you, don't mess around. My brother is waiting for me up ahead. Oh really? Who are you trying to fool? We've already done our homework. You work part-time at the Sandy restaurant. You start at 11 and finish at 8. Am I right? And you pass through this alley alone every day on your way home. Still want to deceive us? Hee. Why you've been following me? Don't say it so harshly. It's merely a twist of fate. At that moment, another youth with green hair pretended to draw a gleaming dagger, grinning lewdly. If you serve our brother Lai well, along with us too, we'll let you go. Otherwise, well, you know what I mean, he said, licking the blade. The girl, terrified, felt her legs weaken, sensing that the sky was about to fall. With a trembling voice, she pleaded, you shameless scoundrels. If you dare come any closer, I'll call the police. Upon hearing this, the thug smirked. Call the police? Go ahead, let us see who gets there first. With that, their lewd expressions twisted, and they lunged at her, leaving no room for escape. The girl hurriedly ran in the opposite direction, but before she could cover 10 meters, the yellow-haired thug seized her ponytail. It hurts. Please, let me go. I need to care for my sick mother. As she thought of this, tears streamed down her face, and she began to sob. Such a beautiful cry. I adore a girl who weeps like a pear blossom in the rain. It only intensifies my desire. Haha. Brother Lai knows how to have fun. We bow to your prowess. Just make sure to make us comfortable afterward. Rest assured, as long as you stick with Brother Lai, you won't be left wanting. I can't take it anymore. I'm just not have a taste of this delicate beauty. At these words, she trembled in fear, utterly helpless, her tear-streaked face appearing pale and feeble, on the verge of fainting. Brother Lai hasn't even begun yet, and look at how she's trembling. What a rare gem. The two laughed sinisterly, rubbing their hands together, their tongues unconsciously licking their lips. The girl, already at the peak of her terror, fainted instantly upon witnessing the green-haired thug's vile demeanor. Ergo, look what you've done. You're utterly disgusting. You've scared such a lovely girl into unconsciousness. Hurry, get some water. The green-haired thug, panic-stricken, quickly handed over a bottle of water. The girl, awakened by the splash, looked up just in time to see the yellow-haired thug about to claim her first kiss. In a moment of peril, he was suddenly grabbed from behind and hurled into a pile of trash, his mouth stuffed with refuse. The two thugs, realizing what had happened, were caught off guard. Before they could utter a curse, 2 heavy fists flew toward them, knocking out their front teeth. The newcomer, seemingly unsatisfied, delivered a kick to each of them, sending them flying several meters before they crashed to the ground. Ugh! The yellow-haired thug struggled to rise, spitting out a mouthful of foul garbage, his hands smeared with dog droppings, and he retched violently. The newcomer intended to help the girl, but just then, the sound of a police siren wailed through the alley, followed closely by the command, everyone freeze. Hands on your heads and squat down. The brave young man, as if he hadn't heard, continued to assist the girl. Officer, you finally arrived. Oh, it hurts so much. You must stand up for me. This scoundrel tried to rape the girl. We intervened, but he ended up beating us. Please, officer, you must help me. Xiao Huang, take the girl to the nearest hospital for treatment and examination. The rest of you, get in the car for a thorough investigation. The sirens blared as they sped away. Soon arriving at the police station, the young man stepped out of the car, dumbfounded, murmuring, "How can it be this place again? Is there only one police station in City D? Oh, it seems you have a record. Quick, take this guy to the interrogation room. The other three with injuries need simple treatment before taking their statements." Moments later, officers Lu Ming and Li Shiwei entered. Both parties froze. "ISNT this Chinyu from Jiao University? It's only been half a day, and he is back again. Quite rare. What the hell? How is it you two again? Officers, may I request a change of personnel?" Chinyu seemed aggrieved as he proposed. "Request denied. I just heard from Uncle Zheng that you attempted to rape a girl of 16 or 17. Earlier, this guy had acted so arrogantly, refusing to present evidence and deliberately toying with them." Li Shiwei's anger swelled further as she interrogated, "You look decent on the outside, but who would have guessed your heart is so depraved and filthy?" After a pause, feeling it wasn't enough, she continued to admonish, "Let us see how you escape this time. I'll tell you, even though you didn't succeed, you won't be getting out for at least 2 or 3 years." Lu Ming initially intended to advise her to inquire whether any evidence had been recorded. However, upon their first encounter, she hastily assumed a dominant stance and lectured him. Should any twists arise, it would be intriguing to witness her reaction. Chapter 15. The Chen Family's Chiropractic Clinic. After Leizi's outburst, she recognized her earlier impulsiveness did not align with the modern protocols of interrogation. Coughing lightly to feign composure, she stated, "Now, I will pose the questions, and you shall respond. Is that clear?" "Yes." Leizi reiterated the morning's procedure, inquiring once more, "Was there any video recorded? If so, please present it promptly." This time, Leizi displayed wisdom. She would not permit herself to stumble twice over the same issue. Chunyu, upon hearing her words, replied without a moment's hesitation, "I was too anxious. There is no recording." "Then it seems there is none. Are you aware that the 3 individuals beside you have accused you of attempting to assault that girl? Do you truly believe that? It's blatantly a distortion of truth. Do you not find this scenario familiar? Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant. We will ascertain the facts. The events of the morning do not categorically exonerate you." Leizi felt a twinge of embarrassment, ultimately refraining from articulating her thoughts. Officer Lu Ming interjected, "Are you suggesting that those 3 are deliberately framing him? Judging by appearances is not always accurate. However, regarding those 3, I need not elaborate. Their character speaks volumes. I'm confident that you will soon discern the oddities of this matter." This young man remains remarkably composed. It is quite intriguing. In the command room, Li Mingyu grew increasingly fascinated with this student from Jiao University. "Uncle Zheng, how is it at the hospital? Is the young girl awake?" "She has regained consciousness but remains somewhat frightened. However, we have arranged for a psychologist, and I believe the truth will emerge soon." "Excellent. Aside from the damaged surveillance in the alley, please examine the surrounding cameras to see if any clues can be uncovered." "Understood, Captain Li." An hour and a half later. "Captain Li, we have received good news from the hospital. After the psychologist's guidance, the young girl is willing to cooperate in identifying the assailants. After confirming the portraits of the 4 suspects, we have ruled out Chinyu. The true culprits are the 3 injured individuals who are now securely imprisoned. As expected from Uncle Zheng, his prowess is evident." At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. "Enter," reporting to Captain Li and Uncle Zheng. "We have just received footage from Mr. Ling, a nightscape enthusiast. The drone captured the incident involving the young girl, Jiang Yin, as she was accosted on her way home. After technical analysis, the assailants in the video are indeed the 3 injured men. Well done. The speed of this investigation is commendable. Thank you all for your hard work tonight. When we finish, I will treat everyone." "Thank you, Captain Li." Leizi, upon receiving this notification, was momentarily taken aback before promptly stating, "You may leave now." "Oh, beautiful officer. I thought I would be staying the night." "Now, in less than 2 hours. You are letting me go, which indicates that the true mastermind behind the attempt to harm the girl has been identified. If I'm not mistaken, it was your captain who took direct action, correct?" "Indeed, you are correct. Captain Li is renowned as the nemesis of crime in our city. Consider yourself fortunate tonight, otherwise you might have been left here to feed the mosquitoes." Upon hearing this, Chinyu erupted in laughter. "What are you laughing at? What else can I laugh at? It's a rhetorical question. You. Should there be a next time, I shall see if you can maintain this bravado. It is already past 10. You should leave now. I do not wish to see you for another moment." Chinyu, pondering, decided to tease her. "I hope our next encounter is not at the police station," he jested, striding out with an exaggerated swagger. The young woman, in her early 20s, was left stomping her feet in frustration, having been vexed by the same person 3 times in a single day. Officer Lu Ming intended to invite her to dinner, but, observing her current state, quietly retreated and sent a message instead. Once outside the police station, Chunyu, already famished, hailed a taxi back to campus. Fortunately, he had not exceeded the time limit and entered the university without incident. Jalwa University enforces a strict curfew, prohibiting entry after 11 at night. What is up, Yuzi? Why do you look so downcast? Are you short on cash for food or something? Reedy, please heat up those few boxes of fried chicken we brought back. Don't even mention it, brothers. Today has been a mix of joy and despair. As he spoke, he retrieved a bottle of pure milk from the fridge and gulped it down eagerly. Oh, do tell us more. Both of his companions perked up in interest. Today, I went to a DTON agency to check housing listings. After much effort, I finally found one I liked, but just as I was about to sign the contract, someone snatched it away from me. I couldn't hold back and exchanged a few words. The other party attempted to strike me, but I ended up overpowering them. You can guess the outcome. It wasn't long before the police arrived. No way. You got involved in something like that. Thank goodness you weren't hurt. What happened next? At that moment, with a ding, the fried chicken was ready, and Reedy hurriedly took it out. Chunyu, famished, attacked the food like a hungry tiger, rapidly devouring the 3 servings. His friends, the chubby one and Reedy, could only smile wryly. It seemed Yuzi hadn't eaten all day, perhaps even longer. Soon, he cracked open a bottle of soda, contentedly burping. Wiping his mouth, he continued, "Since you two are curious about the latter part, I shall satisfy your curiosity." Hearing this, they both leaned in, energized by the prospect of a story, despite their fatigue from a day. They munched on sunflower seeds as he recounted his tale in detail. At times, they clenched their fists in indignation, appalled by the actions of others. After about 6 or 7 minutes, they finally understood the full context. "Oh, you've truly made me laugh. While others enjoy their weekends, you seem to be facing tribulations. You've had quite the day, my brother. That said, your heroics in rescuing the damsel in distress were commendable. It would have been a shame to let such a blossoming girl suffer," the chubby one praised. "Indeed, well done. Yuzi, if I, Reedy, had been in your position, I believe I would have acted similarly. From now on, you shall be my role model." "Ha ha ha, you little rascal. Are you trying to flatter me? I hardly qualify as a role model." Reedy chuckled heartily, knowing full well the truth of the matter. The next morning, the 3 of them had breakfast and set out to the East City in search of a shop space. Unfortunately, they found nothing and had to postpone their plans until the following week. 3 days later, Chunyu's nano phone suddenly rang with an unfamiliar number. "Hello, who is this?" "This is Lee from the police station, Lee Mingyu." "Oh, may I inquire what business brings you to contact me? I believe I have not committed any offenses, nor have I left Jalwa University in recent days. You are overthinking it. I am reaching out because there's a matter that may pique your interest." "Oh, what is it? I am all ears. Are you seeking a shop space to open a chiropractic clinic?" What does she mean by this? Is my intention to open a chiropractic clinic warranting such scrutiny? This world has too many broken rules. I should gauge her intentions first. You know about that? I assume Officer Lee has conducted a thorough investigation on me these past few days. Yes, I am indeed planning to open a chiropractic clinic, but I believe I have not violated any laws of the Dragon Kingdom. Well, to save you from guessing, I shall be straightforward. I can secure the shop space you seek, and the rent will be at least half cheaper than what you would find on your own. Officer Lee, you could have mentioned this sooner. As an ordinary citizen, I am easily startled. I thought I had committed some offense and was being monitored by you. Enough pretense, Chunyu. Although I'm a person of the public sector, I doubt I can intimidate you. I have observed you twice at the bureau, and my instincts tell me that you are no ordinary individual. Following our previous encounter, I discovered that on the evening of your ex-girlfriend's birthday at the end of June, you were struck by lightning, yet miraculously survived the next day. Thank you for your candor, Captain Lee. Since you are aiding me so generously, do not hesitate to specify your conditions. There are conditions, but not at present. Once I have contemplated them thoroughly, I will inform you. As for the shop space you desire, I will send you the details shortly. Very well. I shall not be overly courteous then. Captain Lee has found for him a clinic of over 100 square meters dedicated to bone setting, and has been newly renovated, situated in an enviable location. The previous owner of this clinic had his shares stripped away, going bankrupt overnight, unable to repay his debts. And soon all assets under his name were seized by the authorities. Upon learning this, Captain Lee, through her connections, facilitated a favor for Chunyu, symbolically charging him a monthly rent of merely 10,000 yuan. Chunyu, without needing to inquire further, understood that Captain Lee had expended considerable effort on this matter, not only saving him a substantial amount in renovation costs, but also offering a token monthly rent. In due time, he would repay this significant favor. Upon hearing of such favorable circumstances, the duo hurried to complete the final 2 tasks. Leizi rushed to an advertising company to order a sign that read Chen's expert bone setting clinic. Additionally, there was a business hour schedule and a pricing list. Standard bone setting at 600 yuan per session. Special cases will be assessed individually. No charge if no efficacy is achieved. The plump fellow went to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to diligently follow the procedures for registering a business license. The process went relatively smoothly, with minor issues swiftly resolved, albeit requiring a bit more time. They chose Saturday for the grand opening, and with the sound of firecrackers, Chen's expert bone setting clinic officially commenced its auspicious operations. Chapter 16. An unexpected rescue of old Master Sima today marks the grand opening of Chen's expert bone setting clinic. To all the esteemed villagers, uncles, aunts, grandmothers, brothers, sisters, and all passers-by, do not miss this opportunity. If you suffer from lumbar issues or body aches, we welcome you to experience our services at Chen's expert bone setting clinic. If you find it unsatisfactory, you pay nothing. This crucial message is reiterated thrice. Have you heard of Chen's expert bone setting clinic? I have not. My old man has lived over 80 years in the E-City and has never heard of such a Chen clinic. In this day and age, everything is high-tech. There are few competent bone-setting masters left. You speak the truth. There are indeed countless frauds nowadays, claiming to be descendants of ancestral techniques or disciples of renowned masters, all to swindle money without any real skill. Let us go buy some medicine. If we end up crippled, it would be a loss. The bespectacled fellow, noticing the skeptical gazes of the crowd, devised a plan. Esteemed villagers, uncles, grandfathers, grandmothers, brothers, and sisters, I understand your doubts. How about this? Anyone suffering from full body aches? Please step forward. I will offer 10 slots, and I assure you these 10 will be treated free of charge, with no injections, no medications, and no manipulations. Just some acupressure to restore you to your former selves. Do you believe me? Are you boasting? It's now the year 3696. Where are the masters who can treat ailments through acupressure? You must be deceiving us. The crowd engaged in lively debate. After 3 minutes, as no one dared to step forward, a young man from the audience declared, "Let me go. I just descended from Chiefing Mountain and feel unwell." With this initial volunteer, the subsequent 9 followed suit. Yet within a minute, they all emerged, sighing in disappointment. I should not have trusted that bespectacled college student. How could a youth under 20 be a master of acupressure? See, I told you it was a scam. There are hardly any legitimate bone-setting clinics nowadays. Upon hearing the 10 individuals' feedback, the crowd quickly dispersed. Stop calling out. Come inside. Let us have some tea and chat. Yuzi, we were too optimistic. We trusted your skills, but the citizens do not believe us, the bespectacled fellow lamented. Indeed, Yuzi, while I was outside maintaining order, I noticed many disbelievers. It was difficult to find a few who would even consider it. I understand what you wish to convey. Do not fret. In less than 2 days, we will break the ice. Brothers, do not be daunted. Trust me. Let us enjoy some tea. The sunset cast a warm glow over City D, elongating the shadows, as the lively night market began to awaken. Amid the bustling crowd, Chen's expert bone setting clinic remained eerily quiet, with the 3 men seated at a table, enjoying takeout. Suddenly, a cry of distress echoed from outside, the sound of an elderly man falling. No passerby dared to assist. Hearing the commotion, Chen Yu set down his meal. Let us go see what is happening. Upon reaching outside, they found an elderly man, perhaps in his 80s or 90s, sprawled on the ground. Despite his age, he appeared to possess a robust spirit, likely having fallen for some reason. A crowd had gathered, murmuring amongst themselves. Some, unable to bear the sight, called for an ambulance, while others dialed the police. Chen Yu crouched down, gently inquiring, "Old sir, are you experiencing cramps in your left calf?" The elderly man's eyes brightened at the young man's words, incredulously responding, "How did you know?" "I haven't said a word." The old man's statement confirmed Chen Yu's diagnosis. He swiftly began tapping on the acupoints connecting the thigh and calf, completing the acupressure within moments. The onlookers, bewildered by the scene, began to voice their criticisms. This young man is heartless, running such a large clinic, and yet taking advantage of an elderly man. What is this young man doing? The old man clearly cannot stand. Is he attacking him? Indeed, I cannot comprehend this. This young man is in for trouble. That old man must be nearly 90. He dares to act recklessly now. Unfazed by the commotion, Chen Yu gently urged, "Old sir, try to stand up." The elderly gentleman, experiencing a newfound sense of blood flow through his legs, found the cramping sensation had vanished. As he attempted to rise, he was astonished to discover his legs felt even more agile than before. Standing upright, He even tried to leap a couple of times, startling the surrounding onlookers. Young man, could you please share your technique with this old man? How is it that you require no needles? It is truly miraculous. I feel as though I could run 10 kilometers. The elder exclaimed, brimming with vitality. It is merely a matter of some acupressure techniques. It is nothing of significance. Chinyu replied nonchalantly. The spectators, realizing that the young man had indeed been aiding the old man, began to applaud, some even recording the event to share online. The ambulance has arrived. The police are here. Everyone step aside. The police pushed through the crowd, and upon recognizing a familiar face, they exclaimed in surprise, Old Master Sima. Why are you here alone? We're your bodyguards. Old Master Sima was the former director of City D, having dismantled countless dark forces. He was now in semi-retirement, with most of the Bureau's affairs managed by his deputy. At this moment, paramedics wheeled in a stretcher, prepared to assist the injured individual, but upon surveying the area, they found no patient. Just as they were about to inquire, the old man interjected, I am fine. You may return. Old Master Sima, perhaps you should still have a checkup to ensure your well-being. It would put our minds at ease, a paramedic suggested. That is unnecessary. This young man has already treated me. My old bones are ready to charge onto the battlefield without issue. Ha ha ha. Old Master Sima laughed heartily. It's you again. What brings you here? The officer inquiring was none other than Uncle Zheng. Officer Zheng, this is my newly opened bone-setting clinic. Just now, the old gentleman fell outside the shop, and I happened to be there to check on him. You are already aware of what transpired afterward, Chinyu said, feeling somewhat awkward. Recently, he had been encountering police officers frequently, leading him to suspect that perhaps he had offended the fates this year. Young Zheng, you are overthinking it. This young man is quite remarkable. Do not trouble him in the future, understood? Old Master Sima interjected. You misunderstand, Old Master Sima. This young man did a good deed last Saturday night. I merely reacted strongly, thinking he had gotten himself into some serious trouble again. However, it seems I owe him my gratitude. Thank you, young man, for treating Old Master Sima. In the future, should you require anything in this area, do not hesitate to contact me. Here are my details. A commendable young man indeed, Old Master Sima remarked, patting Chinyu on the shoulder with a look of approval. Thank you for your kind words, Old Master Sima, Chinyu replied, maintaining a respectful demeanor. After some pleasantries exchanged between Uncle Zheng and Old Master Sima, they escorted the elderly gentleman back to the Sima residence, which was situated in the outskirts of East City, typically frequented by members of the gentry. Yuzi, we have struck gold. From now on, we have a solid backing in East City. Chapter 17. The Chen Bone-Setting Clinic gains renown. Chinyu nodded, surprised that a simple act of goodwill had garnered the attention of the affluent. After Old Master Sima departed, the evening still saw no visitors. Chinyu glanced at the time. It was around 8 o'clock, with nearly 2 hours until closing. Rather than remain idle, he decided to invite his two brothers out for a celebratory feast to commemorate the successful opening. Brothers, follow me to the East City Food Street to celebrate our grand opening. After turning off the lights and locking up, the trio took a taxi to the food street. The array of culinary delights was dizzying. There was every imaginable delicacy, from fried chicken stalls, grilled squid, pancake rolls, secret recipe beef, offal, barbecue joints, to seafood stands, all enticing passers-by. Carelessly, one could easily part with dozens, if not hundreds or thousands, from their pockets. Whatever you two wish to eat tonight, it's on me. Anything is fine. Anywhere bustling with patrons promises delectable food, Chinyu declared. Yuzi, Fatty, the Wang Matzi barbecue stall ahead seems quite popular. Let us go there. Sound good? The fair-skinned, tall proprietress sauntered over with a sway of her waist. Gentlemen, what would you like to eat or drink? Fatty casually perused the barbecue menu, noticing most of his favorites were available, and promptly ordered 6 skewers of chicken feet, 6 chicken wings, 3 grilled chickens, 6 servings of grilled pig trotters, 30 skewers of pork belly, 2 servings of conchs, 3 servings of eggplants, 3 servings of mushrooms, 3 servings of squid, 1 grilled fish, and 4 crates of chilled beer. Let us start with these. We can order more if needed. The proprietress quickly noted the order and relayed it to her husband, Wang Matzi. She then returned with 2 small dishes, one of peanuts and another of broad beans, along with a dozen beers. Wang Matzi, upon receiving the order, moved with remarkable speed. Within 10 minutes, the easy-to-cook barbecue dishes began to emerge, which his wife promptly delivered to their table. Thank you for your hard work these past days, brothers. I need not express my gratitude excessively. Everything is in the drink. Cheers! Cheers! The 3 of them raised their glasses and downed 3 rounds, taking a moment to catch their breath. Both brothers understood Yuzi's loyalty and righteousness. His actions always spoke louder than words, and even without verbal acknowledgement, they comprehended his sentiments. After finishing 3 rounds, they transitioned to showcasing their culinary delights, as the essence of barbecue lies in savoring it while it's hot. As the night gradually faded, dawn emerged, heralding a beautiful day. May the god of wealth bless us with a prosperous day. As soon as they arrived at the shop, Fatty began his superstitious musings. Chunyu chuckled, realizing that no matter the realm, people seem to adore the god of wealth, believing he bestows fortune upon them. Perhaps it was the mystical forces at play or the viral video of him treating old Master Sima that had circulated among the citizens of City D. But shortly after opening, customers began to trickle in, much to the delight of the four-eyed assistant. The first visitor was an elderly gentleman in his 70s, walking in with a hand on his back. Fatty immediately approached him. "Good morning, sir. How may I assist you? My back has been troublesome due to years of hard labor. I would like to consult your bone-setting master," the old man requested. "Of course, sir. Please follow me." The assistant guided the elderly gentleman to Chunyu's treatment room, which housed a patient bed and a chair, where Chunyu leisurely sipped his red tea. "Yuzi, this gentleman has back issues. I leave him in your capable hands." With that, he resumed attending to other patients, while Lady occupied the cashier area, next to a patient queue recording device that would automatically announce the next patient after checkout. "Master, I finally found you," the elderly man exclaimed with excitement. "You know me? I saw your video online, where you treated a gentleman around 90 years old. The process and results amazed me. I watched it over and over. I even caught a glimpse of you exiting the Chun Bone Setting Clinic, so I followed the internet trail here this morning. Please have a seat. Let me examine your back." As Chunyu felt the old man's spine, he discovered a slight misalignment in the third lumbar vertebra, but noted no other significant issues. "Your third lumbar vertebra is misaligned, but otherwise, there are no major concerns." "Indeed, master. I have had x-rays taken. Do you think you can remedy it?" "With today's medical expertise, is entirely feasible. I suspect the gentleman may be facing financial difficulties with expensive medical bills." With a couple of quick gestures, he applied pressure on the appropriate acupuncture points, skillfully manipulating the third and fourth lumbar vertebrae. With a satisfying click, the two vertebrae aligned perfectly, relieving the compressed nerve in the process. Remarkably, the elderly gentleman felt no pain throughout the procedure, and as Chunyu released the pressure on the acupuncture points, he was astonished to find his condition rectified within mere minutes. "Master, is it truly resolved?" The old man stood, twisting left and right, and was elated to discover his back was indeed healed. Tears welled in his eyes as he marveled at the wonders of traditional Chinese bone setting. He never imagined he would personally experience such a long-lost craft, achieving complete recovery without surgery or medication. "You are indeed a divine being. I must confess, I previously went to a hospital, but their fees were exorbitant. At my age, I thought it unnecessary. May I ask how much you charge for your treatment?" The old man inquired anxiously. "Strictly speaking, you're my first patient, so a nominal fee of 999 would suffice. Consider it a good omen. Master, you are truly a benevolent soul. The hospital demanded 200,000, and by comparison, you are a living bodhisattva. I must bow to you." The old man began to kneel. Quick as a flash, Chinyu caught him, thankful for his recent training that had restored him to a high level of mortal strength. Otherwise, he might have struggled with the old man's weight. "Please, no need for such reverence. This meeting is a serendipitous encounter. In the future, do take care when engaging in heavy labor. Moderate your efforts, and do not overexert yourself like in your youth. Understood?" "A living deity. Thank you, living deity. I will take heed. I'll head to settle my bill now. I won't disturb your healing any longer." The old man chattered as he walked off to the cashier, still expressing his gratitude. "Calling for patient number 02 to the bone setting treatment room. Calling for patient number 02 to the bone setting treatment room." The announcement echoed twice before it ceased. Wasn't he that old gentleman just leaning on his waist when he came in? Incredibly, within less than 3 minutes, he emerged from the treatment room as if nothing had transpired, muttering something about being a living deity. Indeed, I overheard him, and I felt compelled to cut in line from my own experience. After all, should the master have pressing matters to attend to, I would be left waiting in vain. The waiting area soon became a bit chaotic. The stout fellow quickly stepped in to calm the crowd, assuring everyone not to fret. Each individual would have their turn, and those whose names were called could proceed inside, while the others should patiently await their call. "Master, I returned from Huashan in another province last night, feeling utterly sore and uncomfortable. I beseech you to heal me. It's but a trifling matter. Please take a seat on the stool, maintain an upright posture, and ensure your muscles are entirely relaxed. Do you understand?" "Of course, master." With deft precision, Chunyu swiftly tapped on several acupoints. He did not distract the patient, who could distinctly feel a warm energy radiating from the points being struck. In no time, the discomfort vanished entirely. Now, rise and move about a bit. If there is no abnormality, you may proceed to settle your bill. Amazing. This is even more effective than a high-tech massage chair. Thank you, master. I shall return. With that, he went to pay. Amidst the hustle and bustle, the clock struck 10. The stout fellow had efficiently managed the number of patients, and the last one finished billing precisely at 10. After closing the door, the three of them, despite their aching backs and sore limbs, erupted in jubilant cheers. From this day forth, the Chin's masterful bone-setting clinic had firmly established its renown. Hey, Leizi, fatty, would you like to know how many patients we attended to today? And what our earnings were? Right. I almost forgot about that. Please, share the details. Cough, cough. Listen closely, my brothers. Aside from meal and rest times, we received a total of 186 patients today, 183 for regular bone setting and 3 with complex conditions, resulting in a total income of 12,099,900 yuan. Wow, we VE struck gold. Indeed, today we VE solidified our footing in City D. Leizi, your weekend work hours are nearly 9 hours long. Should we reconsider? Money is good, but I fear it may take a toll on you. Indeed, Leizi, fatty has a point. It's no bother. It's just 2 longer days on the weekend. From Monday to Friday, we only work 3 hours at night. So in comparison, we're far more fortunate than those who toil away. Sit down, and let me adjust your bones. Then we can enjoy a late night snack to replenish ourselves. Master Chun, do you charge for this? Get lost. Laughter erupted in the room, warm and clear. Chapter 18. An additional income of 5 million. In the following days, people flocked to the Chun's masterful bone-setting clinic, drawn by its burgeoning reputation. The 3 hours of evening operation could not quench the citizens' enthusiasm, leading to an extension of hours to 4, operating until 11 o'clock. After 11, the school prohibited entry. Chunyu decided to rent a 3-bedroom apartment nearby, occasionally staying with his brothers, but mostly returning to the apartment for practice. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. As the fame of the Chun's masterful bone-setting clinic grew, the neighboring high-tech massage parlors and traditional chiropractic establishments saw a drastic decline in clientele, with their daily revenue plummeting by more than half. This discontented the owners behind these establishments, prompting them to send investigators, who found all leads pointing back to the Chun's masterful bone-setting clinic. Their lucrative business was being undermined, and they could not abide such a disruption. On Wednesday evening, just as operations were winding down at 9 o'clock, 7 or 8 men, exuding an intimidating aura, barged in, the leader sporting a tattoo of a leopard on his arm. Noticing the situation was amiss, the stout fellow quickly interjected, "Gentlemen, I apologize, but we are at full capacity. Please return another day." "Shut your mouth. I suggest you keep quiet, four-eye brat. What is your business here? What do you mean by barging in uninvited?" queried Leizi as he stepped out from behind the cash register. "Get lost, you filthy cashier. Don't impede us. Bring your boss out here." Patients in the waiting area hastily fled the scene. "Only you dare to speak foul language. You've frightened my patients. Do you realize that?" In a flash, Leizi's temper flared. Though they were outnumbered, he was young and fit, and the provocation ignited his anger. Seeing the potential for conflict, the stout fellow quickly attempted to mediate. "Calm down, brother. I'm unsure why you're looking for our boss, but he is not here today. If you have something to discuss, I can relay your message." "How's that sound? Damn it. I told you to shut up. Now you're popping up again. I loathe your kind, full of tricks, never a word of truth. Do you think this is your first day in society?" In the bone-setting treatment room, Chunyu remained unfazed. After treating the patient, he calmly said, "I apologize for the scare today. I'll cover your bill." The patient clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, master. Your acupoint tapping technique is truly remarkable. I will recommend you to my friends." Chunyu escorted the client to the door, not sparing a glance at the 7 or 8 thugs, and quietly closed the shop. This action left both the intruders and his own companions momentarily dumbfounded. "We're just 3 people. Fighting would be a disadvantage. What is happening with Leizi?" "I thought he might call Officer Zheng," the stout fellow pondered, his mind racing but coming up empty. Leizi was equally bewildered. He wasn't afraid of fight, but blocking their escape routes was a different matter. Wouldn't this weakling be in danger? The group of thugs was initially taken aback before erupting in laughter. "Did Donkey kick your head?" "Ah, leopard brother, this one seems to be the bone-setting master," one of the younger thugs remarked. "I hadn't even said I'd hit you, yet you've already closed the door. Are you 3 planning to take us on one by one?" "No, it's just me against you all. They're not involved." "Fatty, lady, you 2 sit aside, sip tea, and watch the show. The rest is none of your concern." Chunyu stated calmly. "Brother, this isn't the time for jokes. You can't possibly take on 7 or 8 of them. Lady protested, standing protectively in front of him. Though the stout fellow was the weakest, he too had no intention of fleeing. Ah, you're killing me. Before coming here, I thought you had some backing, but now it seems unnecessary to even discuss it. Brothers, let us go. We'll beat them half to death, so they can't even open their doors for a year and a half, especially this bone-setting master. Make sure to hit him hard. Got it? Understood, leopard brother. In an instant, they pulled out their batons and swung them at Lady and the stout fellow. Anticipating their moves, Chun Yu swiftly maneuvered, pulling his companions behind him. With a deft kick, he sent their batons flying and followed up with a series of strikes to the knees of the 8 assailants. They cried out in pain, losing their balance and collapsing to the ground. At this moment, Chun Yu's hands were free, and he unleashed a flurry of slaps, one to each thug's face. Fatty and Lady were left dumbfounded, astonished at how formidable Yuzi had become. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed this was their good brother. Let us go sip tea and enjoy the show, Fatty. Yuzi will probably want to interrogate them. Such a spectacle shouldn't be missed, Lady suggested, recalling Yuzi's earlier request. Right? Let us sip tea while we watch these scoundrels bow down and apologize. The crowd erupted in laughter, covering their faces as they struggled to rise. I strongly advise you not to attempt to rise. Otherwise, you may find yourselves permanently incapacitated. With just these 2 sentences, I instilled such fear in them that they dared not make a move, trembling as they knelt. I will pose questions, and you shall respond. Understood? Why does that phrase sound so familiar? A sudden doubt surged within Chun Yu's mind. Understood, master. We are all ears, they replied, their tone respectful. Well, their attitude is rather commendable. At this moment, the hefty man handed over a cup of tea, exclaiming, Brother, you enjoy your tea? Chun Yu nearly chuckled. This rotund fellow was quite adept at ingratiating himself. Accepting the tea and taking a sip, he continued, Who sent you here, and what is your name? Master. You may call me Little Leopard, he replied, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. We were sent by General Shah of the Immortal Massage Parlor. He said that Yorchin's unique bone-setting clinic has siphoned off a significant portion of their business and wanted us to come and have a chat with you over tea. Immortal Massage Parlor? I shall have to pay them a visit one day to ascertain their authenticity, if they are not genuine. Well, a collective shiver ran through the group at his ominous tone. This master smiled in a manner that was unsettlingly eerie. Just moments ago, they had contemplated confronting him. Had they known, who would have dared to accompany Little Leopard to this encounter? Little Leopard was equally perturbed. Had he known the master was this formidable, even a bribe of 5 million from General Shah would not have tempted him to come. Money was indeed hard-earned. What did that foolish boss offer you? 1 million up front, and another million upon completion. Little Leopard wiped his perspiration and continued. After a moment's thought, he fished out a card from his pocket and added, Master, this card holds 1 million. Consider it a tribute from us for our lack of discernment. Please let us leave. Oh, you think 1 million is sufficient for a peaceful exit? It seems a tad insufficient, does it not? How about adding another 500,000? Are you implying that your 8 lives are worth less than my 2 million? No, Master, that is not what I meant. I meant 50,000 each, totaling 400,000 for all 8 of us. I only possess the 1 million that Boss Shah provided. I had planned to treat them to a night out after the job was complete. Very well, I shall commend your discretion. Ready. Provide this young brother with a card number. By this time tomorrow, I expect to see 400,000 deposited into my account, he said with a grin. Rest assured, Master, I will gather the funds immediately and ensure the 400,000 is transferred by tomorrow morning. Now that is more like it, the hefty man said as he opened the door, ushering Little Leopard out. They are indeed our benefactors. Understood, Brother Yu. Chapter 19. The 8 million yuan Zisha teapot in the early hours. A portly man with a round face and large ears indulged in the company of 2 women in the presidential suite of the Immortal Massage Parlor. He laughed boisterously, while the women occasionally let out flirtatious giggles. One of the women wore bunny ears and a bikini, enhanced by sheer black stockings that accentuated her long, alluring legs, provoking the man to reach out towards her enticing limbs. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door, and a tall, elegant woman in professional attire entered, her high heels clicking against the floor. She was the personal secretary to the portly man. General Shah, it is past midnight, yet the flower leopard from East City has yet to respond. Upon hearing this, the man's jovial demeanor shifted to one of irritation in an instant. He downed his drink and hurled the glass to the floor, shattering it with a resounding crash, startling the 2 women into trembling silence. What utter incompetence! You assured me that a few mere students would pose no threat. What a bunch of useless fools. Song, call him tomorrow morning. If he doesn't answer, then he need not expect the remaining 1 million. Yes, General Shah, replied Song Yi, who had been by his side for many years and understood his thoughts well. As night faded, the sun rose as it always did, unwilling to let the world starve. The 400,000 has been transferred. Chen Yu received a message from Reddy while in the midst of a lesson. How prudent. I shall let him off this time, for he may yet prove useful in the future. Meanwhile, Secretary Song Yi entered the room, unfazed by the disarray, and waved for the two women to exit. General Shah, the flower leopard has replied, stating that the bone-setting master may be an ancient martial artist, capable of disarming all 8 of our men with a single strike. His strength is at least that of a postnatal warrior. Damn it, what rubbish. Give him the 1 million, and any future lucrative ventures shall be entrusted to others. Yes, General Shah, you've tampered with my territory, and this matter shall not be left unresolved. What if he is an ancient martial artist? In this world, as long as there is wealth, what ancient martial art or supernatural ability cannot be subdued? Leave now. I shall handle this personally. Yes, General Shah. He promptly dialed a number. Old 3, find me an ability user. Money is no object. On the other end, a nod was exchanged, followed by a call to a mysterious contact. That evening, 3 men opened their establishment at the usual hour, and clients lined up as they always did, waiting for the master to arrive. Please, patient number 1, proceed to the bone-setting treatment room. Patient number 1, please enter the bone-setting treatment room. Patient number 2, please proceed to the bone-setting treatment room. Patient number 2, please enter the bone-setting treatment room. On a nearby building, a man with prominent teeth peered through binoculars at the Chen's unique bone-setting clinic, muttering to himself, "It's good that you've come. I feared you might not show up tonight." Soon, closing time arrived. After treating the last patient, Chen Yu sipped some red tea to soothe his throat, stretched lazily, and exited the treatment room. Brothers, I have a grand plan to share. We have acquired several million, and I intend to purchase herbs to concoct a unique bone-setting elixir. This elixir will differ from traditional methods. It can regenerate bones and will be sold exclusively to the affluent. Ah, brother you seem so unfamiliar. Why the dramatic change? My heavens, how is it fair that with the same education and intellect, you excel while I languish? Exclaimed the bespectacled man dramatically. Ha! To remedy your tender heart, I have decided to close the shop tomorrow night and Saturday. You two may rest while I venture to the herb market to select the necessary ingredients. Additionally, tonight, we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. On it, I will draft a notice to prevent our clients from making a fruitless trip, Reddy chimed in. Just as he posted the notice, a group of tall, masked individuals emerged from a luxurious, self-driving SUV, each wielding baseball bats as they stormed inside. One of them wasted no time, smashing the teapot into smithereens. Chen Yu signaled for Reddy to close the door, which he did promptly. The hefty man, reveling in schadenfreude, muttered, "Looks like our benefactor has arrived again tonight," retreating to a corner to leave the stage clear for Chen Yu. Bone-setting master, it appears your 2 subordinates are rather lackluster. One hides in the corner, while the other is so frightened he shut the door. Ha! You 3 foolish university students are truly amusing. A yellowed, prominent tooth emerged from beneath the mask. Oh dear, I can't take it anymore. You made my stomach ache from laughter. The other 6 men joined in the mirth. For a moment, the 7 burly men laughed as though a joke had been played upon them, and Chen Yu remained silent, observing them, lost in thought. 2 minutes later, the toothy masked man finally managed to speak through his laughter. Master, I present to you 3 paths. First, the bone-setting establishment shall henceforth belong to me, and you shall work for me for the next decade, during which I shall claim 90% of the profits. Second, depart from D-City and compensate me for my losses over the past half-month, totaling 5 million. Third, I shall render your hands useless. The threat posed by Baoya is exceedingly venomous. Regardless of the choice, he stands to gain, especially with the final option, the most insidious of all. For one who relies on their craft, is akin to slaying one's own progenitors. Wow, what a foul stench, Chen Yu exaggeratedly remarked, accompanying his gesture. Baoya, the master mocks your bad breath. Shall we not take immediate action against him? You chatterbox, we haven't even settled our business yet. What are you getting physical for? Baoya retorted angrily. Do you also call yourself Leopard Brother? I wonder which leopard you are. Just last night, a fellow claiming to be Leopard Brother, a deity of wealth, visited me. I told him I had enough money, but he insisted on giving me 5 million. This has made me quite embarrassed. I wonder if your Leopard Brother is also here to bestow riches? The portly fellow in the corner could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Shut your mouth, you 4-eyed toad. Did my boss ask you to laugh? What makes you think you can jest here, you clueless fool? One of the masked men, wielding a baseball bat, pointed at the 4-eyed fat man and berated him. With Chen Yu standing in front of him, The fat man grew bolder and flashed a friendly middle finger at the masked man. Upon seeing this, the masked man exploded with rage. You son of a bitch. If I don't break your legs, I'll take your surname. Once the commotion subsided, Baoya glared menacingly, his smile devoid of warmth. Very well. I see you refuse to choose any path. Do not blame me, Baoya. Brothers, attack. Beat these 3 foolish students until they regret ever entering this world. At his command, the 6 men bared their teeth and brandished their baseball bats as they charged at the trio, particularly the masked man who lunged directly at the fat man. Ha ha. 4-eyed brat, you're done for now. Let us see you act all tough. The fat man quickly made a childish face and ducked behind Shinyu. Damn it. The disheveled masked man shouted, swinging his weapon at Shinyu, intending to take him down before dealing with the 4-eyed toad. His plan was commendable. But before he could finish his vile words, Shinyu kicked him away, eliciting a pained cry as he crashed to the ground, dazed. Due to years of fitness training and running, Lady adeptly evaded the attacks from the masked brute, merely dodging. When another masked man approached, Shinyu merely sneered, showing no intent to use his ethereal agility. Instead, he unleashed a swift combination of left foot and right foot and left fist, delivering rapid strikes to their faces and midsections, leaving behind afterimages. In less than a minute, they all bore panda eyes, clutching their bellies as they collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. It seemed they fared far worse than the 8 from the previous day. At this moment, the astute fat man took action, fetching a chair. Please, UG. Have a seat. Would you like a bottle of cola to calm your nerves? Now it is my turn to inquire. Which faction do you hail from? I have no idea what the master is saying, Baoya foolishly replied. Upon hearing this, Shinyu struck him with a slap, causing Baoya's signature buck teeth to fly out, rendering his grin even less appealing. Can we speak now? The Dragon Super Technology Massage Parlor. How coincidental. Last night, there was a place called the Immortal Parlor, and now another named the Dragon Parlor. You two wouldn't happen to be from the same establishment, would you? If you're here to deliver money, couldn't you have discussed it beforehand? After all, I am rather busy. The crowd shivered at the realization that someone had acted before them. They were all too familiar with the Immortal Massage Parlor, having frequented it often. Are you the proprietor, or merely the enforcer? This time, Baoya no longer dared to resist, and obediently revealed the truth. Master, I am from the Dragon Super Technology Massage Parlor. My sister is the wife of Chairman Pan. Then this will be simple. Your underlings have shattered an $8 million Zisha teapot of mine. How do you intend to resolve this? What? An $8 million teapot? Master, you must be jesting. That teapot hardly looks like an antique, more like a bestseller from a certain online store. When have I ever jested with you? If it weren't an antique, it wouldn't have shattered so easily. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Baoya fell silent. Not speaking means you agree. I won't beat around the bush. Unless you transfer $8 million to my account tonight, you shall find yourself on Shark Island tomorrow. Think it over. With that, Shinyu resumed sipping his cola, savoring the taste. The beleaguered Baoya picked up his phone and began lamenting to the other end, and after about 10 minutes, the other party relented, swiftly transferring the $8 million. UG, the $8 million has been received, Lady announced upon seeing the notification. Good. The fat man, seeing this, politely helped Baoya up and escorted him to a luxurious 7-seater SUV, waving goodbye as they departed. Chapter 20. Journey to the Herbal Distribution Center. Brothers, I won't be around for the next 2 days. You both must be extra cautious. Best not to roam about at night, lest they unleash their wrath upon you. Do you understand? Rest assured, UG, we'll look after ourselves. This past half-month has provided us with some social experience. Indeed, UG, you can feel free to procure your herbs. All right, we'll meet at the bone-setting parlor the day after tomorrow. Contact me if anything urgent arises. On the way back to the apartment, he requested a leave of absence from the homeroom teacher for Friday. The fish are growing more numerous. It is time for you to emerge and assist me in my cultivation. Recently, I have been occupied with a bone-setting parlor, which has hindered my progress in cultivation. Although I meditate and practice for several hours each night, it is far from sufficient. In this realm, only by utilizing the 4 directions Divine Cauldron and the 8 Desolation Treasure Pagoda can I swiftly break through my cultivation level. Upon returning to the Charn apartment, I activated my consciousness to summon the Void Ring, which I wore on my hand. The Void Ring, having been altered in appearance by my master, is imperceptible to anyone not at the Divine King level, especially in this realm, where it is often mistaken for an item worth merely 99 yuan. Should I encounter a robbery, the prime target would be their nanophone. After all, that is the most practical super technology product. The Void Ring, being a holy grade artifact, expands its internal space with the owner's cultivation growth. When one reaches the Divine King level, A realm of their own will manifest within the void ring, allowing any living being to be contained within it. In the moment before death, he sensed something amiss and stashed both the void ring and the spatial ring into his consciousness. Having completed this, before he could contemplate further, the dark heavenly sovereign's colossal hand descended from the upper realm, aiming for the Tai Su mountain range. Thanks to his actions, even with continuous rebirth, as long as his consciousness and soul remain intact, he would not lose his artifacts or techniques. Before dawn, he boarded a high-speed train traveling at 3,000 kilometers per hour towards Province S. An hour later, he arrived at Chuanling town, hired a driverless van, and set off for the herbal distribution center. After navigating numerous winding mountain roads, he finally reached the herbal distribution center. Upon entering, Chun Yu discovered an abundance of herbs, a veritable cornucopia. However, most of the common herbs were artificially cultivated, yielding mediocre efficacy. What he sought were aged herbs, ideally at least 3 years old, otherwise they would possess no spiritual essence. Even with the enhancement of the 4 directions divine cauldron, the efficacy would only increase by about 30%, which was not the result he desired. "Brother, what medicinal herbs are you looking to purchase?" "I have everything you need," exclaimed a shrewd herbal merchant, enthusiastically beckoning to the passing crowd. As the unfamiliar face of Chun Yu strolled by, the merchant's fervor intensified in his eyes. Such naive newcomers were the easiest to deceive and yielded the highest profits. Chun Yu regarded the grinning merchant's warm greeting with a nod, casting a cursory glance at the dazzling array of herbs before him. However, he sensed no trace of spiritual energy emanating from them, merely a collection of artificially cultivated, low-grade specimens. It dawned on him that this merchant specialized in swindling unsuspecting novices to amass substantial profits. Whenever he encountered herbs devoid of any spiritual fluctuations, he would pass them by without hesitation, for time was a particularly precious commodity on this day, one he could ill afford to waste. Upon reaching a corner, he spotted an elderly farmer, dressed in tattered clothes, standing forlornly. Despite the pained expression on the old man's face, he refrained from shouting out. The passing herbal buyers ignored the subpar herbs he had dug up, yet the old man remained hopeful that there might be someone discerning enough to appreciate their worth. Just as the elder thought the young man would walk past, Chun Yu halted and inquired, "How much do you intend to sell your herbs for, sir?" Though the herbs lacked aesthetic appeal, they had grown for over a decade, and their inferior appearance could be attributed to various factors, such as their growing environment or adverse weather conditions. Most importantly, the old man's herbs possessed commendable spiritual energy and efficacy. Several were even key ingredients for bone-strengthening elixirs. The old man scrutinized the young man and replied, "If you wish to buy them, I can offer you a discount. I'll take them all." "What price do you propose?" Chun Yu asked. "My herbs aren't in good condition, and buying them all may not be easy for you to resell," the elder cautioned kindly. "Huh, you are quite peculiar. Sir, I intend to buy everything, yet you seem worried about my ability to resell them. This approach will make it difficult for you to sell it all. Just give me a price, and I will take them all." "Young man, 5,000 will suffice." The elder extended 5 fingers, his palm thickly calloused. Chun Yu shook his head. The old man was far too kind, clearly in need of money, yet still so cautious. While the herbs were indeed unappealing, their age rendered them valuable. Even at the lowest purchase price, they were worth at least 20,000, considering there were 30 to 40 pounds in total. The elder, fearing he had asked for too much, quickly amended his offer. 3,000 will do. Realizing the old man had misunderstood, Chun Yu chose not to correct him and scanned his payment code, transferring 30,000 to him. The elder's phone chimed, indicating an incoming sum of 30,000. Momentarily stunned, he quickly checked his phone and confirmed the transaction. Indeed, 30,000 had been deposited, bringing his account balance to 3,000,108 yuan. "Young man, you have overpaid. It's only 3,000, not 30,000, he insisted, waving his hands. "Sir, I have paid the correct amount. Your herbs are worth this price." Bowing respectfully, Chun Yu continued, "Thank you, kind sir. You are truly generous. To be honest, my granddaughter has been without her medication for several days. With this money, I can continue to buy her treatment. There's no need for such formalities, sir. This is what you deserve. How severe is your granddaughter's condition? How is she recovering?" Chun Yu felt a connection and couldn't help but engage in further conversation. "She is quite understanding and has cooperated well with her treatment. Currently recovering about 50 to 60%. Unfortunately, the funds only cover the first 2 treatment sessions. Had I not encountered a benefactor like you today, I would not know when I could afford the last 2 sessions. I wish your granddaughter a swift recovery. Here is my contact information. You may save my name as Xiao Chun. If you come across any more wild herbs, please reach out to me. and I will personally come to your home to collect them. Every family has its own struggles. Even in this technologically advanced world, the plight of the underprivileged remains unchanged. Aside from minor comforts, when faced with significant challenges, it often becomes the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Thank you, young Master Chen. If you are not too busy, please accompany this humble farmer back to my home for a visit, as a gesture of gratitude. Thank you, but I still need to procure more herbs. Please hurry back to buy medicine for your granddaughter. We shall meet again when the opportunity arises. The elder swiftly packed the herbs into a bag. Where's your vehicle, young Master Chen? I can place the herbs in your car before returning home. No need. This weight is but a trifle to me, Chen Yu replied, effortlessly tossing the bag over his shoulder. Who would have thought that young Master Chen, despite his youth, possesses such strength? In this day and age, most rely on technology, and few are willing to engage in manual labor. You flatter me. Please take care of yourself, he remarked as he walked towards other herbal merchants. After a round of negotiations, he acquired several hundred pounds of herbs, spending around 700,000 to 800,000 in total. He loaded the herbs into a van, though regrettably, he did not encounter any herbs aged over 50 years, as they had likely been snatched up by prominent families long before reaching the market. On the way, he retrieved a supreme quality spatial ring from his void storage, placing all the herbs inside. Upon returning to H Province's D City, it was around 3 in the afternoon. Chapter 21. Supreme Treasures to aid my alchemy and cultivation. After disembarking from the train, he proceeded to a comprehensive market, purchasing hundreds of small bottles. He also acquired some fresh ingredients and instant meals, the latter of which he promptly stored in his spatial ring for future use. Once on a private vehicle back to the Chu-Ran apartment, he closed the doors and windows, then proceeded to set up several spiritual locking formations within the room. With a focused thought, he summoned the Sifong Divine Cauldron from his consciousness. The cauldron instantly radiated divine light, which soon faded. Chen Yu felt a surge of excitement, murmuring to himself, "Old friend, we meet again." Had he not arranged the formations in advance, merely closing the doors and windows would not have been sufficient to contain the spiritual energy from leaking out. Even a flicker of that divine light could have attracted the attention of this world's extraordinary beings or modified humans. This Sifong Divine Cauldron possesses the miraculous ability to refine all things, whether they be elixirs or divine weapons. All can be purified within the cauldron. The refining power of the Sifong Divine Cauldron can also mend damaged treasures, restoring them to their former glory. Moreover, the Sifong Divine Cauldron has the capacity to gather spiritual energy, enhancing absorption during cultivation when placed nearby, thus improving efficiency. In the realm of deities, the Sifong Divine Cauldron is a coveted artifact sought after by various powerful factions. He retrieved the herb from the spatial ring, tiger vine, eagle vine, nine-dragon wood, phoenix grass, bone-setting grass, and many other varieties, placing them into the Sifong Divine Cauldron. To ensure their effectiveness, he added a few spiritual herbs he had acquired from the secret realm of the Dragon Continent, which could easily be deemed divine medicines in this world. With a self-deprecating smile, he lamented his current lack of power. No earth fire, no technique fire, no divine fire. Thus, he quietly ignited natural gas and began to concoct the bone-strengthening elixir. A few bottles of natural gas had been delivered to him earlier, and he had specifically purchased the most powerful burning equipment available. The process of concoction involved tossing all the required herbs into the Sifong Divine Cauldron without any particular order. One need only apply heat to refine and boil them. There was no need to worry about spoilage. The Sifong Divine Cauldron would handle the purification and refinement throughout. As time ticked by, 3 hours later, the fragrant aroma of the elixir wafted from the kitchen, filling the entire house. The bone-strengthening elixir is complete. He retrieved the bottles, using his technique to guide the elixir into them. Due to his low realm, he could only fill 10 bottles at a time, requiring numerous trips back and forth until the elixir was entirely bottled. The bone rejuvenation elixir, as long as one clings to life, can sustain existence and gradually restore vitality. It can be ingested or applied externally, whether for fractured bones or severe injuries. Just a small vial is sufficient to heal wounds within a day or two, and after 3 or 4 days, bones can completely mend. For those in good health, recovery can happen in less than 2 days. Given such miraculous efficacy, the price cannot be low. After a moment's contemplation, he decided on a price of 1 million per bottle. Surely, the affluent would not mind such trifles, for the value far exceeds the cost. He could hardly believe that the wealthy would refrain from making a purchase. With a flick of his wrist, he stored hundreds of bottles of the bone rejuvenation elixir into his spatial ring. By now, it was already 9 in the evening. With an empty stomach, he prepared 3 servings of steak, while the lobster and king crab were directly steamed to preserve their natural flavors. After indulging in his meal for several minutes, he nodded in satisfaction, indicating his contentment with both his culinary skills and the seafood. At 10 o'clock, he donned a pair of shorts, exposing his upper body, and settled cross-legged in the living room. He took out a fourth-grade pill, the bone-cleansing pill, and consumed it. With the guidance of the supreme Tao scripture, he directed the pill's energy to impact the 8 extraordinary meridians. Gradually, the medicinal power of the bone-cleansing pill dispersed, intensifying within his dantian, and a warm energy began to envelop his entire being. Soon, he felt as though he were shrouded in clouds, with sweat streaming from his skin as pores. Having nurtured his body with the supreme Tao scripture for half a month, he had experienced a notable enhancement in various aspects. His face remained relatively calm, as the pain from the impact of the bone-cleansing pill on his meridians was hardly a concern for him. Ultimately, the physique of earthlings was still too fragile. After 2 hours of effort, he managed to barely open 2 of the 8 extraordinary meridians, and this was with the aid of the bone-cleansing pill. At 1 in the morning, the 3rd meridian opened. By 1:39, the 4th opened. At 2:10, the 5th opened. By 2:30, the 6th opened. At 2:50, the 7th opened. And at 3 o'clock, the 8th opened. After 5 hours, the Ren, Du Chong Dai Yangwei Yinwei, Yin Xiao, and Yanxiao meridians were all open. His arm strength surged from hundreds of pounds to over 1,000. Slowly opening his eyes, he noticed a heaviness in his eyelids, and upon inspecting his body, he found a thick layer of grime clinging to his skin. With a self-deprecating chuckle, he made his way to the bathroom, turning on the shower, and spent over half an hour washing until he was clean, revealing skin as smooth as a baby's and a face with sharper features. Returning to bed, he fell into a deep slumber. Upon waking early, he quickly consumed a bowl of luxurious seafood noodles and embarked on his life-risking journey through the Tower of the 8 Desolations. As the tower was extracted from his sea of consciousness, several spirit-binding formations struggled to suppress the ambient spiritual energy that surrounded the 8 Desolations tower. With a mere thought, he entered the Tower of the 8 Desolations, his first experience within it leaving him profoundly awestruck by the self-contained world inside. The environment was filled with celestial phenomena, rich in spiritual energy, with purple lightning crackling throughout. The natural elements of wind and thunder complemented each other, while the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were distributed within. All the abilities of the spiritual beasts and divine creatures within stemmed from these 5 elements, or the forces of wind and thunder. He chuckled heartily, feeling he had struck gold. His demise would not be in vain. He wondered when he would be able to summon these powers. In due time, this realm would be his playground, and he would reign supreme. However, to earn the tower's acknowledgement as its master, he would need to invest considerable effort. Fortunately, the supreme Tao scripture within his sea of consciousness could control this extraordinary treasure. Otherwise, he would have found it impossible to enter the tower. With the aid of the 8 Desolations tower, cultivating a clone was merely a matter of time. Henceforth, his clone could cultivate within the tower at all moments. Regaining his focus, he began to practice the supreme Tao scripture, unknowingly passing through 4 seasons within the tower. When he finally awakened, his first thought was one of dismay. He had inadvertently entered a state of forgetfulness. A blink of an eye had cost him a year's time, and his family and brothers must be frantic with worry. He promptly exited the Tower of the 8 Desolations and picked up his nano smartphone ring. Shouting, "What is today's date? Master, it is now July 26th, 3696. At 9 in the morning. Yu could hardly believe it and requested Xiao Ying to repeat the date. Master, it is now July 26th, 3696. At 9 hours and 11 seconds. He was utterly astonished. He had entered the Tower of the 8 Desolations at 8:59 on July 25th and had only just begun his cultivation after lingering for a while. He never expected the time flow inside the tower to be swifter than that outside. A year had passed within the tower, while merely a day had elapsed outside. He was amazed by the limitless potential of the Tower of the 8 Desolations. As the concentrated spiritual energy had allowed him to swiftly break through from the peak of the mortal realm to the lower tier of the human king realm, with the innate energy generated in his dantian serving as proof. Although he currently resided on the top floor, if any ill-intentioned individuals were to attempt an assassination, he could traverse and leap between high-rise buildings within 100 meters distance. What a treasure! What a treasure! Ha ha ha! With this extraordinary artifact, he had no reason to fear traversing the void. One day, he would break through to the sage realm and return to the divine dragon continent. Chapter 22. The brothers seek to become disciples? After freshening up, he made his way to the bone clinic. Due to time constraints, He had to settle for some fast food en route. Dear Mr. Chun, you have arrived at the Chun family's renowned bone clinic. There is no one around, so you may disembark with peace of mind. With 2 minutes remaining until opening time, Fatty and Reedy were already outside maintaining order. At that moment, a sharply featured young man stepped out of a brand-name vehicle and walked toward the bone clinic's entrance, showing no intention of queuing. Fatty and Reedy exchanged glances, recognizing the individual, but struggling to recall who he was. Just as Chinyu was about to greet them, Reedy took the initiative and blocked the young man's path. Sir, please queue at the back. Who is this well-groomed fellow? What a lack of manners, not queuing first thing in the morning. Kid, don't you see we're all lined up properly? And do you even realize who runs this bone clinic? You should really go to the back of the line. A kind-hearted elder in the third position advised. Nowadays, people are quite aggressive. You might get into trouble. Besides, Master Chin dislikes patients cutting in line. Thank you for the reminder, elder. I am indeed the Master Chin you speak of. Reedy was stunned upon hearing this. The young man's voice bore an uncanny resemblance to his good brother Yuzi. Fatty was equally surprised and hurriedly approached, scrutinizing the young man closely. Indeed, he bore a striking resemblance to Yuzi. Is it truly you, our good brother Yuzi? Is that even a question? It's only been 2 days since we last met. Have you too forgotten about me? Chinyu replied with a playful reprimand. The others in line began to murmur, intrigued. Could this truly be Master Chun? He appeared somewhat different from his online persona, looking more angular and refined. Goodness, that voice is unmistakably Yuzi. Didn't you go to buy herbs? What brings you to a beauty salon? But you look great nonetheless, ha ha ha. My sincere apologies, everyone. This is indeed our Master Chun, Fatty said, apologizing to the waiting patients. Reedy chuckled awkwardly. Yuzi, you can't blame us. Before taking a knife, you didn't give us a heads up. We understand the desire for beauty. Chinyu smiled warmly. You two are right. It's my oversight as a brother. He chose not to elaborate further, knowing that pills like the bone cleansing pill, which could unlock the extraordinary meridians of humanity, were not something everyone was familiar with. They would understand in time. As the day of busy orthopedic treatments drew to a close, the rotund fellow and Ready began to interrogate Chinyu. Yuzi, where did you acquire that face? It appears quite natural, yet surely it was not inexpensive. Indeed, it looks rather costly, they added. Oh, come on. Do I really need cosmetic surgery? This is the result of my training. What sort of training can enhance one's appearance? They inquired. Speaking of training, we've been quite curious these past few days. Yesterday, Reddy and I discussed it, and this morning, we intended to ask you which master taught you your skills. Exactly. The last couple of times, the competitors sent people to cause trouble, but my brother handled them effortlessly. We believe that learning martial arts is immensely beneficial. It can protect those we wish to safeguard. So, you two wish to take on a mentor? Yes. Yuzi, could you perhaps speak favorably to your master about accepting us as disciples? These two lads truly are naively optimistic. The world of martial artists is fraught with peril. Once you step into it, a moment's carelessness could lead to death. Allow me to instill some fear into these two young men. Brothers, training in martial arts is terribly arduous. Do you understand? When I was a child practicing in the mountains, my master would occasionally strike me. I endured hunger and even battled ferocious beasts. There were times I almost lost my life. Such hardships, let alone in this era, would be scarcely endured by anyone in ancient times. Master, please do not hold against me. I am merely exaggerating to frighten these two brothers. Is your master truly that extreme? He strikes you and withholds food? The rotund fellow could not help but take a couple steps back. Yuzi, I am unafraid. I, Ready, wish to learn martial arts. As long as your master is willing to teach me, I am prepared to endure any hardship. Chinyu was somewhat taken aback, although Ready was not particularly sociable. He possessed one admirable trait. Once he considered someone a brother, he would treat them unconditionally well. State your reasons. I do not wish for you to face danger alone, while I can do nothing but watch helplessly, unable to assist you, my brother. Reddy's heartfelt declaration resonated throughout the orthopedic clinic. This lad indeed mirrors my thoughts, although we have only known each other for a month. The information gleaned from this body suggests he is worthy of a deep friendship. Of course, the rotund fellow is commendable as well, despite his meticulous nature. He has never shied away from difficult situations. All right, Reddy, for that statement alone, my brother is content. Why are you two being so sentimental? It's rather nauseating. As long as I can learn martial arts and assist Yuzi, I, the rotund fellow, am willing to endure hardships. Ha, you sly one. You certainly know how to charm. Are you not afraid my master will toss you into a pack of wolves? Well, even if my master were to throw me into a pack of wolves, you two would still be there, wouldn't you? Could you truly bear to stand by and watch me perish? Given your determination, I will divulge a harsh truth. In the world of martial artists, and even at higher levels, human life is as insignificant as that of an ant. A moment's inattention could lead to demise. Are you still willing to step into the world of martial artists? I cannot speak for the rotund fellow, but I, Ready, do not fear death. This world will not spare you simply because you are an ordinary person. Only by becoming stronger can one resist greater dangers. What have you experienced, Ready, to come to such a realization? Is it really that bleak? I, the rotund fellow, do not ponder as deeply as you. I have merely seen a role model. As long as I continue alongside Leizi, my path in life will not stray. Since you both are willing to trust me and step into the world of martial artists, I shall give you a small test starting today. Ready, if you can run 160 kilometers in 4 hours, I will guide you into the realm of martial artists. As for you, rotund fellow, once you manage to run 150 kilometers in 4 hours, I shall lead you into the world of martial artists. Agreed, it's a promise. Ready was the most elated. Running 160 kilometers in 4 hours was no challenge for him. Ever since he adopted Leizi's breath of the 50-turbine running method, he had progressed from running over 20 kilometers to around 30. Breaking through 40 kilometers per hour was merely a matter of time. Chapter 23. The emergence of orthopedic liquid shocks the military. Having concluded discussions about your affairs, let us now address the matter of the orthopedic liquid. I pretended to retrieve 2 bottles of orthopedic liquid from my pocket. Brothers, this orthopedic liquid will become one of our primary sources of income. It is priced at 1 million yuan per bottle. How much? 1 million seems excessively high. The rotund fellow expressed concern that the price might hinder sales. In due time, you will understand its worth. Each of you will receive a bottle as a trial specimen. If you encounter someone with severe injuries, administer it to them. If they cannot ingest it, it can be applied externally. The more severe the injury, the better. Even in cases of significant bleeding, it can quickly stop the bleeding. Those with robust constitutions will recover in no more than 2 days, while slower cases will take 3 to 4 days at most. The 2 men could scarcely believe that such a small vial could possess such extraordinary efficacy. In an era of advanced medicine, it seemed implausible that an injured person could fully recover in just 2 days. Xinyu understood their skepticism, as it was beyond their comprehension. Without witnessing or experiencing it firsthand, immediate belief was improbable. Nevertheless, despite their doubt, they carefully tucked the orthopedic liquid into their pockets. Leizi, I shall not keep you any longer. I must go for a run, the 2 of them said in unison. All right, stay safe. I await your good news. Upon returning to the apartment, I immediately entered the 8 desolate tower for cultivation, first practicing the Supreme Tao scripture and then the Xuanwu dragon elephant technique. One focuses on the internal, the other on the external. Only through the cultivation of both can one stand invincible. Days passed swiftly, and the troublemakers had not reappeared, seemingly vanishing into thin air. During this time, Xinyu utilized the nights to continuously refine his physique using the Xuanwu dragon elephant technique within the 8 desolate tower, enhancing his strength from 1,000 pounds to several thousand. One night, under the cover of darkness, I ventured to a park 13 kilometers away. Utilizing my immense strength, I struck a large tree with a single punch, instantly igniting my desire to unleash a flurry of explosive punches. The entire tree shattered into countless fragments under the force of my explosive strikes, akin to the effectiveness of an axe chopping wood. The following day, the park manager, Elder Wong, furiously scolded, wondering which lunatic had reduced a perfectly good tree to mere splinters. Meanwhile, the rotund fellow and Ready, after finishing their evening shifts, had made it a routine to go for a run together. The night in the East City remained as enchanting as ever, with lights scattered beautifully across the streets, creating a vibrant tapestry that captivated all who beheld it. On the final day of July, at 1 in the morning, 2 young men were still energetically running, occasionally conversing through their sports headphones. Ready, the night scenery in East City is truly remarkable. Report your current location. I am just passing the entrance of East City Park. How about you? I am about to cross the intersection at Central Square. Just as the words were about to leave his mouth, a manually operated supercar came racing in, out of control, crashing into the greenery, then into a tree, and subsequently tumbling over several times before coming to a halt. Hearing the massive impact through his headphones, Ready urgently called out, "Rotund fellow, are you okay? What happened?" Unfortunately, he received no response. After a moment of shock, the rotund fellow quickly dialed the traffic police and ambulance, then rushed over to assist the injured. Other passers-by, hearing the commotion, hurried to the scene, where they found the front of the car and its doors severely deformed, the windshield shattered, and airbags deployed. Blood stained the airbags, and those approaching including the rotund fellow himself, hesitated to act, fearing they might inadvertently cause further injury to the victims. Within 2 minutes, the traffic police arrived at the scene, swiftly assessing the owner's injuries. As they approached, a strong scent of alcohol reached their nostrils. The individual appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, an age characterized by a thirst for thrill. The officer accessed the driver's information and promptly called the parents to notify them. At this moment, an unmanned ambulance, blaring its siren, raced towards the scene. The traffic officer exchanged a few brief words before the paramedics moved in to examine the injured individual. They concluded that immediate extraction to the hospital was imperative, or else he would succumb to his injuries at any moment. With a collective effort from the police and bystanders, including a portly man who stepped forward to assist, they managed to extricate the driver after more than 10 minutes. The driver's family arrived just in time to witness the commotion, but the nurse held them back. The paramedics conducted another examination and shook their heads, informing the family that the young man's injuries were grievous. Nearly all of his ribs were fractured, causing damage to a portion of his spleen, and he was coughing up blood in alarming quantities. The implication was clear: his chances of survival were bleak. Upon hearing this, his mother fainted. The father, consumed by grief, cradled his son and wept, exclaiming, "Oh God, my son has just reached adulthood. Who can save him? I would offer all my possessions for his recovery. Forgive me, my son. It is my fault. I should never have promised you that antique sports car. It is my negligence that has led you to this fate." Suddenly, the portly man recalled something and hurriedly approached the distraught father, saying, "I may have a solution that could save him." This proclamation struck the grieving man as though a divine being had appeared, silencing his cries and prompting him to look at the bespectacled youth, who seemed not much older than his son, with hope. "Is that true?" he asked. The portly man retrieved a small vial containing a white liquid from his pocket, preparing to administer it to the injured young man. At that moment, a doctor intervened, gripping the portly man's wrist and sternly admonishing him. "What do you think you're doing? If you act recklessly, you could face legal repercussions. Your school uniform clearly identifies you as a student of Jala University. I advise against any foolish actions. He is beyond saving. Even a miracle could not help him. In mere seconds, he may lose his life." Just then, Leizi appeared on the scene, visibly relieved to see the portly man unharmed. Upon noticing the vial in his hand and the doctor's words, he quickly understood the gravity of the situation. He seized the vial, removed the stopper, and poured the entire contents of the white liquid down the young man's throat. The father, still clinging to hope, gently stroked his son's chest repeatedly, fearful that he would not swallow the medicine. This is the essence of fatherhood. Even if the words were mere fabrications, he was determined to try rather than succumb to despair. In a chaotic atmosphere, neither the nearby middle-aged man nor the doctor noticed the peculiar fragrance emanating from the open vial, and thanks to Leizi's swift actions, the entire contents were administered without the elixir's aroma dispersing into the air. The doctor was taken aback, never having anticipated that while restraining one Jala University student, another would emerge to administer an unknown liquid to the injured man. "Oh dear, you two are in deep trouble now," he exclaimed in frustration. All of this was captured by the traffic police's body camera. 2 minutes passed, yet the injured man remained unresponsive. The portly man and Leizi began to fret. After all, this was the last chance to revive him, and whether he could absorb the remedy was uncertain. The middle-aged father remained undeterred, shaking his son gently, calling out, "Wake up, my boy," in a frantic and anxious tone. "Sir, please accept my condolences," the nurse said, holding a white cloth, preparing to cover the young man. "What are you doing? My son is not dead yet," the father exclaimed. At that moment, the doctor spoke up. "Sir, your son has passed away. Please take a moment to mourn." "I refuse to accept that," the father insisted, having finally ignited a glimmer of hope within himself. He was unwilling to surrender. At that moment, the injured young man's finger twitched ever so slightly. The portly man's specially designed glasses captured the motion first, and he gasped. He moved. He moved. Then, the seemingly lifeless young man coughed a few times, transforming the father's despair into joy. "Wonderful! Wonderful! My son is awake. Doctor, please check on him." The doctor, alerted, immediately utilized advanced monitoring equipment to assess the young man's condition, noting that his vital signs were rapidly stabilizing. "This is astonishing. He is coming back to life. Quickly, we must transport him to the hospital." The portly man and Leizi, witnessing the miraculous turn of events, quietly exited the scene. The following day, a video depicting the miraculous revival of the accident victim by 2 Jala University students spread like wildfire. Before long, This footage captured the attention of the military, who swiftly verified its authenticity and reported it to General Hongwu. If true, this discovery could save countless soldiers, particularly those on covert missions who would greatly benefit from such extraordinary medicine. General Hongwu immediately instructed his subordinates to contact local police officer Li Mingyu, insisting that she bring the two students to meet him. Understood. I will begin contacting the two Jiao University students right away. Meanwhile, the portly man and lady remained oblivious, unaware that Officer Hat was preparing to speak with them. Lu Ming, you and Xiaoli go to Jiao University and bring those two students to the station. I'll send their descriptions to your phones. Received, Captain Li. I'll take care of it. Xiaoli, let us go to Jiao University. Okay, Liu Yi. As they departed the police station, the sirens blared as they swiftly arrived at the university entrance, parked the car, and presented their credentials to the gatekeeper before proceeding inside. Ma Di, lady, step out for a moment. Your homeroom teacher needs to see you in the office. All right, teacher. Upon entering the homeroom office, they found a male and female officer seated alongside their teacher, engaged in a serious discussion, devoid of any smiles. Could it be that the young man has died? Are these officers here to take me back for questioning? Ma dipondere anxiously. Teacher, you called for us. Lady Madi, you're here. These officers are looking for you. I've heard from the dormitory supervisor that you two have been staying out late, and since you are both of age, I've refrained from discussing it with you until now. Be honest, have you been up to no good lately? Teacher, you know us well. I've been at Jiao University for 3 years without causing any trouble or harassing female classmates. Madi retorted defensively. Lady, without hesitation, replied sincerely. The officers are likely here regarding the accident from last night. Lao Zhu, there is no need to interrogate them further. We are merely here to escort them back for questioning. As for the details, I will inform you once we have clarity. After all, in this city, you are considered one of their guardians. Very well, Officers Liu and Li. If they have done anything to tarnish the reputation of Jiao University, it is also my failure as their homeroom teacher. Students, do not worry. Come with us to the station. If you haven't committed any crimes, you will be back at school shortly. Understood, officers. We will cooperate with the investigation. The two climbed into the police vehicle, which then sped away. Captain Li, we VE brought them in. They're in the holding cell. Should we take them to the interrogation room? Interrogation room? No, bring them directly to my office. This is a significant matter. I need to speak with them alone. Understood, Captain Li. I will escort them to you right away. As Lu Ming walked towards the door, he couldn't help but ponder why the two students appeared so secretive, which was uncharacteristic of Captain Li. He dared not voice his thoughts. The wrath of this formidable woman was something to be feared. Knock, knock, knock. Reporting in. Guomein, Team Leader Li, the two students have been brought in. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. All right, let them in. Very well, Team Leader Li. Lu Ming addressed the two individuals outside. You may enter now. Wow, this female officer is even more striking than the one we saw earlier, thought the chubby boy, momentarily mesmerized by her formidable presence. Noticing his astonishment, Lady nudged him, signaling him to manage his expression. Please take a seat. You are Ma Di, wearing glasses, and you must be Lady, correct? Yes, officer. I have a serious question to ask, and I expect you both to answer honestly. Do you understand? Of course, officer. We will answer truthfully. Last night, what was the miraculous substance you used to save that person? Oh, it's about the medicinal liquid. I thought it was about that kid who didn't make it and nearly scare me to death, thinking we were going to face legal issues. His heart swelled with joy, but he also felt a tinge of frustration as the striking officer continued her conversation with Lady, leaving him unable to interject. Since they weren't facing legal troubles, he decided he needed to make a contribution to the discussion. That liquid is called the bone alignment solution, or simply the bone solution. When opened, it emits a peculiar medicinal fragrance. Such a remarkable concoction had such an ordinary name. Do you still have any of the solution? Where did you acquire it? An opportunity had presented itself. We do have some, but is there a reason you're inquiring about the bone solution? Did someone in the precinct sustain serious injuries? You're overthinking it. If you have it, tell me how you obtained this miraculous liquid. Hey, don't interrupt. Officer is asking me, the chubby boy interjected. What is up with this guy today? He doesn't seem nervous at all when talking to a woman, Lady observed. This bone solution was concocted by my brother, and it sells for 1 million a bottle. How many would you like, officer? The chubby boy's mind raced at that moment. Wow, it seems I've underestimated this kid. He must think the officer is a potential buyer. Lady Dream Rain nearly spewed her jasmine tea upon hearing this. What kind of thought process did this guy have to consider her a businesswoman? Coughing lightly, she replied, this student, I'm not in the market to buy right now. I merely wish to understand the origin of this miraculous liquid. Since it was crafted by your brother, may I ask his name and whereabouts? My brother is also at Jalwa University, currently in his 3rd year. His name is Chunyu. What? Chunyu? Are you certain? Did you make a mistake? What is wrong, officer? Why such a strong reaction? Do you happen to know my good brother Chunyu? Lady was taken aback, astonished that a student not yet 19 could concoct such miraculous elixirs. No wonder the name of the liquid was so unremarkable. This boy had simply substituted it with the name of his family S-Bone alignment clinic. At that moment, her emotions were a whirlwind. She and T expected that after all this time, it would lead back to him. This was intriguing. Officer, you must be Team Leader Lee, right? My brother Yuzi has mentioned you. It was your assistance that enabled our Chun family S-Bone alignment clinic to open successfully, wasn't it? The chubby boy's mind raced as he deduced that the person before him was likely Officer Lee. Smart of you to catch on. Yes, I am indeed the Team Leader Lee your brother spoke of. Since we VE clarified matters, you two may take your leave. Thank you for your hard work today. Is that it? Do you two wish to stay for a meal before departing? The chubby boy and lady shook their heads and swiftly exited the police station. Lady Dream Rain murmured to herself, "Good thing I asked beforehand. Otherwise, I would have foolishly sent these two to General Hongwu. And my grandfather would have laughed at me." Her grandfather had been a comrade in arms with General Hongwu's father, and as a junior, if she had botched this, there would have been no way to salvage her reputation. Once outside the station, the chubby boy immediately dialed Chunyu. Yuzi, the bone solution has attracted the attention of the police. Lady, and I just came out of Team Leader Lee's office. She is likely testing the waters. So keep a guard up. Got it, I'll be careful. After hanging up, less than 2 minutes later, Lady Dream Rain called. Team Leader Lee, what do you need? Stop pretending. You must have been told by your 2 brothers about my summoning them to the precinct. Team Leader Lee, you're as perceptive as ever. Nothing escapes your notice. However, I wonder who you're probing for information on. It's not convenient to disclose right now. When the time is right, you will naturally find out. Upon hearing this, Chunyu remained unfazed. Team Leader Lee's cryptic remarks suggested that there might be someone with considerable influence behind the scenes. After some pleasantries, Team Leader Lee ended the call, now quite certain that the miraculous healing bone solution had indeed originated from Chunyu. Half an hour later, Team Leader Lee sent a message. Tomorrow morning, I'll come to pick you up at the Charn apartment to meet someone. Seeing this, Chunyu felt helpless. What was the difference between this and running around naked? He and T informed Team Leader Lee about his new rental at Charn apartment, yet she casually mentioned it. Fine. At least this saves me the trouble of taking a cab to find her. Chapter 25, Unexpected Encounter with a Military Bigwig, General Hongwu. The following day, a striking girl in sunglasses appeared at Charn apartment, leaning against a sleek black high-performance SUV, dressed in a stylish ensemble of black and shorts. Her long legs and boots were quite the sight. I'm here, come down. Who is this? Looking fabulous. Chunyu exclaimed as he spotted the transformed Team Leader Lee from a distance, approaching with exaggerated enthusiasm. Hearing this, Lady Dream Rain, slightly irked, removed her sunglasses, ready to reprimand the flirtatious lad. But upon closer inspection, she felt a sense of familiarity and swallowed her words. Are you Chunyu? With an exasperated shrug, he replied. Isn't that obvious? In the next moment, Lady Dream Rain was once again taken aback. How had he entered the innate realm? She recalled their first meeting when he was just an ordinary college student. As he came from a typical family, how could he afford the exorbitant fees for the transformative potions? Unable to restrain herself, she remarked, just a month ago, you had no trace of martial prowess. And now you're at the 3rd level of the innate realm. Do you realize that no matter how exceptional one's constitution is, even with secret potions and diligent training, one could only reach the acquired level, at most within a month? You're unheard of. Or perhaps, did some hidden master bestow enlightenment upon you before passing? Chunyu found her assertions increasingly absurd and chuckled. Maybe it was due to being struck by lightning that altered my constitution. All right, if you don't wish to elaborate, so be it. Everyone has their secrets. Let us get in the car. Chunyu shrugged. His secrets were monumental and could not be disclosed, at least not before his powers had fully manifested. Once inside the vehicle, he commented, this car is impressive, spacious, and comfortable. Lady Dream Rain ignored him, focusing on directing her robust vehicle. Tiger, head to the XXX base. Understood. Please ensure that all occupants are buckled in. Perhaps the journey was too dull, as they engaged in casual conversation. Chunyu, what made you consider cosmetic enhancement? Cough. I had a little accident. He certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to divulge that he had independently cleansed his marrow and opened his meridians. Given the current situation, it was highly probable that the bone solution was under military scrutiny, so it was best to keep a low profile. After more than 3 hours, it finally arrived at a military base. The individual you are about to meet is a significant figure within the military. Refrain from speaking indiscriminately. Answer only the questions posed to you. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. After a meticulous scan with high-precision instruments confirmed that the newcomers bore no lethal weapons, they were duly permitted to pass, leading the two into a certain military compound. Report to General Hongwu. The individuals have arrived. Please provide instructions. Please bring them in. Responded General Hongwu. Standing outside the door, Chun Yu's thoughts began to stir. The military power of this earth is indeed formidable. He wondered if he could procure some benefits from this encounter. Gentlemen, General Hongwu awaits you. As they entered, Chun Yu was met with a gaze exuding an aura of lethal intent. This individual had successfully opened 7 of 8 meridians and was a 9th level innate martial artist. Possessing a refined visage, a short white beard, and striking brows that suggested a divine presence. By heaven, it was clear that General Hongwu was a harbinger of death. One could only speculate how many adversaries had perished under his formidable aura. Chun Yu silently acknowledged this, maintaining an exterior as calm as still water. General Hongwu was likewise appraising the young man before him. He had received the latest intelligence indicating that the mysterious elixir emerged from this youth. Yet it failed to mention that he was merely a 3rd-level innate martial artist, suggesting a miscommunication in the intelligence. Moreover, the young man displayed no signs of trepidation upon encountering him, a fact that was remarkable given the chilling aura he exuded, which had undoubtedly intimidated many. Though General Hongwu remained impassive, Li Mengyu was acutely aware that she had erred. She regretted engrossing herself in conversation during the car ride and not relaying the latest information to Uncle Hong. If her grandfather were to discover this, a lengthy lecture would be inevitable. Young brother, please take a seat. Niece, if you're unoccupied, why not take a stroll outside? I wish to discuss some matters with this young man. Li Mengyu felt a wave of relief. It was far more comfortable outside than within Uncle Hong's presence. After a brief acknowledgement, she exited. To her surprise, the young man was also a martial artist. Having achieved the 3rd level of innate strength at such a tender age, no small feat for an ordinary individual. The officer is too kind. I merely stumbled upon this opportunity and cannot compare to the talents of prestigious families. Upon hearing this, General Hongwu's eyes gleamed with approval. This young man did not exhibit arrogance due to his youth and accomplishments. Rather, he displayed remarkable humility. Let us be forthright, young brother. Do you have the bone-setting elixir with you? Chun Yu retrieved 2 vials from his pocket and handed them over. General Hong, you may examine them or find a tester. General Hongwu accepted the vials without hesitation, opening one. Instantly, an extraordinary fragrance wafted forth, imbued with spiritual energy. No wonder. It appears this bone-setting elixir possesses remarkable properties. Judging by its aroma, the herbs must be at least a century old. Young brother, did you concoct these herbs yourself, or were they prepared by your master? To speak candidly, General, I could not have produced this elixir alone. I was merely boasting to my brothers. In truth, I procured it from my master in the deep mountains. My master is an alchemist, and recently he has been financially strained, unable to purchase herbs. He has asked me, his unworthy disciple, to help him sell them in the city for 1 million per vial. If you're interested, I can offer you these 2 vials as a personal gift. 1 million seems a bit steep. To be frank, we in the military are interested in procuring them. Might you offer a discount? This elixir would be invaluable in enemy territory. The Dragon Kingdom holds a revered status in the hearts of its citizens, and the same goes for its soldiers. However, agreeing too readily would not be wise. I must first gauge the situation and see if I can barter for something of value in return, perhaps that driverless high-performance Tiger off-road vehicle, which looks quite impressive. General, from my standpoint, I can forego your payment. However, this elixir is the result of my master's tireless efforts and dedication to alchemy. While I may benefit, it is ultimately my master who suffers, as he is a man devoted to his craft. I do not wish for him to be deprived of the means to procure herbs due to my shortcomings. General Hongwu, upon hearing this, realized that the young man was quite astute. He would not reveal his hand without assurance. Very well, I shall extend some sincerity as well. Young brother, I can offer you herbs in exchange. Our military possesses its own herbal garden, with properties that surpass those purchased externally by tenfold, which I believe your master would appreciate. After a deliberate pause, Chun Yu considered this proposition. It seemed a plausible arrangement. Let us proceed as follows. General, I will calculate the herbs at 300,000 per vial, and you may provide the herbs at market value. I will provide you with a list of the required herbs. Additionally, I have another request. Could you procure a high-performance Tiger off-road vehicle for me, matching the color and model of that used by Team Lee? I do not ask for much. Ah, young lad, you should know how rare that Tiger vehicle is. Its materials are sourced from the moon, impervious to armor-piercing rounds. Beyond its high-performance engine, it is equipped with thunderstone power, a feature typically reserved for aircraft. The combination allows it to navigate any terrain with ease. Lei's niece is able to drive it, all thanks to her grandfather's contributions. During a covert mission, her grandfather utilized the 39th generation Tiger to thwart a significant enemy plot. In gratitude, the nation presented him with a vehicle as a symbol of honor for each new generation released. Is it not a marvelous creation? Chunyu is not oblivious to its worth. Such military vehicles are beyond the reach of those of lesser ranks. He was indeed an extraterrestrial, but he was no fool. With the moon transformed into the Dragon Kingdom's backyard, costs could be disregarded. By supplying the military with 200 vials, he would incur losses exceeding $1 billion, especially since the price for affluent buyers was $1 million per vial. The military's demand would reduce his supply, compelling him to raise prices for the wealthy. After all, who among the wealthy would not wish to have 100 vials of this life-saving elixir for their family? Very well, young brother. Given your willingness to relinquish substantial profit, I will petition the organization to secure a vehicle for you. However, I have one condition. Your master must supply a minimum of 100 vials of the bone-setting elixir each month. That is feasible, but I cannot guarantee a lifetime supply of this elixir. Its production is closely tied to the quality of the herbs. I can only assure you of supply for the next decade. Agreed, it is settled. We shall communicate directly. Here is my contact information. Deliveries will occur on the 16th of each month, either here or in Province H. Understood, General. Do not refer to me as General any longer. From now on, you shall call me Brother Hongwu. Is that appropriate? What? Are you concerned about that girl? Li Mengyu, being displeased? No, you misunderstand. I consider Li team leader merely an acquaintance. Haha, I shall not concern myself with the affairs of youth. You shall address me as Brother Hongwu henceforth. With this, Chunyu ceased his hesitance. Having an ally within the military would serve him well in the future. Very well, Brother Hongwu. That is more like it. Now go find that girl, Li Mengyu. I will arrange for the Tiger vehicle to be brought to you shortly. By the way, Brother Chunyu, in 14 days, can your master guarantee the production of 100 vials of the bone-setting elixir? Rest assured, Brother Hongwu, my master has ample stock, and military supply will take precedence. There will be no issue. With your assurance, I can rest easy. Chapter 26. The Abilities Hidden in the Darkness. Li Mengyu wandered aimlessly around the military compound, occasionally sitting on a stone bench or swinging on a swing, muttering to herself. I wonder how that kid Chunyu is faring. Is Uncle Hong giving him a hard time? After a few more minutes, she grumbled. Why, isn't he out yet? This military camp is utterly boring. After concluding the collaboration, Chunyu stepped outside to find Li Mengyu perched on a swing, her expression one of utter boredom, reminiscent of a neglected child. Upon seeing Chunyu approach, her demeanor brightened. Did you reach an agreement? Did Uncle Hong give you a hard time? No, we had a pleasant conversation, he replied. That's a relief. I was worried that the discussion over the price of the bone-setting potion might lead to some unpleasantness. Ha! To receive concern from team leader Li is a blessing for someone like me, a commoner. Humph, you silver-tongued flatterer. Since the matter is settled, let us return. I've heard that soldiers enjoy good meals. It would be a shame not to partake while we're here. My memory fails me. I brought you all this way. Let me just greet Uncle Hong, and I'll take you to the canteen. Just as Li Mengyu turned to seek out Uncle Hong, Lieutenant Li approached them. Mr. Chun, the Tiger vehicle will arrive in 10 minutes. General Hong is quite busy and will not be joining you for dinner. He gestured. Please follow me to the canteen for a quick meal. Thank you for leading the way, Brother Jun. Surprisingly, though the meal was simple, the balance of meat and vegetables was commendable, and the culinary skills were impressive, rendering the food quite delectable as they dined and chatted. What? You actually asked Uncle Hong for the Tiger vehicle? You certainly have an eye for quality. If I hadn't brought you today, I wouldn't have dared to take it out, considering it's military property and too conspicuous in the city. Haha, you're a person of status. While I am merely a commoner, I care not for appearances. Look at you, reveling in your newfound success. How did I not see this side of you before? One cannot help it. After being impoverished for so long, it's hard to resist the allure of something exceptional. Such a disgrace. I merely wish to spare you from boredom. After all, it's not every day one has the company of such a strikingly brave police officer. I cannot afford to squander this opportunity. Yo Chucky Rascal. As long as you don't cause me trouble, I'll be satisfied. Officer Lee has been sulking for 3 days because of you. That officer is clearly a novice. I was merely giving her a lesson. Shouldn't you reward me for that? Reward you? Dream on. Just finish your meal so we can return to work. The establishment doesn't open until evening. I'm not in a hurry. Are you eating or not? If you don't, I shall take my leave. Of course I'm eating. The meals in the military aren't something just anyone can enjoy. Li Mingyu thought to herself, look at you, a few years older than me. Yet you're still easily managed. Though, when you're obedient, it's rather endearing. After the meal, Chunyu finally laid eyes on the highly coveted tiger vehicle. What man could resist such a formidable military off-road vehicle? He certainly could not. To initiate the use of the tiger vehicle, one must input personal information to form an anti-theft system. Without your command, no one could drive it away or even unlock it. Li Mingyu deftly operated the controls before the Tiger S intelligence system. Stay put. The Tiger S intelligence is scanning and recording your information. Little did he expect. Aside from her prowess in solving cases, Li Mingyu also possessed an intricate attention to detail in her personal life. Finding an opportune moment, he resolved to assist her in unblocking her remaining meridians as a gesture of gratitude. To think, Officer Li, you have a meticulous side. Your male colleagues at the precinct would likely be envious. You flatter me. Now hop into your tiger. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to contact me directly. With that, Li Mingyu swiftly entered her own tiger vehicle, her ears inexplicably flushed. Had she not boarded quickly, perhaps someone would have noticed. How peculiar, she mused, blushing over a mere exchange. Tiger, destination, Charn apartment, East City, D province. Understood, master. If you prefer not to fasten your seatbelt, you may activate the quantum straps, which will adhere to your waist and underarms, ensuring comfort even in rugged terrains. Oh, can they be used while climbing cliffs? Indeed, but the first time requires your verbal command to activate the quantum straps. In the future, I will deploy them based on similar terrains to guarantee your utmost comfort. Tiger, activate the quantum straps. Understood, master. As soon as the command was given, two white light strips emerged from the seating, attaching themselves seamlessly to his sides, providing a sensation akin to a gentle breeze. Observing closely, one would notice two crystal-like gems embedded in the ergonomic seating, from which the quantum straps were emitted. The ingenuity of Earth-S scientists was astonishing, akin to a protective shield from the realm of cultivation, revealing a subtle connection to the intricacies of formations. Master, would you like to switch to the cliff-climbing experience? No need. Understood, master. Tiger, play some popular music. Understood, master. Now playing Love S Cha-Cha. This was indeed intriguing. The blend of rap and melody was distinctly enjoyable to Earthlings. Upon returning to the East City apartment, Chinyu rested briefly before taking the tiger vehicle to the shop. The two brothers noticed from afar a tiger military vehicle, something they had only seen in documentaries, as it smoothly parked in front of the Chun S bone-setting clinic. A young man disembarked from the black military off-roader, momentarily blinding them until the glaring light receded, revealing it to be Yuzi. The two instantly abandoned their customer maintenance duties. Yuzi, where did you acquire this military vehicle? They exclaimed, circling around it, touching and snapping photos, utterly captivated by its charm and imposing presence. Haha, I'll drive you both back to the neighborhood tonight. Summer vacation is just around the corner. I'll take you on a tour of the mountains and rivers of D province. Truly a good brother. But let us be honest. You didn't T-trade a bone-setting prescription for a vehicle, did you? Not quite that dramatic. Let us call it a win-win. The specifics are confidential, so I can't divulge too much. Naturally we understand. Let us go. Our patients are likely waiting anxiously. After closing for the day, he returned the two brothers to their community before heading back to the Charn apartment. As the early morning crept in, the night dark as ink. The lights surrounding the Charn apartment extinguished one by one with the passage of time. Chinyu had completed his training and, after showering, had already succumbed to sleep for an hour. Suddenly, a shadow flitted past the window, hovering momentarily before drifting inside. Quietly, it twisted the handle of the master bedroom door, finding no signs of occupancy. Then, it gently opened the secondary room, levitating as if a specter, and plunged into the covers, stabbing them multiple times before ceasing its assault. A sinister laugh escaped. What pitiful ancient martial artists, under the specter of my assassin abilities, could they not be dispatched with a single strike? Oh, is that so? Who speaks? Your grandfather speaks. A voice resonated from the living room. The shadow was startled, promptly throwing off the covers to reveal a cushion. I distinctly sensed your presence beneath the blanket. When did you come outside? It matters not to divulge. That was merely a ruse. When you opened the master door, I conceal myself in the living room. You simply lack the ability. Upon hearing this, the shadow swiftly vacated the living room and vanished outside the window, internally chastising itself. This was a false alarm. It was not a martial artist, but a retreat was in order. Chinyu was left speechless, having anticipated an attack, thinking it an opportunity to hone his skills, only to witness the adversary flee. Cowardice. Yet, they dared to emulate others as assassins. As the words fell, he swiftly pursued, the shadow glancing back intermittently, perplexed by the relentless approach. Despite my extraordinary abilities merging seamlessly with the darkness, even powers surpassing mine could not thwart his escape. Could this audacious lad truly detect my presence? Silent, I firmly locked onto the shadow with my divine since the moment it entered my realm, rendering any attempts at concealment futile. Had it not been for my recent rejuvenation, he would have met his demise long ago. Each time the shadow soared into the air, it sought to use a pivot to ascend again, yet it was relentlessly pursued down street after street, unable to shake off its pursuer. The cursed organization had provided information that was far too flawed. Aside from being a congenital warrior, this individual possessed an uncanny ability to blend with the night. An extraordinary enigma indeed. With no other choice, I altered my course, hastily making my way towards the park. Fortunately, this pursuer's agility was mediocre. Otherwise, my life would have been forfeit this night. From the void ring, I retrieved a spirit restoration pill and consumed it. The rich spiritual energy overwhelmed my small dantian. This was precisely the effect I desired. Once again, I executed my phantasmal movements. In less than 10 minutes, I closed the hundreds of meters between us. The shadow turned pale, hastily descending into the park, seeking refuge among the trees and hills to evade a counterattack. Attempting to flee? It is too late. A nameless obsidian dagger flickered in my hand, swiftly hurled, piercing through the heart from behind. The shadow collapsed heavily to the ground, its form revealed, utterly unwilling to accept its fate. You. A final kick and life extinguished. This marked the first life taken since my rebirth on Earth. The bloodlust within me awakened once more. I sheathed the dagger and melted into the night. Chapter 27. A Farewell to Crescent Moon Villa. Team Leaderly received a report from Grandpa Wong regarding a corpse discovered on the mountain behind the park. The mournful sounds echoed into the distance. Team Leaderly swiftly examined the deceased. The victim was an ability user, with a fatal wound inflicted by a sharp weapon that had pierced the heart from the back. Strangely, there were no signs of a struggle nearby. Was this truly the scene of the incident? Team Leaderly, this matter exceeds our investigation scope. Should we escalate it? After all, there hasn't been a case involving ability users in East City for over a decade, Uncle Zheng suggested. That is a sound proposal, Uncle Zheng. Please arrange for the body to be transported back. I will handle the rest. Understood. In a certain location within the Southern District, an elderly man dialed a mysterious number using a military phone. This is Group Leader Nangong of the Longya organization in the Southern District. What is it, Elder Nangong? A deep voice inquired from the other end. A deceased ability user has been discovered in D City, H Province. According to regulations, ability users and modified individuals fall under your Longzhou organization's jurisdiction for oversight or investigation. The ancient martial families and other congenital warriors and above are the responsibility of our Longya organization. I am calling to inform you that the body is currently preserved at the D-City XX funeral home, under the watch of the local police. Thank you. Group Leader Nangong. I will dispatch personnel to take over the investigation immediately. Team Leader Lee. The body of the ability user has been taken away by the relevant authorities. I understand, Uncle Zheng. Thank you for your efforts. Meanwhile, Chen Yu continued with his studies. Seemingly unaffected. That evening, his side business commenced once more. After closing, he addressed his two brothers. The exam start in 3 days. We must pause our operations and focus on our studies. Yuzi is indeed thoughtful. All right, I will go post a notice. Just then, a luxurious SUV roared to a halt outside. Before the man arrived, his voice preceded him. Benefactor, at last I have found you. A middle-aged man hurriedly approached, grasping Lady's hand with excitement. The two brothers turned to the door upon hearing the voice. It was a refined middle-aged gentleman. The robust one recognized him immediately as the father of the accident victim from days prior. Lady, however, had little recollection, as his focus had been on the four-eyed individual and the injured party that night, and he had nearly forgotten the incident. May I ask who you are? Benefactor, you truly have a forgetful nature. Might I enter your establishment so we can converse? He's the father of the victim from a few days ago, the robust one interjected. Upon hearing this, Lady recalled the details and welcomed the man inside. The middle-aged gentleman expressed his gratitude with a smile. With great haste, I extend my thanks. I am surnamed Zhang. These past few days, I have been attending to my unworthy son, which delayed my search for you. Additionally, my subordinates have been slow in their tasks, only discovering your information around 9 o'clock last night. Not at all. I hope Mr. Zhang's son is recovering well. Thanks to that miraculous potion you provided, my son was snatched back from the grasp of death. Upon returning to the hospital that night, Several authoritative doctors utilized advanced instruments to ascertain that my son's fractured ribs and injured spleen were healing gradually. After a brief discussion, it was determined that he would not require surgery. He merely needed to replenish lost nutrients. Nothing else was necessary, and after 2 days, my son has been able to move normally. The doctors informed me that all his ribs have healed to about 70%, and within a day, he should be completely restored, with even greater rib strength than before. That is a relief. I happened to be running that night, and fortuitously had the potion given to me by my brother. He repeatedly urged us to use it on any severely injured individuals to save their lives. Seeing the urgent situation and having Mr. Zhang's trust, I dared to take the chance. The robust one did not boast or claim credit, instead mentioning Yuzi. Oh, I did not realize that one benefactor was supported by another. The middle-aged gentleman immediately rose to express his gratitude to Chen Yu. Thank you for your miraculous potion. May I know your name, benefactor? I shall ensure your name is recorded in our family genealogy, so that the Zhang family descendants remember your kindness for generations. By the way, I have come not just to express my gratitude today, but also to present a small gift. On Crescent Moon Lake, there are 3 villas, which I wish to bestow upon the 3 benefactors. I hope you will not find them lacking. Additionally, I wish to grant the entire ownership of Crescent Moon Lake to the benefactor who possesses the miraculous potion, with hopes that you will graciously accept this as well. Here is the property ownership proof chip for the entirety of Crescent Moon Lake. I will ensure that your ownership information is updated within 3 working days, guaranteeing that the entire Crescent Moon Lake belongs to you. Could it be that Mr. Zhang is the renowned fashion mogul, Zhang Guodong? A few years back, you spent a fortune to acquire Crescent Moon Lake and commissioned renowned designers to create 3 uniquely styled villas. You were quite the prominent figure in the headlines across the nation. The robust one exclaimed in astonishment. Ha! It has been many years, yet there are still those who recall this event. I was young and headstrong back then, disregarding my father's opposition to purchase Crescent Moon Lake, spending quite a sum to have it crafted. After its completion, it would become a place where I could occasionally take my family for a few days of vacation each year, while for the rest of the time, it would merely stand there as an ornament. Can you believe the audacity of this wealthy individual, purchasing it merely for display? Truly, the disparity between people is staggering. While the families of Fatty and Lady live a modest lifestyle, they cannot even afford a villa in a second-tier city, let alone the Crescent Moon Lake villa. Such is the vast gulf that separates them. Lady listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. Whether to accept the Crescent Moon Lake villa would ultimately depend on Chen Yu's disposition. He understood this principle well. Although they were brothers, Chen Yu had recently exhibited extraordinary behavior, necessitating a clear distinction between certain matters and decorum, especially in the presence of outsiders. Benefactor, please do not hesitate. This Crescent Moon Lake is inconsequential compared to my son's life. I implore you, Chen Yu, to accept it. Otherwise, I Zhang shall be plagued by guilty conscience. Mr. Zhang's insistence led the young man to graciously accept it. I would be honored to befriend you, Mr. Zhang. Currently, I have a business proposition I wish to entrust to you. May I know your thoughts on this? It is a privilege for me, Zhang, to conduct business with you. Chen Yu, your affairs are my affairs. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu laughed heartily. Mr. Zhang did not even hesitate before agreeing, demonstrating remarkable fortitude. I entrust the agency to you. I have faith in your capabilities. You have already witnessed the efficacy of that miraculous elixir, so I need not elaborate. Each month, I will provide you with 100 bottles, and you shall compensate me 1 million per bottle. As for how much you sell them for, that is entirely up to you. Well, what? Benefactor Chen Yu, are you serious? This is a miraculous remedy for severe injuries. Mr. Zhang was astounded that he would so readily grant him the agency. He had come solely to express gratitude to his benefactor, never expecting to inadvertently secure the rights to such a miraculous drug. This was not merely a matter of money. In the realm of the affluent, 1 million is but a trifling sum, especially when it concerns the preservation of life. However, if he played his cards right, he could potentially align himself with someone above the law, catapulting himself into the ranks of a prestigious family. Indeed, I am serious, Chen Yu affirmed. Mr. Zhang, I am truly honored to receive the agency for this miraculous drug. Should you have any requests in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. I shall cooperate fully. I appreciate your kindness. In a few days, I will be sitting for exams, making this period rather inconvenient. 5 days hence, come to Crescent Moon Lake to collect the bone-setting elixir. Understood, benefactor. I shall not intrude further and will visit you again in a few days. Here is my business card. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to call upon me. Chen Yu accepted the card with a nod. Chapter 28. The silent Lady Deer. After sending Mr. Zhang off, Chinyu and his companions began the final push for their examinations the following day. You have been staying out all night lately. It has been ages since we enjoyed a barbecue together. With summer vacation fast approaching, I must complain. Lady Deer, with her petite mouth, expressed her discontent. Staying out all night? That sounds rather peculiar, Chinyu mused, fully aware she referred to the dormitory. He then smiled apologetically. My dear Lady Deer, I beg for your understanding. I have truly been busy at night. Once the exams are over, I will treat you to a barbecue at Aunt Faye's establishment. How's that sound? Upon hearing this, Lady Deer ceased to press him further, offering a gentle smile. Very well, but do not rush back to your first love the moment the exams conclude. Chinyu awkwardly chuckled, deciding against revealing the unfortunate circumstances of his relationship. I certainly will not stand you up this time. Let's make a pact. No, too childish. Oomph. If you refuse to make a pact, then accompany me tonight for a review session. I have several questions I cannot solve. Pray tell, I am curious to know what difficult problem could possibly stump Lady Deer. Oomph. I am not in the mood right now. We shall discuss it in the library tonight. Knock, knock, knock. Gumin. Song. He entered. Clad in professional attire, her legs accentuated by sheer stockings, enhancing her femininity as she gracefully approached in high heels. In the expansive office, only one person was present, a rotund man reclining in a large executive chair, puffing on smoke, his feet propped atop a golden silk Nama desk. The moment the newcomer entered, without even raising his eyes, he recognized that enchanting and familiar scent all too well. My dear, come closer. Business has been quite prosperous these past few days. I suspect that foolish lad who performs bone setting has been dealt with by my third subordinate. The secretary, having entered for this very reason, coyly replied, Mr. Shah, your third subordinate may have deceived you. Upon hearing this, he paused, retracting the hand that had been caressing his thigh, his eyes narrowing with displeasure. Oh, what do you mean? Mr. Shah, the Chinyu bone setting clinic has posted a notice of cessation of operations. I dispatched personnel to verify, and the master of bone setting is, in fact, quite well and currently preparing for exams at Jala University. What? He is still alive? Could it be that my third subordinate took my money and failed to carry out the task? I shall demand an explanation from him regarding this matter. Had it not been for his miraculous massage parlor secretly offering unique services, he would have already been ruined. Presently, a mere student almost jeopardized his business. He had dispatched several waves of personnel, yet they had not succeeded in eliminating him. He now harbored doubts about whether those tasked with the job were playing both sides and intentionally deceiving him. Mr. Shah, please do not be upset. I have a plan. We can send people to the Chinyu bone setting clinic to create disturbances every few days. What do you think? That is a clever strategy, my dear. But I want him dead. That insufferable student nearly severed my financial lifeline. I am quite agitated. Upon hearing this, the secretary swayed her alluring figure. Half an hour later. Third subordinate, did you manage to hire an ability user to kill him, or not? Shago, what do you mean by that? What do I mean? My informant just reported that the target I ordered has not yet been eliminated. That is impossible. Is there some mistake? The party I contacted is absolutely reliable. We have collaborated many times without any issues. 5 days ago, they informed me that the assassin was ready and requested the full payment, promising results within 5 days at the latest. I swear, Shago, I did not dare to delay that day and promptly transferred the funds. I could provide screenshots as proof. Calm down, Shaga. Do not be angry. Let's consider the timeline. There is still an hour until the 5 days are complete. I will call you back in an hour. All right, third subordinate. I will trust you one more time, but this money cannot go to waste. It amounts to 50 million. I understand, Shago. They have assured me that if the task is not completed, they will continue to send assassins until they succeed. 1 hour later. Third subordinate. What sort of unreliable assassin organization have you engaged? They cannot even handle a university student. Shago, they do not desire this outcome either. This ghostly figure ranks 239th on their ability list and has never failed to kill at night. Now that the task has exceeded the time limit, the organization cannot reach him and needs to investigate further. Moreover, the client suspects there may be errors in the university student's information, which could raise the price. What? The task remains incomplete, and they dare to increase the price? Furious, he smashed an entire bottle of red wine to pieces. Third subordinate. Do not speak of such matters to me. I am not concerned with the assassin organization. My demands are simple. That bone-setting lad must die. I do not wish to hear anything else. Understood. The assassin organization has also responded. They will continue to send people to assassinate that lad. Shago, please be patient. We can discuss other matters later. Handle it quickly. Otherwise, the loss of 50 million will be the least of my concerns. I absolutely cannot afford to lose my business. Rest assured, Shago, This time it will surely succeed. The diligent students of Jala University, after countless days and nights of hard work, have finally completed their examinations. Some are graduating, while others will continue for another year. Yuji, how did you fare? It looked easy, so you should be fine. And what about you too? We should be alright. I've been exercising with Leizi recently, and I'm feeling much better. The exams were significantly easier than last time. I find myself in a similar state, performing steadily, so I should be fine as well. Otherwise, my mother will surely nag me endlessly when I return home. Upon hearing this, Warner smiled, saying, as long as you two are fine, that's all that matters. If my situation were to affect you, I would feel somewhat guilty. Fatty laughed heartily, responding, what are you talking about, Yuji? Even if I don't pursue further studies, I'm not worried. With you as my brother, there's endless money to be earned. My parents will surely be thrilled to know, so they won't care whether I study or not. Fatty's words resonated with me. If it weren't for the 4-year program, I would have already confronted my family about my plans. Oh, Leizi, I never expected you to have a rebellious side. Despite your usual honest demeanor, I teased. You two are quite the pair. No wonder you can share a chamber pot. I then produced 2 keys to the villa's gate, waving them in front of my brothers. Fatty, Leizi, each of you may choose one. To be honest, I picked the best spot overlooking the lake. And I hope you won't mind. Of course, the remaining 2 villas are also quite splendid. Yuji replied, isn't that a bit inappropriate? The medicinal liquid was originally meant for us to test, so it wouldn't be right for me to take a villa without due reason. Leizi shared a similar sentiment, but his thoughts were interrupted by Chinyu. All right, Leizi, you don't need to say anything. I know what you're getting at. If you consider me a friend and a brother, then accept the keys. Over these 3 years at Jala University, neither of you has looked down on me for coming from a humble background, and you've treated me as a true brother. I see and remember all of this. Trust me, take the keys. And Fatty, since you've reached adulthood, you can get your own card. I'll have Leizi transfer your share of the earnings to your account. Fatty moved, exclaimed, thank you, Yuji. You've touched me deeply. If I were a woman, I would surely pledge my life to you, and we could have a son or daughter together. Oh, spare me the dramatics. Quickly, get lost before I get goosebumps. Haha, don't be shy. Come here for a hug. Thank you, Yuji. Then I, lady, will accept this. From now on, your affairs are my affairs. That's the spirit. We are all good brothers. However, the visit to the Moon Crescent Lake to view the villas will have to be postponed until tomorrow morning. Tonight, I still need to take Miss Lu to Aunt Faye's Barbecue City for some barbecue and to enjoy the sea. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The two exclaimed in unison, teasingly. You two are mistaken. It's not as you think. You both must come along. Oh, do we really have to? We plan to go running tonight and have no time for anything else. Yuji, you should attend alone. Don't even start. We'll eat first, or else the assessment will be invalidated. The two fell silent, realizing that aside from their parents, it was their brother who was imposing such unreasonable conditions on them. Fine, I concede to you. But Yuji, why not take your military off-road vehicle? Miss Lu would surely appreciate it. Oh, spare me. My lifestyle has changed too rapidly. Some things shouldn't be hastily revealed. Besides, Miss Lu doesn't even know about my breakup. So please don't let that slip. Why not? Miss Lu is quite exceptional. Aside from her not having fair skin, her character, appearance, and figure are all impeccable. Indeed, I find Miss Lu to be genuine. In the 3 years at Jala University, I've never seen her alone with any male, except for the times she was close to you. Even I, lady, can see that. I understand, but I have no romantic intentions towards her. Just make sure you two behave tonight, otherwise. All right, if you wish to remain single, then do so. Just don't regret it later. We've already advised you as brothers. Whether you cherish it is up to you. Later that evening, the 4 gathered at Aunt Faye's Barbecue City. Miss Lu arrived beautifully dressed and in high spirits, only to be dismayed upon noticing the 2 light bulbs beside her. She nearly let a curse slip, realizing that things were not as simple as she had hoped. I knew it wouldn't be straightforward. That damn Chinyu hasn't given me a moment alone. Miss Lu, please take a seat. Aunt Faye's Barbecue is renowned, and tonight you are the star. Doing douji, Chinyu said with a smile, feigning ignorance while warmly inviting her. Star? You're the star, and you brought 2 light bulbs along. Chinyu appeared slightly embarrassed upon hearing this, realizing Miss Lu was not pleased. Fatty and Lady exchanged awkward smiles. They hadn't intended to come, but felt compelled to do so. The meticulously dressed Miss Lu ate while glaring at Chinyu, occasionally shooting daggers at Fatty and Lady. The two pretended to drink and eat, trying to avoid her gaze, swearing that for the first time while eating barbecue, the minutes felt like hours. Chinyu, seemingly unaffected, continued to eat and drink, occasionally peeling shrimp to comfort Miss Lu. As the clock ticked, Chinyu said, Brothers, I'm 10 minutes away from the community. Prepare yourselves and grab breakfast nearby before we head to Moon Crescent Lake. All right, Yuji, we're on our way. Fatty, overly excited from an early morning, had already begun planning how to enjoy life in the grand villa upon returning home. Chinyu chuckled. That fits your character. See you soon. As the two brothers got into the car, he asked, do you prefer a lavish breakfast or something simple? Something simple, please. We had too much at the barbecue yesterday, and I nearly burst. If it weren't for running a few laps with Leizi, I would have skipped breakfast altogether. You're usually quite chatty, yet last night you hardly spoke. Just focused on devouring your food. Can I be blamed for that? Blame Yuji. Didn't you notice Miss Lu's gaze? She looked as if she wanted us to vanish. She kept glancing at us, making me feel quite uncomfortable. Speak up then. I'm just worried about mismanaging my words and accidentally revealing your breakup. Last night felt like the most challenging moment of my life. Ha ha. Minghu, take us to a high-rated breakfast spot nearby. Certainly, master. I've located a popular soy milk joint. This soy milk is indeed delightful, rich in flavor, and the fried dough sticks are excellent, not to mention the mung bean paste. Yuji, you need not worry about finding good food in unfamiliar places. Just ask Minghu. It can locate delicious spots better than I can. Minghu, onward to Moon Crescent Lake. Understood. Master. An hour later, they arrive on the outskirts of South City. Although the mountains were not high, they were layered beautifully. The asphalt road wound through the bamboo groves, and the ambience was far more vibrant than that of East City Park. This place is fantastic. The scenery is beautiful, the air is fresh, and it is a welcome escape from the urban clamor. No wonder Mr. Zhang chose to build the villa here. The wealthy truly know how to indulge. Fatty, soon it will be your turn to enjoy, even if you lack funds. Wow, Leizi, you've hurt me. I'm heading to get my card this afternoon. Don't you dare skimp on my share, or I'll have Yuji revoke your financial privileges. You two crack me up. We're almost at Moon Crescent Lake, and you're still bickering. Soon, a security booth appeared at the entrance of Crescent Lake. The tiger-like vehicle came to a halt, and upon noticing the approaching guard, the driver automatically rolled down the window. What are you doing here? This area is not open to the public. Only homeowners are permitted entry. I'm a homeowner. How can you prove that? The guard scrutinized the driver, who had claimed to reside here for 2 months. Recalling that the team leader had mentioned homeowners typically brought their families for a few days of leisure. You don't look like one. Xiaowang, what's going on? Don't cause trouble while I'm away for a moment. This job is too good to lose. If you mess this up, I'll 1T let you off easily. A middle-aged man, around 50 or 60, spotted the military off-road vehicle from a distance, and, sensing something extraordinary, hurriedly ran over while shouting, Captain. This young man claims to be the new homeowner of Crescent Lake. Upon closer inspection, the guard was so startled that his hat nearly fell off. I apologize, Mr. Chun. Xiaowang just returned from leave today, and I forgot to inform him. A few days ago, Secretary Zhang specifically instructed me to avoid any confrontations with you. Today, I nearly caused a disaster. Please forgive me. Why are you still standing there? Apologize. The captain kicked him lightly. I'm truly sorry, Mr. Chun. I didn't realize you were the new homeowner. Please grant me another chance. I genuinely cherish this job. No harm done. Xiaowang is quite vigilant. He can remain. Thank you, Mr. Chun. I will certainly do my best. Following this, he promptly pressed the gate switch, saluted, and bowed in one fluid motion. The commotion amused the onlookers, and it was clear that Xiaowang was quite the character. The trio successfully entered Crescent Lake. Wow, this place is as enchanting as the Grand View Garden, exclaimed one of them. Crescent Lake resembled a shimmering crescent moon nestled in nature's embrace. The water was crystal clear, mirroring the surrounding mountains, and a gentle breeze created glistening ripples. Surrounding the lake were lush trees, with numerous exquisite flowers and plants interspersed, creating a vibrant tapestry of life. Amidst this picturesque scenery stood 3 villas, each with its unique style, akin to 3 brilliant pearls adorning Crescent Lake, perfectly integrated with their surroundings, harmonizing tranquility and vitality, an ideal haven for health and retirement. The first villa was a classical European structure, its red roof gleaming under the sun, while the white walls reflected in the pristine lake. The second villa embraced a modern minimalist design, featuring sleek lines and a sky blue glass facade that beautifully complemented the surrounding landscape beneath the azure sky. The final villa showcased a traditional Chinese architectural style, with its quaint eaves and intricately carved doors and windows, epitomizing the elegance of tradition. A pavilion graced the courtyard, providing a charming retreat for tea and scenery appreciation. This villa was undoubtedly the piece de resistance of Crescent Lake, the most comfortable among the retro-style abodes. It was said to be constructed precisely according to the instructions of a feng shui master invited by Zhang Guodong's father from Special Economic Zone, with not a single detail altered. Wow, this truly resembles an ancient noble courtyard. I would feel utterly out of place here. I am more suited to Western-style architecture. This remark elicited hearty laughter from Lady, who quipped, "You are the quintessential nouveau riche. You lack Yuzi's grace." Meanwhile, Chinyu quietly observed the retro villa, nodding to himself. Recognizing the master's remarkable skill, the building's orientation, in conjunction with the surrounding mountains, formed a dragon-sucking water formation, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. Residing here could indeed promote longevity. Though it lacked a bit of balance, an arrangement for a spirit-gathering array and protective formation was necessary to envelop all of Crescent Lake, facilitating future cultivation for both the chubby one and Lady. On the third day of residing at Crescent Lake, around 11 o'clock, Chinyu bid farewell to Zhang Guodong, who had come to collect the bone alignment liquid. In the afternoon, with nothing to occupy him, Chinyu called home from the lakeside, reassuring them of his safety, and chatted with Yao Yao for half an hour. "Brother, when are you coming back? Are you secretly taking on side jobs?" After some comforting words, he finally hung up. Back at the villa, he sat in the pavilion sipping tea, contemplating the progress of the youth elixir development, aiming to purchase an independent villa for his family soon. At that moment, the chubby one entered. "Yuzi, my buddy got in touch. He found out about your breakup with your first love." "All right, tell me everything." "After your breakup, your first love boarded an SSSS-class, purple-winged butterfly aircraft that very evening. That is $1 billion aircraft. You can't buy it without some serious connections. Apparently, the young master is Wang Tong, the precious son of the head of the Tenga AI group. He is a typical aristocrat, ranking 13th in wealth within Long Country. Globally, he is also a prominent billionaire. I specifically searched for information online. Half of the AI industry within Long Country is controlled by his family. Wang Tong has never lacked for women, but he rarely makes his official relationships public. My buddy has some connections and dug up explosive news from her close friend. Wang Tong claimed he stumbled upon a video of your ex online. After some inquiries and leveraging connections, he managed to find your ex's friend and offered substantial benefits. After being brainwashed several times by her friend over about 2 months, she finally agreed to have her first meal with Wang Tong, accompanied by her friend. After 4 or 5 encounters, she tacitly accepted Wang Tong's advances. It's said that she has maintained her boundaries, not allowing Wang Tong to get too close, which might be why he remains calm and gentlemanly. She only met Wang Tong after breaking up with you, and he certainly did not disappoint, giving her an unforgettable birthday celebration. They reportedly spent an entire evening watching lightning in the sky, dining at a nearby 5-star hotel the next morning, appearing as a couple deeply in love. That's the gist of it. All right, I understand. He gestured to the bottle of bone alignment liquid on the table. This is your buddy's reward for his effort. You can pass it on to him later. Sure, I'll meet him when I go home. He added, I know this isn't easy for you. If you feel like drinking, just call us. Remember, Lady and I will be jogging around Crescent Lake. Don't hesitate to join us. Chinyu, upon hearing this, forced a bitter smile. The former owner's ex-girlfriend had nothing to do with him, but he could not voice that sentiment aloud. Chapter 30. Lady enters the world of warriors. Meanwhile, an unfamiliar figure, a burly man, arrived at the Chun family's renowned bone alignment clinic, channeling earth energy to sense the atmosphere within. He was, in fact, a congenital warrior. Useless ghost shadow. Not even a congenital triple can be killed. You helped me once. I might as well settle the score with you, he muttered to himself. 2 hours later, he found himself in a frenzy, exclaiming, no apartment, no community, no school. What the hell? Unable to contain his frustration, he shouted, which idiot provided this intel? The organization is becoming increasingly reckless, just taking money without verifying anything, carelessly releasing information. Ugh, if I don't get a lead, it's like searching for a missing person. What a waste of time and effort. The assassin industry is becoming harder to navigate. After this job, I'm done. With my skills, farming back home would be more rewarding. Is this guy insane? Someone thought, observing him muttering to himself and occasionally bursting into laughter. Let us move on. Don't get involved. What if he has escaped from a mental hospital? It wouldn't be a crime to hit you. I find myself in a vexatious state, lamenting my grievances, and yet it seems I am to be punished for it. A kind-hearted soul has even offered a bounty. I long to silence the one who has deemed me mad. Alas, I shall indulge in a bowl of noodles to soothe my stomach and swiftly seek my target, for if this continues, I shall be unable to afford even a winter coat. Yaki, it appears you are no different from other women. Ultimately, you have succumbed to the allure of wealth. Very well, since it is your choice, I wish you well. Henceforth, we shall be strangers. As I lift my cup of tea, yet to sip, a wave of melancholy washes over me, as if whispering the necessity of letting go, as if bidding farewell. I had not anticipated that a fragment of you would linger in the deepest recesses of my mind. Since you have chosen to release me, I shall refrain from further action. It is time to prepare for the profound transformation of those two boys. Under the spirit gathering formation, their speed has been increasing, particularly that of Rady, who has already surpassed 40 kilometers per hour yesterday. Tonight, I shall help him open the 8 extraordinary meridians. Fatty, is Yuzi all right? I am uncertain. I cannot discern anything. What is the matter? Did your wretched glasses break? With 4 eyes combined, you cannot even notice such trivialities. Yuzi is a person of great ambition. Could I possibly perceive his true nature? It would have been easy in the past, but now I find him increasingly enigmatic. Indeed, since Yuzi returned from his heartbreak, we shared a few bottles of beer that night, and he exhibited no signs of distress, nor did he weep. Do you think Yuzi, upon hearing that his ex-girlfriend has been taken by a noble scion, might, after your departure, feign composure only to be overwhelmed with sorrow the next moment and faint? What are you two babbling about? Aren't you supposed to be training diligently? Do you not aspire to become warriors? A resonant voice emanated from the vintage villa. Goodness, you startled me. From where does that voice of Yuji originate? It comes from his villa. While my eyesight may not match yours, my hearing is superior. It seems Yuji is fine. I must accelerate my training and break through. After today, I shall no longer accompany you. I am set to ascend the mountain to seek a master and learn formidable skills this summer. Ha ha ha. You scoundrel, Lei, you're no true brother. We agreed to ascend the mountain together. Just wait a couple of days for me. I feel a breakthrough approaching. Perhaps the air by Crescent Lake is too invigorating. Usually, I finish my runs utterly exhausted, yet now I feel invigorated after my laps. Dream on. You lack the enthusiasm to seek a master. Your mind is awry. Justo bien live malacia discipla. Ha. Ah, you sly Rady, it appears you had this planned all along. You seem innocent, yet you possess more cunning than I. Having completed his training, Rady commenced cooking, and when the meal was nearly ready, he summoned the 2 brothers to dine. Rady, I have something to discuss with you. Come to my villa at 8 tonight. Very well, Yuji, hurry over. Fatty is already at the door waiting to eat. Sure, you two go ahead. I'll be there shortly. Yuji, do try the sea bass. I caught it from Crescent Lake. Let me taste it. It's truly delightful, both fatty and succulent. And the steaming technique is impeccable. This culinary skill was taught to me by my parents. I lacked the conditions in the dormitory. Otherwise, I would have treated you both to a feast long ago. I never expected that Rady possessed such culinary talent. Otherwise, I would have ensured he was well equipped in the community. Haha, how amusing. What good would it do? Between studying, working, and running, do you think there is any time left? As the two engaged in banter, Chinyu returned to the villa after dinner. Soon, the clock struck 8, and Rady arrived punctually. While Fatty was jogging outside alone. Rady, sit down, and take off your shirt. Rady, slightly perplexed, inquired a massage, Yuji? I merely prepared a delicious meal. And my regular running training leaves me unexhausted. I have no need for such measures. You flatter yourself. I shall now assist you in opening the 8 extraordinary meridians. If you do not remove your shirt now, you will soon find yourself too warm, and no one will assist you. Wait, aren't I to become your disciple? Forget that. My master has ceased accepting disciples. From now on, I shall teach you. Splendid. No need to ascend the mountain. Yuji, did you know? I am actually prepared to live as a wild man for a while. Chinyu fell silent upon hearing this, then spoke with seriousness. Focus your mind and sit cross-legged. You shall consume the cleansing pill, and I will aid you in dispersing its medicinal potency to impact the 8 extraordinary meridians. The process may be somewhat painful. You must endure. You must attentively comprehend the flow of the 8 extraordinary meridians, as it will enhance your future training speed. After half an hour, Rady was enveloped in a swirling warmth. It's so hot. I feel as if I might boil. Do not speak. Continue to focus your mind. The medicinal power of the cleansing pill has already activated 80%. Once it is fully activated, I will help you open the 8 extraordinary meridians one by one. 30 points, the first meridian opens. 230 points, the second meridian opens. 400 points, the third meridian opens. Then the pace quickened until 705 points, successfully opening the 8th meridian. With a resounding thud, all 8 meridians were opened, converging with the Dantian to produce innate energy, causing his body to slowly levitate. Before long, he gently descended, feeling every pore breathe and circulate the 8 extraordinary meridians and the Dantian in a continuous cycle, the innate power gradually settling within the Dantian. As he slowly opened his eyes, his vision could perceive creatures and their fur textures up to 300 meters away, and his hearing could detect sounds from kilometers radius. He even overheard Fatty's sleep talking and now understood why Yuji could hear their conversation yesterday. Suddenly, a beam of light entered Radi's mind, revealing the Dragon Tiger technique, consisting of 9 forms. The first form, Tiger Palm to the ground. The second form, Tiger Palm forward push. The third form, Tiger Claw to the heart. The fourth form, Palm of the Tiger lifting heaven. The fifth form, Azure Dragon emerges from the sea. The sixth form, Flying Dragon shatters gold claws. The seventh form, Dragon S roar. The eighth form, Dragon S dive and kill. The ninth form, Dragon Tiger breaking the firmament. Each form of the Dragon Tiger technique was demonstrated as if it were a living martial art, leaving Rady utterly astonished and unable to calm his excitement. Yuji, could you possibly be a reincarnated deity? Transmitting techniques from afar is simply miraculous, something only found in myth. This is an improved version of the Dragon Tiger technique, comprising 9 forms. Master the 9th form, Dragon Tiger fights the firmament, and even the grandmasters of this world will steer clear of you upon seeing you. Quickly return to bathe. We shall discuss matters another time. With that, he kicked Rady out and closed the door. Rady barely managed to avoid falling. Was there moss in this splendid villa? Looking down, he was startled to find himself covered in black muck. Upon touch, it was sticky and foul. In an instant, he realized why Yuji had frowned while speaking to him. How embarrassing. With a sheepish smile, he jumped into the lake, unwilling to dirty his bathing area. Though his intentions were noble, the fish in the lake suffered dearly. Those that approached him immediately flipped over, belly up. Chapter 31. Battle against the Earth Elemental Ability User, Wusherlu. At 8 o'clock, Fatty emerged for his run and observed numerous fish belly up in Crescent Lake. Goodness! What happened? He exclaimed, immediately calling out to his brothers through his headset. Yuji, Rady, it's bad. Crescent Lake has been poisoned. Many fish have died. Come out quickly to take a look. I'm going back to sleep. Just ask Rady, he replied, cutting off the sound. Rady, come out. This is serious. Yuji may not care, but you must. My stomach doesn't feel well. I can't manage it. Perhaps the fish had fallen ill. Pay it no mind. It should be fine by the afternoon. With that, he also muted Fatty's earpiece. Alas, these two rascals. Have they conspired to betray me under the cover of night? Each of them indifferent to the situation, leaving me utterly speechless. My goodness, it is fortunate that I returned a mere 10 minutes early. Had the hefty one caught me, the architect of this mischief, I shudder to think of the venomous tirade he would unleash. Today, I shall diligently practice the dragon and tiger technique. Ha ha ha. I now deem myself a half-fledged warrior. Once I have retrieved these lifeless fish and presented them before you, we shall see if you too believe me. The hefty one declared, puffing with indignation. Madam, have you seen this individual in the vicinity? No recollection, she replied. Brother, have you encountered this person nearby? He seems somewhat familiar, though I cannot place him at the moment. Perhaps inquire with others? How peculiar. From yesterday until noon today, not a single clue has surfaced. Could it be that he has truly fallen victim to the specter? Yet why has the specter vanished? After hours of relentless practice with the dragon and tiger technique, Rady remained undeterred by fatigue, busily preparing a sumptuous meal in the expansive kitchen of his villa. 3 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a soup, albeit missing a steamed base that would have completed the feast. Yuzi, the hefty one has begun dining. Come forth for a grand gathering in my mansion. Thank you for your efforts, Rady. I shall arrive shortly. Me, too. Rady, what is up with you? After just one night apart, have you undergone a transformation like Yuzi? Though it seems your Dr. S skills were rather lacking. You're just a tad more handsome. I shan't disclose anything yet. In a couple of days, when you reach a speed of 38 kilometers per hour, you shall find out. What does running have to do with it? If you choose not to share, I shan't inquire further. Shin, you consumed 2 bowls of chicken and morel soup, continuing to feast with fervor, for he was utterly exhausted from the previous night and needed to replenish his strength. Look at you two. One undergoing cosmetic surgery, the other a glutton. Yuzi, confess, did you sneak away last night? Rady nearly spewed his soup upon hearing this, feigning ignorance as he continued to sip, aware that Yuzi's ravenous state was largely due to his own actions. By the way, I buried those dozens of dead fish from this morning. Rady, refrain from fishing for bass at Crescent Lake for the next few days. Check back later. If there are no dead fish, then you may indulge. All right, eat up. You're quite the chatterbox. If the food runs out, you'll have to cook for yourself. Hey, leave some beef stir-fried with asparagus for me. It's all gone. Next time, it's best to eat first and speak later. Sister, have you seen this university student in the area recently? The girl, upon noticing the imposing figure before her, grew frightened and hastily waved her hands, retreating with increased speed. 3 hours passed. Young brother, have you seen this individual in the past couple of days? He is a master of bone setting. Are you here for his services? Nay, I am his distant cousin. Come to seek refuge with him. No way. With your appearance, are you truly the master's distant cousin? I possess a countenance of such honest simplicity. I assure you, I do not deceive. I fell ill as a child and grew up this way. Please, think hard. Have you seen my cousin in the last couple of days? His aunt is quite worried and has been pestering me daily with phone calls, which has left me distressed. Wait a moment. Let me ponder. Yes, I do recall. 2 days ago, while I was having breakfast at the People's Soy Milk Shop, I saw your cousin get into a robust off-road vehicle heading south. I am uncertain of his destination. Thank you, young brother. Half an hour later, the elder cousin arrived at the main thoroughfare leading into South City. Channeling the power of the earth to gain insight, he pressed his right palm against the ground, fervently releasing the earth's energy. After 5 or 6 minutes, the energy expanded to encompass a radius of approximately 100 miles. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, splattering upon the earth, yet he remained undeterred. Finally attuning himself to the essence of the bone-setting master, Chunyu. At last, after 3 minutes, he located his quarry. It turned out that the young rogue had ventured to the outskirts of the city. Skillfully commandeering a vehicle, he sped towards the suburban outskirts. As he arrived, the sun began to set, casting a breathtaking twilight across the horizon. Once more, he summoned the power of the earth to discern the target's aura, and soon detected a lingering presence. Though faint, a trace still resided within the soil. With the earth's energy guiding him, he quickly locked onto a general direction. Hiding out in the outskirts, let us see who comes to your rescue tonight. Who would have thought that this innate warrior would be so vigilant as to retreat to the countryside? No wonder I failed to find him in 4 previous hideouts. Such a young age, yet possessing such cunning. If he is not dealt with, future encounters may prove troublesome. Fortunately, he concluded his journey in the vehicle and swiftly traversed the mountains and bamboo groves with the earth's energy. He must be nearby. Once again, he employed the earth's power to sense the opponent's aura. So you're concealed within a lakeside villa. In such a desolate place, devoid of passers-by at night. Even divine intervention would struggle to save you. Meanwhile, at Crescent Lake, Chunyu, having finished his dinner, sipped tea in a small pavilion when the protective array surrounding the lake was suddenly probed by an external force. Interesting. This individual must be an assassin endowed with the power of the earth. Is this person avenging the specter, or has someone else dispatched him to eliminate me? I shall ascertain the truth before taking action. Downing the tea in hand, he swiftly leapt beyond the confines of Crescent Lake, leaving behind a warning. Brothers, remain at Crescent Lake. Do not venture anywhere. Upon hearing this, Reedy immediately heightened his hearing, yet regrettably, he soon lost track of Yuzi. Who would have imagined that Yuzi's movement would be so extraordinary, covering a kilometer in the blink of an eye? Fearing the hefty, one might overthink. He communicated through his earpiece. Focus on your running. Yuzi has stepped out for a moment, but will return shortly. Dear friend from afar, come forth and cease your hiding. I am aware of your intent to kill me. At that moment, Chunyu stood atop a bamboo stalk, gazing serenely into the distance. A robust figure emerged, harnessing the power of the earth as he locked eyes with Chunyu. Knowing that I aim to slay you, you choose not to flee, instead coming to meet your demise. Are you naive or simply foolish? However, I am curious. How did a trifling innate warrior like yourself detect my presence? I could divulge that information, but you must first answer my question. Arrogant youth, taste my palm. The earth's power gathered within his hand, and a colossal earthen palm surged toward Chunyu. Defeat me, and I shall reveal all. Lose, and you may inquire with the king of hell. Yet another impudent individual, he swiftly descended into the bamboo grove, evading the massive earthen palm. With a slight movement of his consciousness, a mysterious yellow spirit sword appeared in his grasp. Allow me to show you the sword from my realm. I hope you can withstand it. Do not attempt to flee, for tonight you shall surely perish. The ground beneath them suddenly cracked open, creating a great fissure. Chunyu narrowly avoided falling in, his reflexes sharp as he lightly stepped upon the air, swiftly distancing himself from the crevice. Just as he escaped, the fissure rapidly sealed, as if it had never existed. I wonder how many more of my attacks you could evade. That broken sword you wield, where did you procure it? You might as well use it to kiss yourself goodbye. Perhaps you'll be granted a complete corpse. Unexpectedly, this brawny individual demonstrated a commendable mastery over the earth's power, as if the superhumans of this world required no training whatsoever. Do not celebrate too soon. The outcome remains uncertain. Swiftly swallowing a recovery pill, pure spiritual energy surged into his dantian, filling it to the brim. Immediately, He channeled this energy into the mysterious yellow spirit sword, while simultaneously sketching a sword aura spanning about 50 meters. In just 2 breaths, the mysterious yellow spirit sword was fully charged. Begone. Experience for yourself how the sword energy of 50 meters can take a life. The words had barely left his lips when, fueled by fury, he swung his sword with precision, conjuring a blade that materialized into a massive sword of 50 meters, resembling a colossal weapon. The cousin, taken aback, marveled at the transformation. How could a seemingly antiquated and worn sword unleash such terrifying sword energy? Unlike any laser weapon, his previous disdain vanished, replaced by a grave expression as he swiftly summoned the power of the earth. Rise, Earth Shield! Instantly, a thick earthen barrier, several meters in height, erupted from the ground, resolutely standing guard. The 50-meter sword energy crashed down, yet the Earth Shield was no mere obstacle. The two forces clashed for several seconds before the shield ultimately shattered. But the sword energy also dissipated into nothingness. Such formidable sword energy. I, Wu Shilu, underestimated you. It was indeed you who killed the phantom. I care not for your shadows. Those who wish to take my life must pay a bloody price, and you shall too. After unleashing that strike, he stealthily consumed 2 spirit recovery pills, feeling his dantian swell with vitality. Now, prepare to witness a 100-meter sword. I wonder if you can withstand it. As he spoke, spiritual energy began to flow unceasingly into the Xianhuang spirit sword. This is bad. The intelligence was completely erroneous. This individual is certainly not a mere 3rd-tier innate warrior. Having just unleashed his strongest attack, he was preparing for another, which could only mean mischief, and he dared not underestimate him any longer. Immediately channeling the power of the earth once more. Earth Shield, rise! Wu Shilu had just summoned the Earth Shield when the 100-meter sword was already swinging down. Its oppressive force magnified several times beyond the first strike. It was not merely a matter of accumulation. With a resounding crash, it collided with the Earth Shield, which disintegrated at an alarming rate before his very eyes. Wu Shilu gasped in shock. The speed of consumption was too rapid, forcing him to conjure a second and then a third barrier. He had hoped for a moment's reprieve. As he had no excess spiritual energy left to summon the Earth's power, he needed time to recover. The recovery potions were exorbitantly priced beyond his means. Otherwise, he could have mustered the strength to conjure yet another Earth Shield. You are finished. After the 100-meter giant sword obliterated the 3rd Earth Shield, it still had the energy to charge towards the exhausted Wu Shilu. Instinctively attempting to defend himself, he was sent flying, a swath of bamboo falling behind him. Chun Yu was no gentleman. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly approached with a spectral grace, his Xianhuang spirit sword slicing through the air, severing his opponent's limbs in mere moments. You dare sever my limbs? The Assassin Alliance will not let you escape. Prepare to meet your doom. His laughter was a chilling echo, channeling immense strength into his hands. Chun Yu delivered 2 resounding blows, irritated by his adversary's mocking laughter. On the brink of death, and you still dare to threaten me? Truly, you are oblivious to your own insignificance. Wu Shilu spat blood and teeth, his defiance rapidly waning. I will ask you questions, and you will answer. Fail to comply, and this bamboo grove shall be your grave. Who sent you to kill me? And where do you rank in the Assassin Alliance? I do not know who seeks your death. We assassins merely accept assignments. The organization never reveals the buyer's identity. Very well then. I, Wu Shilu, am ranked 212 among the ability assassins. What is your relationship with the Phantom? A common one. There was a troublesome individual I could not handle. So I sought his assistance, and he obliged. This was one of the reasons I accepted this task. Though he ranks below me, his ability to blend with the night makes him adept at covert assassinations. Chun Yu grasped the essence of the situation. Wu Shilu, taking on a dominant stance, asked, May I pose a question to you? Ask, who exactly are you? The grand technique you unleashed, as far as I understand, even a 9th-tier innate warrior might struggle to achieve. Furthermore, your sword appears to be a weapon not of this world. When you severed my limbs, I felt the spiritual energy within the blade, purer by several magnitudes than anything from this realm. I shall divulge this much. I am not of this world. Upon finishing his statement, the Xianhuang spirit sword swiftly struck, severing Wu Shilu's head from his body. Mercy was not his style, especially after the latter had asked questions better left unspoken. He casually created a grave for Wu Shilu, burying him and sheathing the Xianhuang spirit's sword as he leaped away. Chapter 32. Encountering the boisterous second generation at drunken Linglong restaurant. Yuzi, are you alright? Noticing the commotion, Lady exited his meditation and quickly inquired. I am fine. The matter has been resolved. Return to your training. Alright, if anything arises, do inform us promptly. Do not face challenges alone. Remember, we are your brothers. Rest assured, lady, you shall have your chance to shine in the future. Just do not complain then. Haha, that puts my mind at ease. Back at the villa, Chunyu took a sip of tea to steady his nerves, surprised by the capabilities of the ability users in this world. This was merely one ranked over 200. In the top 10 must be demigods. The most formidable he had encountered thus far was Brother Hongwu, a 9th tier innate warrior. He had yet to encounter any grandmasters or great grandmasters. In the vast dragon country, it was likely that grandmasters existed. By his calculations, the grandmaster realm was equivalent to the void-breaking realm, while the great grandmaster was the void spirit realm. A prudent course of action would be to find a time to seclude himself, training within the 8 Desolations Pagoda until he reached the void-breaking realm before emerging. At that time, he could suppress his cultivation to the 3rd tier of innate realm, adopting a guise of the weak to avoid drawing attention. Should he attract formidable foes? He still had 2 brothers to look after. In times of crisis, he could take refuge in the 8 Desolations Pagoda, although his brothers could not accompany him, as the pagoda had yet to recognize him as its master. He would counter each challenge as it came, for this world upheld the rule of law. No matter how chaotic, it paled in comparison to the realm of cultivation. Presently, he needed to hasten his efforts to accumulate wealth to provide his family with a grand estate. Since contacting his family via phone, he had researched the prices of top-tier villas in City C, which were exorbitantly priced at 6 to 700 million. The cost of living in this world was outrageous. He recalled the days when he had the Titan, Giant Ape, Qilin, and White Tiger build luxurious residences for his parents in just a couple of days. Mere meals worth of time. 4 grand estates, along with expansive underground chambers and training rooms, had risen from the ground in an instant. Look at this ridiculous world, where everything is governed by money. Without it, even your pants would be threadbare. He calculated that he needed to earn at least 1 billion to ensure his family could live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Providing 100 bottles to Zhang Guodong would take 10 months to amass that sum. Never mind. This time I will give Brother Hongwu 200 bottles in exchange for some herbs over 20 years old for rejuvenation. Adding in some 3rd-tier spiritual herbs like the rejuvenation flower and Heeshou Wu, I can only imagine that the rejuvenation pill will make a middle-aged woman look 10 years younger. Selling them for 6 to 7 million each is hardly unreasonable. Haha, I truly am a genius at making money. With a grand vision in mind, he gradually drifted into slumber, utterly exhausted from the consumption of his 2 grand techniques. Outside Crescent Moon Lake, a 4-eyed brat was howling in triumph at dawn. I've done it. I've finally done it. As the sun rose to begin its daily toil, the chirping of birds around Crescent Moon Lake provided an incessant serenade, offering Chunyu and his companions a free wake-up call. The 3, rubbing their groggy eyes, stifled yawns, scratched their backsides, and despite their youth, found themselves residing in a luxurious villa, donning cheap slippers as they brushed their teeth and washed their faces in their respective abodes. 2 brothers and I have been bustling about the bone-setting shop for quite some time. Today, I have decided to treat them to a meal at the Drunken Linglong restaurant to celebrate. Ha, the egg bread in my hand has suddenly lost its allure. Yuji, heed my words, let me go hungry for a couple of meals, and we shall dine there for dinner. What do you say? It can't possibly be recommended by the Tiger's vehicle, can it? That Drunken Linglong restaurant is exorbitantly priced. The cost of a private room is equivalent to a bottle of bone-setting liquid, exclaimed the chubby one. Lady, you know about this too? I stumbled upon the bill shared by a wealthy influencer. I even scoffed at it the time, born into wealth indeed. I have some splendid news to share with you 2 brothers. Last night, I finally ran 150 kilometers in 4 hours. Ha. Upon hearing this, the 2 fell silent. Hey, brothers, a round of applause, some reaction, please. Don't leave me hanging here. After this feast, we must ascend the mountain for training. Oh, it must be quite arduous up there. Wait, hold on. This lavish meal isn't a farewell treat for us, is it? Hee, who can say for sure? The 2 brothers changed into clean attire and gathered at my villa's entrance half an hour later. We then set out to explore the scenic wonders of S City, planning to return to the Drunken Linglong restaurant for an unforgettable evening. Half an hour later, the 3 of us hopped into the car, and the Tiger's vehicle swiftly transported us along the highway to S City in sports mode. With ample time remaining, we decided to visit nearby attractions, and I must say, the sights in S City are indeed remarkable. As time flowed by, we altered our route once more. Soon, the majestic Drunken Linglong restaurant, situated in the heart of S City CBD, loomed before the 3 young men. Master, we have arrived at the Drunken Linglong restaurant. Wow, the Drunken Linglong truly stands apart. The surroundings are filled with luxury cars and sports vehicles. Look, that tour bus just let out 7 or 8 beautiful women, though sadly. Most of their faces seem rather similar. Upon hearing this, the two glanced over before diverting their gaze, unsure whether they were searching for beauties or luxury cars. After the group exited the vehicle, the Tiger-S ride parked itself. The reception at the restaurant was attended by a cadre of handsome men and beautiful women. The men clad in tailcoats and polished shoes, the women donning chic black professional attire. "Hello, esteemed gentlemen. Do you possess our VIP membership?" inquired a sweet-voiced, lovely receptionist. "No, this is our first visit." "No worries, you can still enjoy the exquisite cuisine and service on the 3rd and 9th floors. Once you spend 30 million, you will automatically be upgraded to our VIP membership, enjoying luxurious private room service, and spending 100 million earns you the status of Supreme VIP, complete with dining in a presidential suite with ocean views." After this, she gently gestured, "Please, esteemed gentlemen, come this way." The service was truly impressive. No wonder wealthy individuals flocked to the drunken Linglong. There's a chance you might even spot a celebrity. "Chubby, I was genuinely worried you'd drool, considering there were a dozen receptionists at the entrance," Lady teased. "Haha, not to that extent. They are merely staff. It would be disrespectful to drool in front of them. We probably can't go to the 10th or 13th floors. Let us head to the 9th floor lobby, where the view is better." On the 9th floor, in the luxurious private rooms of the Listening Cloud Pavilion, the affluent heirs gathered, savoring exquisite dishes while boasting about their wealth and status. At that moment, Chinyu and the two brothers happened to pass by the opulent private room. The sharp-eyed heirs immediately began to mock them. The trio was dressed in inexpensive attire, lacking any luxury brand, and their humble appearance starkly contrasted with the upscale ambience of the restaurant. "This drunken Linglong is ridiculous. They allow anyone in, even these commoners, which is lowering the establishment standards. Hey, wait a moment. Which of you wants to join me in humiliating them?" "Ha ha. Taiso will go with you. Perfect timing for some entertainment. Count me in, ha ha." After the trio ordered their drinks and dishes, it wasn't long before exquisite plates were served by young women. Just as they were enjoying their meal, 3 unfortunate souls approached. "Oh, look at these commoners, eating quite happily, ha," sneered a flamboyantly styled heir with blue-orange hair. "Can you even afford the dishes here? You might as well eat at a street stall." Another heir, Taisoa, chimed in. "Why don't you commoners kneel and beg me?" "Young Master Jia, then each of you can bark like dogs, and I'll cover the cost of this meal to save you from embarrassment," the lead heir declared, his words dripping with disdain. Lady instinctively stood up, only to be restrained by Chinyu's firm hand, signaling for them to remain silent and continue eating. Reluctantly, Lady sat back down and resumed his meal. "Oh, the big guy seems defiant. Why not stand up?" a shrill woman remarked, feigning a delicate gesture. "Look at their attire. It's just so tacky." "Indeed, it's absolutely true. Just look at how unfashionable they are." A middle-aged man at the table behind Chinyu feigned a loud voice. "How can such people even enter the drunken Linglong? It truly diminishes the place's prestige." They fancied themselves high-quality men, intolerant of anyone who dared to challenge their inflated egos. Soon, onlookers began to whisper among themselves, some eagerly awaiting the spectacle. Not every unremarkable outfit signifies poverty. After all, one cannot judge solely by appearances. The waitress, overhearing the commotion, approached to assess the situation. Upon realizing the trio had emerged from a private room, she hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. "Damn it," I said. "You country bumpkins, are you deaf? Will you learn to bark or not?" Young Master Jia was furious. These country bumpkins were not showing him the respect he deserved, which irked him greatly. At this moment, Chinyu sprang into action, moving like a shadow as he delivered 2 powerful slaps, each packed with immense force. The impact was evident from young Master Jia's shocked expression in the distance he was sent flying. The fallen young Master Jia spat out a mixture of blood and teeth, his face swelling to the size of a pig's head, whimpering incoherently. The two heirs exchanged glances, raising their voices. "Who the hell did that? If you're sensible, step forward and apologize, or else." In the next instant, the sharp sound of slaps echoed throughout the hall, reverberating long after it had ceased. Their taunts had barely left their lips before they were sent reeling backward, fear evident in their eyes. "A ghost! A ghost! I want my mommy." The onlookers were also taken aback. 3 heirs had been swiftly dealt with, and they hadn't even seen who had struck them. However, they weren't foolish. The assailant was either a hidden protector of the trio or a mysterious passerby who couldn't stand their arrogance. Such scenes were familiar in movies. They understood the narrative well. Meanwhile, the trio, having finished their meal and settled the bill, departed without uttering a single word, leaving in style. Chapter 33. Unblocking the Chubby One's Meridians. Lady, from the moment of paying the bill to stepping outside, struggled to suppress his laughter, his face turning crimson. Lady, why is your face so red? Do you need to use the restroom? Ha ha. That moment was incredibly satisfying. Thankfully, Yuji held me back just in time. Let's go. Get in the car. Tiger, take us back to the Crescent Lake Villa. Understood, master. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. 10 minutes later, the Tiger entered the highway, shifting into racing mode. What was up with those 3 morally bankrupt heirs earlier, Yuji? You didn't even lift a finger, and they ended up like that. However, it was utterly exhilarating. The strikes were masterful, and ideally, one should even sever their tongues. Chinyu took a sip from a bottle of soda, speculating that those few second-generation heirs must have overindulged in alcohol, leading to their unfortunate fall. Serve them right. Witnessing their contemptuous expressions fills me with a desire to tear their mouths apart. The bespectacled, rotund fellow grumbled through clenched teeth. Ha ha, it must have been Yuzi's handiwork. Although I couldn't see clearly, I did catch a glimpse of a fleeting shadow darting away and swiftly returning. It wasn't Yuzi's doing. I observed clearly when he struck someone at the bone-setting clinic. Care to wager? You lose. Address me as Lord Lei. I have utmost faith in my specially crafted glasses. There is no way I could miss Yuzi leaving his position to strike. Fat Master, I'll bet with you. If you lose, you must call me Grandpa Ma thrice. Why should I call you thrice? Because Fat Master, you are my Grandpa Ma. Oh dear, this is outrageous. Yuzi, what technique did you employ just now? I simply couldn't discern how you managed to strike the person before you in the blink of an eye. Chinyu smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further, instead saying, You two engage in a battle of wits. The outcome is none of my concern. I'm feeling drowsy, so I shall take a brief nap. Wake me when we arrive. Inside the speeding Tiger vehicle, the intelligence system safely accelerated to 600 kilometers per hour. In the exclusive villa district of Nanshan, a strikingly beautiful woman, having finished a phone call, trembled with rage. Who dared to provoke my precious son? I want him to remain forever incapacitated, like a wretched insect, until he perishes. A butler-like man stood quietly by, seemingly unaffected by the woman's fury. Uncle Zhou, you must head to the hospital immediately to assess Soer's injuries and bring him back. He cannot adjust to that hospital. Also, have the lawyer retrieve the surveillance footage from the drunken Linglong restaurant. I wish to discover which audacious figure has crossed paths with my Thai family. Understood, madam. I shall attend to it at once. Hello, He-Lu, it's me. The young master has been assaulted at the drunken Linglong restaurant. Madam requests you to investigate and report back to her. Very well, Uncle Zhou. I will handle it immediately and provide Madam with news by tomorrow morning at the latest. Also, make sure to send me a copy. Certainly, the Kong family, having operated a chain of pharmacies for generations, has established a firm foothold in H province for over a century, successfully securing a place among the third-rate families through the efforts of several generations. Meanwhile, in the Kong family estate, a sinister-looking old man with a white beard hurried to his grandson's bedside, only to find the boy's entire pig-like face swathed in bandages. With only his eyes visible, the bandaged boy, upon seeing his grandfather approach, became visibly agitated, though he could only emit muffled cries. The sinister elder's expression darkened instantaneously as he turned to berate a middle-aged man. You dare return? My precious grandson has suffered such indignities, and you, as his father, have utterly failed him, spending your days chasing after every flower and butterfly. Should my grandson suffer any lingering effects, do not expect to inherit a single asset from me. Father, grant me another chance. Upon hearing of Jier's misfortune, I immediately invested a fortune to engage martial artists to investigate. Additionally, I dispatched a secretary to the Yunhai group to procure a miraculous remedy from Zhang Guodong. Once the remedy is in hand, Jier will be fine. At least you exhibit some semblance of father. Furthermore, once you acquire information, bring the perpetrator to me. I wish for my grandson to personally sever his hands and feed them to the wolves. Understood, father. I shall ensure this is resolved. For the sake of the Kong family's reputation and Jier's dignity, I will reclaim it. His clenched fists creaked from the pressure. That wretched old man, never mentioning the family's honor, only concerned about his grandson. I am still your son, yet you have not considered me for the position of family heir. It would be wise to behave, lest the benefits all go to my elder brother. Yuzi, we have arrived. Good. Rotund brother, please come to my villa for a visit. Isn't Lei coming along? No, he has matters of his own to attend to. Indeed, I have my own responsibilities and shall refrain from interfering in your affairs. As he spoke, he prepared to exit the vehicle, pausing to add four-eyed. You must avoid swimming in Crescent Lake tomorrow. There seems to be a water monster lurking in the depths. If you wish to bathe, do so back at the villa. Yes, the bathroom water is comparatively cleaner. That's all for now. There's nothing more to discuss. What nonsense is this? Swimming in water monsters? Never mind. It's of little consequence. I'll continue my conversation with Yuzi. Yuzi, what with the mysterious demeanor in the dead of night? Do you have some treasure for me? Perhaps as an offering when I become your disciple? Remove your clothes. Oh, strip? Aren't you presenting me with some treasure? What's the matter? Feeling bashful. What a joke, am I shy? Back in the bathhouse, Fat Master was completely unashamed. With that, he stripped off his shirt and proceeded to remove his pants. Hey, what are you doing? I told you to take off your shirt, not your pants. Put them back on. Wow, you said to take off my shirt, which led to this misunderstanding, he said while hastily dressing himself. Now listen carefully. Do exactly as I say. This is a washing marrow pill. It will enable you to open the meridians and swiftly enter the world of martial arts. Washing marrow pill? Is it akin to what is depicted in martial arts films, where opening the meridians allows one to inflict injuries or even kill? Wait, weren't you supposed to take me under your wing to learn martial arts? Spare me the formalities. My master has ceased accepting disciples long ago. From now on, I shall teach you. Ha ha ha. Should I refer to you as master or senior brother? Enough with your banter. Focus your mind and sit cross-legged. Upon consuming the washing marrow pill, I will assist you in channeling its powers to break through the meridians. The process may be somewhat painful, so you must endure. It's best to carefully perceive the flow of the meridians during the process, as it will aid your future training speed. Understood, Yuzi. The four-eyed rotund fellow ceased his frivolity and swallowed the washing marrow pill. Half an hour later, the rotund fellow was engulfed in heat, perspiration pouring from his body. It's so hot. Am I going to combust? Do not speak. Focus your mind. Once the effects of the washing marrow pill have fully manifested, I will help you open the meridians. 20 minutes later, the medicinal effects had fully developed. Chun Yu infused innate energy into the rotund fellow's body, guiding the power of the washing marrow pill to strike at the meridians. At 0:30, the first meridian opened. At 3:30, the second meridian opened. By 10 o'clock, the 8 meridians formed a continuous line, thumping together. All 8 meridians were opened, creating a closed loop with the dantian circulating ceaselessly, the innate power gradually settling within the dantian. All right, the meridians are open. Now, hone your hearing and see if you can detect sounds from at least a kilometer away. After a moment, the rotund fellow's hearing extended from near to far. He discerned the sound of a snail, the chirping of sparrows catching insects. I can hear it. This is astonishing. Martial arts films truly do not deceive. I can hear the insects and birds clearly. Good. As long as you can hear, it's sufficient. At lunchtime, I will impart to you the techniques. With that, Chun Yu kicked the rotund fellow away, who, in the moment of impending impact, barely managed to regain his balance. Why kick Fat Master like that? Seriously, what is this sticky substance on me? It's even more revolting than mucus. Stop staring. Go back to your villa and take a shower. Don't scare the bass in the water, Chun Yu's voice echoed. Wow. It turns out that dead fish from that day was the doing of that scoundrel, lady. Chapter 34. Transmission of Forbidden Techniques. In the Kong family estate. At 8 in the morning, as Kong Baiji awoke, his first concern was to ascertain the condition of his son, Kong Jia. Upon witnessing that his son's face had substantially healed, he felt an immediate sense of relief, allowing him to momentarily set aside the urgency of dental repairs. Damn it! Zhang Guodong showed no mercy. The miraculous potion cost 5 million a vial, and not a single penny less. Were it not for the fear of inciting the old man's wrath, even a 50% discount would not have tempted him. In his eyes, no matter how valuable this concoction was, it certainly did not warrant a price tag of 5 million. If Zhang Guodong were present, he would undoubtedly berate him, questioning the folly of investing in such a remedy for a mere pig-headed face. At 9 in the morning, at a certain law firm, Uncle Zhou, there is some unfortunate news. The surveillance cameras in the drunken Linglong Hall are standard models, lacking the top-tier eagle-eye technology. Even with our firm's equipment for analysis, we are unable to discern who struck Tai Su. What? Is that so? Are there no alternative means to obtain this information? Simultaneously, he felt perplexed. If even the standard cameras could not capture the perpetrator, it was hard to fathom, considering they were capable of revealing even the minutest pore. While their effective range only extended 100 meters, it should have sufficed for a venue like the hall. Yet the absence of any footage felt almost supernatural. There are options, but they come at an exorbitant cost. The top-tier criminal investigation unit possesses a national-level developed super fusion compound eye, capable of reconstructing the scene with remarkable accuracy from even the most blurred or tampered footage. Given that Tai Su was struck without provocation, the The presence of a martial artist's aura during the incident would be identifiable in mere moments under the super fusion compound I. Are you suggesting I advise the lady to swallow her pride? It would be prudent. In my years of experience, I have encountered numerous peculiar cases, many of which would surpass your imagination in terms of the madness that exists in this world. Perhaps this will serve as a lesson in humility. Not every loss is a misfortune. I only share this with you because Uncle Zhou has always treated me well. Additionally, it is possible that young Master Tai Su was attacked by an ability user. Before the incident, he had insulted a table of ordinary patrons, who peculiarly remained silent, leaving only after finishing their meal. Very well, I shall convey this to the lady. For now, let this matter rest. Uncle Zhou had never sounded so powerless. Having assisted the lady with numerous affairs concerning the Tai family, this was the first time he felt utterly bewildered. Could it be that young Master Tai had truly antagonized an ability user? That would spell considerable trouble. Not daring to dwell on it, he hastened to the second floor. The lady was gently feeding her precious son, Sua Air, spoonfuls of ginseng soup. This soup prepared by Mommy is delicious. I want more. Be careful not to choke, darling. Mommy will cherish you for a lifetime. I knew Mommy loved me the most. You must help me restore my face. Over 100 people in the drunken Linglong Hall witnessed me being slapped. It is so embarrassing. Rest assured, my child. Mommy will ensure that the one responsible regrets ever being born. Uncle Zhou knocked softly on the door to the young master's room. Lady, Uncle Zhou, is there any news? The lady did not turn to face him, merely inquiring about the outcome while continuing to feed her son. Lady, could we step aside? I have urgent matters to discuss. Su'er, be good and wait for Mommy to return. I need to speak with Uncle Zhou for a moment. I'll wait for you, Mommy. What is it? Uncle Zhou, must we avoid Su'er to converse? Lady, the situation is dire. We have yet to identify who struck him. What do you mean? He pays us so handsomely every year. How could he possibly not find out? Please, calm yourself. It is highly probable that young master has encountered an ability user. On what basis do you claim this? Is it possible that that lawyer is merely fabricating nonsense to placate me? Lady, please observe. This is footage from the scene last night. Young master and two others exited the private room of Ting Yun Xian and proceeded to a window side table in the hall, where they verbally assaulted several ordinary young men. Before long, the lady witnessed her precious son and another individual being flung out simultaneously. Then came a classic scene. Ghost! Ghost! I want Mommy! I want Mommy! Is it truly that eerie? The lady gasped, her mouth agape in disbelief. Uncle Zhou, do you think it possible that the ability user acted on a whim? Could they have merely been passing by? You make a valid point. Those young men looked quite impoverished. An ability user would not deign to protect them. Yes, it must be as you say. The lady continually reassured herself, attempting to convince her own mind. Uncle Zhou shifted his tone. Lady, perhaps we should let this matter slide. A flicker of unease crossed his heart. No, no, no. I promised Su'er that I would restore his honor. I cannot confront the ability user, but I can certainly deal with those impoverished young men. The lady laughed maniacally, her demeanor reminiscent of someone under the influence. Uncle Zhou, I give you 3 days to locate those young men. Understood? Yes, lady. As he descended the stairs, he could only shake his head in resignation, hoping that the lady's instincts would prove correct. Brothers, lunch is ready. Hurry over. The chubby one with 4 eyes was famished and dashed over, devouring a bowl of rice in a matter of moments. Considering the delicious food, I'll let you off this time. However, you went swimming in Crescent Lake after your meridian cleansing. That is simply unacceptable. I shall morally condemn you 10 times over. All right, you caught me. I was puzzled last night. You were hinting that I should avoid swimming in Crescent Lake. My mind was muddled at the time. I didn't think much of it and just jumped in. Poor fish. By the way, Leizi, what cultivation method are you practicing? I'm teaching Leizi the Dragon Tiger formula, which consists of 9 levels. His tall physique suits this method well. Wow, that sounds impressive. Yuzi, do you think I'm suitable? You could practice it, but your speed and the latter 2 levels may prove challenging. What? What should I do? No need to worry. Today I will impart to you a divine skill, the soul binding technique. While it may lack the dazzling combat visuals, it can imprison the opponent's soul. Once imprisoned, their life and death lie within your grasp. Wow, killing without a trace. I like it. That has the demeanor of a true powerhouse. I must temper your enthusiasm. Every technique has its drawbacks. If the opponent's soul is sufficiently strong, your soul binding technique may fail. Understood. I shall diligently practice the soul binding technique. A secret method of the soul binding technique was infused into the chubby one's consciousness. The first level induces a state of confusion, rendering the opponent disoriented for 10 seconds. In high-energy battles, such disorientation can be terrifying. The second level induces complete mental blankness, where the opponent cannot comprehend their next actions, lasting 1 minute. The third level allows for manipulation, capable of controlling up to 100 individuals to follow your commands. However, it significantly drains your mental energy, so large-scale control is ill-advised. The fourth level, soul extraction, permits the extraction of a soul from its physical body. When facing an opponent several times stronger than yourself, you can extract their soul and annihilate their physical form, leaving the soul to helplessly witness its own demise, a most tragic fate. The fifth level, soul annihilation, eradicates the soul entirely, resulting in death. The chubby one was utterly astonished. If he could master the fourth and fifth levels, given ample time to execute them, he felt confident in his ability to slay even the most formidable opponents, unless, of course, they managed to kill him first. Fatty, your gaze reveals to me that this forbidden soul technique is remarkably powerful to an almost terrifying degree. After observing for a moment, Reizi spoke. You must remember, Fatty, I impose 3 stringent stipulations upon this art. First, it must not be employed to harm the innocent. Second, it must not be used for debauchery or pillaging. Third, it must not be directed against one's kin. Should you contravene these edicts, I shall not hesitate to obliterate you. For the first time, Fatty felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from Chunyu, and also the gravity with which Chunyu spoke. This forbidden technique would enable him to cultivate, a testament to Yuzi's trust in him. How could he possibly let Yuzi down? By the heavens above, if I, the Emperor Ma, fail to adhere to the 3 tenets laid out by Yuzi, I would willingly embrace annihilation and let my soul dissipate. Very well, remember what you have proclaimed today. I shall impart another profound technique to you two brothers. This art is called Dragon's Glide, mastered to its fullest. It allows one to traverse thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. With that, the technique was infused into Reizi and Fatty's consciousness. Yuzi, was your agile movement last night at Drunken Linglong the Dragon's Glide? No, it was derived from the Supreme Tao Scripture, still in its nascent stages. And I have yet to finalize a name. Enough, you two focus on your training. Henceforth, the realm of martial artists will be intricately entwined with your fates. Chapter 35, Breakthrough of the Xuanwu Dragon Elephant Technique. Returning to the villa's pavilion, Fatty took a sip of tea and gazed into the distance, reflecting on how he had finally wrapped up matters concerning the 2 youngsters. The past few days had not afforded him the opportunity to cultivate properly, flitting hither and thither, until his realm elevated. The protective techniques were of utmost practicality. After another sip of tea, he resolved to devote the next day and a half to cultivating within the 8 Desolation Tower, focusing on the Xuanwu Dragon Elephant Technique. Perhaps he could break through the first layer once more. After all, the experience from his past life would make the endeavor significantly more efficient. He sent a voice message to the 2, informing them that he would be cultivating for the next couple of days and requested not to be disturbed. With a thought, he retrieved the 8 Desolation Tower and entered, sitting cross-legged and clearing his mind as he activated the Xuanwu Dragon Elephant Technique. Time slipped by unnoticed as he entered a state of oblivion, surrounded by the ethereal forms of Xuanwu, Qinglong, and Bai Xiang, faint signs of a breakthrough to the first layer beginning to manifest. Fatty, I've pondered upon the Dragon's Glide for a while and discovered it is not particularly difficult to master. I suggest you focus on cultivating Dragon's Glide first, as that forbidden technique demands a considerable amount of time. Once you master the Dragon's Glide, mere innate martial artists will be insignificant. As long as you possess speed, you can pierce through with ease. Upon hearing this, Fatty burst into laughter. What a splendid idea. I wholeheartedly believe you, for my thoughts align with yours. Self-preservation comes first. Only then can one cultivate forbidden techniques. Reizi, I shall retreat to my training now. Do not bother cooking tonight or tomorrow. I shall subsist on instant meals. Understood. Let's exchange insights on our experiences with the Dragon's Glide. Of course, let's drive together. Thus, the trio began their training by Crescent Moon Lake, as time slipped away. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kong Baiji leaned back in his office chair, speaking on the phone, occasionally furrowing his brow. The hired underworld warriors had spent 2 days without yielding any useful information. Mr. Kong, a thought has just struck me. Among those 3 youngsters, one remained remarkably composed, as though detached from everything, indulging in food and drink. There must be something amiss. Grant me a bit more time. Once I locate those youngsters, I shall unearth something of value. Very well, I shall give you 5 more days. If no useful intel arises by then, I will seek another. Understood, Mr. Kong. You can rest assured, I am well versed in this line of work. Flattering words are common. I expect good news within 5 days. Certainly, Mr. Kong. Meanwhile, Chunyu had been cultivating within the Heavenly Desolation Tower for a full year and 7 months. finally breaking through to the first layer of the Xuanwu dragon elephant technique. When he activated the technique, a faint azure hue enveloped his body. With merely this layer of azure, he could withstand a master's lethal strike in this world without sustaining harm. Unless his innate energy was entirely depleted, he was impervious to harm, thus illustrating the absurdity of the Xuanwu dragon elephant technique. Moreover, breaking through the first layer endowed his physical body with a resistance to impact akin to iron. Should he break through to the second layer, his physical resilience would attain the strength of diamond. Exiting the 8 Desolation Tower, he found that 38 hours had elapsed. It was already past 9, with less than 30 minutes remaining until the opening of the doors for business. Reeking of sweat, he gathered his clothes and dashed into the shower. Yuzi, here's a beef burger and freshly made soy milk I prepared this morning. Do give it a try. Rady, you've outdone yourself. I neglected breakfast, and you've saved me. Rady chuckled lightly. I eavesdropped on your villa this morning and noticed the absence of commotion. I surmised you were still immersed in your training. Chinyu smiled in response. Let this be a lesson not to be repeated. Taking a hearty bite, he found it both delicious and satisfying, giving Rady a thumbs up. How are both of you progressing with your training? Any areas of confusion? None so far. The threshold isn't too challenging, and I'm beginning to grasp some concepts. Should I encounter difficulties, I will consult you. Rady shrugged, indicating that the difficulty was manageable. Fatty adjusted his spectacles. I've been practicing the dragon's glide for the past couple of days, but haven't quite grasped the feeling yet. I may need about a week to touch upon the threshold. Chinyu, grinning, remarked, all is well. In matters of cultivation, moderation is key. Upon arriving at the bone-setting clinic, they were astonished to find a queue of patients awaiting their turn. Chinyu found it somewhat incredulous. During lunch, he couldn't help but inquire, how did these patients know we were open today? Rady stroked his chin. I find it puzzling as well. I did not mention our opening when I posted the notice. Fatty grinned mysteriously. Allow me to unveil the answer. I recently created an ID for the Chun's unique bone-setting clinic. I regularly update it with our operating hours, and those who follow us receive notifications instantly. The two understood, realizing that it was indeed the work of the four-eyed Fatty. A round of applause is in order. Well done. Here, a fried chicken leg as a reward. The following day, normal operating hours resumed. Please, patient 001, proceed to the orthopedic department. Patient 002, please enter the orthopedic department. Patient 003, please proceed to the orthopedic department. Father, hurry up. It's your turn. I'll be waiting for you in the lobby. The elderly man entering expressed disbelief. The bone-setting master appeared remarkably youthful. To him, those young doctors wielding advanced technology seemed like mere novices without their instruments. Conversely, this bone-setting room was devoid of high-end equipment, with only a standard laptop perched on the desk, instantly conveying the impression of one relying solely on skill. Unable to restrain himself, he spoke, Master Chun. I heard from my son a few days ago that you're not only unparalleled in bone-setting, but also quite young. I was skeptical at first, but seeing you today, it is indeed true. My old bones have seen numerous hospitals, undergoing endless x-rays. Afterward, they either suggested surgery or prescribed a plethora of medications. Sigh. These past 6 months have been akin to a living death. Were it not for my son, who happened to encounter some elders discussing Master Chun's bone setting while on a business trip to East City a week ago, I would still be unaware of your existence. My foolish son, with a modicum of sense, left contact information before departing. Thus, upon your clinic's opening yesterday, someone notified my son, and he brought me here early today, fearing a lack of available slots. Haha, it's all just urban legend. It has been exaggerated. The elderly gentleman, your son, is quite filial. Indeed, my little rascal is not bad. I did not raise him in vain. A hint of pride glimmered in the old man's eyes as he spoke of his son. Please, old sir, lie down. I shall conduct a brief examination. I appreciate your trouble, Master Chun. It is no trouble at all. It is my duty. After a cursory examination, it was evident that the elder had several blocked meridians, which were the source of his complications, causing widespread pain and preventing him from sleeping normally. With innate energy flowing through his hands, he gently tapped several acupoints while discreetly directing his vital energy into the obstructed meridians. Within mere moments, he resolved the underlying issue. Elder sir, cease taking your medications. Once you leave my care, I assure you, you will have no concerns for the next 7 or 8 years. Master Chun truly is unparalleled in his craft. After your treatment, I instantly feel rejuvenated. If only our nation had more talents like you. The common folk would be blessed and spared from consuming all manner of dubious medications. You flatter me, Elder. Our great dragon country is vast and rich in talent. Many are far superior to me. Master Chun, you are a formidable young man. I shall not impose further. With that, he straightened his back and strode out. A stark contrast to his entrance, as if transformed into an entirely different person. Outside, his son rejoiced, hurriedly settling the bill, followed by a torrent of gratitude before escorting his father away. Please summon 004 to the orthopedics department. Please summon 004 to the orthopedics department. Within the first hour of morning operations, a group of uninvited guests burst in. Their eyes gleamed with malice as they scrutinized the two individuals, comparing them to photos on their phones. After some deliberation, they identified these two as their targets. The heavier-set man realized that the prelude to a disturbance was about to unfold. Chapter 36. The duo Lei and Ma take on the underworld. Apologies to our esteemed patients, but we must attend to an urgent matter. Please return in the afternoon. Young man, they do not appear to be of good character. Would you like me to discreetly contact the authorities? A kindly middle-aged man whispered. Thank you, sir, but it is unnecessary. We can manage. Do take care. If the situation escalates, do not hesitate to call the police. Understood. Thank you, sir. Once the clients were dispersed, the two protagonists were left unencumbered. With the departure of the patrons, Chinyu had no patience to attend to. He lazily indulged in his red tea, leaving the external affairs to his companion. Uncertain of the intentions of the two men observing him, one of them finally spoke. What do you want? Speak plainly. Let me take the first shot. The bespectacled one suggested. We have no ulterior motives. I simply wonder why it is just the two of you. Where is the third? To put it bluntly, you are unworthy of witnessing my brother's prowess. State your business directly. Oh, you four-eyed one. You seem so refined, yet display surprising bravado. Do you know what we do? The revelation might terrify you. Oh, I truly do not know, the bespectacled one mocked. Do you know of the Tianling gang, the underground power of H province? Tiger Yi is my brother Jiao Pai's superior. I am oblivious. Is he present? Have him come forward, so I can see. He continued to taunt. Beside him, Huang Mao could no longer suppress himself. He advanced and delivered a hefty slap to the brash youth's face. Have you even eaten? Why so gentle? Watch how my brother Jiao Pai conducts business. Do you remember a few days ago, when you were dining at the drunken Linglong restaurant in S City? Our young master Tai was implicated by you, and we have come to seek an explanation, he said while digging in his ears. Why should I care? I haven't settled my accounts with that spoiled brat yet. His mouth is filthier than excrement. How dare you speak so? Young Master Tai is not someone your ilk can insult. If you cooperate today, I might spare your lives. Oh, dye your hair yellow, brandish a scar knife, and shout loudly. Do you think I'm afraid? Go ahead, try to hit me, and I will call the police, the bespectacled one retorted, abandoning his facade of a good person, intent on provoking the aggressors. You truly have opened my eyes. To threaten me directly, you are the first. Brothers, advance. The police are inconsequential. Let's teach these two fools a lesson. A dozen men swiftly drew concealed weapons. With a flick, folding knives sprang open, transforming from 20 to 30 centimeters into menacing blades that glinted ominously. Most of these delinquents were young and brimming with vigor, clamoring loudly as they charged in for a fray. Lady, having recently opened the 8 extraordinary meridians, possessed agility and reflexes far surpassing his previous self. He licked his lips, eager for action. Come at me. Today, you shall serve as my whetstone. Skillfully evading attacks, he spotted an opening and delivered a forceful kick to an adversary's knee with a crisp crack, causing bone to protrude painfully. Oh no, Lady silently cursed, realizing he had miscalculated the force of his first strike, incapacitating his opponent. The adversary recoiled in terror, realizing the imposing figure before him was no ordinary foe, but quickly regained his composure. Brothers, beware of this giant. He is a martial artist. Rest assured, Jiao Pai, that scoundrel Sun Ermao indulged too much with women last night. He deserves this. No matter how skilled they still fear knives, and we have more than a dozen. Let us slay them, avenge young Master Tai. Meanwhile, Sun Ermao felt utterly wronged, tears streaming down his face. The onlookers mistook his tears for pain. Fueled by adrenaline, the group regained their fighting spirit. If they are not afraid of death, I shall show no mercy. I had intended to hold back, but these are clearly societal miscreants, unworthy of pity. The half-meter-long knives lunged once more. Lady nimbly dodged a downward slash and countered with a flying kick that sent one thug sprawling to the ground. The bespectacled one, not to be outdone, unleashed a flurry of punches, but lacking experience, he found himself striking only air, his blows deftly evaded by the seasoned ruffians. Ha ha, little Four Eyes. Your fate is sealed. The heavy-set man let out a roar, charging at the thugs, but nearly losing his balance, and tumbling over himself, easily sidestepped by the gangsters. Leizi realized that his companion had only recently opened his meridians and lacked combat experience. He quickly assisted him, and they positioned themselves back to back, preparing for the imminent onslaught. A thug swung a long knife towards the bespectacled one, who narrowly dodged, only to be struck from behind by another thug, causing him to wince in pain. Seizing the moment, Leizi kicked at the attacker's abdomen, but to his surprise, the thug remained unfazed and retaliated with a punch that sent blood gushing from Leizi's nose. The heavy-set man seized the opportunity to engage in close combat, delivering a flurry of punches that only found empty air, while two assailants managed to score shallow cuts on him, eliciting cries of pain. Enraged, Leizi picked up a chair and swung it at a thug, underestimating his strength. The thug was sent flying, spitting blood and losing the will to fight. Emulating Leizi, the heavy-set man swung a chair as well, achieving immediate results as the thugs hesitated, clearly rattled by the unexpected turn of events. With their newfound synergy, the duo alternated between evading attacks and launching surprise counterattacks, leaving their assailants in disarray. Especially the burly Leizi, who occasionally delivers a kick, often resulting in the thug's legs being broken in a single strike. The two thugs who had targeted the bespectacled fat man found their dignity restored when he retaliated, using a stainless steel chair to smash open their opponent's head. The tide of battle shifted once more, sending a dozen thugs fleeing in disarray, supporting each other as they limped away in defeat. "Wait, we will return," they seemed to imply. Though both the fat man and Leizi bore their injuries, their spirits were buoyed by laughter. "Today was exhilarating," the fat man exclaimed. "Indeed. Though I was a bit foolish and dazed at first, not thinking to use the chair as a weapon," Leizi responded, gingerly touching his injured nose and realizing it wasn't too serious. At that moment, Chinyu stepped forward, offering his praise. "Not bad at all. Facing a dozen armed thugs for the first time, you displayed both courage and ingenuity, utilizing whatever was at hand for self-defense." With that, he handed a bottle of bone-setting medicine to the bespectacled man, urging him to drink it. "Ha ha, I only sustained a few injuries, it's nothing serious. Receiving acknowledgement from you is more thrilling than the fight itself," the fat man replied with a grin. "Oh, it does hurt a bit, though I should take some medicine, lest I lose too much blood and faint, only to be laughed at by Leizi for 3 years." Seeing his playful demeanor, Leizi knew he would be all right. "So, Leizi, in the face of such danger, did you ever regret entering the martial world?" "Not at all. I was exhilarated. I relish this feeling. The blood in my veins tells me I'm a born warrior. Now that I have awakened, I eagerly anticipate the true martial world ahead." "Excellent. As expected of you. Leizi, I'll tend to the fat man's wounds first, and later I'll prepare a hearty meal for both of you. Let me handle this. I'll prepare a pot of black goji berry and red date chicken soup just for the fat man. You aren't making fun of me, are you? With this little blood loss, do I look like I need to replenish? I think it's appropriate. Ha 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 ha." Chapter 37. Lacking combat experience. "I have a crash course to remedy is shrimp skin. Take those with broken legs and the one with a cracked skull to the hospital." "Understood, Brother Jiao. Who would have thought those two country bumpkins had some skill? We've lost face. What should we do now? What can we do?" "We can only ask Brother who to intervene since it was he who summoned us here. Damn it, we traveled all the way from S City, only to gain nothing. Brother Jiao, we didn't leave empty-handed. At least we managed to slash that little four-eyed one a few times, and we did break that tall guy's nose. Hua Jiao, you and Shrimpskin have been with me the longest. Can you learn from Shrimpskin? Look at you." Brother Jiao expressed his displeasure. "When I said we gained nothing, I meant the 50,000 that Brother who promised after this job is done. Damn it, just thinking about it makes me furious. A dozen of us couldn't even handle 2 country bumpkins. It's utterly disgraceful. When we return, we might even get scolded by Brother who. Brother Jiao, I have an idea. Why don't we send someone tonight to burn down the shop and get rid of those guys?" "You idiot. You dare suggest such a twisted plan? Our task isn't to kill. Do you understand? The Tai family's steward only wants the men incapacitated, not dead. If I kill someone, you'll take the fall. Would you want that?" "Fine, Brother Jiao, I was wrong. Please calm down. Tonight I'll arrange for a few girls to cheer you up. Be sensible. Think more next time, and let us consider this as if I never spoke." "All right, Brother Jiao. Damn it, I offer you advice, and you still complain. If I could take you down, I would have long since taken your place. Living in fear of wolves and tigers before and after doing things, working with you is truly frustrating." Ugh. At that moment, Hua Jiao cursed him silently, but wore a smile on his face. Meanwhile, the 3 others were celebrating. "Fat Brother, the signature dishes of the Tianxiang restaurant. Seafood fried rice, clam-stuffed shrimp paste, matsutake stir-fried wagyu, dompa pork, blanched okra, steamed base, and black goji berry and red date chicken soup. I prepared all this for you. Hee hee. Thank you for the feast. Rady. Although the bespectacled fat man expressed gratitude with a mouthful of thanks, he quickly sought to tease his friend Rady. I have a small suggestion. Let us have Rady treat us to this meal. It will taste even better and be more nourishing. Fat man, your conscience is severely lacking. I did this for you, my brother, Chen Yu said as he focused on his meal, while the two didn't notice that 2/3 of the food had already disappeared. In a modest 3-story residential building in S City, a robust man in his 60s, clad in training attire, practiced a vigorous set of punches on the plum blossom poles in the courtyard, demonstrating a solid and powerful stance. With a fierce strike resembling a tiger emerging from its den, his left foot landed firmly, embodying the essence of a dragon and tiger. His arms spread wide and level with his shoulders as he struck swiftly. Subsequently, he executed another move. The tiger washes its claws. Shifting his weight forward into a kneeling stance, raising his right hand to the sides of his head, his claws turned outward. Below, a young man in his 20s stood attentively observing, occasionally mimicking the movements. Hey, the tiger digs its heart, he exclaimed, forming a claw with his right hand, crushing the plum blossom pole effortlessly. Hey, the tiger dismembers its prey, he shouted, leaping with both feet, his hands clawing at the pole, which astonishingly split into pieces. After withdrawing his energy, he leapt down from the pole. Congratulations, master. Your skills have advanced further. Hua quickly presented a bowl of tea. Master, your senior brother has been out for a few days. Is there any news? No, master. I believe he will return soon. Just then, the phone rang. Master. Speak of the devil. Yes, here. Hello, senior brother. Has there been any progress? Yes, junior brother. I've located those thugs. They are at the Chun S Unique Bone Setting Clinic in East City, D City. Relay this information to Master. I'll keep an eye on them from here. Understood. Senior brother. Thank you for your efforts. Master, good news. Those thugs have been found at the Chun S Unique Bone Setting Clinic in East City, D City. Senior brother is watching them. They won tea escape. Good. Your senior brother Ping has done well. I'll meet them tonight. After finishing his tea, he entered the inner room and made a series of phone calls. Mr. Kong, I've located those thugs. I'm meeting them tonight. All right. I look forward to your good news. Chen Yu, who had been meditating, suddenly spoke. Rady, post a recruitment notice. We need to find 2 more people. Once we have the staff, you both will enroll in a Sanda training center. I don't care if the coach hits you or you hit the coach. You must learn the essence of Sanda within a month. The bespectacled fat man, half awake, rose upon hearing this. I love you. You always think of us first. I want to call you boss to express my affection. Get lost. Don't wipe your snot on me. Fat man, your combat experience is truly pathetic. Any person with even a slight foundation in fighting, if they were to unlock their meridians, could easily handle that group of thugs today. Though you both possess deeper internal strength than ordinary martial artists, your levels have yet to rise, particularly in the realm of techniques. Rady and the fat man nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in his words. If only we had a bit of combat foundation. We wouldn't have been so utterly defeated. Yuzi, that remark from Fatty rings true. Addressing you as boss merely amplifies the boundless affection we both harbor for you. Do as you please. If boss is what you prefer, so be it. Shortly thereafter, as Lady meticulously crafted the recruitment notice, he was interrupted by Fatty's voice. Leizi, hold on. What is the matter? The recruitment notice is perfectly fine. ISNT it? That is not my point. Didn't I mention the Shop S video account yesterday? I just posted it, and within a mere 2 minutes, dozens of inquiries flooded in, all from people eager to work. Let me see. Four-eyed Fatty chuckled lightly, pushing his notebook toward Lady, still skeptical. Just take a look for yourself. Astonishing. But why are they all females? Lady pondered aloud. Leizi, you're missing the point. With us 2 absent, our dear boss must feel quite lonely. Bringing in a couple of girls who will call him brother, you will surely sweeten his day. After this, he cast a casual glance toward the orthopedics department. Let us keep our voices down. Quickly check if any of them are nursing majors. Those can start immediately without training. Leizi, I must commend you. I thought you were merely good at collecting money, but it appears you have a knack for recruitment as well. ISNT that obvious? I've invested in the orthopedics clinic. If I don't keep a watchful eye, it'll be a disaster. Ha. I underestimated you indeed. Let me sift through these. If I find suitable candidates, I'll have them come for interviews at 3 this afternoon. Fatty scrutinized the background information, occasionally revealing a mischievous grin. Wow, these 2 are quite stunning. Their figures and looks are remarkable, and they're top graduates from the local nursing program. Gosh, this quirky one seems interesting too. Look at that smile. After some deliberation, the interview time arrived swiftly, leaving Leizi bustling around the clinic while he took the 5 beauties to the nearby beverage shop for interviews. They ordered a few of the trendiest drinks, sipping and chatting away. Fatty sporadically posed questions for them to answer, quietly noting their responses without revealing anything. Passers-by, witnessing the scene, were struck by the sight of this bespectacled youth surrounded by 5 strikingly beautiful women of varying styles. Who is this four-eyed lad, and which family does he hail from? Can he really handle all these temptations? Fatty, oblivious to the whispers, reveled in the envious glances directed his way. 20 minutes later, the interviews concluded. All right, lovely ladies, this concludes today's interviews. In 30 minutes, those who receive notifications should report for duty tomorrow. All right, Manager Ma, see you. Some even lingered, casting flirtatious glances and adjusting their postures. Fatty, observing with a lecherous gaze, was met with the expectation that they had secured positions. However, after more than an hour without word, their excitement turned to frustration. Suming, congratulations. Report tomorrow at 10, with a salary of 10,000, including 2 meals. Yi, congratulations. Report tomorrow at 10, with a salary of 10,000, including 2 meals. Manager Ma, you truly have an eye for talent. Hiring EE will surely be a lucrative deal. Now, my father can't possibly say I'm good for nothing. He can earn her keep with her own hands. He. Chapter 38. A complete domination over the innate fivefold, the black bear. Leizi, the recruitment is all set. The LL start tomorrow. Let me see the details. If you've only hired pretty faces, it'll be our boss who bears the burden. Lady swiftly perused the information. This girl with twin ponytails, seems promising, and the other one is also quite delightful, not overly alluring. I was worried you'd hire 2 heavily made-up women. It seems I worried unnecessarily. In the face of significant matters, Fatty, you have withstood the test. Kudos to you. By the way, Leizi, during the interview break, I checked out a martial arts academy on the app. There's one with good ratings called the Guan Family Martial Arts Academy. The instructors there possess acquired martial artist skills, and I think we should give it a shot. What are the fees like? 60,000 for 12 lessons, each lasting 3 hours. What? That's exorbitant. 5,000 per lesson? If I don't leave the instructor battered, I feel cheated. Lady, for the first time, lamented spending money, unable to contain his exclamation. Fatty burst into hearty laughter. As time slipped away, day turned to night, and darkness descended. An unexpected visitor, undeterred, channeled innate energy to probe the Chun family's orthopedic clinic. So it's true. That lad is an innate martial artist. Ping, you've had a long day. You can head back now. I can handle these few boys. Understood, master. Be cautious. Interesting, just what I needed, a sparring partner tonight. The bustling day was drawing to a close, approaching closing time. Brothers, would you like to witness a battle involving innate martial artists? They nodded vigorously, their dreams coming to fruition. Boss, does it seem like an innate martial artist has set their sights on us? Yes. I'll have the tiger ride, lure him to the park. You two stand by, and be sure not to meddle during the fight. Rest assured, boss. We won't cause any trouble. We'll observe carefully. When the time comes to close up and get in the car, play it cool. You two can act as if you were heading to the park for whatever reason. Sure, boss. Leave it to me. I excel at theatrics. Leizi, shall we take a few laps around the park tonight? Four-eyed Fatty called out loudly, feigning innocence. No, running with you is pointless. I can never outpace you. The thrill has long faded, he replied with a dismissive expression. Unless our boss joins. Otherwise, I'd prefer to go home and sleep. At this moment, Leizi wore a rather provocative expression, his acting skills nearly convincing. Boss, don't you think Leizi is being a bit too brazen? Are you not planning to teach him a lesson tonight? Indeed, he has been quite irritable lately. It's necessary to educate him, or else he'll start thinking too highly of himself. You're right, boss. Leizi, do you dare to take on the challenge? I'll run with the boss himself. If I lose, I'll treat for tonight's supper. Bring it on. I, lady, have never feared anyone. Then let us get in the car. Enough chatter. Thus, the trio, seemingly bickering, boarded the Tiger vehicle, which soon sped toward East City Park. This lad, driving a military off-road vehicle, might have military ties. Well, since we're here, let us follow and see what unfolds. After all, the park is deserted at night. Disposing of someone one be a challenge. After further contemplation, perhaps it's wise to keep a low profile. After all, the Kong family only provided a meager 3 million, not worth the risk. What if this lad truly has military backing? It wouldn't just be me at stake, but even the Kong family would be in jeopardy. Master, there is an unoccupied delivery van trailing us. Should we shake it off? No need, stick to the original route. Understood, master. Boss, this Tiger vehicle is incredible. Capable of detecting tailgaters, Leizi remarked, somewhat astonished. Fatty, intrigued, chimed in, The Tiger-S intelligence is on par with certain high-end drones. The anti-tracking feature is one of its capabilities. I recall seeing it mentioned in a documentary, and now I'm witnessing it firsthand. The rotund fellow spoke wisely. The Tiger vehicle possesses numerous advantages, such as its resistance to artillery assaults. Those within it, provided they remain inside, have a remarkably high chance of survival. My word, what a magnificent treasure. He was consumed with envy and lamented the abundance of super-technological marvels in this era, hardly able to fathom the wealth of fine possessions that serve the affluent families. Upon reaching their destination, he instructed, "You two stay put. I shall confer with that innate martial artist." "Understood, boss. Stay safe. If danger arises, I will use the Tiger vehicle to rescue you." "An innate level 5? That should be manageable. Just observe calmly." "Who is Chunyu?" "He has endured countless battles, and an innate level 5 warrior is hardly a challenge." At this moment, the rear mountain of the park was eerily quiet, save for a few nocturnal creatures foraging for sustenance. Not even a ghostly shadow was to be seen. After exiting the vehicle, Chunyu selected a sizable boulder of around 6 meters and leapt onto it effortlessly. 50 meters away, a van also came to a halt. A dark figure emerged from it, showcasing his prowess by harnessing innate energy, leaping several steps gracefully before landing atop the boulder. Chunyu noted the newcomer's obscurity. Had he not glimpsed the whites of his eyes, he might have mistaken him for something unclean drifting towards him. "Leizi, did you see that dark figure approaching the boss?" "Indeed. How did you discern that? Isn't the color of his shoes quite conspicuous?" "Ah, it seems this young brother intentionally ventured to the back mountain. Unexpectedly young, yet already an innate level 3 warrior. His lineage must be remarkable," the black bear remarked. Chunyu regarded the stout, dark-skinned man before him, an innate level 5, and calmly responded, "I possess no illustrious background. You have been tailing me for quite some time. If you have something to say, feel free to speak plainly." The black bear chuckled heartily, appreciating the young man's straightforwardness. "I am known as the Black Bear, an innate level 5 warrior, and I typically serve the affluent. Strikingly fitting, I must say. The reason for my visit today is this. Who is the individual protecting you in the Zue Linglong restaurant? Speak, and I shall take my leave without causing you any trouble." "Oh, so you're not here to kill me? Young brother, such jest. My purpose today is not to take a life, but to uncover the identity of your enigmatic benefactor. Which faction do you represent? Speak candidly. I must return home for rest. I can only reveal that it is the Kong family. Beyond that, I have nothing more to say." Is it the second-generation scion of the Kong family, who is as swollen as a pig's head?" "Indeed. Might you enlighten me as to the identity of the assailant? In light of your honesty, it would not be remiss to inform you that the one who struck them was I." "What, it was you? Is this true?" The black bear was taken aback. If what he said was accurate, this young brother must have mastered some extraordinary technique, swift enough to evade even the surveillance cameras. Should this be the case, he would have to resort to lethal force. Otherwise, allowing him to escape would make future confrontations exceedingly arduous. Indeed, Chunyu was unabashed, responding directly. "Young brother, if you cripple your own Dantian and accompany me back to the Kong family to plead for forgiveness, I will ensure you are spared. And if I refuse, then do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I am merely a hired hand, here to eliminate threats." Without further ado, the black bear unleashed his renowned techniques, most adept in the deadly arts of heart-ripping tiger and tiger dismemberment. As the black bear executed the heart-ripping tiger, his right hand transformed into a claw-like strike aimed directly at his foe's vital points, while the tiger dismemberment employed sheer brute force to rend the enemy apart. With a swift motion, the heart-ripping tiger surged towards Chunyu, claws outstretched, targeting his heart. The black bear was indeed ruthless. His opening move was a lethal technique. It seemed more a prelude to his assault. Employing a ghostly agility, Chunyu evaded the attack, leaping to the trees to utilize their cover, intending to take the black bear by surprise. This lad's agility is truly uncanny. If I do not subdue him today, I shall face endless troubles. The black bear, undeterred, executed the tiger dismemberment, leaping with both feet while extending his claws towards Chunyu. Yet, Chunyu vanished, causing the black bear's claws to brutally shred through a tree trunk the size of a large bowl. Goodness, this dark fellow is extraordinarily formidable, tearing trees apart. I wonder if the boss can handle him. Leizi mused. The boss should be fine. Based on the two exchanges, he evaded both effortlessly. Perhaps he is employing a strategy. We should observe attentively, replied the other. The young brother's agility is indeed impressive. I commend you. However, if you do not leave me with something tonight, it will tarnish my reputation. You have miscalculated. Encountering me, merely surviving is a fortunate outcome. To seek reputation is utterly ludicrous. Arrogant lad, courting death. Unfazed by the black bear's threats, Chun Yu evaded yet again with his ghostly agility. He then closed the distance, launching explosive punches, each strike delivering several thousand pounds of force to the black bear's abdomen. This was with Chun Yu holding back. Had he unleashed his full strength, a single punch could have inflicted grievous harm. The black bear, writhing in pain, roared and retaliated with greater ferocity. But Chun Yu would not allow him to achieve his desires. In his prior peak state, the black bear could not land a single blow on Chun Yu, let alone now. With explosive punches, the black bear was sent careening backward, crashing heavily to the ground. As Chun Yu descended slowly, he fixed his gaze upon the bleeding black bear and inquired, "Do you wish to live or die?" "Young brother, oh no, esteemed master. Please spare the life of the black bear. I shall repay you manifold in the future." "Ah, then you must show your sincerity. Should I find your offerings unsatisfactory, your life may end at any moment." Yes, esteemed master. I have 20 million in savings. I shall present it all to you. Please spare my life." At this moment, the black bear, desperate to survive, displayed an unprecedented level of respect. His tone entirely transformed from before. "Leizi, provide the account details to Brother Black Bear." "Understood, boss." He retrieved a notebook and approached politely. "Brother Black Bear, you should still have the strength to sit up. Please transfer the 20 million to this account." The black bear nodded vigorously, though he was exceedingly weak in the face of survival. He summoned his remaining strength to hastily type on the laptop keyboard. Soon, a sum of 200 million was transferred to Chun Yu's account. "Boss, the 20 million has been received. Well done. You are quite perceptive. I do not wish for tonight's amicable cooperation to be disclosed. The consequences, as you understand, would be dire." Understood. I shall heed the esteemed master's words and immediately depart H province, disappearing from your sight henceforth. He had not only fractured ribs, but also injured his internal organs, and his dantian was gravely harmed. Without timely treatment, he risked becoming an ordinary person, never to tread the path of a martial artist again. A commendable realization. Leizi, provide Brother Black Bear with a vial of bone-setting medicine. Today my mood is good. Take it. With that, the trio boarded the tiger vehicle, which stylishly turned and roared away. Chapter 39. The Roadblock Tiger. As the two young men entered the vehicle, they were brimming with excitement. "Boss, tonight's battle was far more thrilling than any martial arts film. It truly felt immersive." The rotund fellow displayed a fanboy-like admiration, exclaiming, "Boss, you were incredibly impressive just now. That black bear was completely subdued by you. Boss, that punch you executed was ferocious. How did you manage that?" Leizi inquired, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. "What, are you envious and eager to learn? Is it not obvious enough?" Reedy retorted. Chun Yu and Wan Air exchanged a smile. "All right then, let me give you both a proper lesson. First, you must strike with speed. Second, your arm strength must be formidable. Third, you need to harness sufficient internal power. Once you master these three elements, this explosive punch technique will be at your command." The two nodded vigorously, their understanding still somewhat vague. "Fulfilling these three criteria would be no easy feat, boss. Tomorrow I will introduce you to two newcomers. They're studying nursing and might lighten your workload a bit. Also, we have found a combat training center with a total of 12 classes, each lasting 3 hours. Excellent, very good. If you train for 3 hours each day, you can spend the remaining time practicing against each other at the villa. In half a month, I will assess your progress." "Absolutely, boss." Early in the morning, Grandpa Wong, while patrolling the back mountain, noticed a tree, thick as a bowl, shattered midway into 2 segments. What a strange occurrence. Why have such bizarre incidents been happening in the back mountain lately? Whether it's splintered trees or unfortunate deaths, could it be that something unclean has emerged? Meanwhile, atop a high-rise in a nearby community, a bespectacled young man woke up early, took a shower, and styled his hair in a manner he deemed quite handsome. "Reedy, have you seen my stylish outfit? I've searched high and low for it. You've dressed up specially today. Your heart must be fluttering. Huh? Ha ha ha. As for your clothes, how would I know? Perhaps they're in your luxurious villa. That makes sense. It's quite possible. When I moved into the villa, I specifically brought several stylish outfits to complement it. I made a miscalculation here. Reedy, lend me an outfit. It's on the balcony. Feel free to take it if it fits, but I'm nearly 2 meters tall, and you're just under 180. Ah, Sumang, good morning. Good morning. Sisters, how long have you been here? Reedy politely inquired. A little earlier than you. Sisters, allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Lei, and my given name is D. Hello, Mr. Lei. No need for such formality. You both seem to be around the same age as Fatty. So just call me Brother Lei. Upon hearing this, the two nodded sweetly, calling out, Brother Lei. It's hot outside. Come in and enjoy the air conditioning. I'll also give you both a rundown on the daily operations of the shop. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Lei. Thus, Reedy transitioned into a mentoring role, patiently instructing the two on various tasks, demonstrating anything they did not understand right away. At that moment, a striking off-road vehicle pulled up steadily to the shop's entrance, capturing the attention of the two young ladies inside. From the vehicle emerged a tall man, over 6 feet tall, who stepped out with an air of confidence. His chiseled features were complemented by a simple yet comfortable outfit that was both timeless and appealing. He strode purposefully into the shop, leaving the two girls momentarily entranced. Good morning, boss. Reedy greeted first. Morning, Reedy. These two must be the new colleagues? Chinyu, maintaining a friendly demeanor, remarked, not putting on airs since they were all of similar age. Wow, you must be Master Chun, the bone-setting expert. I admire you greatly. Could you teach me your techniques sometime? Allow me to introduce myself. I am E, with a character for one from her and one from one's environment nurturing one's people. Hearing this, Chinyu smiled, but did not provide a direct answer. If you wish to learn the bone-setting techniques, that is certainly feasible, but it requires assessment first, rather than a spontaneous lesson. Hello, E. Welcome to the Chun Bone-Setting Clinic. You can both call me by my name. Sure, Brother Yu. Fatty's heart sank a little. Calling him Brother Yu instead of Mr. Ma felt too distant, and he wanted to weep in despair at the injustice of it all. Brother Yu, allow me to introduce myself as well. I am Su Ming, Su as in the poet Su Dongpa, and Ming from Dream. I hail from the East City and recently graduated from the province's Advanced Nursing Academy. This is my first job, and I hope to count on your guidance. Brother Yu. Chinyu nodded in acknowledgement, and then proceeded to the consultation room to await patients. Sweet girls are wonderful. In the service industry, they are highly sought after, and male clients tend to be more favorable in their attitudes. Patients, please line up and collect your numbers over here. Then take a seat in the waiting area. Our bone-setting massage clinic offers an automated number calling service, and you can only enter when your number is called. Fatty and Reedy exchanged glances, clearly satisfied. The two girls displayed remarkable initiative, managing everything with great organization, and both young and old patients expressed their appreciation. From morning until noon, the two hardly contributed, as it was primarily the two girls orchestrating the operations. Fatty, I ordered lunch earlier, and I added an extra chicken leg for you as a reward for your discerning eye. Reedy, can we still pinch pennies? He retorted, how could a feast be had at every meal? However, if you wish for lavish meals daily, that can be arranged, but it will come out of your salary. Choose wisely. Suddenly, a screeching halt from outside interrupted their banter. Looking out, they saw the vehicle parked firmly at the shop entrance, and soon after, a young man in a yellow shirt stepped out with swagger. He expertly opened the insulated box and retrieved the takeout, bringing it inside. Mr. Lei, your meal has arrived. Please sign for it and leave a 5-star review. All right, thank you. A glowing review is a must. Lunchtime has arrived. Everyone dig in. Wow, this delightful meal set is one I love. Thank you, Brother Lei. Upon hearing this, Reedy felt a surge of sweetness in his heart, akin to consuming candy. So Ming, if you like it, that's wonderful. If you fancy any other meal sets, just let Brother Lei know in advance, and I'll arrange it for you. With the girl's presence, the dynamic between Lei and Ma took a surprisingly mature turn. The playful bickering subsided, and they occasionally made efforts to amuse the girls. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was closing time. Sisters, today's business concludes here. Please be cautious on your way home. If you pass through any desolate areas, I recommend taking a taxi. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Lei. Brother Yu, Mr. Ma, Brother Lei. We'll be on our way. Take care. Be safe, sisters. As Chinyu escorted Reedy and Fatty back to the community, they found themselves unexpectedly blocked by several large vehicles on a sparsely populated two-way road. A throng of dozens emerged, led by a balding, portly middle-aged man who descended from a van. He patted his bald head, and a subordinate dutifully stepped forward to present a cigar, which he lit with flair, exuding an air of arrogance reminiscent of a crime boss. Jiao, go over there and tell him to come here to see me. Understood, Brother Hu. Boss, that blonde punk brought his men over yesterday. I'll go have a word with him. Not in a hurry. Let us see what the blonde kid has to say. Hee, country bumpkins, we meet again. Tonight, Brother Hu of the Tianling gang will personally take charge. Those who know their place should get out of the car and come greet Brother Hu, or else, get your ass over here to meet me. I don't have the time to waste with you. What did you say? The blonde, named Jiao, fumed, brandishing a gleaming knife at Chinyu, who had previously evaded him. Chinyu swiftly punched through the car window, striking Jiao squarely in the face and sending him flying, his head buzzing from the impact. Did I repeat myself? You think you're worthy? Just because I held back yesterday doesn't mean I'll do so today. The bald man, Brother Hu. was taken aback as he realized that this young man was far more audacious than his underlings combined. Two brothers, behold how I deal with this bald-headed fool. A spectacle is about to unfold. With the elder brothers stepping forth, a mere pack of miscreants shall soon be brought to their knees. The bald-headed tiger took a deep drag from his cigar, his eyes narrowing slightly, before flicking it away and advancing briskly, a massive cleaver gripped firmly in his hand. Damn it, if I don't cleave you into pieces today, I am not Lu Hu, the great blade of the Tianlang gang. His gaze was icy, and the 2-meter-long cleaver swung towards Chunyu in an instant. Chunyu merely tilted to the side, deftly flicking the blade, and with a resounding crack, the cleaver shattered into 2 pieces. How could this be? This. A high-strength alloy blade actually broke. Regardless of the astonishment that ensued, Chunyu launched 2 powerful strikes, pulling and tossing the cleaver, sending the bald-headed tiger soaring through the air in a perfect parabola. Following that, he delivered a series of swift kicks, and soon the tiger's wails echoed as he plummeted rapidly, spitting blood and crashing heavily to the ground. Chunyu was unrelenting, stepping forward with a punch from the left and another from the right. So you're the tiger, eh? Answer me. Do you think having lackeys makes you formidable? If I do not turn you into a fool today, then I shall consider myself defeated. Before he could finish, he unleashed 49 punches in quick succession. At last, he ceased, and in less than 30 seconds, in broad daylight, he had reduced the opposing gang leader to a mere imbecile. Can you believe it? The entire head had grotesquely transformed into an enormous purple-black pig's head, with eyes buried deep within the flesh, completely obscured. A few individuals with weaker nerves urinated themselves on the spot, flooding the area with a pungent odor. As the airborne Xiao Pai stood up, he was still oblivious to what had transpired. The beloved tiger he revered had become unrecognizable. Xiao Pai, where's the tiger? Xiao Pai, trembling, pointed at the ground where the purple pig's head lay, resembling a hefty swine. You old fool, this is my tiger. Are you certain? The crowd nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Xiao Pai erupted in laughter. He had aspired to be the boss for quite some time. Clearing his throat, he declared loudly, from now on, I shall be your leader. He might command everyone. At that moment, in his heart, the tiger was already dead. If he did not seize this opportunity, when would he? Brothers, kill them. Eliminate these country bumpkins, and I, Xiao Pai, shall reward each of you 500,000. Brothers, Xiao Pai is generous. We fight for 500,000. Charge. As history has shown, great rewards summon brave souls, and so it was in modern times as well. Lei and Ma, filled with fervor, could no longer contain themselves. They swiftly evaded the attacks of several lackeys, delivering a flying kick that sent another lackey crashing to the ground. The hefty one swiftly seized a knife. If he were to be struck again today, he could never forgive himself. With a mighty roar, he thrust and slashed, engaging in close combat with several lackeys, the blade glinting ominously, sending chills down spines. Leizi, agile as ever, navigated through the throng, occasionally striking at the vital points of the lackeys. In less than a minute, over a dozen lackeys had fallen, wailing for their mothers. Seeing this, Xiao Pai bellowed, charge. Kill them. Hurry. The remaining 20-odd lackeys surged forward as if their lives were worthless. The hefty one and Leizi's eyes grew redder, excitement coursing through their veins. Fati, Lei, do not let your bloodlust consume you. Spare their lives. The duo, jolted back to their senses by their leader's command, understood the gravity of the situation, lest they find themselves embroiled in legal troubles. In under 3 minutes, dozens of lackeys lay sprawled on the ground. The few young subordinates under the tiger's command were effortlessly incapacitated by Chunyu, making any future wrongdoing nearly impossible. The 3 young men exchanged knowing smiles, climbed into the mighty tiger vehicle, and departed with an air of nonchalance. Chapter 40. Shocked and awkward. Uncle Zhou of the Tai family in the Nanshan district had not anticipated that the underworld figure he had summoned from City S would nearly face judgment in the netherworld due to his son's petty troubles. Consequently, he was compelled to pay a hefty sum to the Tianlang gang, having ended up losing more than he gained. The Kong family, unable to reach the Black Bear, had intended to seek further assistance, but fortuitously learned from their son about the Tai family's arrangement for gang protection over those country bumpkins. They hesitated, deciding to wait for a more opportune moment to exact revenge. The Chen family's bone-setting clinic once again fell silent, as Leizi and the bespectacled one diligently practiced their freestyle fighting techniques. In the blink of an eye, the delivery date for the medicinal solution arrived. After meditating in the apartment, Chen used his nanophone to contact a high-ranking military official at a certain base. Brother Hongwu, my master has prepared the bone-setting solution. Precisely 200 bottles. Thank you, Brother Chen. Please extend my gratitude to your master. I am visiting old Master Li tomorrow, and I will send you the address for our transaction. All right, Brother Hongwu, I have one more request. The additional 100 bottles need to be exchanged for other medicinal materials, and I will send you the list shortly. Understood. I will bring everything tomorrow. Thank you, brother. No need for such courtesy. See you tomorrow. The next afternoon at 1 o'clock, Chinyu climbed into the mighty tiger vehicle, heading toward the Li family estate. Upon arrival, he found himself with over 10 minutes to spare before the appointed time. The guards at the estate recognized the military off-road vehicle from a distance. They were all too familiar with it, as their young lady, Li Mengyu, owned one. Half an hour earlier, a prominent military figure had arrived, and now another military tiger vehicle was approaching. They naturally did not dare to be negligent. As the vehicle came to a halt, they promptly approached and inquired, "Young brother, do you have an appointment?" "Greetings, good sir. I do not have an appointment today, but General Hongwu sent me over. Could you kindly inform him?" Upon hearing this, the guard quickly contemplated and replied, "If you have no appointment, you will need to wait a moment while I inform the head of the household for a response." Serving as a guard here required more than mere vigilance. One had to discern the identities of visitors. If they mishandled the situation, it would not merely cost them their job. "Thank you for your trouble in notifying him." The young man was polite, and as he spoke, the guard turned and hastened into the inner courtyard, not daring to slacken his pace. "Butler Huang, there is a young man outside, looking for General Hongwu." "Oh, is that so? Wait here for me. I will inform the head of the household." Butler Huang hurriedly made his way, his footsteps echoing. Meanwhile, old Master Li was enjoying tea and a game of chess with General Hongwu. Approaching the old master, Butler Huang whispered a few words. The old master's eyes brightened, and he chuckled, "Ah Wu, are you hiding something from this old man?" "Uncle, what makes you say that?" "Haha, do not let my age fool you. I can still smell those carts of medicinal herbs from afar." "Oh dear, uncle, engrossed in our chess match, I nearly forgot. Is there a young brother here to see me?" Old Master Li motioned for Butler Huang to bring the visitor in. Upon receiving the order, Butler Huang quickly exited and instructed the guards to admit the young man. "Nephew, with military duties so demanding, it is rare for you to find time to visit this old man. Nonetheless, some tasks can be delegated to subordinates. Remember to balance work and rest, or you may find yourself burdened with ailments in your old age," Old Master Li advised earnestly. General Hongwu, upon hearing this, did not take offense, understanding that age often brings a tendency to admonish. In the past, when Old Master Li was in the military, General Hongwu had been but a child, and Old Master Li had taken him under his wing, acting as a father figure in many ways. However, Old Master Li consistently refrained from allowing him to address him in such a manner. He understood that being a descendant of a general came with certain expectations. "Uncle, you will soon comprehend that this young man is no ordinary individual. Allow me to introduce him. He may be of assistance to you in the future." "Oh, then I must certainly make his acquaintance." "Old Master Li, the guest has arrived." Chinyu stepped forward slowly and greeted, "Good day, Old Master Li. I am Chinyu, and I apologize for the intrusion." After all, he was the host. It was only proper to greet the master of the house upon entering his domain. Then, with a loud voice, Brother Hongwu, he left Old Master Li momentarily dumbfounded. He had never heard Ah Wu mention that he had such a youthful brother. Given his status, it was rare for him to refer to anyone as a brother. "Brother Chinyu, please take a seat." "Uncle, this is the young man I intended to introduce to you. Just look at his countenance. He is clearly not an ordinary person. Today, let's enjoy a meal together at my table." "Thank you, Old Master Li, for your hospitality." At that moment, a playful voice shattered the tranquility. "Grandpa, I'm back to see you." Upon hearing that voice, Chinyu felt a sense of familiarity, yet it was slightly different, making it difficult for him to recall immediately. "Look, my precious granddaughter has returned. Huang, instruct the kitchen to prepare more dishes. Today is a joyous occasion." Old Master Li's face glowed with delight. "Yes, Old Master Li. Grandpa, where are you? Are you secretly hiding in the side room, indulging in pastries?" Old Master Li laughed heartily. "My precious granddaughter has been spoiled. Please do not take offense, young man." General Hongwu, understanding the situation, chose not to reveal the truth. He knew that Chinyu had not recognized that it was Li Mengyu, so he decided to enjoy the spectacle. "My dear granddaughter, I'm right here." Li Mengyu, upon hearing, sought him out. Even before crossing the threshold, she raised a box of peach pastries. "Grandpa, guess what delicious treat your precious granddaughter has brought?" Chinyu was left in a state of shock. This figure was undoubtedly Li Mengyu. She had a private side that was entirely different from the persona she presented at the police station. Li Mengyu seemed to sense something and lowered the pastries she was holding. Equally stunned, aside from Grandpa, there was also Uncle Hong. And the last person she could never have anticipated was that Chinyu. "What do I do now?" My image is completely ruined. How will I hold my ground with him in the future? Old Master Li, puzzled, remarked, Mingyu, don't you recognize your Uncle Hong? What is there to be surprised about? Quickly greet him, it is impolite. Li Mingyu feigned calmness and respectfully called out, Greetings, Uncle Hong. My dear niece, how is work at the bureau? Is everything going smoothly? General Hongwu, having enjoyed the unfolding drama, deliberately changed the subject. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Hong. Everything is going well. Dear Mingyu, let me introduce you to this young man. Before Old Master Li could speak, Chenyu quickly interjected, I am Chenyu. Pleased to meet you, Miss Li. He then pretended not to recognize her, fearful that she might concoct some form of retaliation against him in the future. Li Mingyu, slightly annoyed, chastised. Who invited you to this place? Mingyu, what are you saying? Guess I'd be treated with respect. If you continue this way, my old man might just have to scold you. The typically sensible granddaughter now seemed rather impolite, leaving Old Master Li somewhat astonished. Hongwu leaned in and whispered, Uncle, they actually know each other. I was introduced to Brother Chenyu through my niece. Li Mingyu was dumbfounded. Just moments ago, Uncle Hong referred to him as Brother Chenyu, which meant among the four of them, she was now the youngest in hierarchy. Feeling even more displeased, she shot a fierce glare at Chenyu, thinking that if it weren't for Grandpa and Uncle Hong being present, she might have given him a good thrashing. No, 3 thrashings would suffice to vent her frustration. Chenyu recognized her thoughts and felt equally awkward. Among the 4, he was the youngest. Yet he now stood a rank above Li Mingyu. The perceptive old man noticed the awkwardness between the 2 youngsters and burst into hearty laughter. I should have known, my dear granddaughter, that you would introduce such an outstanding young man to me sooner. What are you saying, Grandpa? We're merely ordinary friends. Please do not misunderstand, she said, her ears turning slightly red. Haha, just look at this girl. Enough of that. We'll discuss it later when we eat. Oh, you and the young man take care of business first. I will catch up with my precious granddaughter. Upon hearing this, Chenyu let out a heavy sigh of relief. Why are you so nervous, brother? It's not like you're meeting your in-laws. Chenyu was rendered speechless. Brother Hongwu's words were undoubtedly intentional. Brother Hongwu, Old Master Li has some issues with his legs. I will provide treatment shortly. Isn't Old Master Li perfectly fine? Where's the problem? Brother Hongwu, you might not have noticed, but Old Master Li has several meridian issues. He has likely been experiencing numbness in his legs during the night recently. It will become clear upon inquiry. Very well. I appreciate your assistance, Brother Chenyu. Upon arrival, Brother Chenyu, this is the 3 carts of herbs you requested. Please take a look. No need to inspect. I trust Brother Hongwu. With that, he retrieved several boxes of bone-setting medicine from the trunk of the SUV and handed them to Hongwu. General Hongwu did not check, instead placing them directly in his vehicle. Are you not worried that my master might have given you fake medicine? Ha ha ha, Brother Chenyu, you jest. Let us go find Old Master Li. After a brief inquiry with Old Master Li, it was just as Chenyu had stated. Indeed, he had been experiencing numbness in his feet at night for the past fortnight. Channeling innate energy into his palms, he swiftly struck 8 acupoints, and within mere seconds, he alleviated Old Master Li's leg numbness. Although Old Master Li's martial skills were not particularly remarkable, being a 7th-tier practitioner, he could immediately feel the smooth flow of energy in his lower body following the treatment. Who would have thought that such a young man possesses such remarkable medical skills? Truly, one should not judge by age. Later, you must indulge this old man in a few drinks. Old Master Li praised him. I merely have some understanding of meridian studies. It hardly qualifies as exceptional medical skill. In light of your efforts to relieve my ailment, I shall let this matter rest. Today, as events must not be disclosed. Otherwise, you understand. At that moment, Li Mingyu's gaze was both fierce and adorable. Understood, Officer Li, Captain Li, Miss Li. I assure you, I have seen no one today, he replied, satisfied. Old Master Li, having seen far more in his lifetime, smiled contentedly. Today is truly a day of joy. At the dining table, Old Master Li continually attended to Chenyu, who was once again astonished. This young man was indeed extraordinary, displaying an alcohol tolerance reminiscent of a deity, showing no signs of inebriation whatsoever. General Hongwu, rarely witnessing Old Master Li so joyful, did not intervene, but encouraged Chenyu and Old Master Li to drink more in celebration. Due to his position, he could not indulge excessively. Old Master Li, had it not been for his precious granddaughter's restraint, would have relished the opportunity to compete in drinking prowess with this young man. Chapter 41, Truly Brave. That evening, upon returning, Chenyu and Old Master Li had thoroughly enjoyed their drinks, even setting aside the matter of concocting the youth elixir. For once, what harm was there in being lazy? After freshening up, with a lingering scent of wine, he drifted into a peaceful slumber. In the early morning, Lei and his companion arrived at the Guan Sanda martial arts school. Today marked their 5th lesson under Coach Quan, whose teaching prowess was indeed commendable. Provided the fees were settled, he would readily answer any inquiries. However, for those who had not paid, his responses were often vague and irrelevant. The students attending the trial classes posed several questions about Sanda. How should I respond if my opponent delivers a whip kick? What should I do if they charge at my chest? To that, Coach Quan could only stammer, well, that's difficult to say. If you wish to master professional Sanda, you might consider enrolling in my elite course. After completing the 5th Sanda lesson, Leizi, emboldened by an unknown source of courage, declared, Coach Quan, today I challenge you. Leizi, are you jesting? You've only taken 5 classes and dared to challenge me? Indeed, I challenge you. You have potential. But mastering Sanda is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in just a day or two. If you truly wish to challenge me, defeat the top 3 students in the dojo, and I will accept your challenge. In the resting area, an exceedingly arrogant student, having downed a certain brand of sports drink, flung the bottle behind him, landing it squarely in the trash can. With a smug grin, he taunted, Did you hear that, big guy? After just a few classes, you think you can challenge Coach Quan? You're dreaming. Ha ha. Stop with your mockery. If you have the guts, come here and spar with me, the newcomer. Oh, you've got quite the temper. Just don't come crying to your mama afterward. Who's going to cry? I doubt it will be me. Anyone can boast. And I see you're just as much a fool. Leizi laughed heartily. You'll find out soon enough. With that, he beckoned the braggart with a gesture, inviting him to come forward. Just wait and see how I deal with you. I'm already at the 3rd level. Defeating you will be as easy as child's play. He removed his shirt, revealing his muscular physique, and leapt forward, declaring, If you lose, you must bow to me 3 times. Do you dare? And if you lose? Lose? That's a laugh. Me Bowen, am ranked 6th at Guan Sanda Martial Arts School. Battling you would be a favor. No rewards? Then I'm not interested in fighting you. It's pointless. All right. So you're tough, huh? If I lose, I'll bow 3 times too. But if you lose, you owe me 10 bows. Me Bowen, seeing his opponent's antics, wondered who had given this fool such audacity. Fine, a single round or best of 3, your choice. I would want you to back out later. Ha, you're amusing. To avoid accusations of bullying a newcomer, we'll do best of 3. Can we fight now? Yes. Let's begin. The onlookers, particularly a portly fellow, found the scene utterly hilarious, recognizing that Leizi was deliberately provoking me Bowen to throw him off his game. Coach Quan remained silent, allowing the match to unfold as per the rules of Sanda. Any objections or disputes could be addressed later. Me Bowen launched a strike with an eagle's grasp, aiming for Leizi's right hand, intending to grapple and strike with a series of kicks. However, Leizi skillfully evaded with the recently acquired dragon step, sidestepping the attack. Me Bowen missed and attempted a flying kick, but once again failed to connect. Good move. You got lucky dodging me twice. Let's go again. Me Bowen tightened his fist wraps and unleashed a flurry of punches. Leizi adeptly blocked. But the relentless barrage forced him to retreat several steps to defuse the impact. Me Bowen, not willing to let the inexperienced newcomer off the hook, lunged at Leizi's shoulders with both fists while simultaneously leaping to deliver a powerful kick to Leizi's lower body. With a subsequent bear hug throw, Leizi was sent sprawling. This round goes to me Bowen proclaimed. Today, I'll teach you some respect. You can't run before you learn to walk. What a delusion. Although Leizi lost this round, he was confident of securing victory in the next 2, retorting, enough chatter. If you win this time, you can say whatever you like. The bespectacled observer grew anxious. Would Leizi actually lose? All right, prepare to receive my high whip kick. Leizi smoothly sidestepped, showcasing a technique that was not part of the dragon step. Take this combination punch. Knee strike, spinning whip punch, spinning side kick, elbow smash, kimura lock. Me Bowen unleashed a series of attacks toward Leizi. Yet, Leizi responded with increasing ferocity, countering with his own rapid strikes. As the fight intensified, he executed a soaring kick that sent Me Bowen crashing to the ground. Leizi, you're incredible. Well done. I was careless. I should have dodged. Me Bowen exclaimed, readying another round of combination punches. Leizi, having anticipated the move, evaded with finesse and unexpectedly squatted to execute a leg throw, quickly maneuvering behind Me Bowen to deliver a decisive finishing blow. Me Bowen's face flushed as he gasped for air, feeling as though he had nearly been choked by a tremendous force, relieved that Leizi had shown restraint. Catch your breath? If you're ready, bow down. I have other challengers waiting, Leizi declared, lacking the desire for modesty. You've got guts. I'll make sure to reclaim this loss. You can bow down, but not now. Really, what an eye-opener. So this is how it's done. If you can't handle losing, then don't play games with me. Real men don't resort to wordplay. All right, you can leave. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Despite Me Bowen's thick skin, He could not withstand Leizi's relentless mockery, his face turning as red as an overripe tomato as he hurriedly grabbed his clothes to cover his face and scurried away. Coach Quan, when will the other students arrive? I want to continue my challenges today. You, my lad, seem to have never faced a real defeat. It's now 10 o'clock. 5 students will arrive at 10:30. One of whom is Han Sun, currently ranked 3rd. If you're not afraid of a beating, feel free to challenge him directly. Thank you, Coach Quan. Fatty. 5 students are coming in half an hour. Do you want to pick one to practice with? I can spar with you, though I won't go all out. That's precisely what I had in mind. You enjoyed that match, didn't you? Lady laughed. Not bad, not bad. Here, drink some glucose water to recharge. Rest for half an hour so you can have the energy to fight. Absolutely. One hit and they won't have a word to say. Half an hour later, the 5 students arrived. I want to challenge Han Sun, shouted a tall newcomer. Who do you think you are? Shouting at Han Sun. Do you think you're worthy? I'm a new student. What's wrong with challenging him? Oh, quite the audacious one. Let's see if your skills match your height. Han Kun, let me teach this tall fellow a lesson. Otherwise, he might think anyone can challenge you. Do as you wish, just don't kill him. You're not worthy of fighting me, Han Sun coldly declared. For eyes, you take on this kid. Just don't kill him. Han Kun scoffed, irritated that the newcomer dared to mimic his tone, thinking, after Xiaosheng finishes with your companion, I'll make sure to give you a proper thrashing. How dare you mimic me? Leizi sneered inwardly, thinking you're so clever when all it takes is a little provocation for you to want to fight me. The bespectacled youth stepped forward, ready for battle, proclaiming, watch as I utterly devastate you. The stout boy laughed heartily several times, retorting, you'd best refrain from boasting. It might just slip your tongue. Positioned on the arena, both opponents ceased their banter. A whip-like kick came hurtling towards him, its whooshing sound indicative of formidable strength. The bespectacled boy barely managed to evade it, suffering only a glancing blow. Had most of the force landed, he would have sustained at least a minor injury. The stout boy quickly deduced that the young man's most formidable asset lay in his leg techniques, and thus, evasion was essential for victory. With just one strike, I've landed a hit on you. This bespectacled fellow truly lacks skill. Watch how I proceed to torment you further. Returning to the present, he executed a sweeping kick aimed at the bespectacled boy's lower body. The latter deftly leapt over it, resembling a frog as he sailed above the stout boy's head. How does it feel to pass beneath me? Ha ha ha. The bespectacled boy cackled, tauntingly. What a despicable fighting style. I've never encountered such an appalling technique in all my training. I swear, if I don't defeat you today, I shall take your surname. The two resumed their fierce exchange, the sounds of their fists and feet echoing like a relentless drumbeat. After several exchanges, the bespectacled boy narrowly triumphed, a trickle of blood appearing at the corner of his opponent's mouth, a testament to the stout boy's effective strikes. Yet the stout boy was not without his own injuries. His limbs bruised and battered. Still, in the face of victory, such wounds were mere trifles. Han Sun, my brother has won. It's your turn now. Arrogant. State your name. I do not engage with nameless individuals. Listen closely, Han Kun. I am Lady, as in thunder, and D from disco. His opponent erupted into laughter, finding the introduction uniquely amusing. Very well. Come forth, lest others accuse me of bullying you. After cautiously exchanging a few blows, they soon unleashed their full potential, engaging in a flurry of punches and kicks, high knees, hooks, whips, constantly shifting tactics, the intensity surpassing that of cinematic duels, each move executed with authenticity. After 100 exchanges, Han Sun found himself utterly drained, his speed reduced to that of an elderly woman, ultimately succumbing to a decisive whip kick from Lady, ending the bout. How could you still have strength left? I am at least a postnatal martial artist. Your endurance pales in comparison. Han Sun protested, unwilling to accept defeat. Did you consume any enhancement potions? No, Lady replied firmly. Impossible. It is absolutely inconceivable. Han Sun insisted vehemently. You must have taken stamina-enhancing drugs. Otherwise, there's no way you could have bested me. Lady merely laughed, dismissing the accusation. You may not believe me now, but tomorrow, when you appear feeble, everyone will understand. Lady, uninterested in further discourse, departed with the stout boy, returning to their villa to continue their sparring. Chapter 42. Lu Ling abandons family endeavors to prove herself through entrepreneurship. After the business day concluded, Chunya returned to the Crescent Lake Villa, commencing the alchemical process for the youth elixir. He arranged a spirit-locking formation to prevent any leakage of the potion's spiritual essence during its refinement. Once completed, he summoned the Foursquare Divine Cauldron, igniting the flames and adding water from the depths of the ice abyss, an expensive commodity at 20,000 Earth dollars per kilogram. He poured in a considerable 100 kilograms. thus depleting 2 bottles of bone-setting liquid. With a flourish of his hand, he continued to add various herbs such as astragalus, angelica, ginseng, and more, alongside core spiritual ingredients like secret realm ice honey and the 3rd grade Hisho Wu. These premium herbs and spiritual medicines were continuously refined and purified within the 4-square divine cauldron. After 6 hours of meticulous work, he produced over 100 crystalline, radiant, fragrant youth elixirs. Each of these 3rd-grade elixirs was a masterpiece, capable of reducing one's age by 10 years and preserving youth for an equal duration. Ha ha ha! Truly, this divine cauldron is remarkable, simply extraordinary. With just one attempt, I have reached the pinnacle. Had he used an ordinary cauldron with his current cultivation level, he would have faced numerous explosive failures. After sipping a cup of black tea to invigorate himself, he pondered the matter of distribution. Zhang Guodong had already taken on the bone-setting liquid, and assigning him the youth elixir would be ill-advised, as it could lead to perilous consequences and violated the wisdom of not placing all eggs in one basket. As night fell, he decided to contemplate further in the morning. He prepared 10 small porcelain vials to store the youth elixirs, placing them into a spatial ring before retiring for the night. Awakening at 8, he had a light breakfast and then set off in his fierce tiger vehicle for the bone-setting clinic. He had to admit that the 2 girls he hired possessed remarkable skills. Their understanding of acupoints had already reached a commendable level, and they were adept at massage and manipulation. Particularly, E was spirited and clever. Seizing the opportunity whenever he stepped away to use the restroom, she would discreetly perform acupoint massages on patients, gradually earning their approval. Eventually, she gained the confidence to suggest that he, her big brother Yu, open another clinic room for her to assist patients with minor ailments. Chun Yu, not one to be overly rigid, agreed to let them practice, knowing he could step in to resolve any issues without much consequence. Perhaps, one day, he could entrust the management of the clinic to them. Before long, lunchtime arrived. After 3 of them finished their meal, Chun Yu returned to the clinic to rest. The whimsical E quietly entered the room. Big brother Yu, come try my acupoint massage and see if I've improved. You little rascal, you've worked all morning. Why not take a break instead of coming here to practice? Go rest on the small sofa for a while. We have business at 2:30. I'm not tired. I found my worth here and want to get better quickly. If I could obtain even a fraction of your true knowledge, it would be a source of pride for me. Haha, well, there's a hint of flattery in your words. I can see your determination is commendable. I shall give you 5 minutes to demonstrate your acupoint massage skills. If you do well, I might share a few techniques with you. Big brother Yu, you can't go back on your word. Rest assured I won't. Begin. Just as Chun Yu began to relax, not even 30 seconds had passed before an uninvited guest aggressively pushed through the glass door. Su Meng, reclining on the small sofa, sensed a familiar tension between women. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the furious visage of Miss Liu, storming into Chun Yu's clinic. As Yi's hands transitioned from Chun Yu's back to his waist, she felt that familiar aura of femininity enveloping her. Before she could turn around, a barrage of questions erupted. Well, look who knows how to enjoy themselves. I thought you had gone home for the summer. Little did I know you secretly opened a bone-setting clinic without telling me. After 3 years together, do I not deserve your trust? Sumeng's Wirts leeft Stundet. Big brother Yu's girlfriend? Chun Yu was taken aback. Miss Liu's words could easily lead others to perceive him as unfaithful. He hastily interjected, Miss Liu, while 3 years is accurate, 3 years as classmates and friends. What nonsense. You nearly led me astray. Miss Liu persisted, I don't care. You failed to inform me. How will you make amends? When the world is happening? Is she a girlfriend, or? It seems rather chaotic. Big brother Yu, is this sister who barged in yours? Unperturbed, boldi invidet. Step outside and don't create any more chaos here. I'll teach you acupoint treatment techniques when I have the chance. That's settled then. You all carry on with your tasks. I shall take Su Ming out for a cup of milk tea and return shortly. This clever girl is quite a handful. It's better to take her out than let her stay here and possibly say something unexpected. Lady Liu, please take a seat and enjoy a cup of the red tea I brewed to soothe your nerves. Upon hearing this, Lady Liu assessed the situation and, finding it suitable, gracefully settled down. Is there anything else besides tea? This tea can lead to insomnia. Humph. You truly have no understanding of cherishing delicate beauty. Do you really consider me merely a buddy to serve you? Oh dear, my Lady Liu, you know my interests are rather limited, and you're well aware of that. Although I have hired 2 female staff members at the shop, I truly do not know their preferences. You're not enough of a friend. You didn't even inform me when you opened the shop. It was only by chance that I stumbled upon your friend-S video during my business preparations that I learned about it. Otherwise, I would still be in the dark. By the way, Is that bone-setting technique of yours genuine? I saw comments online praising how skillful you are in saving that old gentleman. Shenyu had no intention of engaging in such discussions with her, knowing she wouldn't comprehend. After sipping his tea, he slowly remarked, "There is not much to say about my bone-setting clinic. Speaking of which, Lady Lu, you mentioned starting a company. What kind of company are you planning to establish? Talking about the company is exhausting. I thought starting cosmetics business would be straightforward, but the myriad of issues that arose have been incredibly bothersome. Haha, every beginning is difficult. The initial challenges can be quite daunting, but once you push through, it will be easier. Oh, it's not that simple. Recruiting a core research and development team is quite a challenge. The daily skincare product line ISNT particularly difficult since acquiring raw materials is relatively easy in this era. It's merely a matter of formulation. I aspire to develop a miraculous sunscreen. Just a spray and a dab should suffice for 3 months or even a month, without the need for daily reapplication. That is an ambitious idea. However, can your research budget sustain such costs? I'll let you in on a little secret. I am the heiress of Lu's jewelry. Recently, my father compelled me to manage our overseas branch entirely. The thought of working abroad long-term is something I absolutely resist. Seeing my predicament, my grandfather devised a compromise. If I can generate $2 billion for the family within 3 years, I will be free to pursue my desires without family interference. Thus, I accepted my grandfather's challenge. Shenyu pondered, could this astonishing revelation truly be known to him? This Lady Lu wasn't afraid he might covet her wealth or beauty. He responded, I could surmise your affluent background, but I had no idea you were the heiress of a Fortune 500 company, Lu's Jewelry Group. Fortunately, your family has not sent any experts to deal with me. Otherwise, I dare not imagine. Ha, it's not as terrifying as you describe. I'm just an ordinary person who also seeks friendships. My family, including my grandfather and father, are quite reasonable. Unfortunately, I'm already in debt to my family for $5 billion before even starting, and our skincare products 1T launch for another 10 days. What the response is poor. What do you suggest? Hearing this, Shenyu smiled gently, surprised that even a wealthy and beautiful heiress like Lady Lu worries about her product's reception. Changing the subject, he remarked, my bone-setting clinic does quite well, sometimes earning 50 to 60,000 and at times over 100,000. It seems small shops have their own advantages. You Shenyu, instead of providing comfort, you choose to tease me. Just wait until I get my hands on you, she exclaimed, raising her tiny fist as if ready to strike, resembling a playful couple. Go ahead and hit me. Is your mood any better now? Yes, somewhat. However, it's still insufficient. You must treat me to barbecue tonight, just the two of us. Did you hear? I can't tonight. I have matters to attend to. Why not? Why do you always have something going on? I need to return home to see my parents and sister. Fine, send me your work schedule. I'll drop by when I can. I've heard that your bone-setting clinic closes if you're not present, and I don't want to make a wasted trip. You can follow my shop SID number. It's all there. You, how dismissive. Enough of this. I must return to the company. Lady Lu, have some tea to calm your nerves. Why the rush? I have something for you. Upon hearing this, Lu Ling thought, could this fellow finally be showing some sense? She was curious about what he would give her, and her face lit up with a joyful smile. I say, Lady Lu, your expression is quite unusual. Don't get any strange ideas. Quickly, if you dare to play tricks on me, I'll make you regret it. Look at you, so eager. I truly worry for your company's future. Shenyu thought, well, this little girl has treated the original owner well over the past 3 years. I might as well bestow this honor upon her, as a fitting tribute to the original. Pretending to pull out 10 vials of youth elixir from the drawer, he declared, Lady Lu, behold. Inside these porcelain vials is the youth elixir. Taking just one can reduce your age by 10 years and maintain your youth for another decade. Remarkably, during that decade, no additional expenses are incurred. It's time-saving, labor-saving, and worry-free. You must be jesting. Have you been reading fantasy novels and lost your mind? Lu Ling couldn't believe him, finding it utterly implausible. There indeed exists a miraculous biological gene that, once injected, will gradually reverse aging. The only drawback is its exorbitant cost, starting at 10 billion for a decade's preservation. I'm not joking. Take these 10 bottles home with you, each containing 10 capsules. If you doubt it, give one to an elderly family member or another senior to try. Upon hearing this, Lu Ling pondered thoughtfully, could it really be true? It sounded quite credible. All right, I'll take them home to test it out. She thought if it truly works, this 200 billion bet with my family might be realized in less than 2 years. If it is real, how many can you provide? 10 bottles a month, which is 100 capsules. You can package them in a sandalwood box and sell them individually. He was no fool. Regardless of the world, rarity commands value. Besides, each spirit herb he uses diminishes his stock. Although he is the greatest beneficiary within the secret realm, He has not been stingy in using them on the Divine Dragon continent. Were it not for needing funds to purchase a villa, he would not have brought out the spirit herbs for these affluent individuals to enjoy. At this, Lu Ling was utterly delighted, bursting into a melodious laugh. Goodbye. I'm off now. Remember to treat me to barbecue next time. Chapter 43. The small nation of Lini comes under attack by beasts. Brother Yu, has your girlfriend left? She has. Enough with the girlfriend nonsense. Hurry and open for business. Hee, what is that little girl thinking? He shook his head and continued to attend to his patients. Before long, the closing time arrived, and after providing a few instructions, he announced a 2-day closure. He then boarded his powerful vehicle and returned to Sea City in Ji Province. The ride was swift. 3 hours later, he arrived safely. As it was the early hours of the morning, he refrained from disturbing his family and chose to rest inside the vehicle. He simply instructed the intelligence system, and the interior transformed into a spacious 2-meter-wide bed, offering comfort that rivaled that of a 5-star hotel bed. Of course, he had never stayed in one, but presumed it couldn't be worse than a 5-star bed. He anticipated the thoughtful design of this vehicle, making it a perfect companion for both travel and home. Once I traverse the void, I shall procure 1,000 of these to bring to the cultivation realm. What a spectacular sight that would be. As dawn broke, Chinyu headed to the fresh market and purchased a considerable amount of fresh ingredients. On his way back to the happy community, he also picked up some breakfast for his family. At this moment, the majestic vehicle glided steadily into the happy community, a place that, despite its age, encompasses countless homes. Though it was early in the morning, many elderly residents were already engaged in their morning exercises or chatting amiably about whose child had excelled, who was causing mischief, whose couple had quarreled late into the night, and who had recently embarked on a journey. As the imposing vehicle passed the area where the seniors congregated, its presence did not evade their scrutinizing gaze. Old Tian, did you see that off-road vehicle that just passed by? Whose is it? I don't think I've seen it before, one remarked. Sure, come now in our old community. Who could possibly own such a military-grade off-roader? It's simply impossible, another responded. How could a military vehicle ever find its way to our humble neighborhood? It's quite peculiar, wouldn't you say? I wonder which official has graced us with their presence this early in the morning. Why bother? It's of no concern to me. At my age, apart from my 2 children and grandchildren, I care for no one else. You're still as carefree as ever, old Tian, detached from the matters of others. Xu chided lightly. Why should I worry about things that do not concern me? It's far more important to focus on my own family, he retorted. Enough of your lectures. Old Tian, I merely inquired about whose vehicle it was. Now, I shall go chat with Aunt Wang, and you can amuse yourself. Xu Ezite, noting that some things never change. Well, I'll just exercise alone in peace. The vehicle executed a suave reverse maneuver, automatically opening the trunk. Dear owner, please remember to take your breakfast and fresh produce, it chimed. Navigating familiar paths, the owner returned home, and even before knocking, he could overhear a conversation between his parents. Wan Yao, sleep a bit longer. I will prepare breakfast for Yao Yao, his father offered. No, dear, let me handle it. I've had enough rest. And you still need to visit the mountain goods shop later, his mother replied. Not a problem. Preparing breakfast won't take long. Now that Ewer has grown, it's much easier for me as a father. Ewer is becoming more responsible. Ever since he started college, he has taken to working part-time during summer and winter breaks to help with household expenses. It's quite commendable. It's my inadequacy as a father that I have not been able to provide you with a better home, he lamented. Wan Yao, you've been with me for nearly 20 years, and we're still renting in this old community. It's a shame for you and the children, he continued. My dear, you've done remarkably well raising 2 academically gifted children. We are still in our prime. Better days are ahead. Upon hearing this, Chen's father sighed, then remarked, I never imagined that running a mountain goods shop would become increasingly challenging over the years. I had hoped to save enough to provide you with a better living environment. Just as he was about to knock on the door, the conversation from his parents reminded him of his parent from another world. Were they also thinking of him at this moment? This thought momentarily distracted him. Indeed, which parent does not wish for their child's well-being? Regardless of the distance between them, snapping back to reality, he feigned ignorance of the conversation and gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Sounds like Ewer is back. His father said. Really? Ewer has never returned this early before. Are you sure you heard correctly? His mother questioned. I know the rhythm of Ewer knocking. I can't be mistaken. If you want to go, I shall, his father insisted. Could it really be that rascal, returning without a word to announce himself? I'll go open the door, he decided. Slipping on his slippers, he hurried to the door, not even checking the peephole, before flinging it open. Well, it's you. You little rascal. Your mother mentioned you were back. I thought she was mistaken. Father, I brought breakfast and fresh ingredients for the family, Ewer replied. Gumin, you little rascal. At that moment, his mother also emerged. Next time, don't take the early bus. The fog is thick. Come back after waking up. Don't worry, mother. I took a bus that didn't expose me to the fog, he reassured her. This child never seems to understand. The early morning fog from the dormitory to the bus station can lead to catching a cold. Brother, are you back? Yao Yao, rubbing her sleepy eyes, emerged in a cartoon-patterned pajama set. Chinyu smiled. My dear Yao Yao, have you woken up? Brother, you really are back. I want a hug. I dreamt last night that you returned, now endowed with immense strength. Chinyu easily lifted his 7 or 8-year-old sister. Come. Let us see how much taller my dear sister Yao has grown. Of course I've grown. I eat well every day, she beamed. Oh brother, how come you've become even more handsome? Ha, my dear Yao, it's because I'm growing too. You spoil your sister too much. Yao, your brother bought your favorite breakfast. Come and eat before it gets cold. Brother, put me down. Yao wants to eat delicious food. You little glutton. If there is food, I want to eat it. That is not true. Yao loves her brother. But Yao wants to grow up quickly so we can work together to support mom and dad. This child, so young yet so astute, brought joy to her parents and Chinyu, leaving them at a loss for words. My dear sister Yao, you're so sensible. Hurry and eat. Brother will put the fresh ingredients in the refrigerator and join you. Sit and keep Yao company while she eats breakfast. I'll be right back. Yes, mother. As Chen's mother carried in the ingredients, she noted their considerable weight. What else with all these ingredients, Next time, just bring yourself back. You don't need to bring anything. Save the money for your own schooling, understand? Yes, mother. You or knew his mother would lecture him. He couldn't resist buying a bit more than necessary, especially items his parents would typically refrain from purchasing. He thought it would be nice to treat them to a few delicacies. As Chen's mother unpacked the ingredients, she entered full lecture mode. Look at this child. He really doesn't know how to shop for groceries. He spends money haphazardly on expensive seafood, and all of it is pre-prepared fresh produce. Upon hearing this, Chen's father took a glance and exclaimed, Goodness, these are indeed exorbitantly priced ingredients. This haul could cover nearly half a month's rent. You little rascal, stop wasting money. No more of this next time. Yet, secretly pleased, he thought to himself how thoughtful his son was, knowing that they usually refrained from indulging in such luxuries. Understood, father. Moments with family always seemed to fly by, and before long, it was midday. With their son back, Chen's father naturally took the day off, and at that moment, he and his wife Wan Yao were busy preparing a grand feast. While the parents busied themselves in the kitchen, Chinyu sat in the living room, keeping Yao company as they watched a children's program. The atmosphere in their little home was warm and blissful. Suddenly, the children's program was interrupted by breaking news. We interrupt this broadcast for an urgent international news report. This morning at 8 o'clock a.m., the city of Salu in the small nation of Lini came under attack by dozens of beastmen. Please see the satellite feed. Dozens of half-human, half-wolf creatures were wreaking havoc in the market and city center. Chinyu instinctively shielded Yao's eyes, knowing that such violent scenes were unsuitable for a child. The wolf-like beast's fangs and claws exuded an aura of death, brutally attacking any humans they caught, their throats bitten through with crimson liquid spraying forth. In the next moment, the wolf's claws aimed directly for a human heart, tearing it out and consuming it right before their eyes. The scene was horrifying and gruesome. Even though the footage was censored, those lacking decorum would undoubtedly react with distress. Chinyu immediately switched through several channels, only to encounter the same international news. Finally, he turned off the television altogether to prevent frightening Yao. Within this body, there exists no record of the emergence of beastmen in reality. Instead, there are only exquisitely crafted scenes of immortal martial arts. Could it be that these wolf beastmen are artificially created hybrid beings from some nation in this world? Never mind. Today I shall enjoy a reunion dinner with my family, and on another occasion, I shall inquire with Brother Hongwu about the veracity of this international news. Chapter 44, Brother. I hope this wine does not contain any prohibited substances. Sister Yao, shall we play a game of block stacking? Sure, brother. Just wait for me while I fetch the blocks. Effortlessly, she opened the second drawer to retrieve the blocks, scampering back and diligently arranging them. In no time, she had constructed a tower several decimeters high. All right, brother, you draw first, and then Yao will draw. Very well, I shall draw first. If I lose, I will buy Yao a new outfit. Brother, you mustn't deceive me, or you may end up without a girlfriend. Ha! General Hongwu. The Foreign Ministry has confirmed that the city of Sarlu in the small nation of Rini has suffered a terrifying attack from beastly werewolves. The highest leadership of Rini is currently appealing to President Singh of Country S for assistance, requesting the dispatch of some modified individuals or supernatural beings. as they are facing beastly werewolves with formidable healing abilities that render ordinary bullets ineffective. In the larger cities, there is a reluctance to utilize the high lethality weapons provided by Country S to prevent inadvertent harm to the civilian populace. After receiving confirmation from the Foreign Ministry, Lieutenant Lee swiftly made his way to General Hongwu's office, promptly reporting the latest developments to his superior. Understood. I have a meeting with the higher-ups shortly. Received. I will closely monitor the Foreign Ministry. With that, Lieutenant Lee exited General Hongwu's office, aware that both the general and other commanders in various theaters would soon be preoccupied, as the Dark Empire's plans were gradually unfolding. Time to eat, time to eat. Yao Yao, quickly wash your hands. Yes, father. Yes, dad. The siblings returned after washing their hands, gazing at the delectable spread of dishes, nearly drooling. Yao Yao, are you tempted? Stop staring and dig in, their mother gently urged. Yes, dear mother, thank you for your hard work. Since when did this child become so polite? He served several pieces of steamed yellow fish into his parents' and sisters' bowls, then began to eat himself, for the significance of a reunion dinner always transcends all else. Father, what kind of fish is this? It's delicious. Even I am unsure. It's a kind of yellow fish. Its flesh exquisitely tender. This is my first time tasting it. Is this beef? It tastes different from what we had before. Yao Yao began her inquisitive barrage. All right, Sister Yao Yao. No more questions. Hurry and eat before the food cools. Oh, this child can only be subdued by her brother, aside from when doing homework. She is quite the chatterbox at all other times. Father, mother, try this wine. It has health benefits. If you drink it for a week, your bodily functions will improve. The family was curious about where he had procured it, especially since it came in a large ceramic jar. They were unaware that within his void ring, he could summon anything he desired with a mere thought. This health wine had been specially concocted before his return, infused with spiritual herbs and essences, a millennium-old ginseng, 3rd-grade beauty herbs, 5th-grade vitality fruit, and secret spring water, all meticulously blended together. Not only would it preserve youth for a century, but it would also extend life by 200 years, significantly enhancing bodily functions and enabling the gradual unblocking of vital meridians over the next year, yielding a reaction capability 100-fold greater than that of ordinary individuals. My dear Yer, you are becoming increasingly accomplished, showing filial piety even before entering society. Indeed, indeed. Today is a joyous occasion. Your mother and I shall share a couple of drinks in celebration. Ha! At that moment, Yao Yao, being remarkably sensible, dashed off to fetch a pair of wine glasses. As the wooden cork of the large ceramic jar was removed, a rich and exotic fragrance instantly enveloped the entire living room. Both parents felt invigorated, their fatigue dissipating entirely. Yao Yao's father, your fatigue has vanished. Wan Yao, your dark circles have disappeared. What is this, you? A whiff has revitalized me immensely. Indeed, what is this wine? It has completely alleviated my weariness from the past few days. How miraculous. I'm not quite sure. A friend from university gifted it to me. Her grandfather is a health expert who recently developed it and is still in the testing phase. She sent me a bottle, claiming it has remarkable health effects. So I accepted it. Today, I brought it back for you to try. You rascal. This university friend of yours, ISNT, a female friend, is she? How generous of her to give you such a valuable gift. Ha ha. Father, please stop speculating and have a taste. Very well. Let me try the health wine brought back by you. Upon tasting it, its smoothness and fragrant aftertaste flooded his senses as a warm current surged through his limbs, leaving him feeling extraordinarily at ease. At 37 or 38 years of age, he had already begun to show signs of graying, but now, miraculously, his hair darkened once more. What an exquisite wine. Truly remarkable. This health wine is extraordinary. It doesn't irritate the throat at all, and it is incredibly smooth and fragrant. Consuming it brings unparalleled comfort. I feel as if I could take on a bull. Yao Yao's father, your white hair has vanished. Let me get a mirror for you. Mother Wan Yao was equally astonished and rushed to the bedroom to retrieve a makeup mirror. As Ewer observed his parents' astonishment, he smiled, relieved he had prepared an explanation beforehand. If he were to claim he had concocted it himself, they would likely not believe him, and he feared they might think their precious child had engaged in some nefarious activities outside. Brother, this wine doesn't contain any illicit substances, does it? Ewer was startled by Yao Yao's words. He knew better than to make such claims, especially in the presence of law enforcement, lest he find himself in trouble. Yao Yao, what on earth are you thinking? I would love to see your thoughts. How incredible. If I hadn't experienced it myself, I wouldn't believe it. My entire face looks considerably younger. Wan Yao, you should try it too, Ewer's father urged his beloved wife eagerly. Upon hearing this, Mother Wan Yao took a glass and drank it in one swift motion. Before long, the changes were visibly apparent. Her already attractive features appeared even more youthful and beautiful. And when she walked alongside her son, they could easily be mistaken for siblings. Both Wan Yao and her husband gazed at each other, momentarily speechless. Finally, Father Wan Yao spoke first. This health wine is too precious. You must ensure you repay your benefactor properly. Don't worry, Father, I will. Indeed, you must treat that girl well. As a mother, I understand a girl's heart all too well. Rest assured, dear mother, you chose not to elaborate, as some matters would become clear in due time. Father, I think Yao Yao is feeling a bit warm. Is the air conditioning malfunctioning? Please remain seated, Father. I will go investigate. After a brief inspection, he discovered that the power was out. It's nothing. The power is just out. Father, Mother, did we perhaps forget to pay the electricity bill? Yao Yao pointed out. That is indeed a possibility. It has been a while since we last recharged it. Let me check the balance. Father Wan Yao swiftly opened the utility app and, as expected, found that the balance was entirely depleted. The green indicator now turned red. Look at your father's memory. The last time I recharged, it was $2,000, and after some time, I forgot to check the balance. No trouble at all. Dad will recharge it shortly. With a simple operation, the living room's water and electricity supply was restored. This sudden interlude did not in the slightest affect the family's continued dining. After the sumptuous meal, Chinyu planned to take his family out for a stroll, to buy some clothes and enjoy a meal. Then, he intended to make a trip to the Sunshine Garden community to inspect potential homes, aiming to rent a place with better lighting for his family's comfort. As for Yao Yao, she would spend the weekend studying in her room without the need for lights. Chapter 45. A Brief Companionship. Father, Mother. This afternoon, I would like to take you both for a little outing. After dinner tomorrow, I must return to D City in H Province. Stinky brother. Yao Yao want to go too. I never said I wouldn't take you along. Alright, today's itinerary for you and Mom will be entirely arranged by me. I never expected to enjoy the benefits of having a son this soon. My dear wife, Wan Yao, has blessed me with a wonderful son. In that moment, Chinyu's father felt an unparalleled pride, as if he were the happiest father in the world. Such frivolity, and the two children are still present. One must maintain a respectable image as a father. Wan Yao, you don't understand. Even as a father, I cannot always maintain a serious demeanor in front of the children. In moments like these, one should lower their guard and bond with their son as equals. Chinyu's mother, feigning annoyance, retorted, no frivolity. Yao Yao is still young. Don't lead her astray. Yet, she too felt immense joy. This scene of happiness was overwhelming, and whether it was her husband or children, it filled her with pride. The parents swiftly tidied up and followed Chinyu downstairs. Upon seeing him open the rugged SUV, their jaws dropped in astonishment. Is this also borrowed from your university friend? No. This one is different. I saved a soldier-ass father while hiking, and this was his gift to me. What? Such a thing exists? Chinyu's father was taken aback, feeling as if he were living in a dream that might never end. Brother, this car is so cool. Is it really yours? Chinyu chuckled without offering an explanation. Yao Yao, Father, Mother, let us get in the car. We can chat inside. Once inside, they noticed there was not even a conventional steering wheel, just a crystal-clear display screen. Chinyu, this SUV looks so high-end. I can't believe I'm riding in a luxury vehicle thanks to my son. Master, where to? To the largest shopping center. Understood, Master. Please ensure your family fastens their seat belts, and the SUV whisked the family away to the shopping center. So luxurious, far superior to my delivery van. Chinyu's father couldn't restrain his admiration. Chinyu, is this SUV powered by liquid or graphene batteries? Father, it seems to be equipped with top-tier lightning stones. What? A rugged SUV outfitted with premium lightning stones? ISNT, that's something reserved for high-end drones? Chinyu's father was once again flabbergasted. This dream felt too real. He hesitated to awaken from it. Chinyu, too, was somewhat bewildered. It was what the giver had informed him. After all, this was a high-tech marvel. Chinyu's mother, appearing more composed, thought that, in the face of material possessions, her children were her greatest achievements. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the underground parking lot of the XXX shopping center. The SUV parked itself at the elevator entrance, and once everyone exited, it autonomously found a parking space. The family took a silent elevator to the second floor, where an array of children's clothing brands was concentrated. The third floor featured adult apparel. The fourth was dedicated to esports and a children's playground. The fifth floor had a variety of dining options, and the sixth housed a cinema and fitness area. Yao Yao, choose any style you like. I'll take care of the bill. Brother, you're so nice. I'll make sure to choose carefully, she replied, exuding an air of precociousness. All right, Yao Yao, Feel free. I always keep my word. The parents exchanged glances and smiles. Chinyu had completely spoiled Yao Yao. And it was evident that not every wealthy child experienced such happiness. Before them lay a collection of fashionable summer and autumn attire, diverse in style and innovative in design. Yao Yao entered the first M-brand children's store, trying on outfits for about 10 minutes before selecting a lively and adorable early autumn ensemble featuring cartoon patterns. Regardless of how many outfits Yao Yao tried on, three figures always trailed behind her. Her strikingly beautiful parents and her tall, handsome brother, casting envy among onlookers. After spending over an hour at various brand stores, she chose a simple yet elegant early autumn outfit, a sporty casual set, and a pure cotton sleeveless dress, alongside a short skirt and a dress with ethnic flair. Chinyu finally understood that regardless of age, girls would always outpace boys in the pursuit of clothing. This was a realm where males had no place. His tasks today consisted solely of spending money, carrying shopping bags, and accompanying his family. Father, mother, I believe we've selected enough outfits for Yao Yao. Shall we check out the adult clothing on the second floor? The parents, without a second thought, followed him until Chinyu entered a brand-name women's clothing store, at which point his mother finally realized that he intended to buy clothes for her. Chinyu, you don't need to spend so much. I have enough clothes. Save your money for school. As she spoke, she began to walk towards the exit. Chinyu had no choice but to solicit the help of his father and sister, signaling them with his eyes. Mom, why don't you want new clothes from your brother? Wan Yao, today is Chinyu's special day to show his filial piety. It would be nice if you chose at least one outfit. Don't reject your child's good intentions. Her husband, understanding her well, struck at her soft spot. The keen saleswoman noticed the situation and suggested several outfits, encouraging Chinyu's mother to try them on. The results were indeed flattering, and the saleswoman's timely compliments left her feeling slightly bashful. In the end, Chinyu's mother opted for just one outfit. After paying and leaving the store, Chinyu excused himself to the restroom, but in reality, he returned to purchase the other three outfits as well, swiftly placing them in the trunk. Upon returning to the second floor, he accompanied his father in selecting a few outfits. His father, not adhering to many formalities, was simply pleased to receive gifts from his son and would never dismiss his child's goodwill. Father, mother, Yao Yao, you must be tired. It's getting late. Let us head to the fifth floor for some delicious food before we go home. Wan Yao, let's heed Chinyu's suggestion today. We can skip cooking tonight and enjoy a meal outside as a treat. The family arrived at a century-old, traditional, chow-style beef hot pot restaurant. The hall was served by robotic waiters, while the luxurious private rooms featured well-trained human servers. Chinyu booked a luxurious private room with a professional waiter, ensuring that they experienced the distinct flavors of various cuts of beef, each prepared in different styles. This was precisely the effect Chinyu desired. Only waiters who truly understood how to prepare beef could provide his family with the finest dining experience. The family relished the meal, filled with joy and satisfaction, and Chinyu delightedly observed their happiness. Although the soul did not belong to this body, the vessel itself was a gift, and the gratitude it carried was enough for him to care for his family for a lifetime. Father, mother, and Yao Yao, I'll have the SUV drop you off first. I have a few matters to attend to and will return later. All right, your mother and I will take Yao Yao home first. Chinyu, please be careful. Yes, I will. After instructing the SUV, he first saw his family safely back to the happy community, then entered the destination into the SUV system to be picked up later. Having completed these tasks, he set off alone towards the sales office of the Sunshine Garden community. A young man, clad in ordinary attire, strolled leisurely towards the sales center of the Sunshine Garden community, gazing intently at the model layout. Chapter 46. The eyes of a dog and enthusiasm, ever present. Suddenly, he was ridiculed from behind by two sales consultants, who sneered, at such a young age, instead of earning a living, he comes here to look at apartments. All he does is inquire. He can't even afford a restroom. What a misfortune. Little say, you've hit the nail on the head. Clearly. He.S. just here for a free meal. They chuckled heartily. Shunyu, with the intent of renting a place, felt pressed for time and deemed it unworthy to engage in verbal sparring with them, unless these two sales consultants had ulterior motives like certain agents did, in which case he wouldn't hesitate to spend a few minutes ensuring they remembered him for life. After observing the property for about 10 minutes, he found himself ignored, with no one approaching him. The sales consultants who returned from their meal treated him as if he were invisible, preferring instead to congregate and chat amongst themselves. Conversely, clients dressed well were warmly welcomed with inquiries as soon as they entered. Just as Chunyu was about to leave, a young woman who had just finished her meal approached him with a friendly and eager demeanor to understand his needs. Hello, sir, I am Lu Lingling, a sales consultant for the Sunshine Garden community. May I inquire if you live here with family, or if you are married? Chunyu noted the innocence and slight naivety in her gaze. Recognizing her as a recent university graduate who would likely be let go within a fortnight if she failed to make a sale. My family lives here. There are 4 of us, he replied. Ah, very well. Would this unit suit your needs? It is a beautifully furnished 3-bedroom, 1 living room, 2 bathroom, and 1 kitchen apartment, spanning 88 square meters. The rental is $50,000 per month, with a management fee of $2,000, should you wish to purchase. It is priced at $90,000 per square meter. The girl rattled off the details without any apparent strategy, as if she were simply disclosing facts without any finesse. In this day and age, charm is essential. Her straightforwardness left little room for persuasion, and it was no wonder that her idle colleagues snickered at her. Newcomers are always like this. Lu Lingling should rightly be called Lu Shasha foolish. They laughed uproariously. Too small at 1 T-do. Do you have any on the top floor? Ideally around 200 square meters. Please hold on. Let me check, she responded, inputting her employee number on the information panel of the model. After a series of operations, it revealed that there were over 10 suitable 200 square meter units. Among those, one was a top-floor duplex. Sir, we have 1 top-floor duplex available, measuring 288 square meters. Unfortunately, this unit is available for rent only. She clicked on the holographic projection, and a video showcasing the actual layout of the top-floor duplex emerged. Chinyu examined it closely, finding it quite appealing. Each bedroom had its own bathroom, and it was equipped with a study, boasting ample sunlight and a spacious living area, a near-perfect arrangement. After a moment of contemplation, he calmly asked, how much? Hello, sir. This top-floor duplex, Unit 8, has an annual rent of $5 million, plus a management fee of $500,000. I'll take it for a year. What? Are you certain, sir? Absolutely. Where do I sign? Chinyu responded nonchalantly. The young woman found it hard to believe that such a substantial deal could be secured so effortlessly. No bargaining? No applications? No rebates? Her colleagues who were watching burst into laughter. Lu Lingling must have encountered a lunatic. In her years here, she has never seen someone rent like this. With that kind of money, wouldn't it be wiser to buy a property? They clearly viewed the situation as a source of amusement. Just wait and see how I laugh at her. She has been here for a month and still doesn't understand the ropes, without even acknowledging us season once. For Chunyu, a year was ample time to secure a standalone villa for his family, after which he could establish a company for his sister Yao Yao and hire a team to manage it, allowing them all to live carefree lives. Sir, may I ask how you would like to be addressed? My surname is Chun. As he anticipated closing a significant deal, he felt both excited and nervous, quickly organizing his thoughts. Well then, Mr. Chun, I will promptly request 2 independent free parking spaces from my manager for you. As long as you reside in the Sunshine Garden community for a day, you will have priority access to these spaces. Thank you, Chinyu replied. Mr. Chun, please follow me to the finance department to process your payment. She gestured as they walked. Wait, this lunatic can't possibly be serious about making a payment, can he? Thought a woman in her late 20s, quickly weighing her options. No, if I don't act now, it'll be too late, and this opportunity will slip away. She hurriedly approached him, exuding insincere charm. Esteemed sir, I am Chi Luna, the supervisor of the Sunshine Garden Community Sales Department, and I will be assisting you from here on. She subtly signaled to Lu Lingling. Lu Lingling, intimidated by her superior, dared not speak. Those who offended Chi Luna had often found themselves ousted through various means. Chinyu perceived the young student's trepidation and decided to intervene. While also disapproving of workplace bullying, particularly from those who fail to put in the effort yet excel at sycophancy, it was utterly distasteful. As for you, supervisor, I require no assistance from you. I solely wish to engage with Ms. Lu Lingling, now and in the future, understood? Chi Luna was taken aback, reluctant to retort. If this young man could indeed afford $5 million, she risked her job should he file a complaint against her for her condescending attitude, particularly with a whole team watching her every move. Very well, sir. I wish you a pleasant stay in advance. Should you have any needs, feel free to contact consultant Lu Lingling or myself, Chi Luna. She didn't forget to promote herself, knowing well that to reach her position, one must possess a certain caliber. Otherwise, she would have been replaced long ago. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Chun, Lu Lingling expressed gratefully, her eyes glimmering with a hint of emotion. This was the first time she had earned a client's respect, and she felt overwhelmed, wanting to shout in joy, yet refraining for the sake of the sales department's image. Please follow me, Mr. Chun. After completing the payment, he received the initial electronic password for the top-floor duplex. Within 2 minutes, Lu Lingling hurried back, presenting him with the authorization documents for the 2 independent parking spaces, complete with the Sunshine Garden Community S anti-counterfeit seal. Soon after, the sales center S intercom announced, "We extend our heartfelt thanks to the esteemed Mr. Chun for choosing a top-floor duplex apartment in the Sunshine Garden community. Wishing him and his family everlasting health and happiness, and may his career flourish with abundant fortune." The other sales consultants, who had previously gossiped, were now filled with regret. Cursing themselves, "I'm such a fool, such a big fool. Renting a top-floor duplex yields higher commissions than selling a house outright." Checking the time. It was not yet 7 o'clock. He hopped into his military-style SUV and headed straight to the HQ4S dealership. The sales consultants on duty spotted the vehicle from a distance and, filled with excitement, quickly reported it to the manager. If it were a leader, this conspicuous action could lead to a promotion and raise. The portly yet astute manager, momentarily abandoning his tasks, jogged outside with an air of enthusiasm. As the SUV came to a halt, the manager and several consultants awaited him. Chun was taken aback by the stark contrast in treatment compared to his experience at the Sunshine Garden. "Esteemed sir, welcome to HQ, where a millennium of excellence awaits you. I, Xiao Zhu, am honored to provide you with service." It was evident that this well-spoken, portly manager was indeed a leader. "Thank you for your courtesy. I am in search of a vehicle that is both comfortable and suitable for family outings at a reasonable price. Rest assured, esteemed sir, we will meet your expectations." Over the course of a millennium, HQ has refined a diverse array of mature models, each one imbued with sincerity, catering to every need from the ordinary to the luxurious. "Splendid." Xiao Zhu continued with his pitch, showcasing their brand with pride. Under the introduction of Xiao Zhu, half an hour later, Chun selected a D-Class two-tone driverless sedan. He casually experienced it upon entering, regarding both space and comfort. In addition to the mid-level intelligent brain control, it was also equipped with the latest generation of artificial thunderstone, capable of traversing 20,000 kilometers on a single charge. Without further adu, Chun settled the payment, including the vehicle price, purchase tax, and insurance, and exchanged a few words before departing. Manager Xiao Zhu personally saw Chun off once again. Chapter 47. Fulfilling a small wish. The following day, he cleverly lured his parents out early. His fabricated reason was that a high school friend was looking at cars at the HQ dealership and wanted his advice, which he felt embarrassed to decline. As he claimed to lack knowledge, he brought his parents along to seek their counsel, leading them to the HQ4S center. Manager Xiao Zhu had long been prepared. The vehicle was not a test drive car, but a brand new one. "Where's your high school friend?" he inquired. "Oh, he felt unwell and ran to the restroom just a moment ago. He asked us to look first and promised to return immediately after," Chun replied. "Such a rascal. What does he know about cars?" "I can barely manage to look at mountain goods," his father remarked. "Father, could you check if this screen has any flaws?" Chun suggested. Upon hearing this, his father leaned in closer, and before he could discern anything, the system confirmed successful input. "You must be mistaken. The screen is flawless. HQ's millennia-old quality would never permit such a lowly error," his father insisted. "It's impossible. I distinctly saw something." Chun exclaimed. "Father, step down for a moment. I'll let mother take a look." It was yet another ploy. Curious, his mother leaned in to see, and before she could fully settle in, the mid-level intelligent brain completed the facial recognition entry. Little Q has successfully recorded the facial data of Chun Xing and Wan Yao, allowing the vehicle to start. "Would you like to proceed?" The clear and pleasant voice of the intelligent brain resonated in their ears, leaving Chun Yu's parents momentarily stunned. After a brief hesitation, they questioned, "Will there be any issues with this vehicle?" "We merely glanced at the screen and suddenly became the owners." Meanwhile, manager Xiao Zhu seized the moment to present 2 bouquets, congratulating Mr. Chun and Ms. Wan on becoming our esteemed HQ vehicle owners, a gift meticulously prepared by their son. As he stepped aside, Chun Yu's parents were both astonished and delighted, taken aback by the many surprises their son had conjured up in just a couple of days. Suddenly, Chun Yu's father had a revelation and blurted out, "You rascal, you're not considering becoming a son-in-law, are you? Is this some kind of bridal gift from the lady's side?" At that, Chun Yu was left speechless, bewildered by the absurdity of the thought. He could only manage an awkward smile. "Father, please don't overthink it. I would never consider that. You has been quite fortunate lately, receiving guidance from a wise mentor and winning a substantial lottery." His father exclaimed. "Oh, how come I haven't seen any reports?" "All right, we can discuss it later." "Father, you and mother should get in the car. I need to take you to another location. I have matters to attend to in H Province, D City this evening." He hurriedly urged his parents to board the vehicle. The 3 of them arrived at the designated parking space of the Sunshine Garden community, conveniently located next to the elevator, taking it directly to the top-floor duplex. "What are you doing here, son? Does a friend live here?" his mother asked. Not at all. This is my first time coming up, he replied. Hurry up, this place clearly belongs to the wealthy, his mother urged. Mother, taking a look, 1T cost us anything. So what is there to fear? Leave any issues to your son. I'm not afraid of trouble, he reassured her. Wanyao, don't be anxious. Since we're here, let us enjoy the view from this towering building. As they ventured inside, they soon reached the top floor duplex Unit 8, perfectly distanced from the elevator. Inputting the password at the luxurious door, Chinyu swiftly changed the initial code and activated the iris recognition mode. Father, in order to view the property, we need to input customer information. Please take a look here. Mother, you should also check this. With a flurry of swift actions, both parents successfully registered their iris data. Upon entering, their faces were filled with envy, marveling at the grandeur of the mansion for the first time. Is this the legendary top-floor duplex? The decor is stunning. The lighting, the orientation, the bedrooms, the living room, the view. Chinyu's father exclaimed in one breath. Let us just admire it. Don't touch anything. His mother cautioned. Chunyu chuckled quietly, witnessing his parents' joy. It was time to reveal the truth. Since you both seem to like it, why not make this your home, starting today? You rascal. Liking something doesn't mean you must own it. We've seen it. Let us head back, his mother responded. In response, Chinyu pulled out the signed contract and waved it in front of them. His parents quickly took it, anxiously flipping to the last page. Confirming it bore U.S. signature. Our beloved son has pulled another fast one. They exchanged glances, realizing they had been outsmarted yet again. Noticing their unease, Chinyu, sensing something amiss, blurted out, Father, Mother, I know what you're thinking. Please trust your son. He has done nothing wrong. This top-floor duplex is rented, and you can stay here without worry for the next year. If you have any questions, you can reach Lu Lingling, whose contact is on the contract. What a child. This must be terribly expensive. You're wasting money. You must cancel it, his mother insisted. But mother, the contract is signed. Canceling now would mean breaching it, and the rent and deposit 1T be refunded. Upon hearing this, Chinyu's mother glanced at her husband, utterly at a loss. Chinyu's father, squeezing his wife's hand, was about to speak when Chunyu interjected once more. Father, Mother, there's 5 million in this card for you to use. Rest assured, once I succeed in my entrepreneurial pursuits, I will ensure you both have a standalone villa. The couple was taken aback, feeling as though they were in a dream, pinching each other to ascertain the reality. Ultimately, they opened their mouths, yet no words came forth. Having not seen you for 2 months, they felt he had changed in some indescribable manner. You has done well. We 1T pry further. Wanyao is still at home with her homework. Let us head back to the happy community for a meal before moving in. Chunyu exhaled in relief, smiling as he realized the matter was settled. He might not return for another 6 months or even longer. Back at the happy community, after a lunch break, the family began packing to move. With so much to take, they couldn't fathom how long it would take to finish packing everything. Ultimately, under their beloved son's suggestion, they only took clothing, jewelry, the food from the fridge, and of course, that bottle of health wine. As they packed and transported their belongings to the new house, Wanyao entered her chatterbox mode. Daddy, Mommy, if we're living well, why do we need to move? Where did this new car come from? This new house is so big and tall. Are we really going to live here? Her parents nodded in affirmation, adding, all of this is thanks to you winning the lottery. Brother, you're amazing, Wanyao exclaimed. But I need to leave soon. You must listen to Father and Mother. Remember to study hard, he advised. Brother, you just came back yesterday. Are you leaving already? Can't you stay with me a bit longer? Yesterday, Yao Yao was chatting with her classmates, expressing her excitement about her brother's return, who had showered her with new clothes and treated her to renowned hot pot beef. Her classmates were envious and eager to meet this wonderful brother of hers. Today, as she bids farewell to him, they will not witness his departure and may dismiss Yao Yao's tales as mere exaggerations. Haha, it's all right, Yao Yao. If they choose not to believe, let it be. If it comes to that, how about inviting your classmates for a meal when your brother returns next time? Perhaps at the same hot pot beef restaurant we visited yesterday. What do you think? All right. But you must take care of yourself, brother. If you find yourself short of funds, just let Yao Yao know, and I'll share my savings with you. Upon hearing this, Chunyu chuckled and teased quickly. Tell your brother how much savings you have. I won't tell you. When you need the money, you'll find out. She replied with a laugh, showcasing her cleverness. Their parents, seated comfortably on the soft sofa in the living room, gazed at the pair of siblings with happiness radiating from their faces. Look at her lovely daughter, always saving her pocket money for her brother instead of sharing with us, Father teased. You are incorrigible. A brother who dotes on his sister will naturally be cherished in return. Dear parents, how about we treat ourselves to a nice dinner tonight to celebrate moving into our new home? What a splendid suggestion, my dear. I shall accompany you for a couple of drinks. But Ewer is still quite young. Do not lead him astray. Tonight, You're not allowed to drink alcohol. If you must, then only the health tonic Yu brings back. This elicited laughter from the siblings as Chunyu took Yao Yao and stepped out first. Shortly thereafter, their parents followed, with one couple in one car and the siblings in another, heading towards the prosperous hotel in the city. They ordered exquisite dishes and soups, reveling in a joyful meal as a family of four. After dining, they parted reluctantly, their hearts heavy with the ache of separation. Each farewell only paves the way for a better reunion, and once again, Chunyu set off alone on the journey to D City in H Province. Chapter 48. The Revelation of the Four Classes of Combat Power. After the fierce tiger passed through the unmanned toll highway entrance, it entered a mode of reckless speed, the night scenery blurring into a mysterious haze. Within the vehicle, a young man dialed a number, and, on the other end, the ringing was accompanied by a stirring, patriotic song. Chunyu, why are you calling me at this hour? Is there something amiss? General Hong Wu had been occupied with meetings lately, national security discussions, 5 war zone conferences, military assemblies, and ancient martial artist meetings, all revolving around the issue of Beastmen, how to resist them and protect the citizens, aiming to prevent a bloodbath like that in the small nation of Linny. Upon returning to his office, General Hong Wu could not afford a rest, striving to formulate the best plan regarding this matter. Just then, a phone call snapped him back to reality. Brother Hong Wu, was the broadcast of the Beastmen slaughtering civilians in the small nation of Linny yesterday morning true or false? Chunyu, this incident has caused a tremendous uproar globally, and we in the military are deliberating on it. After multiple verifications, the circulated video is indeed authentic. Hundreds of special police were dispatched, yet they were powerless against the dozens of beastly werewolves. According to the footage, ordinary bullets were ineffective against them. Their regenerative capabilities are astonishing. They can heal from injuries in the blink of an eye. It was indeed true, and it seemed that the world was on the brink of turmoil. After all, who would dare use advanced weaponry in an urban massacre unless the citizens were preemptively sheltered in bunkers? The use of such force would also result in the destruction of numerous buildings, leading to substantial post-recovery costs. However, when it comes down to it, if it reaches that point, what is money compared to the lives of the people? Chunyu slowly withdrew his thoughts. If one day Beastmen invade the Dragon Kingdom, I wonder if Brother Hong Wu has a strategy. Brother, as a congenital warrior, it is only right that I share this with you. Should such a scenario unfold, we warriors should contribute as well. We are organizing a coalition of ancient martial families, ability users, and modified individuals, alongside the production of combat robots to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Rest assured, Brother Hong Wu, if you need assistance, I will never decline. By the way, can you enlighten me about the 4 categories? Warriors, modified individuals, ability users, and combat robots? You've asked a pertinent question. Most people may have heard of these categories, but may not fully understand them. The highest strength among ancient warriors is the Grandmaster at the 9th level, whose power rivals that of an atomic bomb, a being akin to a deity. In our country, there is only one Grandmaster who has not been seen for over half a century. Surely, Brother Hong Wu knows this person's name? Chunyu eagerly inquired. Of course I do. It is the very ancient Dantai family. The current sole Grandmaster is Dantai Junren, who has reached the 8th level of Grandmaster and is currently in seclusion, determined to break through to the 9th level. Beyond the Grandmaster lies the legendary earthly immortal, said to be invincible amongst mortals, yet unseen by anyone. However, no detailed records exist in ancient texts. Hearing this, Chunyu silently marveled at the existence of such high-level practitioners in this world. The ability to reach the demigod realm in this realm speaks volumes of one's innate talent. If placed in the realm of cultivation, achieving godhood would merely be a matter of time. As he pondered, a hearty laugh broke through the atmosphere. Brother, are you perhaps intimidated by the might of the Grandmaster? General Hong Wu teased, noticing Chunyu's silence. Chunyu, slightly embarrassed, admitted, I was merely astonished to learn that someone could attain the level of Grandmaster, and I momentarily lost my composure. And what of ability users? It seems that Brother Chunyu is quite unfamiliar with these concepts, likely due to a lack of attention in the past. Ability users are individuals endowed with extraordinary powers beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. They are classified into endogenous and exogenous abilities. Endogenous abilities exist within the individual and can be unleashed without the need for communion with the cosmos. Exogenous abilities involve elemental powers that communicate with the universe. General Hong Wu took his time, lifting his teacup to savor the specially provided to Hong Pao. Chunyu fell into contemplation again, realizing that the hidden figures in the darkness must be endogenous ability users, while the one utilizing the Earth's power, Wu Shilu, must be an exogenous ability user. I see. And what about modified individuals? Modified individuals are those who have been transformed through scientific means, either immersed in a form of evolutionary fluid or injected with specific biological genes, allowing them to enhance their combat prowess temporarily. For instance, Beastmen are humans transformed into beasts, granting them the genetic traits of beasts, thereby making them stronger and more formidable in battle. Similarly, beast-modified individuals possess human-like reasoning, allowing them to perform tasks for humanity, given that the physical strength of beasts is inherently superior to that of humans from birth. Besides these two types of modifications, there are many other methods, as the imagination of scientists knows no bounds. For instance, an ordinary acquired warrior could implant a combat skill chip, significantly enhancing their combat experience and power. If they were to don some technological exoskeleton armor, their combat prowess could rival that of congenital warriors. Of course, these modified individuals are not accessible to ordinary, low-ranking warriors. Affluent families often invest heavily to transform a group of loyal guardians to protect their lineage. Amongst the super families, some have established research teams to modify bodies for clients with special needs, thereby reaping substantial profits. I must say, this endeavor is far more lucrative than my orthopedic potion. It is no wonder that these affluent families thrive. No wonder they indulge in lavish feasts at their leisure, savoring the bounties of land and sea while enjoying the pleasures of both air and earth. Brother Hongwu, I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding robots. They have become indispensable across various sectors. For instance, robotic traffic officers have relieved human policemen from enduring the sweltering sun during their duties in June. Haha, what you have witnessed are merely rudimentary robots, devoid of any offensive programming. The type of robots I refer to possess combat capabilities rivaling those of innate martial artists, and they can be mass-produced. These are A-grade robots, designated A1 through A9, corresponding to the 1st and 9th levels of innate prowess. If they were to be slain by beastmen, it would not be a heart-wrenching loss. They can simply be remade. Although materials for master-level robots are scarce, it is indeed possible to mass-produce master-level robots. They are classified as S-grade, with models S1 through S9 aligned with the 1st and 9th levels of mastery, and their combat skills and firepower are calibrated to match human masters. Each master-level robot is equipped with a self-destruction protocol that could potentially turn against its owner. Scientists cannot guarantee with absolute certainty. Perhaps one day, they might conspire to disable their self-destruction protocols and retaliate against humanity. In light of this, the 6 major nations have prudently decided that the number of master-level robots should not exceed the nation's safety coefficient, lest they become the scourge of the world. My heavens, is it truly so outrageous? I wonder about the cost. Perhaps I could procure a few master-level robots to safeguard my family. When it comes to family protection, he has never been stingy with his wealth. Money is merely a triviality, but family is irreplaceable. Who can predict if beastmen might one day invade G Province, C City? Brother Hongwu, if I may timidly inquire, what is the approximate price of an S-model master robot? Now is not the time for pleasantries. I must ask. Brother Hongwu is an extraordinarily busy individual and cannot afford to spare time endlessly. The price for an S1 master robot is 800 million. Each additional level adds another 1 billion, with the 9th level being a premium model starting at a minimum of 8 billion. The soda that Chunyu had just consumed spewed forth in shock. General Hongwu had anticipated this reaction and did not shy away from revealing the truth. If the prices were akin to cabbage, everyone would be able to afford them, and chaos would ensue. With billions being tossed about, what differentiates it from theft? Truly, the capitalists are despicable. He has yet to secure the 6 to 700 million needed for the villa. If he wishes to buy master-level S1 or S9 robots to protect his family, how long would it take him to amass several hundred billion? In an instant, despair enveloped him. Chapter 49. High-speed encounter with the Scorpion Trio's provocation. Thank you, Brother Hongwu, for informing me. Next time, allow me to bring you a few youth elixirs. Oh, has my master developed a new medicine? General Hongwu also expressed interest. After all, who doesn't have a few women in their lives? These youth elixirs would undoubtedly be cherished by mothers and wives alike. In 2 months, it will be my wife's birthday, and it seems I have yet to present her with a proper gift over the years. Brother Qinyu's gesture is truly timely, despite his lofty position. He adheres to propriety and does not engage in bribery. Honoring one's elder brother has been a long-standing tradition. Indeed, my master mentioned that your herbal remedies are quite remarkable, so I was instructed to bring a few for you. Brother Hongwu graciously accepted. The two continued to chat casually before disconnecting their satellite phone call. Xinyu understood that Brother Hongwu's willingness to share so much with him stemmed from trust. He, in turn, was mindful that the information he acquired today, whether public or private, would remain confidential. My dear, would you care to witness how my supercar provokes the off-road vehicle ahead? A youth, excessively indulgent in revelry, had been flirting with the beautiful passenger in the front seat when he caught sight of a large off-road vehicle through the electronic display and instantly became intrigued. The beauty, upon hearing this, lit up with excitement. There is nothing more exhilarating on the highway than racing and taunting one's rivals. "Oh yes, Lucy wants to see," she exclaimed, giving a playful kiss. Encouraged, Sun Shao commanded, "Scorpion, provoke that off-road vehicle fiercely." "Understood, Master." The Scorpion supercar surged to a staggering speed of 900 kilometers per hour, swiftly closing in on the off-road vehicle. The other two supercars, witnessing Sun Shao's sudden acceleration, activated their communication devices and inquired, "Sun Shao, are you attempting to race against us?" "No, my beauty wants to see how I provoke the large off-road vehicle ahead." Upon hearing this, laughter erupted among them. Such delightful mischief should have been shared sooner, as it lacked camaraderie. Without further ado, they declared, "We shall support you. You're in front, I'm in the middle, and Zhu Shao will bring up the rear, letting the off-road vehicle's owner witness the prowess of our Scorpion trio." "Ha ha, splendid. Master, 3 supercars are provoking. Shall we engage?" "Oh, the Midnight Racing faction? I must see how this unfolds." Channeling his consciousness, he locked onto the 3 supercars, each worth millions, which bore a striking resemblance to Scorpions: red, orange, and green. It turned out to be 3 young men and 3 young women, all in their late teens, embodying youthful exuberance, made all the more striking by their luxurious supercars. Under normal circumstances, such a scene of beautiful cars and alluring women on the highway would be a breathtaking sight. "Very well, Tiger, entertain them." "Received, Master." The formidable Tiger immediately activated combat mode, accelerating from 750 kilometers per hour to 1,000 kilometers in a mere 0.1 seconds, ramming into the orange Scorpion, sending sparks flying from the pavement. The orange Scorpion recognized the impending danger and reacted swiftly, preparing to accelerate once more when it was unexpectedly thrust upward by the off-road vehicle, leaving it no time to respond. The two who had been watching through the display felt a powerful jolt. Their backs pressed firmly against their seats, expressions filled with panic and helplessness. Fortunately, the orange Scorpion's performance was commendable. It quickly increased its speed from 900 to 1,100 kilometers per hour, maneuvering into the middle lane to avert disaster. Having escaped the peril, Sun Shao and Lucy, still shaken, clung to one another tightly. "A mere Scorpion dares to provoke me. Tiger, unaware of its own mortality. I shall give it a small lesson this time." Tiger reduced speed and engaged with the 2 supercars to the left and rear. "It's a long night, and we must share the spoils, lest we offend their enthusiasm." "Received, Master." Now it was Zhu Shao's turn to panic. The off-road vehicle had inexplicably decelerated, causing his green Scorpion supercar to swerve desperately to avoid a collision with the guardrail, narrowly escaping disaster. The sudden maneuver left the exuberant beauty momentarily stunned, while the young man, though not fainting, was shouting in sheer terror, his face pale with fright. In less than 10 seconds, 2 of the provoking Scorpions had already been dispatched. Sensing impending doom, the 3 young men cried out in desperation, "Scorpion, accelerate with all your might, quickly." "Understood, Master." In a mere 0.3 seconds, the speed surged from 900 kilometers per hour to the supercar's maximum of 1,500 kilometers per hour. Was the Scorpion fast? Clearly not, for the pursuing off-road vehicle was even swifter, as the Tiger, having reduced its speed to 200 kilometers per hour, skyrocketed to 2,000 kilometers per hour in an instant. After the pursuit was leveled, maintaining a steady speed, we closely aligned with the Crimson supercar, racing side by side. The high-speed friction ignited a cascade of sparks, reminiscent of the breathtaking beauty of falling meteors. The enchanting beauty in the passenger seat had never encountered such a formidable sense of impending doom. She fainted on the spot. The driver, the young master, shouted in terror, "Madman! Madman! How can he be a madman?" After enduring 30 excruciating seconds, the adversary finally accelerated away. Fear gripped him. Had he known better, he would have let that rascal, Sun, provoke the other party on his own. Regret gnawed at him. With a hearty laugh, Chinyu remarked, "How amusing, truly amusing." Meanwhile, the Tiger remained unscathed, having crushed the competition, while the 3 Scorpions suffered various degrees of damage, leaving the couples nearly petrified with fear. Upon returning to the Chu Ran apartment, Chinyu freshened up and succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning, he returned to the chiropractic clinic to continue his consultations. After the session concluded, The trio was about to enjoy their lunch when a radiant beauty with a sun-kissed complexion entered, her face aglow with a sweet smile. A stark contrast to her demeanor from a few days prior. "Brother you, do you see who that beauty is?" Hearing this, Chinyu looked up to find none other than Miss Liu had arrived. "Miss Liu, your timing is impeccable, but I only have 3 portions of lunch. I'm not hungry. Bring your box meal to the consultation room. I have something to discuss with you." Complying, Chinyu followed Miss Liu inside, knowing she had come to discuss the collaboration regarding the youth preservation pill. "Chinyu, the youth preservation pill you provided is simply magnificent. After multiple authoritative tests at the hospital, the data shows my mother has rejuvenated by a full 15 years, conservatively estimated to maintain her youth for a decade." With no one else around, Miss Liu shed her pretense, revealing her joy in front of the one she secretly adored. Gazing at Chinyu, who was relishing his meal, she continued, "According to family assessments, the initial value is at least 20 million per pill, and due to their scarcity, there may be bidding wars in the future." Chinyu expressed surprise. It seemed even more valuable than he had anticipated. Sipping his tea, he spoke slowly. "Miss Liu, I shall grant you the exclusive rights to the youth preservation pill. I only require 50% of the profits." No, that is too much. 20% is sufficient for me." Although Miss Liu was eager to make a quick profit, she had her principles. Such a miraculous youth preservation pill required no promotion. It would spread through the affluent circles like wildfire. As the exclusive agent, how could she not earn more? Plus, it would enhance the brand value of her cosmetics company. This 2 billion bet could be completed in less than 3 years. "Let's make a compromise. You take 40%, and I will take 60. If you refuse, I shall offer the exclusive rights to someone else." This tactic proved effective, as Miss Liu's heart raced at his domineering charm. The one regret she had in life was choosing Chinyu. Alas, he had a girlfriend, yet she could not help but secretly harbor feelings for him. Seizing the moment while Chinyu was absorbed in his meal, she quickly leaned in and planted a kiss on his cheek. "By the way, tomorrow I will bring you lunch," she said, leaving him momentarily stunned. The next day, the sun-kissed beauty returned, and the 2 women in the shop seemed to have grown accustomed to her presence, greeting her warmly. "Miss Liu, are you truly here to deliver me lunch?" "Indeed. Try the Buddha jumps over the wall and the shark fin rice I brought." Miss Liu slowly opened several exquisite lunchboxes, placing them before Chinyu. The aroma was intoxicating. Just as he was about to eat, he looked up and asked, "Miss Liu, have you eaten?" "Yes, I have. Now, you must taste it." "All right." Chinyu took a bite, giving a thumbs up. It was undoubtedly prepared by a top chef. Miss Liu sat across from him, gazing adoringly at the man she cherished, regretting that he was not yet her boyfriend. The thought made her smile dreamily. Meanwhile, Coach Quan, sprawled on the ring, gave a 5-star certification as the Leizi brothers returned from their training in martial arts. In the days that followed, they dealt with the small-time ruffians and mediocre fighters that appeared in the shop, gaining 2 little admirers in the process. One day, the Immortal Massage and Therapy Center was found to be operating illicit services, including hiring hitmen, thanks to an undercover investigation arranged by Li Mengyu. A meticulously planned operation ensued, resulting in the apprehension of Mr. Shah and his personal secretary during a rendezvous in a luxurious presidential suite. The law enforcement's documentation was precise and thorough. Charged with crimes of organized prostitution and other serious offenses, they faced hefty fines and a lengthy sentence of 30 years in a remote labor camp. Chapter 50. The boasts have come to fruition. A year later, a magnificent villa overlooking the waters of Sea City was successfully purchased, complete with a garden, swimming pool, and a designated area for vegetable and fruit gardens, covering a total of 20 acres and valued at 5 billion. As he fulfilled his wish for his family to reside in a standalone villa, he also arranged for manager Zhu to procure an HQ driverless flying car. Observing the remaining fortune of several billion, he realized the master-level robots were out of reach, but acquiring a few A and B grade robots was still feasible. He selected 3 A9 combat robots, equipped not only with combat chips, but also with retractable electric rods, serving dual purposes as both weapons and security. Additionally, 5 B-grade service robots were ordered, 2 for household chores, 1 for personal service, and 2 for managing the garden and vegetable patch. This expenditure amounted to an additional 6 to 7 billion. At that moment, his ring phone projected a message from Leizi. "Boss, the nearly bankrupt Fushan Pure Water Company has been successfully acquired. It has now been renamed Xingyao Functional Beverage Company, with a registered capital of 100 million. Well done, lady. How are things progressing with Miss Su Ming?" Lady chuckled. "Quite well. We've started dating." "That's great to hear. I'm happy for you, my brother. I need to consult Fatty about something. You head back for now. Let's South meet at Crescent Lake Villa tomorrow." All right, boss. Fatty, please register a trademark for refreshing water, and I will send you the details shortly. Understood, boss. What's keeping you busy? Just now, the branch of super technology company delivered 8 simulation robots. They said a few words and left. At that moment, Chun Yu's father appeared youthful, almost like a man in his 20s. One might mistake him for Chun Yu's older brother. They're quite prompt. As expected of super technology company, they delivered the robots within 10 minutes of placing the order. Father, please, have a seat, Chun Yu urged, not daring to be negligent. These 3 robots with electric rods are to protect the family. The other 5 are service robots. As the villa is quite large for just you and mother to manage. My clever son, you have thought of everything. If I'm not mistaken, are you planning to travel abroad? Yes, father. I, along with 2 brothers, intend to establish a company overseas. Once things stabilize there, I will return. As expected of Chen's father, he discerned from his son's flurry of activity that he was preparing for another journey abroad. The last time he returned, he was busy and did not even stay for a single day in their duplex. Upon returning this time, I directly acquired a magnificent seaside villa without any prior notice, surprising and delighting my family in equal measure. Brother, why on earth did you purchase such an enormous ocean view mansion? Because of you, none of my classmates want to play with me anymore, my sister lamented, eliciting hearty laughter from the family. As the instigator of this situation, Chun Yu found himself at a loss for words. Fear not, dear father. I am venturing to a large, stable country, not a small one. I have trained in martial arts for 4 years at university, and the average person is no match for your son. He emphasized his point by effortlessly lifting a solid wooden table weighing approximately 300 pounds. You little rascal, you possess quite the strength. Put that down before you injure yourself. It is indeed peculiar, but ever since I consumed the health tonic, my physical condition has improved remarkably. Not long ago, a child fell from an upper floor in our community, and in a daze, I somehow reached the spot of the fall, just in time to catch him safely. Consequently, the community awarded me, and the child's family was immensely grateful, insisting on treating me to a meal. After I declined, they sought me out through the community to find my residence, bringing fresh ingredients daily, which left me feeling rather embarrassed. Accept their kindness. If you refuse, they may misinterpret your intentions. I mused. I shall reciprocate their generosity in due time. Father, I have registered a company for Yao Yao Cultivation Yao Functional Beverage Company. The original company, Fushan Pure Water, has been acquired by me and is now under the management of a professional manager. You may oversee it or not. Simply review the financial statements and monthly income reports. I presented 100 bottles of a miraculous mineral essence known as Mijinglingya. Just a single drop, when mixed with 10,000 pounds of pure water, transforms into Shun Qing Qi Shuang Shui, a beverage that invigorates the mind for an entire day, superior to conventional energy drinks. These 100 bottles will be placed in the villa's safe, and each time you wish to use it, simply extract a few drops and add it proportionately at the company. Understood, I know what to do. You may leave everything at home to me. Go forth and embark on your adventures with your brothers. Thank you for your understanding, father. Perhaps you should close the mountain goods shop or hire someone to manage it. I see how it is. Now you're teaching me how to conduct my affairs. You little scoundrel. Truly, the younger generation surpasses the older. You jest, dear father. I will always be your child. Enough of this formality, you rascal. We are family. Should you encounter difficulties outside, return home. With your parents here, you need not bear the burden alone. Understood? Understood, father. All right then, dinner will be served shortly. Yao Yao is swimming in the pool. Go fetch her. Sure. Yao Yao, dinner is ready. Come up at once, Chun Yu gently called. Oh, brother, are you done with your business? Yao Yao sweetly inquired. Yes, I am finished. Hurry up. Mother will come to scold you soon. I'm coming right away. At that moment, an advanced service robot approached. Princess Yao Yao, your clothes are prepared. Please follow me to the dressing room. Brother, when did we get a robot at home? I wasn't informed. Chun Yu chuckled and replied, I just purchased it and hadn't had the chance to tell you. They will be part of our family from now on, and you can assign them tasks as needed. Hearing this, Yao Yao couldn't contain her excitement in the water. With the robot, Mom and Dad won't have to work so hard anymore. Cooking, grocery shopping, and household chores can all be delegated to them. Additionally, one of the reasons for acquiring this grand villa was its ultra-smart kitchen, which would liberate my parents' hands entirely, especially since excessive exposure to fumes can be detrimental to one's health. After changing her clothes, it took mere moments for the delectable dishes to be served. As the elder brother, Chun Yu placed a piece of fish in Yao Yao's bowl. Yao Yao, this is wild yellow croaker. Eat plenty, it's beneficial for your brain. Brother, you are the best brother in the world. In this life and the next, I will always be your sister, Yao Yao declared. Chun Yu smiled broadly, responding, very well. Yao Yao will always be my wonderful sister in every lifetime. After dinner, Chun Yu checked the time, and finding it still ample, took his family aboard the HQ intelligent vehicle for a low-altitude flight over the ocean, enjoying the breathtaking view of the sunset. The four of them resembled a stunning oil painting against the evening sky. Time flew swiftly, and soon it was midnight. After bidding farewell to his family, Chun Yu embarked on his journey once again, settled in his powerful vehicle, with arrangements made at home. It was time to take his two brothers out for a grand adventure. According to reliable intelligence, in Country J, one could earn 2 million Earth coins for each orc slain, an opportunity to collect wealth while gaining experience that could not be missed. You may wonder how this intelligence was obtained. The protagonist might boast, we have connections in the military. The Dragon Kingdom's land, sea, and air defenses are formidable. Over the past year, the national border and 5 military districts have been strategically fortified, successfully preventing any orc from breaching our defenses. Now, to gain combat experience, one must venture abroad, and of course, earning money serves as a motivation. In this world, only wealth can alleviate woes. Chapter 51. Preparations before departing for Country J. Over the past year, the Dark Empire has developed orcs that have breached multiple countries' defenses, yet the Dragon Kingdom remains impenetrable. Within the depths of the Dark Empire's Dragon Ocean, they must once again unveil the long-forgotten horned sack mouse. If successfully harvested and cultivated, integrating it with ninjas and orc genetics would significantly amplify the Dark Empire's power. Once ninjas and orcs acquire the skills of a horned sack mouse, they could burrow underground for miles, eluding the Dragon Kingdom's latest life detection instruments, capable of detecting any organism up to 9,000 meters beneath the surface. How could the Dragon Kingdom avoid chaos then? Upon returning to the Crescent Lake Villa, it was already 3 in the morning. Dressed in casual shorts, I sat in a small pavilion sipping tea, contemplating preparations for my trip abroad. The most pressing task is to refine 2,000 to 3,000 bottles of bone realignment elixir in one go. The military must have accumulated a significant stock over the past year, but who would complain about excess? I surmise that these bone realignment elixirs are managed by a special department and distributed according to policy to relevant units. Even General Hong Wu cannot withhold them without authorization unless I personally deliver them. Moreover, I must also provide some to Zhang Guodong. After all, it would be foolish not to profit. Since establishing a partnership with the military, 99 of the bone realignment elixir consists of the world's herbal ingredients, and they are of premium quality. The efficacy remains undiminished even when using half the amount of spiritual herbs. Additionally, I need to concoct 600 or 700 youth retaining pills, ensuring that Miss Liu need not worry about the betting agreement. I must say, Lu Ling is indeed a business prodigy, skillfully integrating youth retaining pills into her company, attracting an increasing number of investors. I estimate that within 3 years, the company will successfully go public, with a valuation reaching at least 100 billion. Lost in thought, I sipped my tea and summoned the 4-point divine cauldron to commence the alchemical process, swiftly bringing the time to dawn. Boss, Fatty, breakfast is ready. A familiar voice echoed from my ring phone. Leizi, your breakfast is becoming increasingly lavish. What ordinary family dares eat like this? Fatty quipped as he ate, unable to resist teasing. You glutton, enjoying my cooking yet still mocking me? Next time, I'll reduce your breakfast. Please, don't take it seriously. I was merely jesting. Chun Yu said after devouring a bowl of luxurious seafood noodles. He tossed out a question. Now that both of you have graduated from university for a while, have your families been urging you to return and take over the business? My mother hasn't. Actually, she's just delighted that I completed my 4 years of university, replied the chubby one. She merely said, son, if you wish to pursue further studies, I will continue to earn money to support you. If not, you can play for a couple of years before returning to Star Family. The chubby one chuckled, aware of Leizi's traditional family background. Your mother is more understanding than mine. Mine wants me to run a duck delicacy shop. She insists I shouldn't take my education for granted and believes it's time for me to make the shop flourish. My mother is quite the money enthusiast. Exchanging glances, Chun and Lei couldn't help but laugh, teasing the chubby one. With a mother like yours who is obsessed with wealth, it's no wonder you've inherited that trait. It seems one family truly does produce similar members. Savoring a mouthful of noodles, the chubby one continued. I actually feel quite content with the duck shop at home. We can discuss it in a few years. My parents are still young and vigorous, especially with the youth-preserving elixir from the eldest brother. They can easily continue for several decades. When people develop a thick skin, they become indifferent to the affairs of other beings. Chun Yu, no longer hesitating, prepared to unveil a secret. I have good news. Would you both like to know? Hey, hurry up and tell us, big brother. Lei and the chubby one urged, unable to contain their excitement. Whenever the eldest brother announced good news, it was always something to look forward to. The chubby one firmly believed this. Are you brave enough to accompany me to J Country to hunt orc for bounty? Chinyu asked, his expression serious. Think carefully before you respond. Though you both possess innate protective energy due to your meridians being opened, your actual cultivation levels are at the 5th and 6th stages of postnatal development. You will be facing ruthless orcs. I'm in, Leizi declared. I've already broken through the first level of dragon and tiger technique and have made minor progress in swimming dragon steps. I can't claim to defeat the orcs entirely, but at least I can ensure my own safety. Moreover, under the threat of death, I believe I will rapidly accumulate combat experience and enhance my cultivation. Over the past year, despite diligently training every day, Leizi felt a lack of motivation without real combat and the looming threat of death. Hence his skills in swimming dragon steps and dragon and tiger technique had not advanced swiftly. Pleased with Leizi's response, Chinyu nodded. I will join as well. Although I have yet to master the first level of soul binding technique, I am confident that in life and death situations, I will achieve that breakthrough swiftly. Pausing, he added, of course, my swimming dragon steps are not too inferior compared to Lei's. While your strength may surpass mine, I refuse to fall behind. Ma Di thought, a determined spirit ignited within him. If Lei could be the left arm of our eldest brother, then I will be the right arm. Excellent, my two brothers. Your thoughts are aligned, and your steps are in sync. Chinyu felt a surge of happiness. He was not disappointed in his brothers. After a brief pause, he continued, I have some matters to attend to in the next couple of days, and once I return, we will set off for J Country together. Prepare your secret weapons for survival. What secret weapons? Leizi asked, Somevad bewildered. You're right. I believe I know the answer, the chubby one exclaimed confidently, adjusting his glasses. Meanwhile, Chinyu had already moved on, likely hurrying to meet Lady Lu. Speak quickly, or I might just pummel you. Leizi pressed. Keep an eye on the news. You'll see what beasts are afraid of, and do I really need to spell it out for you? The chubby one finally understood. I shall bring along 5 spice powder, star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, cumin, and chili powder. The next day, in the southern military district, General Hong Wu was in high spirits. For the Chinyu brothers had sent him 1,000 bottles of bone-setting liquid. Last year, this very liquid had saved numerous soldiers from the clutches of death during perilous missions, allowing them to confront terrorists and orcs with greater composure. Rest assured, Chinyu, while you enhance your strength in J Country, I will discreetly deploy experts to protect your family, General Hong Wu assured him. Thank you, Brother Hong Wu, Chinyu replied respectfully, his hand conjuring 3 bone cleansing pills. He presented them, saying, these 3 pills can open up the meridians. Please deliver one to Li Mengyu. She aided me during my entrepreneurial journey. Such valuable bone cleansing pills. I intended to decline, but after much thought, it would be rude not to accept your generosity, so I shall gratefully receive them. General Hong Wu replied, recognizing the rarity of such treasures. Brother Hong Wu, you need not be so formal, just accept them. I have ample supplies from my master. Chinyu reassured him. You and your master are truly extraordinary. Only a few ancient families possess such bone-cleansing pills, General Hong Wu noted, fully aware of their worth. Indeed, bone-cleansing pills are coveted by all martial artists. Even with today's advanced technology, the side effects of those potions are significant, and they can only open a few meridians at best, leaving one unable to break through to the master realm for the rest of their lives. Chinyu smiled, recalling his master's wisdom. Fortune favors those destined for it. The same applies to elixirs. Moreover, I've prepared 3 sets of personal battle armor for you. Ordinary bullets and blades will be ineffective against it. As long as they aren't team masters, they won't breach its defenses, General Hong Wu continued. Chinyu smiled in gratitude, appreciating General Hong Wu's thoughtfulness towards his uncelebrated brothers. I'll express my thanks on behalf of my brothers, he said with a bow. General Hong Wu chuckled. Chinyu, there's no need for such formality. Your gratitude is of little significance compared to the value of the bone-cleansing pills. I have matters to attend to, but I'll have Lieutenant Li treat you to a meal. You can't return on an empty stomach after coming such a long way. There's no need to trouble Lieutenant Li. I'm familiar with the cafeteria, and one tea go hungry, Chinyu replied. Then I shall leave you to it. General Hong Wu said, returning to his duties. Chinyu made his way to the cafeteria, where the cook greeted him with a smile. Young brother, we meet again. You've come at the perfect time. Try my braised pork, and I guarantee you'll devour 3 bowls of rice. With a hearty laugh, Chinyu thanked the cook. After a satisfying meal, he drove off in the Tiger toward the military base's exit, followed closely by a military truck laden with premium herbs. Upon entering D City in H Province, He retrieved a top-tier storage ring from his spatial pocket to store the herbs, while the intelligence system recognized the empty truck and returned to the military base. The tiger accelerated, and the scenery swiftly receded behind him. Arriving at the Crescent Lake Villa, Leizi and the Chubby One were energetically practicing their swimming dragon steps, darting about from east to west, then south, and then appearing across the lake. Observing them from a distance, Chinyu felt a sense of pride. These two had indeed worked hard, transforming from ordinary individuals to postnatal martial artists in just over a year. Their success was attributed not only to the spiritual energy of the Crescent Lakes formation, but also to their personal cultivation talents. Chapter 52. The flight attendant incident. Upon seeing the tiger return, the two swiftly approached the vehicle. Big brother, can we set off tomorrow? The Chubby One asked directly. Yes. We will depart as scheduled, Chinyu replied without hesitation. Fantastic. I'll buy the tickets online right away. Chinyu opened the trunk and retrieved 2 pieces of close-fitting combat armor. Leizi, Fatty, these are the personal armors that Brother Hongwu has prepared for both of you. Fatty's eyes sparkled with excitement, his heart racing with joy as he exclaimed, wow, military-grade soft armor. I saw it on the dark web. It's prohibitively expensive, and I couldn't bear to buy it. I never expected to receive such a generous gift from a boss. I adore you. Thank you, Big Brother Hongwu. Such a treasure will be crucial for survival in dire moments. Naturally, he accepted it with gratitude. Lady's eyes also gleamed with delight. This close-fitting armor significantly enhanced his safety. Eagerly, he stripped off his shirt, revealing his well-defined muscles. He couldn't resist trying on the armor, which, crafted from ultra-nanometer materials, boasted exceptional resilience and elasticity. It fit snugly around his body without being stifling or constricting, feeling almost weightless. Boss, this armor is absolutely fantastic. Chinyu observed his 2 brothers reveling in their gifts, and his heart swelled with happiness. The next day, the 3 boarded the plane with ease. A tall and charming flight attendant glided gracefully down the aisle, attentively instructing passengers to fasten their seatbelts. In this era, flights were punctual unless hindered by severe storms. Midway through the flight, the beautiful flight attendant served delectable meals and drinks to each passenger. As she bent down to place a meal on the tray of a sharply featured young man, suddenly, a greasy middle-aged man reached out to grab her exquisite figure. Just as his hand was about to make contact, it was forcefully seized by a powerful hand. The greasy man's hand was a mere millimeter from its target when he was halted, his displeasure palpable. Witnesses gasped at the scene. The tall, shapely flight attendant seemingly realizing something amiss. Turning around, she discovered a lewd, disgusting hand perilously close to her, and its owner was the young man who had just been serving meals. She remembered him well. He had caught her attention from the moment he boarded, displaying courtesy with every gesture, whether fetching water or now delivering meals. Immediately, she called out to the head flight attendant, Lin, there's a greasy man trying to touch me. Please come quickly. A 30-something, alluring head attendant hurried over upon hearing this. Yueying, who is it that tried to touch you? She asked urgently. Yueying moved aside, revealing the greasy man struggling to free himself from the grip. It's him, she exclaimed. The other passengers halted their meals, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Soon, an air marshal arrived, having been informed by Lin. Sir, please explain your actions. Did you attempt to molest the flight attendant? Officer, I did not. My hand cramped unexpectedly while I was stretching, and the flight attendant happened to be bending down at that moment. This young man misinterpreted my intentions, the greasy man lamented, his heart aching at the missed opportunity to touch the alluring flight attendant. The young man, he felt, was meddling in his affairs. And how do you intend to prove that? The officer inquired again. My companions can attest to my innocence, the greasy man replied nonchalantly. Officer, my superior speaks the truth. He did indeed suffer a cramp, a common issue due to work-related stress. Yueying, since no actual harm was done, we will let this matter rest for now. I will keep a close eye on him, and if anything arises, I will ensure he is taken to the police station, Lin stated. Indeed, Yueying, we have a long way to go before landing. To avoid disturbing other passengers during their post-meal rest, we shall handle it this way for the time being. Please be understanding. The young man remained silent, retracting his hand, knowing the greasy man had not succeeded. Even if video footage were reviewed, it would likely end with a mere reprimand. Although Yueying felt frustration, she had to acquiesce to the head attendant and the air marshal's decision. Thankfully, the young man had intervened in time. Otherwise, being molested by such a repulsive individual would have been a torment, both mentally and physically. Once the situation was resolved, the air marshal and the head attendant returned to their posts, and tranquility was soon restored. Yueying picked up a bottle of drink and offered it to the young man, smiling as she said, Thank you, sir. My name is Yueying. If you need anything on the flight, please let me know. It was a mere trifle. No need for thanks. I appreciate your drink, the young man replied courteously. His response brought Yueying joy, and she continued serving meals. After everyone finished eating, satiated and drowsy, they began to rest. The flight attendants roamed the cabin, providing blankets to those feeling cold. Head attendant Lin conducted a final inspection, satisfied that all was well, and was about to return to her rest when suddenly, a firm hand grasped her enticing form. A sultry gasp echoed throughout the cabin, coupled with Lin's alluring appearance, leaving no doubt about the identity of the culprit. A collective gasp arose, awakening the passengers, who turned their attention to the scene. Lin's face paled as she spun around, searching for the perpetrator. When she spotted the greasy man's face, she suddenly recalled Yueying's warning about him trying to molest her earlier. Although no actual harm was done at that time, this incident could spell trouble with her jealous husband if he were to find out. Meanwhile, the greasy man feigned sleep, snoring loudly as if the commotion had nothing to do with him. Lin, disregarding decorum, confronted him angrily. Stop pretending to sleep. Did you just touch my backside? Her inner fury made her forget her manners as she interrogated the greasy man. Feigning confusion, he rubbed his eyes and looked at Lin, his demeanor relaxed. Are you speaking to me, head attendant? Other flight attendants rushed over, and someone called for the air marshal. Upon arrival, the marshal was taken aback to find it was Lin and the greasy man involved. Stay calm and don't move. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety, he warned, pulling out his device to scan the greasy man, which revealed no criminal record. The air marshal was taken aback, wondering if Lin had wrongfully accused this man. Lin, please hold on. Let me check the surveillance footage, he suggested, swiftly accessing the recordings. As Lin walked past, a blanket suddenly flew up from behind her. In the next moment, a delicate yet terrified scream pierced the air. The blanket fell to the floor, leaving no trace of the mark on Lin's backside, which had quickly vanished. Had the surveillance not been so clear, the air marshal would have had no way of knowing Lin had been groped. The cursed blanket had evidently come from the greasy man, yet it did not capture his hand in the act. Without witnesses, it would be hard to hold him accountable. It seemed they were dealing with a seasoned sexual harasser. Just as they were at an impasse, the young man spoke up. Officer, I have video evidence. Allow me to share it with you. The air marshal's face lit up with hope as he deftly retrieved his phone. The young man tapped his device, and the video was promptly sent. The sky marshal opened the video and was astonished to witness the greasy uncle deftly throwing a blanket as the flight attendant, Sister Lin, walked past. Under the cover of the blanket, he swiftly groped her posterior and gave it a firm squeeze. The sky marshal marveled at the young man's cunning. Not only had he successfully prevented the incident from escalating, but he had also anticipated that the greasy uncle would repeat his offense. Before closing his eyes to rest, he discreetly activated his ring phone and recorded the uncle's lewd actions. Subsequently, the young man uttered a phrase that further impressed him. Xiao Ying, delete the original video. Understood. Master, the original video has been completely erased and is irretrievable. Upon hearing this, Sister Lin was overwhelmed with gratitude, casting tearful glances at the young man and repeatedly thanking Mr. Chun. The other flight attendants looked at him with admiration, particularly Yu Yen, whose heart raced. This sharp-featured handsome man was indeed her Prince Charming. The sky marshal produced a pair of handcuffs and apprehended the greasy uncle, locking him away in a small dark room, prompting applause from the onlookers. After landing, the sky marshal kicked the lascivious uncle before escorting him to the police car. Chun Yu and his companions departed the airport under the watchful eyes of the flight attendants. They checked their route and took local transport to a remote border town. Chapter 53, A Minor Trial of Skills. The border town of Kellen City in Country J is a favored training ground for every martial artist, cyborg, and newly awakened supernatural being. It is also a place where relationships are extremely intricate and power dynamics are complex. Boss, I've done some research. To reach our destination, we need to pay a fee of 5,000 each to the relevant department and receive a digital wristband that records the number of beasts killed, which is necessary to claim our rewards. Well done, Fatty, you've done your homework. Tonight, at the hotel, I'll treat you to an extra chicken leg. Chinyu remarked with an approving glance. Hee, I want a turkey leg. I've heard they are larger than lamb legs. Chinyu laughed. Sure, no problem. He then turned to the private driver. Please take us to the beast-killing department. The driver looked puzzled. What beast department? I don't understand what you're saying. Realizing he had overestimated the driver's comprehension, Chinyu rephrased. It's the department where you can get paid for killing werewolves. You understand? He gestured to enhance his explanation. To his surprise, this tactic proved effective. The driver quickly understood. Slapping his forehead, he exclaimed, Oh, you mean the urban hunting bounty department? The driver added, I can take you there, but you'll need to pay extra. How much more? Chen Yu replied, unperturbed by the negotiation. As long as the price was disclosed beforehand. The driver, not expecting the Dragon Kingdom man to be so agreeable, stated an additional 5,000 Earth coins. It's over 400 kilometers away. We'll arrive in about an hour. This price was reasonable in the area, considered average. Other drivers typically charged at least 8,000 Earth coins for foreigners seeking to hunt beasts, as those capable of such endeavors were not short on funds. All right, no problem. Let's head out, Chen Yu responded succinctly. The driver, pleased with the agreed fare, commanded his smart assistant to set off for the urban hunting bounty department. The assistant replied, no problem. Exotic scenery flashed by, occasionally revealing numerous blonde, blue-eyed beauties clad in bikinis, lounging outside taverns in the small town, sipping drinks and chatting. The beauty-loving fatty occasionally drooled, fantasizing about the prospect of bringing back a few of these golden-haired sirens to Dragon Kingdom to bear mixed-race children, thereby enhancing the Ma family's aesthetics. The driver, perhaps feeling a bit bored, initiated a humorous conversation, pulling Fatty back to reality. Unexpectedly, the two engaged in lively banter. After more than an hour, as promised, they arrived at the urban hunting bounty department. Chen Yu, satisfied, handed the driver 10,000 Earth coins, considering the previous 1,000 as a tip. The driver was overjoyed, clearly feeling fortunate to have encountered such a generous foreign patron. He insisted on escorting Chen Yu and his friends inside to complete their registration. With the driver's assistance, the trio swiftly registered, paid the fees, and received their beast hunting recording devices. Greetings, friend from the Dragon Kingdom. My name is Flander, and here is my contact information. Should you need anything while you're here, feel free to reach out, he said, presenting a business card. You haven't settled in yet, have you? Allow me to guide you to a decent hotel with good security. There haven't been any beast attacks reported there. Thank you, Flander. We appreciate your assistance, Chen Yu smiled. No need for thanks. To him, Flander appeared personable, at least for now, showing no signs of ulterior motives. Once in the car, they traversed several streets and arrived at the somewhat secluded Delen Hotel, which boasted local architectural charm and a pleasant environment, far removed from the town center's hustle and bustle. After disembarking, Chen Yu handed Flander another 1,000 Earth coins as a fare. You're too generous, my friend from the Dragon Kingdom. It's only a few dozen kilometers. I don't need to be paid. Meeting you is already a fortunate encounter, Flander replied. Chen Yu smiled. Flander, this is a tip for your service. Haha. You know how to flatter. I shall accept it. Wishing you 3 friends from the Dragon Kingdom great success in hunting beasts and earning plenty of rewards, Flander said. And Lei Ma and the others expressed their gratitude in unison. Flander bid farewell as he watched them enter the hotel, then resumed his passenger service. After a smooth check-in and freshening up, they headed to a local restaurant to dine. Perusing the menu, they found it replete with fried and barbecued dishes, featuring everything from lobster to breast chicken and steak. Let's try one of each local specialty. After all, we need to be well fed before embarking on our beast hunting venture. Chen Yu instructed the waiter. They engaged in conversation for over 10 minutes as the food began to arrive. Lady took a bite of the tomahawk steak and was impressed, unable to resist devouring several more mouthfuls. The outer meat was crispy and flavorful, while the center was rich and satisfying, leaving a lingering taste. Boss, this tomahawk steak is indeed excellent. It has a unique foreign flavor, especially paired with the local fresh beer. Yes, it's quite well made. Let's eat to our heart's content. If it's not enough, we can order more. We'll set off at the town center in the morning to confront the werewolves. Fatty, engrossed in his barbecued chicken, was so absorbed that he didn't lift his head. Don't worry, boss. Aside from this and that, when it comes to food, I'll 1T shortchange myself. This lad had a good mindset. It seemed he wasn't intimidated by the werewolves' notorious reputation. It remained to be seen whether he would maintain such composure the following day. As day turned to night, in the town center of Kellen City, before dawn, the werewolves emerged. With wolf heads and human bodies, their sharp claws glimmered ominously, exuding a fierce aura as they lunged at a sanitation worker, driving a garbage collection vehicle, seemingly poised to tear his throat apart. The 3 of them had already laid in wait nearby. Chen Yu retrieved 10 low-grade rejuvenation pills, aptly named Qi restoration pills, and distributed them to Lei Ma and his companion. Leizi, Pengzi, when your vital energy wanes in the near future, consume these Qi restoration pills immediately. They will swiftly replenish your inner strength. The 2 grinned, grateful for their leader's thoughtfulness, and promptly stowed the pills in the pockets of their combat armor. As the werewolf came into view, Chen Yu launched the first attack, employing his ghostly technique, Yin Ming's step. a skill he had serendipitously conceived during his training at the 8 Desolation Tower after graduation. Despite the distance of 100 meters, he closed the gap in an instant, unleashing a powerful punch that struck directly at the werewolf. The creature abandoned its target, the sanitation driver, nimbly dodging to the side, then swiped ferociously with its claws. Chunyu narrowly evaded the blow, allowing the driver a moment to escape, his sweat-soaked brow a testament to his relief. The beast was indeed formidable. Its combat prowess comparable to that of ordinary monsters from his era. Not daring to underestimate the threat, Chunyu drew forth a pitch-black dagger, Yin Ming stab, and activated his Yin Ming step for close combat once more. He thrust the dagger swiftly into the werewolf's back, penetrating its body with a single strike. The werewolf howled in disbelief, astonished that a mere dagger could inflict such harm. In retaliation, it swiped back, intending to rend the audacious human into a bloody pulp. But Chunyu was quicker. He swiftly withdrew the dagger and retreated using the Yin Ming step. Noticing that the wound he had inflicted was not healing and blood continued to flow profusely. It appeared that the Yin Ming stab was indeed extraordinary. Without special means of treatment, the werewolf would bleed to death. The werewolf, realizing its predicament, clawed at the wound, only to find the blood gushing uncontrollably, fueling a surge of rage that caused its body to swell and its eyes to blaze crimson with fury as it charged at Chunyu, vowing to shred the human before it. The two observers, Leizi and his companion, broke into a cold sweat as they witnessed the werewolf's escalating ferocity, summoning immense strength. Chunyu grasped the enraged werewolf's claws with both hands and swiftly kicked at its shin. The force of his kick reverberated through the werewolf's skull, eliciting a pained howl as its massive frame toppled, raising a cloud of dust. Seizing the opportunity while the creature was dazed, Chunyu summoned the Yin Ming stab once more and plunged it into the werewolf's heart, extracting the massive organ with a decisive motion. Now you shall experience the sensation of having your heart ripped out by a human, he declared, squeezing the heart until it exploded in a gory display. The hunter's ring immediately registered the kill. Werewolf 1 eliminated. Chapter 54, Spirit of Frost, Tiger's Fury. Leizi and his companion approached the slain werewolf, wielding their sharp triangular bayonets, and pierced the lifeless body, producing 2 satisfying punctures as the bayonets sank into the immense carcass. The two rejoiced, recognizing the remarkable lethality of the military-grade weapon. They wondered how much faster it might have bled had the werewolf still been alive. How do you feel now that you've watched the show and stabbed the werewolf? Chunyu inquired, looking at them. This triangular bayonet is quite impressive. I will try on the next werewolf, Leizi replied confidently. Boss, I need you to provide support for us. It's our first life-and-death battle, and I can't help but feel a bit anxious without you by my side, he added, feigning a timid demeanor. In truth, he wasn't overly frightened, but unlike Leizi, he was more sensitive and aware of the real threat posed by the werewolves, thus seeking his leader's reassurance. You rascal. You're quite the handful. Just unleash your full potential and fight without hesitation. I'll be right here to back you up, Chunyu encouraged Pang Zi. At that moment, another werewolf caught the scent of blood and was rapidly approaching. The werewolf's swift movements reverberated through the surrounding space, though it was a kilometer away. It was not beyond Chunyu's keen hearing and perception. Brothers, a werewolf is approaching quickly. Prepare for battle, Chunyu warned. Pang Zi instinctively tightened his grip on the triangular bayonet, revealing his tension at the impending confrontation, although he maintained a facade of calmness, nodding to avoid seeming weak in front of his leader and Leizi. Leizi, on the other hand, wore an expression of excitement, invigorated by Chunyu's earlier display of combat prowess. Elsewhere, several individuals were engaged in a fierce battle against 2 werewolves. 2 tall, muscular men with golden hair and blue eyes wielded electrified combat blades, engaging the werewolves in close quarters. Above them, a striking silver-haired beauty, standing at 6 feet tall and clad in a sleek red and white combat suit, was forming an intricate hand gesture, her alluring red lips softly chanting, Great ice and snow goddess, I am your devoted believer. Grant me the power of frost. As she did so, the surrounding air rapidly cooled. An elemental frost began to coalesce in her hands, quickly taking on a pristine white form. With a commanding shout, she unleashed the spirit of frost. The ethereal entity surged towards one of the werewolves, prompting an expletive-laden outburst from a melee fighter. Damn it, Aluka! You could at least warn me before unleashing your big moves. If I get frozen, you'll lose your admirer. He grumbled, hastily retreating. Unperturbed, Aluka remained focused, seemingly unaffected by the man's complaints. In an instant, the werewolf, noticing the encroaching frost, attempted to retreat, its eyes glinting with malice as it cursed. "Damn you, wretched woman. I'll tear you apart." However, the werewolf had underestimated the situation. It failed to recognize that the frost had a dual nature. What appeared to be a mere decoy up front concealed a lethal attack behind it. Just as it realized this, its lower half was swiftly encased in frost. In a mere second, the freezing grip reached from its feet to its waist. Its instincts kicked in, and it attempted to claw at the ice, but the spirit of frost acted with a will of its own, swiftly freezing its upper half even faster than the lower. Now encased in ice like a frozen dumpling, the werewolf's crimson eyes still flickered with life, though they had lost some of their ferocity. The golden-haired fighter, still grumbling, raised his 2-meter-long electrified blade, aiming for the werewolf's head. In an instant, the blade sank into the creature's skull with a hissing sound, a result of the high temperature of the blade reacting with the ice. The werewolf's severed head fell, seemingly devoid of blood, as the heat from the electrified blade had cauterized the wounds, preventing any blood from spilling. The golden-haired fighter's hunter's ring announced the kill. Werewolf 1 eliminated. The flamboyant fighter shot a flirtatious glance at the silver-haired beauty above, but she remained aloof and unyielding. Meanwhile, another teammate, growing desperate, exclaimed, "Aluka, blunt. One of you must assist me. I, Lambers, am on the brink of defeat." This individual was drenched in sweat, his clothing torn in several places by the werewolf's claws, revealing bloodied wounds on his robust physique. "My dear Lambers, I apologize, but Blunt, shall come to your aid immediately," Blunt declared, rushing forward, only to retreat hastily before he could swing his electrified blade, cursing, "Damn it, Aluka, you unleashed your big move without warning again." Amidst the chaos, the beleaguered Lambers swiftly withdrew from the fray. Just as he departed, the Spirit of Frost launched a surprise assault, swiftly encasing the fleeing werewolf in ice. Alas, the werewolf's speed was slightly lacking. Had it been swifter, it might have evaded capture. Overjoyed, Lambers turned back, wielding his electric arc blade with decisive force, cleaving the wolf's head in twain. A notification from the hunting ring on his wrist chimed, signaling the successful slaying of one werewolf. Descending slowly, Aluka, illuminated by the morning sun, appeared as though an angel had descended from the heavens. Ready, with precision, thrust his triangular dagger towards the werewolf's back. It seemed poised for a successful strike. However, the werewolf, with a swift motion of its claw, retaliated, forcing Ready to abandon his attack, deftly sidestepping to the left to evade danger. The portly comrade, benefiting from the evasive dragon step, managed to dodge multiple assaults, emerging relatively unscathed. "Despicable humans, daring to strike me from behind. I shall rend your feeble form to shreds," Ready lamented as he was pursued by the furious werewolf. Despite his erratic movements, he was fortunate to remain unharmed. Yet, as he observed the werewolf's claws elongating ominously, the portly companion, witnessing the scene unfold, couldn't he help but shout a warning. In a fit of anxiety, the portly one stomped his feet, gritting his teeth, and resolved to employ the dragon step to close the distance to the werewolf. Unexpectedly, the beast executed a sudden counterattack, resulting in a violent collision between the two. The scene grew somewhat intimate, yet fortunately, Ready reacted swiftly, driving his dagger into the werewolf's back before promptly withdrawing it, flesh and blood flying forth. Just as he prepared to strike again, the injured werewolf retaliated, sending the portly one crashing through the air. In an instant, the werewolf pivoted, narrowly escaping the grasp of the one who had been behind it. Meanwhile, the gaping wound on the werewolf's body began to heal at an alarming rate. The portly one tumbled several meters before landing heavily, but his protective armor shielded him from severe damage, sparing him from the potential loss of several ribs. He gingerly patted his armor and retrieved a dark, energy-restoring pill. Consuming it hastily, his energy surged back to 80% in an instant. Feeling revitalized, the portly one activated the dragon step once more, determined to assist Ready. Unwilling to allow him to fight alone, he too desired recognition. If Ready could pierce the werewolf, so could he. In a swift moment, the portly one finally made his presence known, his dagger grazing the werewolf's thigh. Unfortunately, the cut was superficial, and before blood could flow, the werewolf's wound began to mend. Observing this, Ready, realizing that the dagger was ineffective, sheathed it in his combat pants, cursing under his breath, "Damn it, beast. Allow me to show you my dragon tiger technique. First form, tiger's paw treads the earth." Having consumed an energy pill and activated his technique within mere moments, a majestic tiger manifested above him, its 4 massive paws seeming animated. With a thunderous roar, it charged towards the werewolf, which upon sensing the impending doom, appeared momentarily dazed. Truly, the king of beasts lived up to its reputation, striking fear into the heart of the werewolf. The tiger descended upon the werewolf, striking with all four paws, forcibly embedding it into the ground. The first paw pierced asphalt, the second half-buried the beast, the third paw pressed against its shoulder, and the fourth paw sunk it deep into the earth. With just 4 strikes, the tiger vanished into thin air. "Ready, your dragon tiger technique is extraordinary," the portly one exclaimed, filled with envy. Then he added, "Now that the werewolf is entombed, I find it difficult to claim its head." Seeing the portly one at a loss, Reddy instinctively shouted, "Don't dawdle. While it's still incapacitated, pierce its skull and extract its brain. I refuse to believe it can survive this." At that moment, Reddy felt fatigued. The tiger's 4 strikes had taken all he could muster, yet he remained uneasy as he approached the fallen beast. However, the portly one did not disappoint. He thrust repeatedly at the werewolf's skull, finally dislodging the entire cranium. Yet, the werewolf's regenerative abilities persisted, and it began to heal slowly. Undeterred by the gruesome sight, the portly one summoned courage, reaching in with both hands to extract the brain, still warm to the touch. With the werewolf devoid of its cerebral control, its healing process ceased. Soon, the hunting ring on his wrist signaled the successful hunt of a werewolf. Chapter 55. "Did you bring this with you? Quite impressive," applauded a young man perched atop a crane, witnessing the spectacle unfold. Reddy's dragon tiger technique had proven its worth against the werewolf, demonstrating dominance over foes of equal caliber. "Boss, we didn't let you down, did we?" The two brothers exchanged delighted smiles, reflecting on the perilous yet exhilarating encounter, where a moment's inattention could have led to a grievous outcome. The portly one fumbled about, unable to locate his energy-restoring pills, muttering in frustration, "Where the hell did Reddy hide them? Why can't I find them?" His complaints drew Reddy's ire, who retorted angrily, "You glutton! I thought you were concerned for my injuries, but it turns out you're just after my energy pills. Just wait until I deal with you." Reddy seized the portly one's hands, rummaging through his armor's pockets. "Reddy, don't be rash. I was merely jesting. Please, don't take it to heart." The pills given by his leader were stowed safely in the left pocket of his armor. If Reddy found them, he would be inconsolable. His soul-binding technique was still missing a critical opportunity to fully manifest. Losing even one energy pill would worsen his anxiety. Ignoring their antics, Chinyu extended his senses to locate the werewolf's whereabouts, expanding his awareness from 3 kilometers to 10. Around 5 kilometers away, 2 individuals were engaged in hunting werewolves, while another 5 or 6 were scouring for the beast trail 8 kilometers out. Reddy paid no heed to the portly one's pleas, continuing his search through the armor's pockets. Finding nothing in the right pocket, he moved to the left. "Reddy, I was wrong. I was only joking. I can't afford to lose your energy pills." The portly one, realizing the inevitable, lamented, "Given your reaction, the pills must be in the left pocket. I must taste one to see if it differs from mine." Reddy laughed heartily, successfully finding the pills in the left pocket, plump and plentiful. He decided to tease his companion, extracting one and waving it before the portly one before swallowing a whole. In mere seconds, the energy pill dissolved within him, restoring his innate energy significantly. And after the battle, his potential had solidified further. The portly one felt utterly defeated. After the fierce battle, he had intended to tease Reddy, only to find himself outsmarted. "Boss, Reddy has no shame. He stole my energy pill. You must intervene. If he dares to take one from me today, he might well take 2 next time. And who knows, perhaps even yours." Reddy chuckled, incredulous at the portly one's claims. "What do you mean, stealing from the boss? It's merely borrowing, all right?" He retrieved another pill from his pocket and shoved it into the portly one's mouth while covering his lips. The portly one could only mumble in protest as the pill slid down his throat, quickly replenishing his innate energy. Chinyu withdrew his senses, observing the playful exchange between the 2 brothers, and smiled. 2 brothers set forth. For 3 kilometers away lurked several werewolves. It was time to embark on their next destination. With a mere wave of his hand, a vehicle materialized from thin air, his cherished tiger. Before their departure, Chinyu had stored his beloved tiger in his spatial ring. Out in the world, possessing this magnificent vehicle would alleviate numerous troubles and conserve considerable energy for the 2 brothers. "Let us go, big brother," they declared. Despite the playful banter, when it came to business, they would not be careless. They understood that their leader was no ordinary individual. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare frolic in the vicinity of werewolves. As they prepared to advance, they remained oblivious to the tiger that had appeared beside their leader. A vehicle they had never actually ridden in before which perhaps contributed to their lack of awareness regarding its sudden manifestation. I say, brothers, where are you headed? Have you not noticed my tiger beside you? The tiger spoke up, addressing the gentleman Mahdi and Leizi. Do you look down upon me, the tiger? I've been here for some time. Startled, Leizi and Mahdi exchanged glances. The dynamic duo of master and servant was a familiar rhythm. Indeed, it was a top-tier intellect, possessing human-like thought processes and communicating seamlessly with humanity. Upon regaining their composure, the chubby one jested, Tiger brother, where did you come from? Did we fly here while you were shipped? Mr. Mahdi, you cannot fathom how I arrived. Would you like to know? The tiger teased, refusing to reveal, instead insisting. Just say I am handsome, and that will suffice. With me around, you two can save considerable energy. Leizi, look. The new tiger seems to regard us with increasing disdain. I merely jested, and it retorted, did you see? I did. Let us board the vehicle. The tiger speaks the truth. With it here, we indeed conserve our strength, and we can even catch a quick nap. Quite splendid indeed. Leizi, you've changed as well. First, you snatched my elixir, and now you side with Tiger Brother. It's a sorrowful morning for me. Mr. Mahdi, uri aboard. I shall depart, leaving you here to entertain the werewolves. At this, the chubby one quickened his pace, leaping into the spacious back seat like a monkey. The top-tier intellect swiftly shut the car door and, with a powerful launch, sped off southwest. The journey of 3 to 4 kilometers was but a fleeting moment, and soon the harrowing cries of workers being pursued by werewolves echoed from the factory district. Big brother, there are werewolves in the factory. Indeed, let us disembark and investigate. The three swiftly exited the vehicle. Chun Yu surveyed the surroundings, noting no abnormalities, and instructed his two brothers, you two venture inside Scout. I shall follow shortly. Understanding their leader's intent, that they should enter first to ascertain the danger, Lei and Ma exchanged a glance and nodded, signaling an affirmative gesture to their leader. With a leap, the two effortlessly vaulted into the factory grounds. Yet, after only a few steps, a gruesome sight greeted them. At the security entrance lay a foreign, balding gentleman in his 60s, his heart ripped from his chest. This must have been the source of the earlier screams. Employing his innate perception, Leizi quickly pinpointed the werewolves' location. Chubby, the werewolves are on the 3rd floor of the first factory on the left, pursuing a human. Let's encircle them. Perhaps this foreigner can still be saved. The chubby one nodded, gesturing his intent. Instantly, Lei understood. He would engage head-on, while the chubby one would attempt a stealthy attack from behind. It was prudent, given that his own Dragon Tiger techniques, first form, was already mastered, and allowing the chubby one to attack directly might prove precarious. As Leizi ascended to the 3rd floor, he stealthily approached the werewolf's location. A 30-something foreigner cowered in a corner, hidden within a large cardboard box filled with industrial refuse, muttering incessantly, Great Jesus, protect me. Amen. Great Jesus, please save me. Amen. The werewolf scoured the toy workshop, but found nothing. Furious, it smashed the assembled toys to bits before moving on to the next workshop. Meanwhile, the werewolf remained unaware of the human's ascent, still searching for the other security guard who had fled from the restroom. Inside the cardboard box, the foreign youth heard the werewolf's footsteps growing ever closer, his body trembling uncontrollably. The morning air was cool, yet beads of sweat poured from his forehead, clearly terrified. Yet he continued to chant, Great Jesus, protect me. I am your devout follower. Amen. Thud, thud, thud. The werewolf knocked on the box, attempting to sense if any humans were hidden within. With a powerful claw, it struck the box, shattering it along with the toys, certain that if a human were inside, their brains would splatter. The cowering youth trembled more violently, his shirt soaked with sweat, yet he persisted in his prayers to Jesus, believing wholeheartedly that the great Savior would not abandon his devoted follower. Soon, the werewolf's ears perked up, detecting the rapid heartbeat and faint tremors within the box. Following the sound, the werewolf approached, employing its human-like reasoning. Though its intelligence was somewhat lacking, it was sufficient. To them, an ordinary human was merely a delectable morsel. The foreign guard, believing the factory had fallen silent, thought the werewolf had departed and exhaled a sigh of relief, ready to express gratitude to his great Jesus. Suddenly, an alarming sense of dread washed over him. Before he could comprehend what was occurring, a massive claw plunged into the box, nearly grasping his head. His face turned ashen, his heart racing dangerously. Come out, little mouse. I know you're inside that box. I can't wait to taste your delectable, beating heart. The werewolf howled with excitement. The foreign security guard clung to hope until the very last moment, fervently repeating, Jesus, please save me. Jesus, guide me. The werewolf, having howled, abandoned the cat-and-mouse game and simply upended the large cardboard box, dumping out all its contents. The refuse cascaded down like rain, and soon enough, all the industrial waste lay scattered on the ground, yet no human emerged. Frustrated, the werewolf tossed the box aside, its sharp claws slashing through it, reducing it to mere fragments that fell like raindrops. So, little mouse, you must be hiding in another box. This time, I shall see how you escape. The exhilarated werewolf nearly howled again. With ease, it lifted the massive garbage box and flipped it over, sending the refuse tumbling down once more. And the foreign guard fell out. The werewolf rejoiced, licking its lips in anticipation. The blood and heart of this young guard would surely be even more delectable than that of the previous elderly man. Grabbing the young guard with one hand, it could not help but howl with glee. Yet, at that moment, a cold weapon pierced its skull, and the assailant didn't forget to twist it, causing a torrent of blood to spray forth. In pain, the werewolf threw the foreign guard aside, who landed heavily on the ground, narrowly escaping with his life. Observing the werewolf toss the guard away, Leizi swiftly drew his three-pronged dagger and retreated a few steps, locking his breath onto the werewolf's next move. Suddenly, a perilous thought struck his mind. The workshop's height was insufficient, which might compromise the efficacy of the tiger's paw strike. It would be prudent to lure the werewolf to the ground floor. The werewolf, seething with rage, felt its blood-red eyes darken further, an ominous sign of impending fury. The werewolves, detested being disturbed while relishing their meals, particularly by those who recklessly invited death. Instinctively, it swiped its claw against the back of its head, the bloodied claw leaving traces of crimson. Licking its own blood, it felt an inexplicable thrill. How dare that wretched human pierce me with a triangular bayonet? I shall rend you to pieces. It charged towards Reizi. Reizi, with a rather unbecoming gesture, left the gluttonous figure lurking by the window dumbfounded. To his astonishment, he flipped the werewolf the bird and leapt down. The werewolf, incensed, found the audacity of this despicable ambush intolerable. A human daring to insult it with such an obscene gesture was beyond comprehension. Without a moment's hesitation, it followed suit and jumped down. The portly figure cursed under his breath, perplexed by Reizi's absurd tactics. Hadn't they agreed to encircle from the third floor? He was in the light while Reizi lurked in the shadows, and now he had descended to the first floor. What was going on? Did he doubt my ability to handle this, leading the werewolf to the boss? No, I must follow him. I cannot miss out on this opportunity for experience. My soul binding technique is far from perfected. I wonder when I shall reach its first level. The more he pondered, the more agitated he became. He swiftly returned to the first floor to observe secretly, knowing that at a crucial moment, he must execute a flawless follow-up strike. This half-beast, half-human creature, does it think I fear it? I shall ensure your demise is swift and merciful. The werewolf was utterly speechless. What audacity this human possessed! Its physical strength appeared to be merely half of its own. Tearing him apart would be a trivial task. Excellent. It had been ages since it savored the hearts and blood of a martial artist. Its tongue involuntarily flicked out, envisioning the warrior before it as a delectable feast. Reizi ceased his futile banter, silently channeling the tiger and dragon technique. In a mere 3 breaths, a majestic tiger appeared, its 4 enormous paws seemingly alive with power. The werewolf was taken aback. This young man was an ability user, capable of summoning otherworldly beasts. It dared not underestimate him. For this tiger was a natural nemesis to werewolves, and it no longer found the situation amusing, now approaching it with utmost seriousness. With a resounding roar, the tiger charged at the werewolf, which fixated its gaze upon the fearsome feline, its fangs elongating by half a foot as it lunged forward, intent on a fight to the death. The tiger, however, was a fraction quicker, its massive paw striking down on the werewolf's claws with such force that it shattered them. Although they quickly began to regenerate with astonishing speed, the tiger was merely an illusory manifestation, not a living creature, and paid no heed to the werewolf's plight, especially since there was a controller behind it. The second strike came, and the werewolf's claws were still recovering. To its horror, the enormous paw descended from above. The werewolf had no choice but to brace its claws against the heavens, lest its skull be crushed and its consciousness lost, rendering its body incapable of recovery. The werewolf had underestimated the might of this tiger's paw strike, but upon contact, it realized just how devastating it was. Like being struck with a force equivalent to 100,000 pounds, it was driven halfway into the ground, the cement floor cracking beneath it. In a state of sheer panic, the werewolf attempted to brace itself against the ground to escape the area of attack. At that moment, it genuinely wished to flee, for the tiger was using its size to overwhelm it. The third and fourth strikes of the tiger's paw strike came crashing down. Just as the werewolf buried itself in the earth, the tiger's paw dissipated into smoke. The The portly figure observed intently. Now was his moment to shine. With a swift step of the dragoness dance, he darted out, the triangular bayonet slicing through the werewolf skull, and soon after, the warm brain matter was extracted by the portly figure. In no time, a notification chimed. Hunt Werewolf. 1. Chapter 57. Gifts of Divine Weaponry for the Brothers. Rady exclaimed, "What happened to our tactics? Why have we descended to the first floor?" Luckily, I reacted quickly, or else my brother, I would have been unable to save you. At that moment, an exhausted Rady retrieved an energy-replenishing pill and tossed it into his mouth, chewing it until his inner energy was nearly restored. Then I, Rady, extend my gratitude to you, my portly friend. How about next time, you lead the charge while I provide support from behind? The portly figure cleared his throat, responding, "Such a sentiment is unnecessary. My soul binding technique is still lacking. With my dragoness dance paired with the triangular bayonet, I cannot yet contend with werewolves. It is not yet time to extract their brain matter. Now that the danger has passed, let us depart, my friend. We must not keep the boss waiting." Rady did not respond to the portly figure's comment. He had merely been jesting. Once he perfected the soul binding technique, he might need his friend's assistance in critical moments. Their banter had been ongoing for quite some time. Indeed, the boss is still waiting outside for us. We have slain the werewolves with remarkable speed this time. If we exit early, we shall surprise him. Rady chuckled, knowing that just beyond a high wall, their conversation and the battle had been heard clearly by their leader. What surprise could there possibly be? The two leaped into the courtyard, where Chinyu sat comfortably atop the majestic tiger, sipping tea. "Well done, my brothers. Your speed has improved, and you are beginning to grasp tactics. Splendid. Cool. Enjoy a cup of red tea to soothe your throats." The two brothers glanced at their leader, who appeared calm and collected. Evidently, everything within was under his control. As Rady had surmised before entering, their leader would not have allowed them to enter prematurely if he did not have confidence in the situation. Though he seemed merely to be sipping tea, he was, in fact, providing protection, ready to assist them at a moment's notice should anything go awry. After a few cups of warm tea, Chinyu beckoned the two brothers to join him in the vehicle, and the tiger sprang to life once more, darting away. While Rady and the portly figure hunted werewolves in the factory, Chinyu had not been idle. He discovered a large supermarket surrounded by several locations where a dozen werewolves lay in ambush, preying on passersby. "You two head towards the southeast street. There are several werewolves in that direction." The two nodded, brimming with confidence as they activated their dragoness dance, preparing to hunt the werewolves. After two previous encounters, they felt undaunted, even if they were to face the creatures alone. Such was the bravado of novice warriors. However, Chinyu seemed to recall something and called the two back. "Wait a moment, brothers. I have two treasures to bestow upon you." Upon hearing this, the two brothers abruptly halted, their shoes screeching against the ground, sparks flying. With an eager rush, they returned, eyes gleaming with anticipation. In their minds, the treasures bestowed by their leader were incomparable to anything else. "Rady, this is the demon-slaying sword, a top-tier item of the Xian grade. Portly friend, this is the dragon-slaying dagger, also a top-tier item of the Xian grade." Their eyes sparkled with excitement as they eagerly accepted the divine weaponry, fearful of being too slow and losing these treasures. Upon grasping the weapons, they immediately felt a surge of combat spirit, realizing the extraordinary nature of these divine arms. Since their transformation from ordinary individuals to postnatal martial artists, their sensitivity to weapons had vastly improved. Now, upon touching these divine weapons, they sensed a powerful battle intent that far surpassed the chilling aura of the triangular bayonet. While the triangular bayonet was suited for bloodletting, it was insufficient to slay formidable werewolves. With these divine weapons, they felt capable of single-handedly hunting werewolves, a genuine sentiment shared by them in that moment. "Leader, how do we wield the demon-slaying sword? Is there a sword manual?" Rady drew the demon-slaying sword, caressing its blade incessantly, savoring the ancient patterns etched upon it, and raised his gaze to inquire of his leader. "Indeed, there's potential. But my brother, you are already mastering two martial arts. One cannot bite off more than one can chew. For now, simply employ the dragon soaring steps to execute horizontal and vertical slashes. There is no need for excessive swordsmanship techniques, lest it impede your cultivation. When the opportune moment arises, I shall impart my teachings to you." In truth, Chinyu had yet to decide upon which sword technique to pass on. Bestowing the demon-slaying sword upon him was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Within his secret realm, he had indeed acquired numerous martial arts, yet at present, he could not examine them all. Rady instantly grasped his leader's intent, nodding in understanding as he sheathed the demon-slaying sword and strapped it to his back. Surprisingly, once adorned with the sword, The imposing Rady exuded an even greater aura of dominance. The rotund companion scrutinized Rady, nodding repeatedly, a contemplative expression adorning his face. Noting the peculiar demeanor of his friend, Rady, perplexed, queried, "What seems amiss, my friend? Is it my manner of carrying the sword that troubles you?" The companion waved his hand dismissively, signaling that it was not the case, and, feigning profundity, took a few seconds before finally speaking. "Rady, you look exceptionally gallant with the demon-slaying sword upon your back. You resemble a true hero, a bona fide warrior. I am envious beyond measure. Family, who can truly understand?" Upon hearing this, Rady thought to himself, this fellow. Perhaps it is best left unsaid. Soon, both men were taken aback, realizing they had been oblivious to the leader's departure. The vehicle of the fierce tiger descended its windows, jesting, "I say, gentlemen, are you still engaged in your playful banter? Our master has already slain several werewolves. Ah, well, I see you intend to provoke us. Just wait. Soon, I shall demonstrate my prowess in slaying a few werewolves with this divine weapon," the stout one retorted, directing his words at the fierce tiger's intelligence interface. "You, keep the tea boiling. We shall return shortly." The stout companion, somewhat irked, employed the dragon-soaring steps and set off toward the southeast to hunt werewolves. Rady mused, what is up with this lad? Why has his temperament changed so drastically? Is he attempting to emulate Guan Yu's legendary feat of slaying Hua Xiong with wine in hand? Meanwhile, on Chen Yu's side, the phantom steps propelled him with the swiftness of a specter, and the phantom stab in his hand struck with both speed and ferocity. He carved a circular incision at the heart of a werewolf, delivering a powerful punch that sent the heart and flesh flying against the building, crashing down upon the ground. Still pulsating, as the werewolf's body slowly collapsed. Although the werewolf appeared formidable, its strength relied on a grotesque regenerative ability. However, it possessed two significant vulnerabilities. Without a heart, it would perish, and lacking a brain, it would also meet its demise. The ease with which the heart was dislodged was due to the decisive effect of the obsidian phantom stab. Any werewolf struck by it found their wounds unable to heal, unless aided by some miraculous elixir. In approximately 10 minutes, Chen Yu had dispatched 6 or 7 werewolves, with a hunting bracelet notifying him of each kill at minute intervals. Just as he was reveling in his slaughter, several uninvited guests clad in combat attire arrived in a flying vehicle. Just as he prepared to continue hunting werewolves, one audacious young man shouted, "Hey, kid from the pickled vegetable nation, don't move. This werewolf is our trophy. Step aside and don't be a nuisance, or else." Upon hearing this, Chen Yu did not hesitate, seamlessly executing the werewolf, and the hunting bracelet indicated another kill. Chapter 58, Self-Created Misery Cannot Live. The trio stood dumbfounded. The audacity of the kid from the pickled vegetable nation was beyond belief. They had never encountered someone so defiant. "You will regret not heeding our warning. We VE decided to change our approach." Chen Yu, upon hearing this, casually dug at his ears, visibly displeased. It was utterly absurd that he, a formidable fighter, was mistaken for a kid from the pickled vegetable nation by these individuals. "Oh, pray tell, what changes are you contemplating?" he replied, undaunted. The trio had robbed foreigners on numerous occasions, but they had never encountered someone so resolute. They erupted into laughter, pointing at him mockingly. After their mirth, a tall, lanky native, over 2 meters in height, spoke first. "Listen here, kid from the pickled vegetable nation, transfer all the werewolf kills recorded on your hunting bracelet to me, and I shall spare your life." "Oh, and what if I refuse?" Chen Yu replied, unfazed. "How brazen can you be?" the tall man exclaimed. "Gabrick, stop wasting time with him. Let us just take him down." No sooner had he uttered those words than 2 of the trio charged forward, wielding electric arc sabers aimed at Chen Yu. Observing their approach, Chen Yu activated the phantom steps, moving with unparalleled swiftness, reminiscent of a wraith, and swiftly dispatched the 2 who led the charge. Unbeknownst to them, they had already met their demise, their throats slit, while they continued their pursuit of Chen Yu. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and 2 severed heads tumbled to the ground, leaving the remaining assailant pale with fear as he stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered. Chen Yu paid him no heed, directly transferring the spoils from the slain duo into his hunting record. He then delivered a swift kick to the final assailant, sending him crashing against the wall before he fell to the ground. This impact jolted him awake, and he growled menacingly, "You dare to kill me? Kid from the pickled vegetable nation? Do you have any idea how powerful my connections are?" Although Gabrick had been sent flying by Chen Yu's kick, he was confident that his formidable backing would serve as a safeguard. Surely this kid from the pickled vegetable nation would not dare to harm him. Chen Yu cast a glance at the rising Gabrick, unperturbed by the prospect of him fleeing. He was curious to see just how strong this backing truly was. "Oh," he replied indifferently, his tone cold as he simply uttered that one word. "I advise you to be sensible. I am a member of the Traylon gold-digging organization," Gabrick boasted. "Never heard of it. Is it impressive?" Chunyu replied nonchalantly, seizing the opportunity to glean more knowledge about the influence of J-Nation. Gabrick was taken aback by this unexpected response. He had anticipated the kid from the pickled vegetable nation to display shock, yet instead, he was met with indifference. This infuriated him. Where did this kid from the pickled vegetable nation come from? He appeared so unremarkable. Yet was he truly oblivious or merely feigning ignorance? For the sake of his own survival, he decided to continue probing. "Let me enlighten you. Our Traylon gold-digging organization ranks 5th among private powers in J-Nation, with branches established in numerous countries." Chunyu perked up at this revelation. It was indeed a significant organization, ranking 5th in J-Nation, suggesting a considerable number of personnel. He deemed it prudent to inquire further. However, it was evident that these 3 members of the Traylon gold-digging organization were not particularly formidable. They possessed no extraordinary abilities, merely qualifying as modified humans, with strengths comparable to 7th-level martial artists. For him, eliminating them was as effortless as slaughtering chickens. The fate of the last one was entirely contingent on his whim. "Interesting. Just how many members does your Traylon gold-digging organization have at headquarters?" Chunyu nonchalantly flicked the dust off his sleeve, posing the question while concealing his true thoughts. Gabrick, upon hearing this, pondered whether the kid from the pickled vegetable nation genuinely cared or was merely pretending not to. In any case, he decided to elaborate, hoping to intimidate him. "What's the matter? You don't know how many members are at headquarters? I'll give you 10 seconds. If you can't answer, you'll meet the same fate as your comrades. Consider your options wisely." Chunyu, unfazed by Gabrick's intimidation tactics, thought to himself that he was clearly inviting trouble with such dilly-dallying. Gabrick, sensing Chunyu's seriousness, felt a surge of fear. This kid did not seem to be joking around. Without further hesitation, he blurted out, "There are over 1,200 members at headquarters, with 130 possessing extraordinary abilities, around 1,000 modified individuals, and each branch has no less than 500 to 800 members. Surely there must be some exaggeration." Chunyu replied coldly, "Absolutely not. There is no secret regarding the number of personnel at the headquarters of the Tran mining organization. Such information can be procured from the black market. I, Rondo, would not dare to deceive you." Rondo was already greatly intimidated by the individual before him, having cast aside his earlier schemes without a trace. He no longer dared to exaggerate. Instead, he candidly relayed all that he knew, for he was merely a low-ranking modifier within the Tran mining organization, and the more critical matters were beyond his grasp. Upon observing Rondo, Chunyu recognized his potential, but was disappointed to discover his cowardice. A mere hint of intimidation had caused him to divulge everything. Regrettably, Rondo appeared to hold little standing within the Tran mining organization, and any further inquiries into core matters would likely yield no fruitful results. Thus, Chunyu decided to collect some interest and allow him to depart, untroubled by the prospect of Rondo seeking assistance. Should anyone dare approach, it would be a matter of misfortune on their part. Chunyu displayed his hunting ring, and Rondo immediately grasped the implication. His life was likely spared. He hastily transferred the number of werewolves he had hunted to this young man from the Pickle Cabbage Nation. Only 3 werewolves? Chunyu felt somewhat speechless. Surely, this lad was not trying to deceive him. Rondo, sensing the discontent in Chunyu's demeanor, realized that the number he provided was indeed insufficient, but he had nothing more to offer. Panic set in. Was he to perish here today? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he swiftly retrieved his black gold card, presenting it with both hands. Inside was a deposit of 23 million, a sum accumulated from years of undertaking missions, alongside a portion acquired through intimidation using his identity within the Tran mining organization. At this moment, survival took precedence. Once the situation was resolved, he could extract more later. This young man truly possessed talent. Before Chunyu could even speak, Rondo had produced the black gold card. Chunyu was aware that such cards typically required a minimum balance of 10 million. With a wave of his hand, Rondo promptly leaped onto a flying vehicle and vanished from Chunyu's sight in an instant. The black gold card was secured within his spatial ring as he continued his hunt for the remaining 2 werewolves hidden elsewhere. 10 minutes later, the 2 werewolves were reduced to mere numbers, and the hunting ring registered too. With his mind's eye open, Chunyu observed every move on Southeast Street, where the 2 were engaged in their final hunt. The werewolves, somewhat frenzied, howled in discontent, expressing their dissatisfaction. The 4-eyed human before them moved with an agility akin to an eel, repeatedly evading capture, and just when they seemed close, he slipped away. The rotund fellow felt quite pleased. Just 10 minutes prior, he had personally slain a werewolf, emulating his leader's signature move. Seizing the werewolf off guard, he executed the dragon-slaying thrust, swiftly inflicting a grievous wound to its heart, and adeptly extracted the werewolf's heart before making his hasty retreat. The werewolf, eyes wide with disbelief, succumbed, realizing that a seemingly mediocre postnatal martial artist had bested it. When the hunting ring indicated a successful kill, he was overwhelmed with joy, unable to resist kissing the hilt of the dragon-slaying thrust, which proved to be an extraordinary weapon. An opportunity arose. As the werewolf grew more frantic, it became easier to ensnare. With the grace of a tornado, he encircled the werewolf, allowing it to unleash its fury. Seizing the moment, he struck the werewolf's left flank with the dragon-slaying thrust. The creature's heart pulsated vigorously, but its formidable healing abilities were rapidly at work. The rotund fellow, familiar with the task, swiftly extracted the entire heart and retreated a few paces. Then, with a kick of his pure golden foot, sent the werewolf's heart flying. To his delight, the execution was impeccably stylish. He kissed the dragon-slaying thrust and deftly sheathed it in his combat attire. Chapter 59, Returning with the Bounty. Reedy, on the other hand, was efficient, having swiftly dispatched 2 werewolves without employing the dragon-tiger technique. The dragon-slaying sword, combined with the newly acquired dragon-slaying steps, allowed for a seamless onslaught of slashes and hacks. The werewolf's claws, normally capable of slicing through steel with ease, were no match for the dragon-slaying sword, which cleanly severed them. Reedy marveled at the effectiveness of the sword, which effortlessly cleaved through the werewolf's formidable claws, causing it to howl in pain. Not daring to slacken his pace, he swung the dragon-slaying sword again, this time cleaving the werewolf in 2, and with a flick, sent its heart flying, achieving another successful hunt. Never before had Reedy experienced such exhilaration. Prior to acquiring the dragon-slaying sword, he and the rotund fellow had to fight tooth and nail to slay a werewolf. Now, as long as he paired it with the dragon-slaying steps and avoided capture, slaying werewolves felt akin to butchering livestock. After eliminating the 2 werewolves, Reedy approached the rotund fellow, keen to witness his duel with the werewolf. The rotund fellow, ever boastful, demonstrated the sharpness of the dragon-slaying thrust, skillfully avoiding direct confrontation, and deftly maneuvered to inflict a fatal wound upon the werewolf's heart. He then ostentatiously displayed the heart, kicking away with flair. Resheathing the dragon-slaying thrust, he approached Reedy with exaggerated strides, proclaiming, "Reedy, was my valiant display in slaying the werewolf not impressively heroic? Indeed, truly magnificent," Reedy enthusiastically echoed. They both engaged in the dragon-slaying steps, heading to the gathering point to meet their leader. At that moment, Chunyu, sensing the brothers' remarkable success in hunting the werewolves, leisurely sipped his tea. Upon their return, he beckoned the 2 brothers to join him for tea. "Boss, the treasure you provided is truly extraordinary. Regrettably, I forgot to turn on the action camera earlier. It's a pity I couldn't capture the scene of the dragon-slaying sword slaying the werewolves." Chunyu, swirling his teacup, chuckled softly. With so many werewolves to hunt, having the dragon-slaying sword meant there was no shortage of material. "Boss, I have an idea. Let us record our werewolf hunts, edit them slightly, and upload them to our account. Authentic original content will surely attract a multitude of fans." "Ah, a money-minded one," Reedy shrugged. "I'm simply looking to document our exploits, while he aims to become an internet celebrity. That's a commendable idea. But remember to edit out your trump cards to prevent any malicious individuals from deciphering your strategies and catching you off guard," Chunyu cautioned. In this world, as they gradually interacted more, it proved to be far less secure than their previous world. Beneath a facade of peace lay a bloody reality. And as the leader of the 2 brothers, he felt compelled to offer such reminders. The rotund fellow, initially oblivious to the potential dangers, suddenly awoke to the gravity of the situation, realizing that since entering the martial artist realm, life had become as fragile as that of an ant. A moment's inattention could lead to demise. "Thank you for your reminder, boss. I shall heed your words." After a few more cups of tea, they planned their next destination for hunting werewolves, when unexpectedly, Rondo returned with a dozen companions aboard a flying vehicle. Chunyu narrowed his eyes slightly, observing the 5 drones overhead, aware that Rondo had gathered a group to confront them just minutes after his departure. "Is it not better to stay alive than to return to deliver a bounty?" he murmured. The brothers, hearing his words, realized that this group in the sky had come to challenge their leader. Chunyu exchanged a knowing glance with the brothers, who understood that their leader was about to showcase his prowess once more, secretly amused, thinking, "May these fools seek their own fortune." They continued their light-hearted banter over tea, feigning ignorance of the trouble brewing above them. The 5 flying vehicles descended, ruffling the hair of the trio on the ground. Pickled Cabbage Nation brat, I, Rondo, have returned. Today you are doomed. It is unexpected that you possess such audacity, having slain our comrades and pilfered my wealth. Yet you have not fled even after a quarter of an hour. Presently, you still dare to leisurely sip tea in the vicinity. Whether you are naive or foolish remains to be seen. Offending the Talon mining organization, not even 10 lives would suffice for your atonement. Listen closely, kneel and call out grandfather a few times for my amusement, and I shall grant you a swifter demise. Rondo, indeed a talent, summoned a dozen accomplices and regained his swagger, boasting with great bravado, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that he had already stepped into the realm of death. Meanwhile, a group of over a dozen individuals descended from 5 unmanned aerial vehicles, swiftly encircling the 3 of them, clad in matching battle attire and wielding identical electric arc blades. This formidable team exuded an air of intimidation that would leave most in a state of sheer terror. Among them were several enhanced individuals, their strength comparable to first or second tier innate martial artists. However, their scientific modifications had dulled their sense of crisis, rendering them unaware of the peril posed by Chunyu. The rotund man, perceiving the escalating tension, sought to stoke the flames further, encouraging his comrades to act with more bravado. Relishing the thought of their leader delivering a thorough beating later, he brazenly addressed the boastful Rondo. You should deal with him. It has nothing to do with us. We're merely passing by, not acquainted with them. Reddy chimed in. Indeed, we are just here for a cup of tea, truly unfamiliar with him. The adversaries momentarily paused, thinking, are they fools? You claim to be having tea together, yet assert you are not familiar with one another? Do you take us for children? They resolved to let these 2 cowards by themselves a few more minutes of life. Rondo erupted in laughter. You're finished, brat for the Pickled Cabbage Nation. Even your companions have abandoned you. He pointed his electric arc blade at Shinyu, taunting him. Suddenly recalling something, he shouted, Damn it, quit dawdling and kneel to call me grandfather. Do you hear? Shinyu furrowed his brow. This fool truly did not know when he was courting death by uttering such obscenities towards him. My brother Rondo demands you call him grandfather. Why do you hesitate? Seeking death. As his words faded, a long leg swept viciously towards Chinyu's face. Chinyu set down his teacup, his hand moving with the swiftness of lightning, channeling immense force to twist the assailant's leg into a pretzel, sending him hurtling through the air with tremendous impact. Having failed to impress, he now lay on the ground, wailing in agony, cold sweat streaming down his face. Rondo was taken aback. Brothers, attack together. Kill him. This brat from the Pickled Cabbage Nation is too formidable. Even now, Rondo still believed that, aside from the one just incapacitated, the remaining 19 could easily dispatch this brat. The Talon mining organization's 19 members formed a battle array, 4x4, launching an initial wave of attacks before swiftly retreating. The second wave seamlessly replaced them, their electric arc blades slicing through the air in 4 directions towards Chinyu. Holding a teacup in his left hand and the ghostly dagger in his right, Chinyu employed the ghostly step, playfully toying with his foes as a cat would with a mouse. The 4 waves rotated, failing to inflict even a scratch upon him, not even a thread of his clothing. Suddenly, a chilling light flashed in Chinyu's eyes. If you lack celestial means, you may now descend into the abyss. The ghostly step moved like a specter, the ghostly dagger danced with finesse, and one after another, they fell, convulsing uncontrollably. Each fatal wound was a precise strike to the throat, blood spraying forth and staining the ground a vivid crimson, reminiscent of roses in full bloom. Rondo was filled with dread. In less than a minute, 6 of the 19 had perished. The remaining 12 cursed Rondo for provoking such a harbinger of death, realizing that their only chance of survival lay in escaping swiftly. The 12, accompanied by Rondo, began to waver, each calculating their chances. Yet their electric arc blades could not afford to cease. A moment's pause would mean their own demise. Thoughts raced within their minds, yet in the blink of an eye, Chunyu had locked onto each of them with his awareness. No subtle expression from these Talon mining organization members could elude his perception. Another wave charged forth, and with a flourish of the ghostly dagger, 4 lives were extinguished in an instant. What a fortuitous opportunity. If not now, then when? With the exception of the one with a severed leg, the remaining 9 acted in perfect unison, swiftly boarding the nearest 3 unmanned aerial vehicles. They swore to Jesus that they had never boarded unmanned vehicles with such haste before. The cars reacted promptly, taking off as soon as they entered. The onlookers, Lei and Ma, had not yet had their fill of the spectacle when they witnessed this group attempting to flee, which they deemed utterly lacking in professional integrity. Enraged, Lei activated the dragon step, drawing his demon-slaying sword, and, as the unmanned vehicle ascended, he cleaved one in half with a single stroke. The rotund man's mouth fell agape, astonished at the sword's sheer power, which had bisected the unmanned vehicle. He thought to himself how much he desired such an extraordinary weapon. The other three vehicles managed to take off without incident. Chunyu gave Lei a thumbs up, his feet never faltering, soaring like a celestial being towards one of the unmanned vehicles. He executed a perfect backflip, sending the vehicle crashing into a building, raising a cloud of dust and debris. The rotund man's mouth once again formed an O shape. His leader was undeniably more impressive, moving like a deity, covering the distance in the blink of an eye and sending an airborne unmanned vehicle crashing into the building. Truly a scene straight out of science fiction epic. Within the severed, unmanned vehicle, the three occupants regained their composure, gripping their electric arc blades as they prepared to exit, only to have Lei eliminate one on the spot. Blood splattering forth, with a few droplets landing on his face. It was his first experience with murder, and the scene left him momentarily dazed. Chunyu's awareness locked onto each individual, and upon seeing Lei's reaction, a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. A first kill. Merely a brief moment of distraction, quite commendable. Just as he was momentarily lost in thought, the other two successfully emerged, brandishing their electric arc blades in his direction. The rotund man realized that now was not the time for spectating. Activating the dragon step and wielding the dragon slayer, he rushed to assist Lei. Lei, quick to recover, wielded the demon-slaying sword to timely parry the two incoming electric arc blades. Thankfully, he had regained his wits just in time. Otherwise, the blades would have struck true. The rotund man arrived just in time, thrusting his dragon slayer into one of the assailant's midsections. The Talon mining organization member had underestimated the rotund man's capability, allowing a lesser opponent to land a strike. Reacting instinctively, he leapt away from the attack range, assessing the injury at his waist. It was more severe than he had anticipated. His combat attire, typically impervious to ordinary alloy blades, had proven inadequate against these exceptional weapons. "Are you all right, Lei?" The rotund man inquired with concern. "I'm fine. Thankfully, these two aren't particularly formidable," Lei replied, feigning nonchalance. Though he had managed to block the two electric arc blades, the immense force had caused his hand to tremble slightly. Yet it remained within controllable limits, an observation the rotund man failed to notice. Now the two sides were evenly matched, and the duo engaged their adversaries in combat. Each side unleashed their respective skills, pondering how they could not defeat the earlier foe, but could surely handle these two equally matched companions. Regrettably, the Talon mining organization members lacked sufficient agility. Within 30 exchanges, one was pierced through the heart by Lei's demon-slaying sword, meeting his demise. The rotund man, engaged in a fierce struggle with his injured opponent, realized that without his earlier ambush, he would not have stood a chance against the latter's current prowess. After numerous exchanges, the adversaries wound and the waste worsened considerably. The corpulent fighter seized upon a fleeting opportunity, and the dragon slayer plunged once more into the opponent's body. Observing the situation, Reddy discerned that there was no need for assistance this time. Four Eyes could manage it on his own. Grasping the demon's subduing sword, he leaped towards the building, in search of his comrade who had been kicked inside by their leader. The foreigner, having sustained 2 stab wounds, staggered unsteadily, his electric arc blade trembling in his grasp. The rotund fighter smirked wickedly. It was an opportune moment. With his agile dragon step, he paired it with the dragon slayer, piercing directly into the adversary's heart. As he withdrew the blade, blood gushed forth in torrents. In the next breath, the dying man pointed at the corpulent fighter, declaring, "The tranquil gold mining organization will not spare you," before succumbing to death, his expression rife with bitterness. The sight momentarily stunned the rotund fighter, who was caught off guard by the dying man's defiance, taking a few moments to regain his composure. Now, Chunyu had ascended to the pinnacle of the Void Realm, akin to a 9th-rank master in this world, retrieving a spirit sword from the Void Ring. The one who had returned to meet his demise was Long Duo, and at this moment, Chunyu found himself reminiscing about him. A slight smile gracing his lips as he altered his course and soared on his sword. Before long, the fleeing Long Duo appeared before Chunyu, who startled at the sight of him. The sound of the unmanned flying vehicle blared incessantly, announcing the presence of individuals ahead. Just as he had eased his apprehension, witnessing Chunyu flying on his sword, the 3 men's morale plummeted. This young man was evidently not from the land of kimchi, but rather hailing from mysterious realm, the distant Eastern Dragon Kingdom. Chun Yu delivered a swift kick that exploded the engine of the unmanned vehicle, sending it spiraling downwards like a rickety windmill, trailing a long plume of smoke as if proclaiming, "I am here." The three men fled in disarray, two of them meeting their demise at the hands of Chun Yu, who wielded his sword with lethal precision. Long Duo was petrified, trembling uncontrollably. This was the second time today, and it was still the same individual. At this juncture, his only recourse was to kneel on the ground, crying out for mercy, "Grandfather, spare me, please." Chun Yu sipped his tea, waving his hand to make the teacup vanish, and calmly remarked, "Even Jesus could not save you. There's an ancient saying, one must bear the consequences of their own misdeeds." As his words fell, a head rolled to the ground, blood splattering 3 feet away. Chapter 61. A warrior may be slain, but not insulted. Returning to the scene of the incident, the brothers Lei and Ma were engaged in battle against the unmanned flying vehicles that had emerged haphazardly from the building. The three adversaries were evidently injured, desperately wielding their electric arc blades as they attempted to escape the brothers' relentless pursuit. "Don't run. Just a moment ago, you were quite arrogant, seeking to kill my boss. Do you even deserve to escape? Truly, you must be seeking death." The rotund fighter's dragon step was nearly smoking with intensity. Had his cultivation been a notch higher, these wounded foes would have met Yama long ago. He could only blame the deceased for instilling fear in him, causing him to lose focus for several minutes before regaining his composure. Now, he resorted to petty tricks, cursing as he chased them, hoping the adversaries would be incensed enough to halt and engage him in a protracted battle. "Don't get too cocky, Four Eyes. Time is on our side. We will settle the score slowly in the future," one of them retorted while fleeing. The members of the Tranquil Gold Mining Organization were not fools. Four Eyes sought to exploit their injuries to eliminate them. They were not automatons, but ordinary individuals with a will to survive. "Damn it, don't let the fat lord catch you." Four Eyes ground his teeth in frustration. On Lei's end, he pursued diligently, his demon subduing sword striking true, slaying one member of the Tranquil Gold Mining Organization, before continuing after another. What kind of person had Long Duo offended, that all these individuals were so merciless? Akin to demons? "Sir, could you please cease your pursuit? I will give you all my valuables. Spare my life." The fleeing member of the Tranquil Gold Mining Organization pleaded, realizing that Lei was closing in on him. If he did not devise a means of escape, he would surely perish today. "It's too late. From the moment you sought to kill my boss, your fate was sealed," Lei declared with unwavering resolve. A few brave citizens, peering through their windows, witnessed the scene unfold, finding it comical that Lei resembled a gangster chasing a civilian with a large blade. After a frenzied chase, just as Lei intended to strike the fleeing adversary from behind, a werewolf suddenly appeared, its claws seizing the fleeing man. The individual struggled futilely, attempting to escape the werewolf's grip. The more he fought, the tighter the werewolf's hold became, his face turning crimson from the lack of air. "You gotta be the unluckiest fellow. I haven't even begun with you. And yet you're ambushed by a werewolf, facing imminent death. Truly, life is unpredictable." The man never anticipated being cornered by a werewolf in front and pursued by Lei from behind. His bad luck today was beyond measure. "Help me. I could pay you a fortune," he yelled desperately towards Lei. Before Lei could respond, the werewolf bit down, savoring the fresh blood that flowed into its mouth, remarking, "The blood of warriors is quite delectable." Seemingly not satisfied, its right paw swiftly plunged into the man's chest, extracting his heart in the blink of an eye. The werewolf opened its maw wide, swallowing the entire heart in one gulp and licking the blood from its lips, clearly pleased with its meal. Watching at close range, Lei felt a shiver run down his spine. He knew that these werewolves relished human blood and hearts, but witnessing it firsthand was a different experience altogether. "Your turn. Cool me. Be my next meal." The werewolf, having just disposed of its previous victim, turned its attention towards Lei. With a cold grunt, Lei thought to himself that it wouldn't have the same luck with him as it did with the last man. Immediately, he activated his dragon step to evade the werewolf's swiftly descending claws. Having garnered some experience in slaying werewolves, he knew that as long as he avoided those massive claws, killing this half-beast was no different from slaughtering a pig. "Oh, this human kid is surprisingly quick," the werewolf remarked with a hint of surprise. However, it was merely astonished, not overly concerned. In terms of sheer strength, these purebred humans were no match for the werewolves. Killing him was just a matter of time. Chun Yu hovered in the air, observing his two brothers, waving his hand to summon a teapot and cup, pouring himself a drink while savoring the performance of his brothers in battle. After several rounds of pursuit, Lei leaped, bringing his demon subduing sword down upon the werewolf's head. The werewolf instinctively reacted, using its claws, as strong as diamond, to parry the blade. A smirk crept across Lei's lips as he heard a sickening sound. 10 claws instantly severed from the paw, falling to the ground in unison. With renewed vigor, Lei pressed the attack, aiming for the werewolf's head. The beast, startled, retreated hastily, its thoughts racing, realizing that this sword was no ordinary weapon, having finally seized the opportunity. Lei was determined not to let the werewolf escape. He charged forward with fervor, shouting as he swung his sword downwards, cleaving the werewolf in two, its entrails and gastric fluids spilling onto the ground. The heart it had previously devoured, now reduced to a putrid mess. With an impassive expression, Lei flicked his sword, sending the entire werewolf heart flying, while the notification for slaying a werewolf appeared. Hunt Werewolf 1. The corpulent fighter, ever resourceful, produced a chi-replenishing pill and swallowed it. His internal energy rapidly restored. He quickened his pace with the dragon step, soon catching up to the injured adversary. Without hesitation, he aimed the dragon slayer at the opponent. Adopting a strategy of taking advantage of their weakness, he would not entertain notions of fairness or honor. He was no paragon of virtue, waiting for them to recover before engaging again. The injured fellow was utterly infuriated. He vowed that unless he eliminated this adversary, escape would not be an option today. Without hesitation, he wielded his electric arc dagger, relentlessly pursuing the bespectacled assailant. The rotund man, cunning enough to exploit the advantage of his agile movements, deftly evaded the onslaught of dozens of strikes, slipping away like an eel, intent on exhausting his opponent's stamina. The member of the Trench Gold mining organization grew increasingly frantic, realizing that the bespectacled youth was deliberately sapping his strength. Attempting to flee was becoming increasingly futile. At last, the rotund man struck. Utilizing his agile movements in conjunction with the Dragon Slayer thrust, he inflicted several wounds upon his adversary, compounding his injuries and further diminishing his speed. Within mere minutes, the foe bore an additional 7 or 8 cuts. He finally succumbed to despair. This bespectacled youth was not merely cunning, but rather deranged, intent on draining him to the brink of death. A man may be killed, but not insulted. You have humiliated me today, and I shall not let you off so easily. With gritted teeth, he plunged the electric arc dagger into his own abdomen, withdrawing it mere moments later, expiring with his last breath. The rotund man was taken aback, perplexed by the sudden turn of events. How could this combatant take his own life? Though bewildered, he did not neglect to search the fallen adversary for any valuable items, having expended a precious energy replenishment pill to eliminate him. After a thorough search, he discovered the adversary had hunted down 2 werewolves. Following a series of operations, his wrist device successfully registered the quantity, and after brushing off the dust from his clothes, he returned to the rendezvous point, confident that the leader and Leizi had completed their tasks and awaited his return. Before long, both men returned. Yu gestured for them to enjoy a cup of tea before discussing further matters. As Lei and the others sipped the tea poured by their leader, they exclaimed in delight, "Incredible! Absolutely delightful!" Yu produced 2 vials of energy replenishment pills, causing their eyes to gleam with excitement, their mouths unable to contain their enthusiasm. Eagerly, they grasped the vials, and upon opening them, found them brimming with at least 100 pills. They leaned in closer, pretending to offer Yu a kiss, which startled him. He quickly leapt back, exclaiming, "What are you 2 doing? I'm an entertainer, not for sale. Please restrain yourselves." "But leader, we have no way to repay you. Just a kiss is a token of our gratitude." They insisted, inching closer once again. In response, Yu delivered a swift kick to each of them. After a brief commotion, Yu glanced at the sky, signaling that the werewolf hunting mission had concluded for the day. He decided to escort these 2 irritating companions back to the hotel for a wash-up before indulging in a hearty meal. Shortly thereafter, the trio found themselves in a restaurant adorned with local charm. The establishment's ambience was quite elegant, with soft lighting creating a romantic and comfortable atmosphere. They settled at a table by the window, which offered a splendid view of the outside scenery. After a cursory glance at the menu, they quickly lost interest and summoned a waiting waitress, requesting one of each of the restaurant's signature dishes. As for beverages, they ordered the same drinks as the patrons at the neighboring table. The restaurant's prompt service was commendable, as an array of delectable dishes soon adorned their table, including grilled steak, pasta, seafood platters, and cheesy lobster, all of which were mouth-watering. As Yu savored the culinary delights, his gaze wandered around the restaurant, appreciating the presence of beautiful women. Having left his homeland, he felt emboldened and quietly remarked to the rotund man and Leizi, "Look over there at that foreign girl. She asked, quite stunning. The two men followed his gaze and nodded in agreement. She can't be more than 18. Her figure is exquisite, Leizi added, swallowing a piece of cheesy lobster. My heart races. I wonder if she has a boyfriend. The rotund man adjusted his glasses, boasting with a hint of pride. Chunyu and Leizi exchanged amused glances, typical of their companion, always enamored with every attractive woman, yet still unsuccessful in his pursuits. The trio continued to enjoy their meal and engage in light-hearted conversation, punctuated by bouts of laughter. While relishing the feast, they also took time to admire the restaurant's elegant decor, with artful paintings adorning the walls, enhancing the refined atmosphere. At that moment, two men and a woman entered the restaurant. The woman, with silvery hair and golden eyes, possessed alluring red lips and donned a striking red and white form-fitting combat outfit. Standing around 6 feet tall, she boasted a slim waist, curvaceous hips, and long legs, a quintessential Western beauty. It was evident that the two men flanking her were under her spell, their attentive demeanor betraying their admiration. The rotund man, engrossed in devouring his grilled steak, instinctively glanced outside and was taken aback by the sight of the stunning woman. Who was she? Her beauty transcended that of the earlier 18-year-old. It was unique and exuded a captivating aura. His drool betrayed him, trickling down as he gazed in awe. Leizi noticed the rotund man appeared entranced, his eyes glazed and drooling. Brother, what has gotten into you? Chunyu sensed someone was observing him and turned to find a beauty in combat attire, smiling in his direction. He returned her smile politely before resuming his meal. Seeing that the rotund man was unresponsive, Leizi followed his line of sight and was similarly struck by the entrance of an extraordinarily tall Western beauty, her figure impressively alluring. Instantly, he understood why the rotund man had been rendered speechless. Had he not been in a relationship, he would have liked to gaze at her for a while longer. After all, he was a young man in his 20s, and he returned his focus to the meal, intent on replenishing his energy after the day's werewolf hunt. "What are you staring at, Aluka?" Ramses inquired, noticing Aluka's lingering gaze in a particular direction. "Nothing," she replied nonchalantly. Upon entering, she had sensed an unusual energy emanating from one individual, prompting her to glance over several times. That person seemed to have noticed her attention, turning back to offer her a smile before averting his gaze. Meanwhile, the ostentatious Blunt was busy engaging the waitress, inquiring about private dining rooms, oblivious to where his goddess was looking. He couldn't bear the thought of her dining in the main hall, where she might be subjected to the lewd gazes of nearby men. Should she be disturbed during her meal, he would be the first to object. "Brother, she's already in a private room. Are you still staring? Are you gazing at thin air?" Leizi patted the rotund man on the shoulder, teasing him. Only then did the rotund man snap back to reality, flashing a goofy smile at the two and returning to his steak. An hour later, after several rounds of drinks and dishes, they settled the bill and returned to the hotel to rest. Time slipped into the deep of night as Chunyu, seated in meditation practicing the Supreme Tao Sutra, was about to conclude his session when he overheard faint voices from the hotel courtyard. "Be cautious. My instruments indicate that those fellows have slain a considerable number of werewolves, especially that good-looking lad. Proceed with caution." 7 or 8 figures clad in black and mask-knotted, their bodies pressed against the wall as they swiftly ascended to the 8th floor like spiders. Chunyu utilized a secret technique to transmit a warning to his companions, alerting them that intruders were attempting to breach the window to steal their treasures. The two swiftly donned their combat gear, retrieved their weapons, and concealed themselves within the room, poised to ambush the would-be thieves. As the intruders entered, they employed a specially formulated sedative, tossing it through the window. Once they confirmed that no movement occurred within, the black-clad individuals infiltrated the premises in groups. Before long, 4 intruders had entered Chinyu's room, while 2 others ventured into each of the adjacent rooms. In the depths of the night, the leader concealed in the shadows awaited the triumphant return of the cloaked figures. Just as the black-clad operatives believed they had succeeded, the occupants within the room had long been poised like a hunter lying in wait. As they approached to lift the covers, they barely had time to utter a word before a swift hand from behind severed their throat with a speed that left them utterly defenseless. Below, the leader suddenly heard a whistling sound cutting through the air and witnessed 8 lifeless bodies plummet from above, crashing heavily into the courtyard. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, the leader immediately sprang into action, retreating without a moment's pause to inspect his fallen subordinates, disappearing into the night like a wisp of smoke. 2 silhouettes emerged from the hotel, pursuing the vanishing figure. Before long, a dilapidated, abandoned factory was graced with yet another corpse, its forehead seemingly pierced by a hidden weapon. a gaping wound marking the center of its brow. "Come out, do not linger," intoned a man standing in the darkness, his voice calm and measured. Aluka, somewhat taken aback, noted that this strikingly handsome man with East Asian features was aware of her presence in the shadows, compelling her to step forth slowly. Upon recognizing the deceased's face, her expression shifted to one of astonishment. "It is he." The man continued, unfazed. "Is the deceased one of your associates?" Aluka regarded the exceptionally handsome man before her crimson lips parting as she spoke with unhurried composure. "Congratulations, you have guessed incorrectly." With a shift in tone, she added, "Do you realize the calamity you have unleashed?" Chapter 63. The Fulikia family issues a death order. Upon lifting his gaze, he recognized the newcomer. It was the woman. "If you have something to say, do not hesitate," the man stated, his demeanor unchanged. Observing his calmness, Aluka felt a surge of curiosity towards this Eastern man. She continued, "You have slain the younger son of the esteemed Fulikia family, Sparka." Jinyu was taken aback, not foreseeing that he had entangled himself with not one, but two formidable factions in such a brief span. Did he regret his actions? Certainly not. He ultimately inquired, "Might I ask about the power of this Fulikia family?" Aluka, not one to withhold information, responded candidly. "The Fulikia family boasts immense wealth, maintaining hundreds of modified beings, with at least a dozen possessing extraordinary abilities, and a number of combat robots. Moreover, the patriarch of the Fulikia family is a level 5 fire manipulator. Now you understand the gravity of your mistake. Should they uncover your identity, you and your two companions will find yourselves in peril." Aluka did not believe that the man and his two associates stood a chance against the Fulikia family. The man in the night appeared contemplative, realizing that extraordinary abilities were categorized into levels, indicating that he needed to reassess his understanding of these powers. After a pause, he asked, "My lady, how many levels are there among these extraordinary beings?" Aluka was slightly astonished. Despite his youth and prowess as a warrior, this remarkably handsome man seemed unfamiliar with the hierarchy of extraordinary beings in this world. Even if warriors and extraordinary beings operated in separate spheres, one would expect he had at least heard of it. Jinyu, sensing her thoughts, felt a twinge of embarrassment and instinctively touched his nose. He regretted not clarifying matters earlier. At that time, he was most concerned with the realms of warriors and the classification of combat robots, while the intricacies of extraordinary beings and modified individuals had captured little of his interest. With time having passed, he had forgotten many details. Although Aluka found it perplexing, she continued, "Extraordinary beings are classified into 9 levels, with level 9 being the most potent, capable of monumental feats, while level 1 is merely introductory, lacking lethality. Levels 2 and 3 possess a certain degree of destructive power. Thank you for enlightening me, my lady. I shall duly repay this kindness in the future. You may refer to me as Jinyu, the stars, and the vast ocean. May I inquire your name, fair lady?" Jinyu expressed his gratitude in return. Aluka softly repeated his name, Jinyu, as if savoring it, before coming back to herself and quietly replied, "Aluka." Without further ado, she turned and vanished into the night. Jinyu chuckled self-deprecatingly, pondering if his name was truly so difficult to remember. His thoughts shifted to analyzing the two great factions, and after a brief contemplation, he reached a conclusion. In essence, the Fulikia family was merely affluent, having ensnared numerous modified beings and a handful of extraordinary individuals for their use. Most of these individuals contributed little and posed minimal threat. They paled in comparison to the Colon Gold mining organization, the true titan he had clashed with that morning. Reflecting on this, he felt a pang of concern. Having slain over 20 of their men, it was only a matter of time before they sought retribution. Though he himself felt undaunted, the risk to his two companions weighed heavily on him. What if the Colon organization dispatched top-tier extraordinary beings to hunt them down? His brothers could face grave danger. Shaking his head, he resolved to put such thoughts aside, deciding to take action when the time came, and with that he activated his movement technique, disappearing into the shadows of the night. Before dawn the next day, the trio arrived at the underground parking garage, climbing into their formidable vehicle, ready to continue their hunt for werewolves. "Boss, the law enforcement in this border town of J Country is far worse than back home. Just last night, someone tried to sneak in through the window. If you hadn't warned us, we might have fallen victim to the ambush," the hefty one yawned, still groggy from a disrupted sleep due to the commotion caused by the cloaked figures. "You still need to practice, my friend. Here, have a cup of tea to perk you up. They must be dealt with. Do not carry any psychological burden," said Leizi, pouring the first cup of red tea. Initially intended for the boss, but upon seeing his disheveled appearance, he decided to offer it to him instead. Boss, did you go out last night? Lady inquired, pouring a second cup and passing it to Jinyu, showing concern. Yes, I dealt with the leader. I did not anticipate that he had connections. He cautioned from now on. You two should avoid going out alone, especially abroad. It is wise to exercise caution. Understood, we will remember. The two men, having undergone the previous night's ordeal, recognized that the greatest threat in this place was not the werewolves, but rather the humans, especially those so-called organizations and powerful families, far more dangerous than the werewolves. As the three sipped tea in their imposing vehicle, they spotted 7 or 8 werewolves attacking early rising citizens up ahead, their chilling howls echoing through the air. Lady was the first to charge out, wielding his demon-subduing sword, and with the grace of lightning, he shot towards the werewolves. The sword glimmered ominously in the light as he swung it, striking down one of the creatures as he extracted its heart. The hefty one, chasing behind, gave Lady a thumbs up, his Dragon Slayer spear aimed at another werewolf. Before long, he too succeeded in slaying a werewolf, with the hunting ring notifying him of his achievement. One of the werewolves sneered, "Do you think you can halt our advance? Such delusions. Humanity is destined to become our prey." Lady, refusing to back down, glared fiercely and declared, "You half-beast wretches shall not harm the innocent citizens. I will use my demon-subduing sword to eradicate you all. Naive. We are produced ceaselessly. You humans are utterly unbeatable." The werewolf retorted defiantly. No sooner had the werewolf spoken than a gaping wound appeared in its left chest. Its heart blasted away by a single punch from Jinyu. The werewolf stared in disbelief at the spot where its heart had fallen, filled with bitterness, before collapsing heavily to the ground. Immediately, Jinyu received a notification from his hunting ring. A bunch of manufactured trash, mere jesters, daring to speak so arrogantly. The other werewolves were taken aback. The last human appeared so swiftly that he seemed like a wraith, making it impossible for his companions to react in time, resulting in their untimely demise. The two remaining werewolves were no less agile, slipping away like eels, leaving them frequently grasping at nothing. Within a mere 5 minutes of their entrance, 7 or 8 werewolves had perished, prompting the rescued citizens to fervently acclaim the trio as heroes, the saviors of humanity. The three continued their journey in their vehicle, heading to the next location for werewolf hunting. Along the way, they encountered several supernatural beings engaged in the same pursuit. To avoid any misunderstandings, they chose to disregard them and sought another venue to continue their hunt. They preferred to avoid entanglements with their fellow countrymen unless, like the two groups from the previous day, they were compelled to engage. After all, when adversaries approach one's doorstep, can one simply stand idle and endure the blows? Today, their hunting exploits had yielded twice the success of the previous day. Lei and Ma, equipped with ample energy-restoring pills, grew increasingly emboldened with each encounter. Their movements, whether executing the dragon-esque glide or wielding their divine weapons, became increasingly fluid, as if they had mastered the art. Thus, day after day passed, and after 5 or 6 days, the distant Flicker family issued a bounty on them. Whoever eliminated these three before their agents arrived would be rewarded with a staggering sum of 100 million. Chapter 64. For wealth, men perish. For food, birds die. Once in the vehicle, Jinyu instructed his two companions to pack their belongings and switch to a different hotel immediately upon returning. Lei and Ma were bewildered, struggling to comprehend the urgency, yet complied without question. 15 minutes prior, while dining, Jinyu, extending his consciousness outward, overheard a discussion in a private room about the enormous bounty placed by the Flicker family, a sum of 100 million targeting 3 young Easterners. The diners were also discussing that these 3 were currently in the town of Kellen. Although it was a small town, its expanse was considerable, stretching over a straight distance of 1,000 kilometers from east to west. It was evident they were the subjects of this conversation. Once this news spread, they would inevitably become the targets of public ire. After all, they had been residing at the Dillon Hotel near the restaurant for an entire week, and many had seen them, especially as foreigners. An hour later, the trio appeared at the Dahua Hotel, situated over 100 kilometers away, entering with their backpacks. This Dahua Grand Hotel offered relatively complete amenities. While it could not rival the surroundings of the Dillon Hotel, it was still acceptable. Jinyu opted for the presidential suite on the top floor rather than a standard room, and the receptionist, beaming with delight, efficiently processed their check-in. With 3 room cards in hand, they ascended to the presidential suite via the elevator. The suite appeared quite splendid, not inferior to that of the Dillon Hotel. As the stout one gazed out at the view from the floor-to-ceiling windows and remarked, "Indeed, otherwise our leader would not have spent his money in vain." Lei, fiddling with the tea set while preparing tea, added, after sipping a cup of hot tea, Jinyu remarked, Are you too curious why we would relocate to a hotel 100 kilometers away when we were comfortably settled? Lei nodded, acknowledging his curiosity. He recognized a virtue in his leader. Every action he undertook had a purpose, and some matters did not require inquiry. One simply needed to follow suit. Observing his companions, he continued, "Regrettably, I must inform you both that we have caught the attention of the Flicker family. That night, I eliminated one of their side branch scions and some of their subordinates, and they have unearthed our identities. Now, they have placed a bounty on our heads." The two were taken aback, astonished at how swiftly they had been tracked down. The stout one immediately opened a search engine, discovering that the Flicker family had numerous ventures, each flourishing in its respective field, undeniably a prominent aristocratic family. "Boss, I found that the Flicker family is quite affluent. I wonder how much they have placed as a bounty for our demise," he queried, feeling a tinge of anxiety. Now that he too was on the family's hit list, yet unable to resist the urge to inquire about their worth. Humans often exhibit such behavior, especially when the situation directly concerns them. They yearn for clarity even in death. Moreover, with their leader being exceptionally strong, he was even more eager to learn. Chinyu toyed with his teacup, extending a finger as he looked at his companions. A mere 1 million? The stout one responded with uncertainty. Are we truly so inexpensive? Not even worth the bounty for a single werewolf, which is 2 million. His incredulity grew as he pondered further. Chinyu shook his finger, indicating that his guess was incorrect, urging him to continue. Given that the Flicker family possesses some discernment, 10 million is a reasonable figure. Though slightly low, it reflects a decent valuation, he stated. Upon hearing this, Chinyu shook his head, indicating that the stout one was still too conservative. "Stout one, I must say, you are underestimating the Flicker family's resolve to eliminate us. 10 million is a paltry sum. A more ambitious target would not even regard such a sum as a worthwhile pursuit, not 10 million. The stout one, feeling embarrassed, laughed awkwardly, realizing that their lives were valued at an astonishing 100 million. This equated to over 30 million per head. The agitation he felt moments ago was now replaced by elation. This was intriguing. In any era, the higher the bounty placed on a person, the more it signified their worth within that circle. Conversely, a lower bounty was a source of humiliation. After all, in the outside world, one must maintain their dignity. One cannot allow others to ridicule them for being worth only a few hundred. All right, let us rest well tonight. Perhaps by tomorrow morning, we will have drawn attention. This modest target was undeniably enticing for these individuals. As Lei observed his leader return to the room, he too retreated to his quarters to cultivate, leaving the stout one to revel in his thoughts. Before dawn, the three appeared near a supermarket, commencing their hunt for werewolves. A few werewolves, upon seeing them, exhibited unmistakable excitement. The blood and hearts of martial artists and supernatural beings were their favorites. One werewolf, hidden above, could no longer contain itself and lunged down like a ravenous wolf pouncing on prey, charging towards them. "Boss, look, these beasts have returned to provide us with experience." "I'll take the one on the right," Lei exclaimed, drawing his magic-slaying sword with enthusiasm. The stout one, unwilling to be outdone, pointed his dragon-slaying dagger at the werewolf on the left, declaring, "That one on the left is mine." "Very well. Then I shall claim this one before us as the leader," Chinyu asserted. Before he could finish his sentence, the werewolf charging towards them was already down, marking their first kill with a werewolf hunting ring. Encouraged, Lei and Ma felt their divine weapons quicken in their hands. After a week of trials, their efficiency in slaying werewolves had doubled. In under 2 minutes, the two werewolves on either side had fallen, and they continued their search in the vicinity. Just as they were immersed in their slaughter, Chinyu found himself encircled by a group of individuals. More distressingly, they had allied themselves with the werewolves to hunt him down. Upon seeing the humans approaching with 2-meter-long alloy blades, the werewolves initially intended to flee, but upon realizing these humans were aiding them, they became elated. It seemed the humans were being targeted for some unknown reason, and the werewolves, emboldened, quickened their pace. Chinyu scoffed. These creatures had an uncanny sense of smell. Having just changed locations, it was less than 24 hours before they were tracked down. According to the intel, it's this Eastern man. Now that he is isolated, we shall eliminate him first before targeting the other two. A muscular blond man in his 40s, towering nearly 2 meters, exclaimed with excitement. The others were equally exhilarated. The Eastern man before them was undoubtedly a veritable treasure trove. Killing him would grant them a lavish lifestyle for quite some time. They were acutely aware that the Felicia family held no regard for the paltry sum of money. As long as they could eliminate one or all 3 of these individuals, they would at least secure a third of the reward. In a moment of fervor, 4 modified beings, and a werewolf engaged in a fierce battle against the Eastern man, exchanging blows with increasing excitement. The werewolf could not contain himself and declared, "My human friends, I demand the blood and heart of this Eastern man. You may keep the heads." The others laughed ominously and replied, "No problem." The adage that an enemy's enemy is a friend was well understood by both the werewolf and the modified beings. Chunyu was merely toying with them. Although the skills of the modified beings were commendable and their blade techniques formidable, they were utterly oblivious to their own limitations, brazenly discussing how to dismember him right before his eyes. Chunyu rolled his eyes. These insignificant creatures were courting death. With his ethereal movement technique enhanced to 50%, he wielded his ghostly dagger with finesse and struck fiercely. The 4 adversaries and the werewolf sensed impending doom. Having been able to keep pace with the Eastern man moments before, they now found themselves unable to discern his movements. As they felt a chill at their throats and instinctively reached for them, a gust of wind swept through, and their heads were severed in an instant, their bodies collapsing heavily to the ground. The werewolf, taken aback, realized that the Eastern man had been mocking them all along. This was his true strength, and panic surged within him as he turned to flee. Chunyu would not allow him to escape so easily, having cultivated extensively within the 8 Desolations Tower. He had long since mastered the first level of the Xuanwu Dragon Elephant technique. After decades of nurturing his physique within the tower, his physical strength and raw power were indeed formidable. He landed a powerful blow to the werewolf's heart, creating a gaping hole, and the heart exploded into a mist of blood under the sheer destructive force. Chapter 65. Reddy's life hangs by a thread as the Follicu family approaches. Meanwhile, after slaying several werewolves, Reddy found his innate energy dwindling. He consumed a replenishing pill and continued his hunt for werewolves. Just as he was caught up in the heat of battle, a small squad was racing toward him from 3 kilometers away, unbeknownst to him. At the moment he dispatched his 4th werewolf, 7 off-road motorcycles surged forward, surrounding him just as he realized something was amiss. Reddy, recognizing the threat, felt alarmed. He had been too engrossed in slaying werewolves and had allowed himself to be encircled. What a blunder! He knew he must remain composed and see what these intruders intended. Revving their engines with a furious roar, the rear tires screeched against the ground, sending plumes of smoke into the air after a show of force. They eased off the throttle. At this moment, a foreigner with a nose ring, puffing on a cigar, spoke up. "Old 3, take a look at this Eastern lad. Is he the one the Follicu family is after?" Following the foreigner's directive, Old 3 activated the smart display and opened the bounty notice from the Follicu family. The images of 3 Eastern men appeared prominently, and with a brief comparison, it was evident that the tall Eastern man before them was indeed one of the targets. "Boss, this Eastern lad is one of them. The other 2 must be nearby." The rest of the crew erupted into laughter, some brandishing alloy knives, others drawing handguns, and some wielding electric arc blades, as if celebrating the imminent acquisition of 30 million. "Hey, Eastern lad, come over here and honestly tell me where your companions are." The foreigner with the nose ring took a deep drag from his cigar and exhaled a thick smoke ring, boasting arrogantly. "Brothers, did you mistake me for someone else? What companions? I know nothing." Reddy feigned ignorance. "Fuck, stop playing dumb in front of me. The Follicu family has issued a bounty for the 3 of you. One of the faces in the picture is yours. If you don't want to die a miserable death, tell me where the other 2 are, and I'll make your end a bit more comfortable." The nose-ringed foreigner, unwilling to indulge this Eastern man's charade, barked angrily. "This brother, there seems to be a misunderstanding. I truly have no idea what you're talking about." Reddy continued his act of ignorance. The foreigner's temper was on the verge of exploding. He inhaled deeply from his cigar, suppressing his rage, and shouted at Old 3, "Project the bounty notice from the Follicu family, so this idiot can understand his fate." Reddy couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This nose-ringed foreigner appeared rather dim-witted, insisting on making him comprehend his impending doom. While he stalled for time, his innate energy, initially at 70%, had recovered an additional 20%. There was no need to consume another replenishing pill just yet. He could wait until after the next round of fighting. Old 3 complied, maximizing the projection settings, and soon the bounty notices of Chunyu, Reddy, and Fatty loomed large in the air. Unable to deny his identity any longer, Reddy pretended to tap his head. "My apologies, brother. I'm a bit slow on the uptake and didn't recognize it at first. The one on the right is indeed me. Fuck, an emission is all I needed. You Easterners are just as crafty as they say. It's true. Today, you will have the fortune of dying before the Flying Eagle Squad. Old 4, Old 6, Old 7, you 3 go and kill this Eastern lad. Remember not to mar his face. I still want to trade him for the bounty, the nose-ringed foreigner reminded. Reddy couldn't help but laugh. The foreigner seemed quite concerned about his appearance. He replied, "You're a decent fellow. I'll leave you intact as a token of gratitude. Fuck, facing death. And you still have the audacity to be cheeky. You three, make sure to finish this guy off." He shouted at the assailants. "Rest assured, we'll ensure he's 6 feet under." In an instant, 2 electric arc blades and an alloy sword lunged at Reddy from 3 directions. His dragon dance technique was no trifling matter. These 3 lacked skill, sparks flying as they struck the ground, yet they could not land a blow on him. "Hey, Eastern lad, stop running and face me. Do you dare? Have you lost your mind? Am I to accompany you into insanity? 3 against 1, and you still have the gall to ask me to stand still and brawl? Do the warriors of your country have no sense of shame?" Reddy retorted without giving them an ounce of face. One of the assailants, incensed by Reddy's taunts, wielded his alloy sword with greater ferocity, slashing at the illusion before him in a frenzy. In a life-and-death duel, rage is the worst adversary. Reddy would not squander such an excellent opportunity. Sidestepping the 2 electric arc blades, he accelerated his dragon dance technique and swung his demon-slaying sword at the foreigner wielding the alloy sword. The foreigner, unaware that the Eastern lad's sword was a divine weapon, did not retreat or evade. Having pent up his fury, he sneered, believing he was finally engaging the boy in earnest, and attempted to block with his sword. With a resounding crack, the alloy blade shattered as if it were mere tofu. The immense downward force of the demon-slaying sword continued unabated, and before the foreigner could utter a plea for mercy, he was cleaved in 2. The nose-ringed foreigner and his comrades were left dumbfounded. How could Old Four die just like that? Moreover, this lad had severed him in half. The 2 wielding electric arc blades, Old 6 and Old 7, wished they could retreat to their mothers for comfort. What was this Eastern lad's origin? How could Old Four's alloy sword break so easily? The weapons of contemporary warriors are not so weak as to break at a whim. What kind of divine weapon was this fellow wielding? Still dazed, Reddy declared, "I'll send you 2 to join him in the afterlife. When you get there, remember to tell your Grim Reaper that your killer hails from the east, and his name is Reddy." With merely 6 moves, the formidable duo of Lao Lu and Lao Chi, wielding their arcane battle blades, met their demise at the hands of death itself. One was cleaved diagonally, while the other was severed in twain, a truly dreadful spectacle. The sight sent shivers down the spines of the 4 onlookers. Could this Oriental man be the reincarnation of a god of slaughter? Before Lao Da could issue a command, Lao San, driven by urgency, unleashed a barrage of bullets from his dual pistols. Fortunately, Leizi reacted swiftly, employing his dragon step technique, which was already emitting wisps of smoke. With only 20% of his innate energy remaining, he channeled it all in that moment. The speed of the bullets was formidable. These handguns of this era were no mere relics of the 20th century. Although he managed to evade over a dozen rounds, 1 bullet grazed his cheek, the violent airflow leaving a painful laceration. Gasping for breath, Leizi, having narrowly escaped the catastrophe, found himself under the unwavering gaze of the 4 adversaries. He needed to devise a plan to discreetly consume a chi-replenishing pill without drawing their attention, for if they noticed him taking it, they would surely strike with ruthless intent. Absorbing the essence of the pill would take approximately 5 to 6 seconds. Under normal circumstances, he might have been able to joke his way through. But the current situation was precarious. Should he be killed during this critical interval, it would be no laughing matter, a scenario he wished to avoid. As caution is the mother of safety. The foreigner with the nose ring clapped a large hand on Lao San's shoulder, expressing his approval. "Well done, Lao San. It seems my faith in you is not misplaced. At last, you've accomplished something commendable." However, Lao San was primarily gripped by fear, mistakenly believing that Lao Da was about to chastise him for inadvertently injuring the Oriental youth's face. To his surprise, Lao Da was actually praising him, which left him taken aback. That fellow is exhausted. Lao Er and Lao Wu, go over and seize his sword to prevent any last-ditch retaliation. Then give him a good beating. Remember, do not let him die too easily. The deaths of Lao Si, Lao Lu, and Lao Chi are all thanks to him. The 2 complied, wresting Leizi's sword from his grasp and subjecting him to a flurry of punches and kicks. Before long, Leizi found himself spitting blood, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Just as he was about to succumb, he beheld a figure, a god of slaughter, arriving on a blade, hurling a dagger that pierced the forehead of the foreigner with the nose ring, causing him to collapse lifelessly. When Leizi regained consciousness, he discovered that the other 4 had perished, each with a single lethal strike. "Ah, you finally awoke. Thankfully, Lauda arrived just in time. Otherwise, we might never have seen you again. You really should have fled instead of trying to show off," the stout one scolded, his tone tinged with concern. Lady offered a wry smile. While the stout one's words were somewhat unkind, he was undeniably relieved for his safety. I knew you two would come to my rescue. It was my own hubris that prevented me from notifying you in time. The skirmish had lasted a mere 5 minutes. Yet Lady had not anticipated that the one called Lao San would draw his weapon against him, disrupting his planned strategy and leading to significant setbacks. The battlefield was ever-changing, and today he had experienced this truth firsthand. Do not be too hard on yourself. You performed admirably. Here, take this pay-you-on pill. It will quickly heal your internal and external injuries. At the airport, a private jet emblazoned with the emblem of the Fulikia family, a great bat, came to a halt, led by a level 4 Esper. Chapter 66. The Extermination of the Pyromancer, Esper. After consuming the pay-you-on pill, Lady felt his wounds mending rapidly, and he sensed an impending breakthrough to the 6th level of postnatal cultivation. Lady, it seems fortune has favored you amidst adversity, if I am not mistaken. You shall surely break through within 2 hours. Let us ascend to the rooftop. I shall lend you my support, Chinyu remarked, noticing the unusual fluctuation of Lady's energy. As expected of Lauda, I indeed feel the imminent breakthrough to the 7th level. The trio made their way to the rooftop, with a stout one volunteered to serve as the protector. An hour later, Lady successfully achieved the 7th level, his energy reservoir noticeably denser. Overjoyed by his advancement, Lady turned to Chinyu, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Lao Da. Among brothers, such formalities are unnecessary. Incredible, Lady. You made me envious. The stout one lamented, for he was still at the 5th level, and Lady's breakthrough placed him a full 2 minor realms behind. Do not lose heart, my friend. In this environment, how could you possibly fear stagnation in your cultivation? I assure you, within a year, both of you shall become true innate warriors. The stout one, upon hearing this, realized that he had been too anxious. Perhaps he could not become an innate warrior alongside others, but with Lauda, it was merely a matter of time. Now, let us return to the hotel to strategize regarding the impending arrival of the Fulikia family and those drawn by the bounty. In this era, transportation and communication are exceptionally convenient. The speed at which news spreads regarding those hunted for bounties is faster than a rocket. Warriors, mutants, and espers will undoubtedly come in waves for the sake of wealth. If we do not devise a plan, my brothers, we may find ourselves in peril. The two brothers nodded in agreement, following their leader back to the hotel. Before strategizing, they naturally ordered takeout to treat themselves. The stout one promptly placed an order through the food delivery app. Lady, I specifically ordered roasted venison for you. I usually hesitate to indulge, so make sure to eat plenty to replenish your strength. The venison was delectable, crispy on the outside and tender within, leaving a delightful aftertaste. The roasted venison is indeed commendable. We should certainly order from this place again, Lady remarked, savoring every bite. Half an hour later, satiated and content, they began to formulate their tactics. Lauda, what shall we do now? The stout one inquired, his worry evident as he feared slowing down his brothers. Do not fret. Starting tomorrow, we shall hunt werewolves together. When the time comes, I will also lend support. That sounds like a good plan, but we should incorporate additional measures. I suffered a setback today due to a lack of contingency. Lady concurred with Lao Da's perspective, adding his own thoughts. Oh, what suggestions do you have? Chinyu was not one to be obstinate. He believed in collective wisdom. Lauda, what do you think about tear gas grenades, smoke bombs, and truth pistols? These items are not restricted abroad. With sufficient funds, they can be procured. Perhaps we should visit an agency this afternoon to exchange our werewolf hunting quotas for monetary rewards and purchase some firearms for protection. That is an excellent proposition. Let's proceed with it. As for those tear gas grenades and smoke bombs, I believe I possess some gifts from General Hongwu, which I did not take seriously at the time. With a wave of his hand, a box of tear gas grenades and a box of smoke bombs appeared before them. The sudden manifestation startled both brothers. Was this sorcery or divine magic? Lauda, you still claim you are not a deity? If I were a deity, would I toil so hard to provide for my family? It is no secret. I employ a spatial artifact. With his comrades at his side, there is no need for concealment. Upon hearing this, the two nodded in understanding. Lauda, these tear gas grenades and smoke bombs seem rather small. Are you certain they are indeed from the illustrious General Hongwu? The stout one remarked skeptically as he opened the boxes. Hey, do you dare question the quality of military supplies? I suggest you take one into your room, close the door, and test its authenticity. That might not be wise, the stout one replied, visibly apprehensive. Lady burst into laughter. Military products are guaranteed to be top-notch. This fellow truly does not know when to quit. Subsequently, the trio arrived at the city bounty hunting department. After the staff meticulously verified the quantity of their hunting wristbands, they transferred a bounty of 120 million to the account designated by Chinyu. The Urban Bounty Hunting Department, aside from dispensing bounties, also engages in the trade of various firearms and ammunition. After a brief selection, a few individuals paid their dues, acquiring truth pistols and ammunition before departing in their majestic Tiger vehicle with an air of nonchalance. The trio exchanged light-hearted banter, but as they traversed a winding mountain road, their path was abruptly obstructed by a massive cargo truck, followed closely by a convoy of off-road vehicles that encircled them in layers. The Tiger's intelligence system reacted swiftly. Without waiting for Chun Yu's command, it executed a graceful maneuver, veering into the forested terrain where the steep and uneven mountains felt as smooth as a flat road. Clearly, their pursuers were well prepared, as their off-road vehicles were formidable, resembling mountain-climbing tigers in their relentless pursuit. Dust billowed into the air, painting the scene with a chaotic vigor akin to a stampede of wild beasts. The stout companion glanced at the live feed screen within the vehicle, cursing vehemently. Are these people dogs? We come out to handle business, and before we even return to the hotel, we're already being targeted by these mutts. Tiger, take Lei and the fat guy back to the hotel, he ordered, but before he could finish, Chinyu had already leapt from the window. Lei and Ma were momentarily stunned, having lost sight of their leader. Through his mental acuity, Chinyu discerned that they were being followed by a contingent of 70 to 80 individuals, led by two distinct supernatural beings. Exercising caution, he resolved to first escort his two brothers to safety. Drawing forth his spiritual sword, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, the fierce sword energy toppling dozens of towering trees, instantly barricading the path of the pursuing vehicles. Yet, before Chun Yu could revel in his small victory, a fireball descended from above, incinerating the fallen trees in an instant. Accept your fate, boy, the crimson-haired elder proclaimed, hovering in midair with an impassive expression. Today, our Felicia family shall exact vengeance for the loss of the Spokia heir by claiming the lives of you three. I advise against futile resistance. Judging by the speed at which the flames consumed the trees, it was evident that this elder was at least a level 3 supernatural. Potentially the notorious fire-wielding elder mentioned by Aluka. Old man with the red hair, instead of enjoying your retirement, be wary of dying in a foreign land. It would be a loss not worth the gain, Chun Yu retorted with an air of indifference. How amusing, dying in a foreign land. I reckon your chances of perishing in a foreign land are far greater, so refrain from engaging me in a war of words. Burson, eliminate him. Do not waste time on idle chatter. I will lead another team to hunt down the fleeing duo. We must ensure their total annihilation to avenge the Spokia heir. Chun Yu inwardly lamented, recognizing the heartless nature of the speaker. However, he could not discern the abilities of this supernatural being at the moment. His priority was to eliminate the fire user as swiftly as possible. The crimson-haired elder ceased his banter and commanded a fire dragon to charge at Chun Yu. As the dragon blazed through the forest, igniting everything in its path, Chun Yu activated his phantom steps, moving with the grace of a specter, all the while mocking. Red-haired elder, your skills are lacking. The stones beneath you haven tea even melted. Are you in such a rush that you forgot to eat and cannot fully unleash your powers? Or is age catching up with you? Haha, fuming with rage. The elder retorted, I will reduce you to ashes. That will be more than sufficient. Behind the elder, dozens of onlookers disembarked their vehicles, eagerly anticipating the demise of the audacious young man who had provoked Lord Burson multiple times. Having played enough, Chun Yu elevated his phantom steps to their utmost limit. A gesture of respect towards the elder, and positioned himself behind him. The elder was taken aback, bewildered at the sudden disappearance of his adversary. The spectators gasped, witnessing the young man materialize behind Lord Burson, prompting the elder to turn around. Lord Burson, yes, right behind you, they exclaimed in alarm. Panic seized the elder as he realized the threat looming at his back. The sensation of an enemy, so close, was terrifying. Chun Yu unleashed a barrage of explosive punches, the sounds of cracking bones ringing in the air as the fire dragon weakened, eventually dissipating into nothingness. Grasping the nearly lifeless elder by the throat, Chun Yu coolly remarked, you were offered a chance at survival, yet you failed to cherish it. With a swift motion, he crushed the elder's neck, extinguishing the last flicker of life within him. Chapter 67, The Spasming Supernatural. The onlookers stood in astonishment and confusion, witnessing the fall of one of their leaders, Lord Burson, right before their eyes. As they hastily drew their weapons, the group of dozens, undeterred, recognized the gravity of their situation. Failing to act would tarnish their reputations in the eyes of their families. Ah, at least you possess some spirit. Let us all charge together. I have no time to spare. One of the bystanders shouted, his confidence unwavering. You insolent Oriental brat. Do not be so brazen. Our elite forces are more than capable of slaying you 100 times over. Amidst the crowd stood a figure resembling a squad leader, keen on proving himself to ascend to a higher rank upon returning victorious. Lost in his thoughts of potential glory, he paid little mind to whether the airborne young man acknowledged him. Such matters paled in comparison to his ambitions. Chinyu scoffed inwardly. Arrogant? What you perceive as arrogance is merely my strength. You pathetic henchmen comprehend nothing. I hope your subsequent actions exhibit more professionalism to elevate the quality of this skirmish. Suspended in midair, Chinyu regarded them with disdain, akin to observing refuse. Brothers, follow me to avenge our young master and seek retribution for Lord Burson. Attack! He rallied, brandishing an arcane electric blade as he initiated the assault. With an adrenaline-fueled zeal, the crowd surged forward, brandishing an array of weaponry. Longswords, clubs, tridents, electric blades, pistols, and cannons, as they ascended their flying vehicles, charging at the airborne Chinyu. The two comrades in the vehicle grew increasingly anxious. Tiger, stop! I must return to assist our leader. Leizi implored. Yet, with a decisive command left unspoken, the Tiger vehicle continued its course, leaving them behind. You need a halt. How can we return if you do not? Lei pressed, desperation evident in his voice. We will release you once we arrive at the hotel. The Tiger's intelligence system replied matter-of-factly. You are mistaken, Tiger. He is your master. In times of crisis, you must return to save him. That is your duty. The stout companion admonished. Tiger, I'm speaking to you. Say something. This is infuriating. Hey, Tiger, are you listening? Your master awaits our rescue. Lei added, frustration boiling over. If anything happens to him, I will sell you off as scrap metal. You can count on it. The Tiger remained silent, seemingly oblivious to their plight. As the scenery outside blurred by, distancing them further from their leader, inciting the stout companion to curse vehemently. Lei clenched his fists, the tendons in his arms standing out, revealing his determination to fight alongside their leader, even at the cost of injury or death. Yet, the Tiger's sole focus remained on fulfilling its directive to return the two safely to the hotel, indifferent to their emotional turmoil. Meanwhile, the Tiger's satellite systems detected a swarm of pursuers drawing nearer, particularly a leader piloting a sophisticated flying vehicle that would surely close the distance within 30 minutes. Chinyu observed the oncoming wave of adversaries, momentarily taken aback by their impressive equipment. Indeed, the Felicia family came prepared. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. His two brothers were in need of flying vehicles. Acquiring one would greatly enhance their mobility. A smile crept across Chinyu's face, eliciting unease among the onlookers. They had not felt this way in a long time, especially in recent years with the Felicia family, aside from families of comparable strength. When had they ever cared about the opinions of others? The emblem of the Felicia family emblazoned on their attire was their source of confidence. Originally, Chinyu intended to use his lightning technique to obliterate these worthless foes in a single stroke. However, the moment those scoundrels unveiled their aircraft from the trunk, they caught Chinyu's eye. Otherwise, whether he would leave them with intact corpses was still up for debate. Despite the unease creeping in, the aircraft beneath their feet was swift, and the group steeled themselves, brandishing their weapons as they charged towards the young man from the east. They believed that if their strike landed, even if he were a deity, he would surely fall. In stark contrast, Chinyu remained composed, swiftly descending in altitude, as the cold and hot weapons wielded by his assailants all missed their mark, leaving not even a shred of his clothing untouched. The man stood there, motionless. As the henchmen of the Felicia family seethed with frustration, he had evaded their attacks and seemed to revel in their humiliation. Without a moment's hesitation, they charged once more, aiming directly for the young man's crown. Chinyu manifested his spectral dagger, executing his ethereal step, vanishing from sight again. When he reappeared, two of the assailants suddenly plummeted to the ground, followed closely by their forsaken aircraft disappearing without a trace. By the time the others reacted, they realized that the two men had been slain, their throats cut, blood gushing forth profusely, staining the ground crimson within mere seconds. Chinyu observed the transformation of the assailants from fury to terror, choosing silence as he weaved through the towering trees, each reappearance resulting in two more adversaries falling. Without exception, their blood sprang forth upon impact with the earth. In less than 10 minutes, the once formidable group had dwindled from dozens to fewer than 10. The ground soaked with blood, extending over 100 meters away. He is a demon, a true demon, they murmured, gripped by fear the young man from the east, abandoning all thoughts of further combat as they took flight in their aircraft, fleeing in all directions. Chinyu, unwilling to linger, collected the spoils into his spatial ring and discerned the direction before soaring away on his sword. As for the aircraft, he could study it later. To him, these high-tech contraptions merely required erasing previous commands or resetting to be of use. For now, saving lives was paramount, as he sensed that the ability user was no ordinary foe. Not long after Chun Yu's departure, the scene of the battle, with its pungent scent of blood, attracted a massive python over 10 feet long, which quickly disposed of the corpses, vanishing into the forest. "My stomach hurts," Leizi, the plump man, suddenly exclaimed, clutching his abdomen in agony. Leizi initially dismissed it, thinking the plump man was merely feigning a performance for the sake of the intelligent tiger. He was well aware of the plump man's condition. Since joining the leader, after undergoing a cleansing process, he had not even suffered from a minor cold, let alone stomach pains. Yet upon seeing the plump man's face turn ashen, he realized something was amiss. If sweat could be forced out, the pallor of his face was unmistakably genuine. The plump man was in excruciating pain, beads of sweat cascading down his face, his complexion growing increasingly ghastly, as if he were on the verge of death. Despite Leizi's imposing stature and strength, he could be quite perceptive, and upon placing a hand on the plump man, he discerned that this was no trivial matter. Could it be that someone had tampered with him? Breakfast? Perhaps it was the water consumed while purchasing firearms? Leizi ruminated, but nothing seemed to add up. After all, he had consumed the same food and drink, yet he felt perfectly fine. Suddenly, a booming voice called out from behind, "If you don't want your brother to die, stop immediately." It was then that he became aware of the gravity of the situation. His earlier concern had clouded his judgment. The leader was less than a kilometer away. Could the plump man's agony be linked to this individual? Was he an ability user? As Leizi pieced it together, he was startled. Had he truly encountered the fabled spasm ability user? After all, there were numerous awakened ability users in Western nations. Surely, he couldn't be that unfortunate. With no time to ponder further, he realized that if they did not halt, the plump man's life could be in jeopardy. Chapter 68. The plump man's life hangs by a thread. "Brother Tiger, stop immediately. We may be facing a spasm ability user." Leizi shouted, believing that Brother Tiger would not heed his warning. Just as he was about to draw his magic sword to break the car window, he felt a moment of clarity as Brother Tiger executed a perfect drift and came to a halt. "You go negotiate and stall for time. I'll contact the master," Brother Tiger instructed. Leizi found this reasonable. Finally, Brother Tiger's intelligent mind was functioning. Casting a glance at the plump man, who was barely clinging to life, he realized he had no strength to spare. Even speaking was a challenge, his face as pale as a ghost, sweat dripping incessantly. Unable to bear the sight of his suffering comrade, he exited the vehicle. Holding his sword firmly, Leizi gazed at the middle-aged man ahead, knowing that today, it was either his death or the man's. The Western man was elated, his gambit proving effective. Indeed, the Easterners were bound by their sense of loyalty. As long as he could seize one, the other would surely surrender. If it were not for that, pursuing their aircraft would require considerable effort. Truly, Lord Oda's is remarkable. With just a slight exertion, the Eastern boy has obediently halted. He chuckled, as his subordinates began to flatter him. "You were right with Lord Oda's here. No one within a 2-kilometer radius can escape his grasp. Lord Oda's is a level 4 spasm ability user, under his full control. Ordinary people have their organs twisted like pretzels and perish instantly. Indeed, I had the misfortune of witnessing it once. The tormented individuals had their features contorted in agony, their screams haunting and heart-wrenching, a sight too ghastly to behold. Yes, I'm also aware of that incident. Lord Oda's once controlled 10 people simultaneously, and in an instant, they all perished. Those unfortunate souls had chosen to provoke the Felicia family. Despite not being of direct lineage, they were still pure blood of the Felicia clan. Today, even if Lord Oda's did not exact revenge upon these 2 young men, we, as professional henchmen, must demonstrate our cruelty. Otherwise, outsiders might think we are mere spectators. Haha. As the leader of this operation and the most powerful ability user present, Lord Oda's was confident that these Eastern boys could not escape his encirclement. Perhaps the leader among them had already met his demise. Killing these 2 was merely a matter of time, even if the remaining henchmen were still in the vehicle. Trailing from a distance, he remained unperturbed, for he possessed the confidence that within a 2-kilometer radius, with a mere thought, he could induce spasms in anyone he desired. Moreover, one of the adversaries was already within his control. Regardless of his prodigious abilities, today, they would kneel and sing their submission, and once they finished, he would ensure they were thoroughly subdued. Leizi suppressed his anger. Before fully grasping the enemy's strength, he needed to ascertain their capabilities. especially since the life of the four-eyed man was in their hands. Any reckless words could not only jeopardize the plum man's life, but might also cost him his own. Having received a higher education, although the leader was absent, he managed to keep his wits about him in this crisis. Steeling himself, he watched as the enemy drew closer. Mere seconds away, as Otis landed on his aircraft before him. At that moment, Otis scrutinized the tall Eastern youth before him. In terms of physique, he was not inferior to their Western counterparts, but none of that truly mattered. It is of paramount importance that Otis discerned the peculiar nature of the weapon in the young man's grasp, which inexplicably instilled a sense of unease within him. What could this signify? This thought flickered through his mind. Reddy was also scrutinizing the middle-aged Westerner, whose eyes were profoundly enigmatic, imparting an impression of inscrutability, perhaps attributable to Reddy's own lack of experience. Why was this man silent? Did he intend to secretly employ his supernatural abilities against me? Should I take the initiative and strike first, dispatching him swiftly with my sword? Yet, what if a single blow proved insufficient? That would spell disaster for the rotund fellow. What to do, what to do, what to do? No, it was far too perilous. What if he were mute? I must maintain my composure. If he remains still, I shall remain still. With the boss absent, I am resolutely committed to safeguarding the fat man. Otherwise, how could I ever explain this to the boss or to the fat man's parents? At this moment, he appeared outwardly calm. Yet inwardly, he was in a state of turmoil. Otis was secretly astonished. This young man exhibited remarkable composure. Despite witnessing his brother being so thoroughly subdued, he did not charge forward with his sword, nor plead for mercy. Otis found himself unexpectedly fond of this tall lad. Should he take him under his wing, he might prove invaluable in the future. At that instant, he experienced a flicker of appreciation for talent. It truly validated the saying, "The most lethal interpretations are those concocted in one's own mind." Thus, the two men assessed each other, and unbeknownst to them, a minute elapsed, a duration that felt like mere seconds to both. As reinforcements arrived, one vehicle abruptly intercepted in front of the tiger's chariot, while the remaining cars swiftly disgorged their occupants before the dust had settled. They encircled Reddy, surrounding him with a professionalism that was commendable. At this moment, Reddy found himself a solitary hero, confronting dozens for the first time, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the sword. He silently implored, "Boss, please come and save us. If you delay any longer, we will surely perish." He anxiously wondered if the clever tiger had managed to contact the boss. This uncertainty was maddening. For the first time, he perceived time as interminable. Had he not witnessed numerous scenes with the boss during this time, he might have succumbed to a reckless impulse, disregarding everything and charging at this pack of scoundrels with his sword. Fortunately, he refrained, for otherwise, they might have met an untimely end. At present, they were still alive. As the ancient adage wisely states, if the enemy does not move, I shall not move. If the enemy stirs, I can only engage directly. Otis, this young man is ours to handle. Please observe. Otis contemplated that this was an opportune moment to gauge the young man's capabilities. If he were merely a facade of bluster, then eliminating him would serve to eliminate any feelings of regret or attachment. Upon hearing this, Reddy's anxious heart exhaled a sigh of relief. As long as the leader, Otis, refrained from intervening, there remained a glimmer of hope for him and the bespectacled man to maneuver their way out. Reddy surveyed the assembled crowd and spoke. "Shall you engage in a group assault, or do you prefer a duel with me?" The crowd fell silent for a moment, initially taken aback by what they assumed to be a display of bravado, only to realize that his tone was somewhat timid. Laughter erupted. "Otis, look at how this young man has faltered, ha ha ha." At this juncture, Otis felt a twinge of disappointment towards the young man before him. Had he truly been mistaken in his earlier admiration? With such a cowardly demeanor, did he truly believe he was worthy to contend with the elite of the Felicchia family? I, Torin, could defeat you single-handedly. Reddy's expression brightened. He had successfully baited them. Ever since aligning himself with the boss, he had absorbed enough wisdom to navigate through adversity. "Let us relocate to another area to avoid endangering my brother," Reddy suggested to the Torin man. The young Torin signaled to his comrades to clear a path, acknowledging that fighting in a clustered formation was indeed cumbersome. After all, swords and blades are blind. One misstep could easily harm their own. Reddy swiftly executed the dragon's step to leap atop a boulder 100 meters away, with Torin following on his flying apparatus. The others remained stationary. For them, this distance was inconsequential, and with Otis present, there was no escape for the young man, regardless of his stratagems. This was merely a game of cat and mouse, a prelude to his demise. Otherwise, it would be far too tedious for a contingent to pursue a pair of inconsequential Eastern youths. The thrill of the hunt lay in the slaughter, a pastime they had indulged in countless times. It was a practice they had perfected, with no less than 99 instances to their name.